Chapter 1. Rebirth. Yemo, are you alright? Hurry up and get up, class is about to start. This session is with the merciless Bing, so you need to get up now. An urgent voice echoed in Yemo's ears, causing him to experience a peculiar sensation. What an idiot, probably too ashamed to show his face. Covering it up, another voice chimed in, prompting Yemo to awaken. As he glanced around in confusion, he found himself surrounded by unfamiliar faces, none of whom he recognized. The laughter that erupted around him was clearly directed at him, and he hesitated to speak, instinctively bracing for any potential hostility. He turned to the classmate seated beside him, who appeared to be the only one not mocking him. It was this person who had kindly nudged him awake. Where am I? Who are you? This looks like a classroom, Yemo asked, astonished. Haha. A fresh wave of laughter erupted. Why, Yemo? I think you're confused. Can Yin just write love letters to anyone? You were fine in the Yi family, but now you're no longer one of us. Be careful, the next class is with the English teacher, Yin Bing. Make sure she doesn't catch you, his deskmate whispered cautiously, his voice low enough for only Yemo to hear, revealing his evident concern. I really can't recall much. I had a severe headache earlier and have forgotten many things, Yemo replied helplessly. His deskmate sighed, clearly skeptical of Yemo's sudden memory loss, perceiving it as mere pride. He hadn't yet come to terms with the reality that he was no longer part of the Yi family. A throbbing pain surged through Yemo's head as fragmented memories flooded back. He recalled the moment he and his master, Luo Ying, were concocting a Yuan recovery pill, only to be ambushed by the ruffians from the West Flow sect. The ensuing chaos had been marked by explosions and fierce fighting. He remembered his master using a teleportation talisman to escape with him. But how had he ended up in this place? Was this still the Luo Yu continent? Suddenly, the realization struck him. He was sitting here, but what had happened to his master? After all, she was merely 3 years older than him, and the West Flow sect had attacked primarily due to her beauty. Their young lord had sought to marry her, and when she rejected him, the trouble had ensued. If his master had fallen into the hands of the West Flow sect, the consequences would be dire. Overwhelmed by panic, Yemo could no longer contain his dread and abruptly stood up. What is it? Do you not know the class bell has rung? A cold-faced woman, clutching several books, ascended the podium and cast a frosty glance at the raucous students, silencing their laughter instantly. Everyone knew that Yun Bing, the English teacher, despised rowdy students, and once she set her sights on someone, they could expect no mercy. Why, Yemo sensed something was amiss. Although he understood the language spoken and could even converse, it was evident that this was not the dialect he was accustomed to. Was this truly no longer the Luo Yu continent? Furrowing his brow, he sought clarity amidst the fog of pain enveloping his mind, as a torrent of disjointed information resurfaced. Yemo, a scion of the Yi family, was the son of Yi Wentian, who had passed away 2 years prior. His mother remained a mystery to him. After his father's death, Yemo had been entirely disowned by the Yi family, the reason being that he was not Yi Wentian's biological son. To be precise, following his father's demise, Yemo's lineage had been re-evaluated, leading to the conclusion that he did not belong to the Yi family, hence his expulsion. He had a sister, Yi Ling, and a brother, Yi Zifeng, though they shared the same father but different mothers. Yi Ling and Yi Zifeng, however, had the same mother. 3 years ago, it seemed that his father, perhaps feeling a sense of indebtedness towards Yemo, proposed a marriage alliance with the Ning family, possibly knowing his own health was failing and wishing to secure a backing for his son. The Ning family, eager to ally with one of the top 5 families in Huaxia, readily accepted, promising their granddaughter, Ning Qingxue, to Yemo. Now, 3 years later, the 22-year-old Ning Qingxue had become the most beautiful woman in the capital, yet Yemo had become a calamity for the Yi family. The reason was simple. During a hospital examination, he was diagnosed with impotence, effectively rendering him unable to engage in intimate relations. The Yi family attempted to conceal this fact, but within a night, it seemed the entire capital was aware that one of the prominent families had produced an impotent heir, bringing disgrace upon them. As these memories flooded back, Yemo gasped, nearly tearing off his trousers to confirm his condition. He was beginning to understand that he had somehow reincarnated into the body of another Yemo, who was also impotent in unbearable truth. That student, what is your name? Yelling during class? Come to my office after class. The beautiful instructor, interrupted by Yemo's exclamation, glared at him with displeasure. The rest of the class stifled their laughter, recognizing the absurdity of a university student being summoned to the office, a task only this particular English teacher would Undertaked, he had no choice but to comply after all. His academic credits rested in her hands. Emo slumped back into his seat, grappling with the intricacies of familial strife and the realization that his expulsion from the Yi family was likely linked to his impotence, rather than his lineage status. Moreover, he pondered whether his expulsion might have deeper implications, as he worried about the possibility of being eliminated entirely. He was far less concerned about being cast out of the Yi family that held little significance for him. What truly preoccupied his thoughts were the implications of his impotence and the fate of his master, Luoying. Simultaneously, he began to comprehend why his classmates laughed. It was due to the previous Emo's relentless pursuit of Yin Yin, the most alluring girl in class, even after his disgrace. The embarrassment escalated when she publicly displayed his love letter on the blackboard, standing on the podium to mock him. Now it made sense why everyone was laughing. It was likely that the original Emo had succumbed to humiliation. Though he was no longer that person, Emo's expression darkened. He glanced at the girl named Yin Yin, indeed stunningly voluptuous, yet her artificial demeanor repulsed him. He could not fathom why the former owner of this body had pursued her. Soon, the reason became evident. When Emo was still part of the Yi family, everyone had sought to curry favor with him, including Yin Yin. After the revelation of his impotence, he had sought a girlfriend out of shame, only to be met with disdain from those who had once flattered him. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, he had fainted, inadvertently paving the way for Emo's rebirth. How had he ended up in such a place? Not a single word of the beautiful teacher's lecture registered with him. Even if it had, he would not have listened, as he could not accept the reality of his impotence. If this was what rebirth entailed, he would have preferred not to be reborn at all. As he organized his thoughts, Emo's expression darkened further. Setting aside the issue of impotence, the spiritual energy in this realm was thin, rendering it an ineffective environment for cultivation. Was he truly destined to age and die inexplicably in this place known as Earth? Whether or not he attended university had become inconsequential. What mattered most was understanding his current predicament. His impotence posed a significant threat to the Yi family's reputation. Now that he had been expelled, would someone eliminate him to erase the shame? Perhaps there were deeper reasons behind his expulsion. Was his safety still guaranteed? After the class bell rang, Emo's first instinct was not to seek out the beautiful teacher, but rather to hastily exit the school. He aimed to find a secluded spot to ascertain whether he truly suffered from impotence. Fortunately, there weren't many distractions near Ninghai University, but there were quite a few narrow alleys. Emo quickly dashed into a remote alley, pulling down his trousers in urgency. To his relief, he did not feel utterly despondent. Instead, a genuine sigh of relief escaped him. He was not impotent, rather. A blockage in one of his meridians had resulted in this false impression of impotence. Before embarking on his spiritual journey in the Luoyue continent, he had been a skilled practitioner in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, and he could easily discern the nature of his condition. However, even with this understanding, the current technological capabilities on Earth rendered the prospect of unblocking his meridian an unattainable dream. Yet, this did not daunt Emo. He simply lacked the means to clear the obstruction at present. He knew that once he reached the third level of Qi training, the blockage would naturally resolve itself. Nevertheless, disappointment soon crept back. In a world where the ambient spiritual energy was so scarce, reaching the third level of Qi training seemed an arduous endeavor, perhaps even an impossible one in his lifetime. If so, he would remain, in essence, impotent. With a sigh, as Emo prepared to pull up his trousers, an unexpected shriek jolted him from his thoughts. "Hey, what are you doing?" The piercing soprano echoed before him, and Emo suddenly realized he had neglected to check his surroundings. To his surprise, the alley was indeed connected to another path, obscured from view by a bend. Emo was not an exhibitionist, nor did he possess any grounds for such behavior. He hastily pulled up his trousers and attempted to make a discreet exit. "Emo, is that you?" After her initial outburst, the woman inquired with an astonished tone, clearly recognizing him. Chapter 2. The Ning family's withdrawal from the engagement. Emo gazed in astonishment at the woman before him. She had short hair and was not particularly beautiful, yet possessed a certain charm. She seemed somewhat familiar, though he could not quite place her. His memories had become increasingly muddled after the flood of recollections that surged before class, leaving only the remnants of his past life before reincarnation. "How could you, Emo? After borrowing money from me so many times, you pretend not to recognize me. You are truly incorrigible," exclaimed the round-faced woman. Suddenly, recognition dawned on Emo. Her name was Wang Ying, a member of the Wang family from the capital. She was boisterous and carefree, speaking her mind without malice. She also attended Ninghai University. During his time in the capital, Yimo had been somewhat of an outcast, with few acquaintances, especially after being cast out from the Yi family. His familiarity with Wang Ying stemmed from her friendship with his sister, Yi Ling, who often visited their home. After being expelled from the Yi family, many who had known him feigned ignorance of his existence. However, Wang Ying, with her vivacious nature and straightforward disposition, did not shy away from acknowledging him. In fact, she had lent him money several times during his difficult times. "Oh, it's you, Wang Ying. My apologies, my mind was a bit clouded. And I didn't recognize you," Yimo replied, all the while contemplating whether he should ask her for another loan, as he currently lacked even the means to eat. Just as he was about to formulate his request, Wang Ying spoke in a conspiratorial tone. "Yimo, do you know who is currently the most talked about person in the capital after you?" She paused, her excitement palpable. "Well, not the most famous, but certainly the most ridiculed." Seemingly oblivious to the potential sting of her words on Yimo's pride, she continued with unabashed enthusiasm. "A few months ago, the Ning family came to the Yi family to break off the engagement. Do you know what your uncle said?" Yimo replied coolly, "I am Yimo. I have no uncle." "Oh, my apologies. I forgot you are no longer a member of the Yi family. Your uncle, or rather, Yidebo, said, Yimo is no longer a member of the Yi family. As for any engagement, I am unaware. I hear he is studying at Ninghai University. You may go there directly to discuss matters with him." The Ning family was furious but powerless. "Hey, Yimo, did the Ning family come looking for you? I heard that the Song family sent someone to propose to Ning Qingxue. You would never guess what your former fiancé said." Wang Ying beamed, eager to gauge Yimo's reaction. Yimo shook his head internally. To be frank, he had little impression of Ning Qingxue, despite her reputation as the most beautiful woman in the capital and his betrothed. He was neither the original Yimo nor the legitimate heir of the Yi family anymore. Ning Qingxue's sentiments were of no concern to him. She could marry whomever she pleased without causing him the slightest ripple of emotion. Besides, no matter how beautiful she was, could she truly rival the exquisite beauty of his esteemed master? In the past, his emotional intelligence had been lacking, mistaking his master Luo Ying's kindness for mere concern. Now, having experienced the cycle of life and death, if he still failed to comprehend the affection Luo Ying had for him, he might as well perish once more. He wondered if Luo Ying had also been reborn like him. Lost in thought, Yimo appeared somewhat dazed to Wang Ying, who misinterpreted his demeanor as reluctance to part with Ning Qingxue or distress over being expelled from the Yi family. She quickly added, "Yimo, Ning Qingxue is indeed beautiful, but she belongs to the Ning family, and you are no longer the young master of the Yi family. Therefore," Yimo understood Wang Ying's implication and smiled faintly. "Ning Qingxue? Oh, I have already forgotten her." His words were genuine. He truly could not recall who Ning Qingxue was, and if he had to choose, he found Wang Ying's presence more memorable. Wang Ying rolled her eyes at him, thinking it was absurd to believe him. Yet she continued, "You should refrain from speaking of Ning Qingxue in such a manner. It would hurt her feelings. Do you know who is currently the subject of ridicule in the capital? It is her." Yimo was taken aback, pondering how it was possible for her to be mocked. Wasn't she merely a victim of circumstance? He was the one who had been cast out of the Yi family. Surely, if the Ning family issued a statement breaking the engagement, that would be the end of it. Did she truly think he would dare confront them? Fortunately, Wang Ying continued, after the Song family proposed to Ning Qingxue, she publicly declared that she was already Yimo's and would not marry anyone else unless. She left the statement hanging, her intrigue evident. No one knows what her unless entails. However, her words spread rapidly, and her father was said to be furious, threatening to confine her. Whether that is true or not remains uncertain. It is precisely this statement that has made her the laughingstock of the entire capital. Even though everyone knows she used you as an excuse to reject the Song family's proposal, she is still ridiculed. Do you know what people are saying behind her back? They claim she has never experienced the touch of a man and knows nothing of what it means to be. Oh, I apologize. My words were not directed at you. That is merely what others are saying. Wang Ying suddenly remembered that the man she was speaking of was standing right before her, possibly even having unbuttoned his pants to check for himself. Yimo thought to himself that Wang Ying was utterly thoughtless, her words spilling forth like a stream, heedless of the context. However, he felt little in response. He was not afflicted, and once he cultivated to the third level of qi training, the blockages in his meridians would naturally clear. Achieving that third level was indeed a challenging endeavor, but there was always hope. As for Ning Qingxue's words, he had no intention of taking them to heart. He had yet to meet her, And while her title as the most beautiful woman in the capital suggested she was not lacking in beauty, he believed she would not find the likes of Song Shaoan appealing. Yet what puzzled him was why she would make such a statement in public. Would it not suffice to convey her sentiments directly to the Song family? Yemo quickly realized that Ning Qingxua likely did not wish to be engaged to anyone at present, hence her public declaration. She did not truly intend to marry him. Her use of the word unless implied that when she was ready to marry, she would simply articulate the conditions attached to that statement. This woman was not to be underestimated. Here, take this, Wang Ying said as she produced a brown envelope and handed it to Yemo. Upon opening the envelope, Yemo was astonished to find a stack of cash inside. He looked at Wang Ying in disbelief, thinking to himself that he hadn't even asked for anything, yet she was lending him this much. This is from your brother, Leaf Seifing. He asked me to bring it to you. He mentioned it was from someone else, but did not reveal who that might be. I suspect it could very well be from him, Wang Ying explained, prompting Yemo to recall his younger brother and sister. It seemed Yiling had never treated him well, while his brother, Leaf Seifing, had always been rather kind to him. This money was precisely what he needed at the moment, and he saw no reason to pay it back immediately. He could return it later. Chapter 3. The neuropath selling talismans. After expressing his gratitude to Wang Ying, Yemo returned to school once more. Apart from the campus, he had nowhere else to go, as he was a stranger in this place. The school remained a sanctuary of learning, and the spiritual energy here was somewhat more abundant than in the outside world. Following his last class, he chose not to visit the English teacher, for to him, accumulating credits held no significance. A passing grade and a failing one were indistinguishable. He found no need to listen to a woman's incessant chatter. Although he had yet to embark on his cultivation journey, his formidable memory allowed him to absorb knowledge efficiently. The library was his preferred destination for learning. In the days that followed, Yemo dedicated himself to either cultivation or the library, occasionally attending classes that piqued his interest. He remained indifferent to the prospect of losing his degree due to excessive absences, dismissing it entirely. The dormitory, originally housing 4 individuals, had become sparse. One roommate was perpetually engrossed in gaming. Another couple had rented a place off campus, and another was often absent. Yemo frequently spent entire nights in the small forest on campus, leaving the dormitory often empty. Ironically, he had become the most frequent occupant, returning every 3 days to rest, while the rest of his time was devoted to cultivation. He understood that this location offered little promise for genuine advancement. Even with relentless effort, he might never achieve the foundational stage of cultivation. Yet, his long-standing habit left him no alternative but to immerse himself in practice. His remarkable memory meant he could quickly grasp concepts, thus saving him considerable time. Having always been low-key, Yemo became even more discreet in this unfamiliar environment. However, due to the incident involving a love letter, he acquired a nickname, the lover beneath the bed. He paid little mind to such trivialities, allowing life to unfold as it would. Initially, his unremarkable comings and goings in the cafeteria and library drew attention. Over time, however, he became as inconspicuous as a droplet of water in the vast ocean. 2 months passed, and Yemo had barely advanced to the first level of qi cultivation. This progress was primarily attributed to his relentless practice and the 2,000 yuan Wang Ying had provided, which he spent entirely on herbs for concocting medicinal brews. He recognized that without external assistance, this initial level might become his lifelong limit. Despite limited progress in cultivation, Yemo reaped significant rewards from his time in the library. Over the 2 months, he completed his studies from elementary to high school textbooks and perused various texts on medicine and esoteric arts. While he found the material superficial, it was not without merit, especially considering his current level of cultivation. With the onset of summer vacation, the library underwent renovations, leaving Yemo without a sanctuary. More pressing was his financial predicament. His funds dwindled to just over 2,000 yuan. If he did not find work during the break, he would struggle to afford both medicinal herbs for cultivation and basic sustenance. Finding a typical job was unrealistic for Yemo. He needed to cultivate, as it had become a necessity. Without financial resources, his ambitions were futile, and any meager earnings from a job would be insufficient for his needs. Although he possessed the ability to concoct elixirs, he was still at the first level of qi cultivation and lacked access to the necessary spiritual herbs and alchemical equipment. Abandoning the idea of alchemy, he turned to talisman crafting. At his current level, he could not create advanced talismans, but he was capable of producing lower-tier ones such as calming spirit talismans, protective talismans, body shields, and even simple fireball talismans. He procured materials like talisman paper, wolf hair brushes, and vermilion. Premium talismans were crafted from the hides and blood of magical beasts, which were unavailable, so he resorted to using vermilion and rooster blood, creating a concoction that, while not suitable for advanced talismans, sufficed for basic ones. With the addition of quality yellow talisman paper and a few herbs, he managed to fabricate a makeshift talisman paper. Thus, his remaining funds dwindled further. The combination of vermilion, rooster blood, and inexpensive herbs produced a fragrant talisman-making material. With only a few thousand yuan left, he could create approximately 30 talismans, not accounting for the materials he wasted in the process. Despite being at the first level of qi cultivation, Yimo had previously been an adept talisman maker capable of crafting 5th-level talismans. Now, his creations barely qualified as talismans. From the 30-some materials, he successfully produced 8 talismans, 2 each of calming spirit talismans, protective talismans, body shields, and fireball talismans. Notably, 1 calming spirit talismans emerged as a near first-level talisman, a delightful surprise amidst his endeavors. Creating these 8 talismans consumed half a month, averaging less than 1 talisman per day. The next step was to sell them. Yimo knew that selling talismans in this area could be perceived as promoting superstition. Yet the government had not imposed strict prohibitions. Ninghai boasted a large eclectic market known as Hai Bao Antique Trading Market, or Hai Bao Garden, where a plethora of vendors sold various antiques and curiosities, alongside individuals like Yimo offering talismans for sale. Having observed the talismans sold by others, crafted from ordinary yellow paper devoid of any spiritual energy, he recognized their ineffectiveness and low price, typically ranging from a mere 10 to 100 yuan. Yimo understood that his talismans commanded a higher price. Selling them for such meager amounts would render his efforts pointless. To avoid being recognized and jeopardizing his tranquil cultivation lifestyle, Yimo donned oversized sunglasses and a low-brimmed hat upon arriving at Hai Bao Garden, setting up a modest stall in a secluded corner. He displayed his talismans on a black cloth, officially opening for business. While the city management in Ninghai was strict, they seemed to overlook Hai Bao Garden, sparing Yimo from unwelcome scrutiny. Where others relied on quantity to generate income, Yimo was aware that his talismans could only appeal to discerning buyers. "Hey, what's this protective talisman? How much for one?" A man and a woman approached Yimo's stall, the man inquiring about the price. Yimo, taken aback by the immediate interest in his stall, stood up eagerly and announced, "All talismans are 10,000 yuan each." "Are you out of your mind?" The man interrupted, leaving with a dismissive wave of his hand. Chapter 4. The inaugural client. Before Yimo could disclose that the near grade 1 clarity talisman was priced at 20,000 yuan, he was promptly rebuked and labeled as deranged. Undeterred, he remained steadfast, resolving to offer his talismans only to those with genuine discernment, individuals capable of perceiving the subtle, flowing spiritual energy they possessed. To Yimo's dismay, his stall remained barren for 5 consecutive days. Numerous inquiries were made, yet not a single talisman was sold. His stall had, in fact, become renowned within Hai Bao Garden, infamous for offering a yellow paper talisman at the exorbitant price of 10,000 yuan. Many were drawn not to purchase, but merely to witness the appearance of such a costly talisman. Yimo's stall had become a source of amusement within Hai Bao Garden. While others crafted talismans half the size of an A4 sheet, his were merely palm-sized, with some even smaller. Despite this, he demanded an unprecedented sum, without room for negotiation. Such notoriety was unavoidable. By the 9th day, Yimo's spirits had begun to wane. He conceded that no one present recognized the true value of his creations. He knew his talismans were worth far more than 10,000, even 100,000 yuan, but a peerless steed is wasted without a discerning eye. Yimo resolved that this would be his final day. If no one inquired about his talismans, he would seek employment at the labor market to secure sustenance. The novelty had waned. Although Yimo's 10,000 yuan talisman had drawn crowds for a few days, the period of fascination had clearly passed, and visitors were scarce. Listless, Yimo prepared to dismantle his stall when the conversation of an approaching trio, a man and 2 women, piqued his interest. Despite the distance, his exceptional hearing allowed him to discern their words with clarity. "Jingwen, this place is filled with charlatans peddling quack remedies. Only the superstitious frequent it. You've already acquired numerous artifacts. I suggest we abandon this endeavor. I've contacted a renowned neurology clinic in France. Perhaps we should relocate Anne to France for treatment." The speaker was a tall, handsome man, undeniably attractive. The woman beside him was equally statuesque, with a serene countenance, aristocratic bearing, and alabaster skin, an absolute beauty. Yin Yan, from their class, was considered comely, but paled in comparison. Yimo struggled to comprehend his former self's lack of ambition, settling for a woman like Yin Yan. The beautiful woman appeared aloof, her brow furrowed with concern. Upon hearing the handsome man's suggestion, her frown deepened. It wasn't that she opposed taking her mother to a hospital. For 3 years, she had traversed 6 medically advanced nations, visiting over a dozen hospitals, yet her mother's condition remained unchanged. Wang Peng, I did not request your presence. You chose to accompany me. Has my mother not visited enough hospitals over the years? You've recommended 5 or 6, yet she remains comatose. If you find this tedious, you are free to leave. The woman's tone was frigid, indicating a lack of affection for the handsome man. The other woman, with a resolute demeanor, remained silently by Jingwen's side, seemingly a bodyguard. Yimo chuckled inwardly. Anyone subjected to 7 or 8 unsuccessful suggestions would likely harbor similar sentiments. This Wang Peng was truly exceptional, repeatedly offering misguided advice. The woman mentioned her mother's 3-year coma, suggesting a vegetative state. If her mother was indeed in a vegetative state for only 3 years, his near grade 1 clarity talisman should be capable of awakening her. With this in mind, Yimo began to call out, talismans for sale, effective for the possessed, the vegetative, and the ailing. 1 talisman brings results, 2 bring complete recovery. Yimo's cries were deliberate, intended to attract the beautiful woman's attention and secure her patronage. A woman who could afford to travel internationally would likely not balk at spending 1 or 2,000 yuan. Su Jingwen, burdened by worry and despair, heard the mention of a talisman capable of treating vegetative states and, as if hearing celestial music, rushed to Yimo's stall. Excuse me, can your talisman truly treat vegetative states? Su Jingwen's voice trembled, like a drowning person grasping at a piece of driftwood. Yimo smiled faintly, inwardly confident that his grade 1 talisman could surely rouse a mere mortal from a coma. Having intentionally drawn her in, he was determined to close the deal. Of course, my talismans can revive not only those in a vegetative state, but anyone with even a breath of life. It's a family heirloom. Yimo was about to continue his spiel when the beautiful woman interrupted, urgently inquiring, my mother is in a vegetative state. I wish to awaken her. Which talisman do I need? Yimo thought to himself, I knew it all along. Otherwise, why would I call you over? But on the surface, he pretended to be deep and said, this is simple, just buy a Qingshan talisman. I have 2 Qingshan talismans here. One is of superior quality and sells for 20,000 yuan, and the other is ordinary for 10,000 yuan, no bargaining. What? You charlatan. How dare you swindle people in broad daylight? I'll call the police right now. Upon hearing that 2 yellow paper talismans were priced at 30,000 yuan, the handsome Wang Peng erupted in anger. Pointing his finger at Yimo kicked Wang Peng's hand aside, subtly using internal force to render it useless in the future, though it was imperceptible at the moment. From now on, his wrist will dislocate as long as he exerts force on his hand. Yimo's movements were seamless and swift. Others failed to notice. But the resolute woman beside Su Jingwen caught a glimpse of surprise in her eyes, which quickly subsided. After pushing Wang Peng's hand away, Yimo coldly retorted, I didn't ask you to buy it. What a joke. Get lost. I'm conducting business. Don't obstruct my path to wealth. How dare you? Wang Peng began to retort, but was cut off by the serene woman. Wang Peng, please step aside. I do not require you to follow us. Su Jingwen coldly addressed Wang Peng before turning to Yimo and apologizing. I'm sorry, master. This man is merely accompanying me and does not represent my views. Jingwen, this man is clearly concealing his face, and a palm-sized piece of yellow paper costs 10,000 yuan. He's obviously a swindler. A few thousand yuan is a small matter. But what if something happens to Aunt? Wang Peng attempted to dissuade her, but Su Jingwen's expression grew cold, indicating her impatience. Chapter 5. Renting a house leave. I will not sell anything to you. This fellow is affecting my mood. Yimo pointed at Wang Peng and spoke to Su Jingwen. Over the past few years, Su Jingwen had been consumed by her mother's illness, leaving her devoid of spirit. She had lost all hope in the hospital. After hearing from a master that her mother might be possessed, and that purchasing a talisman could potentially drive away the evil spirit and awaken her mother, she had bought numerous talismans. Yet, there had been no sign of her mother regaining consciousness. When someone claimed that their talisman could help, she would not let the opportunity slip away. Even if this person was deceiving her, a few tens of thousands of yuan was nothing to the Su family. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, she would not give up. Deep down, she knew that 99% of what this person said was false. yet her desire to try persisted. Upon hearing Yimo's words, her urgency intensified. She quickly said to Yimo, "I apologize, master. This person has nothing to do with me." Afterward, she cast a cold glance at Wang Peng and added, "Mr. Wang, please feel free to leave. Do not follow me, or I will call the police." Wang Peng, upon hearing Su Jingwen's words, shot a cold look at Yimo. He had already deemed Yimo as a worthless individual and vowed to have someone break this ungrateful fellow's limbs. Since Su Jingwen had spoken, he felt embarrassed to linger any longer and had no choice but to leave in a huff. Yimo noticed Wang Peng's gaze and understood the malice behind it. He was merely conducting this business for a few days and planned to leave immediately afterward, having no intention of concerning himself with anything else. Moreover, he was not afraid of Wang Peng. "I will take the spirit cleansing talisman you have. How much does it cost?" Once Wang Peng had left, Su Jingwen eagerly inquired. Yimo held up the 2 spirit cleansing talismans and said, "This talisman is the result of my painstaking effort, so there aren't many, only 2. You only need to use the better one. As for the other, if you do not use it up, you may store it in a jade box. It should remain effective for about 10 years. The total is 30,000 yuan." As he spoke, Yimo handed the 2 spirit cleansing talismans to Su Jingwen and pointed out the one that was near first-grade quality. Su Jingwen accepted the talismans, but wrote a check for 50,000 yuan to Yimo, not one to take advantage of others. Picked up a protective talisman and a fireball talisman and handed them to Su Jingwen, saying, "Since it is 50,000, I will include these 2 as well. This is the protective talisman. You can make a sachet and carry it with you. The fireball talisman is for self-defense. If you encounter a villain, simply throw it and sail in." Seeing that Yimo was unwilling to profit from her, Su Jingwen's hopes for the 2 talismans grew stronger. He did not appear to be a fraud. Upon hearing Yimo's words, she quickly asked, "Master, how do I use the spirit cleansing talisman?" Yimo put away the check and replied, "It is the same. Throw the talisman at the patient and say the word Lin." May I ask your surname, master? Could you accompany me to see my mother? I can pay you double," Su Jingwen said. After receiving the spirit cleansing talismans, she felt her restless heart gradually calming down, and the talismans, though seemingly mere pieces of paper, held a certain weight, further solidifying her faith in Yimo, prompting her to consider inviting him. Yimo, however, had no intention of accompanying Su Jingwen, simply waving his hand and saying, "There is no need for me to go. This talisman will surely save her." Su Jingwen and the young woman named Xiaoyu, seeing that Yimo was unwilling to join them, could only take the 2 talismans and hurriedly head back to try them out. Once the 2 women left, Yimo quickly turned around to pack up his stand and headed to the bank to cash the check. He was in urgent need of money. "Sister One, this person wears large sunglasses, and his face is obscured. Wang Peng may have a point. I suspect he could be a fraud," Xiaoyu said. Though she knew very well that Yimo was indeed a fraud, Su Jingwen sighed. She knew he was a fraud, yet even with this knowledge, she felt compelled to try, as she did not want to forsake any means that might awaken her mother, even if it meant risking deception. Noticing Su Jingwen's sigh without further words, the bodyguard Xiaoyu seemed to understand her thoughts, her expression dimming, yet she chose not to speak further. After receiving 50,000 yuan, Yimo's first task was to find a place to stay, as he needed some herbs to concoct medicinal liquids. And the school was too inconvenient for that. Renting a house would be more practical. Although he seldom saw his other classmates in the dormitory, his belongings were confidential, and he did not wish to expose them. With sufficient funds, finding a rental in Ninghai was not difficult, yet finding a place that met Yimo's criteria was rare. He sought a residence that was not only quiet but also had a fresh environment, ideally with space for daily martial arts practice. His current cultivation was challenging to improve, but he did not want to abandon his previous skills. He needed a means of self-defense. Ningdu District and Ninghai University, where Yimo was studying, were situated at opposite ends of the city, separated by over 30 miles. By the time Yimo reached Ningdu, dusk was settling in. His desire to find a more distant residence stemmed from 2 considerations. He did not want his background to be known to the school, and he hoped to run to school daily to enhance his agility. Just as Yimo thought he might not find a place to stay that day, a small courtyard emanating a faint aura appeared before him. To his delight, he noticed a for rent sign affixed outside the courtyard. Before even entering, Yimo had already resolved to rent this yard, not for any other reason but the promising spiritual energy it radiated. "Who are you looking for?" The door to the courtyard opened with Yimo's knock, revealing a woman in her 50s who scrutinized him. Yimo momentarily forgot to respond to the woman. for he had spotted a silver heart herb within the courtyard. No wonder there was a hint of spiritual energy. Such a medicinal herb was present. However, there was only one plant, which was far too few. The silver heart herb was a key ingredient in crafting chi-gathering pills. How could it exist on this spirit-poor earth? Suppressing his excitement, Guillermo quickly addressed the woman. Auntie, I saw that there is a house for rent, and I would like to lease it. Upon hearing Guillermo's words, the woman finally understood that he was interested in renting. She invited him in. After some negotiation, Guillermo learned that the courtyard contained 2 rooms and a living room. Although the landlord did not wish to rent out the living room, the room on the west side had already been leased to another tenant, while the east room, originally occupied by the landlord, was now available since she planned to move to Ningbei district to stay with her son. It was a fortunate coincidence that she encountered Guillermo. To the landlord's surprise, this seemingly unremarkable young man paid the full year's rent of 13,200 yuan without hesitation. Chapter 6. The Spirit Cleansing Talisman. Dad, why are you back? Su Jingwen was astonished to find her father in their private sanatorium upon her return. Ever since her mother had fallen into a vegetative state, her father had devoted nearly all his energy to his political career. It was Su Jingwen who managed her mother's company, yet due to the turmoil surrounding her mother's condition, the business had become disorganized. Despite this, her father had never inquired about the situation, rarely visiting the sanatorium to see her mother. Thus, Su Jingwen was perplexed by her father's unexpected presence today. If I didn't come, would you even know how to manage things? The house is cluttered with all sorts of nonsense, and now you even believe in talismans. What is next? Inviting shamans back home. Su Jinzhong's expression was dark, clearly displeased with his daughter. Upon hearing this, Su Jingwen realized that Wang Peng must have informed him, and she felt a surge of disdain for the superficiality of those who appeared polished on the outside but were lacking substance within. She was equally frustrated with her father for his silence and chose not to respond. What? You have nothing to say? You need to throw away all this nonsense immediately. Su Jinzhong insisted firmly. Dad, what have you done since Mom fell ill? You've only visited her once during her coma. Where have you been all these years? Ask yourself, have you been a good husband to Mom? I know what I am doing. I don't need your interference. Mom never blamed you for keeping a woman outside, but have you ever considered her feelings? Su Jingwen erupted after a long silence. You. Su Jinzhong's face flushed with embarrassment, and he raised his hand to strike his daughter but hesitated, lowering it again as he observed her weary yet defiant expression. Deep down, he knew he had no right to reprimand her. He had indeed failed both his wife and daughter. His wife's company was now under Su Jingwen's management, and he had offered no assistance. Fine, I understand I cannot control you. I just hope this is your last indulgence in superstition. You are an educated individual. How can you not see the folly in this? Don't let a street charlatan create a rift between you and Wang Peng. Remember, harsh truths are often unwelcome. Su Jinzhong said, a hint of resignation in his voice. Su Jingwen scoffed inwardly, fully aware of her father's motives in wanting her to grow closer to Wang Peng. Her father aspired to climb higher, and for that, he needed Wang Peng's father's assistance. Although Su Jinzhong was already the mayor of a prefecture-level city, the Su family had prioritized nurturing individuals other than him. Without their support, he risked stagnating in his current position. In truth, Su Jinzhong was indeed contemplating this. The Wang family wielded significant influence, rivaling that of the Su family. Yet they were not one of the premier families in the capital that could afford to nurture only a handful of promising individuals. He had reached the pinnacle as a mayor, nearing 50. If he did not seek external support, he would gradually fade from the Su family's prominence. Should he leverage the Wang family's power to advance, perhaps the elder would reconsider his potential. Despite understanding her father's intentions, Su Jingwen said nothing. While Wang Peng was handsome, she viewed him merely as a decorative facade, an empty vessel. As she turned to enter her mother's room, Su Jinzhong opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. He recognized that his thoughts were detrimental to his daughter. After a moment's hesitation, he followed her inside, but merely stood at the door, lacking the courage to confront his wife, who had remained in a coma for 3 years. Lying on the bed was a beautiful woman in her 30s, resembling Su Jingwen. Yet her eyes were shut tight, and her brow slightly furrowed. Upon seeing Su Jingwen enter, the nurse sitting by the bedside promptly stood to greet her before stepping outside. Gazing at her still unconscious mother, Su Jingwen felt tears welling in her eyes. Years had passed, and though she had never given up hope, the anguish she felt remained unexpressed to anyone. Only in the dead of night did she find solace in weeping quietly at her mother's bedside. With trembling hands, She retrieved the spirit-cleansing talisman that Yemo had sold to her for 20,000. A sense of disorientation washed over her. She knew it was likely a scam. Yet she could not quell the excitement within her. It was as if, upon using the talisman, her mother might truly awaken. Seeing his daughter indulge in such self-deception, Su Jinzhong shook his head but chose not to speak further. He intended to discuss things with her once she had finished with the talisman. Suddenly, Su Jingwen stood up, took a few steps back, and with a swift motion, threw the spirit-cleansing talisman onto her mother's bed, simultaneously uttering the word Lin. Watching his daughter, who resembled a charlatan, Su Jinzhong felt no amusement, only unease and guilt. For her mother's sake, his educated daughter had begun to believe in such things. Moments later, Su Jinzhong was convinced his eyes were deceiving him. The yellow talisman he had seen thrown by his daughter transformed into multiple streams of white light upon her utterance of Lin, all of which entered his wife's body, while fine ash began to drift down around them. If not for the sudden chill that filled the room and the discomfort in his eyes from the blinding light, he might have thought it was merely an illusion. What on earth was happening? Su Jingwen was equally stunned. She had expected the talisman to land on her mother's blanket, allowing her to call for her mother again. However, the outcome was far beyond her expectations. The talisman had morphed into brilliant streams of light that penetrated her mother's body, while the talisman itself vanished, replaced by falling ash. Su Jingwen felt a tingling sensation in her scalp. She was aware that many con artists utilized chemical phenomena to deceive, yet as a top science student, she couldn't explain this occurrence through any chemical reaction. Could it be that this talisman was genuinely effective? The thought that this might truly be a powerful talisman sent tremors through her hands. If what the master who sold it to her claimed were true, her mother should soon awaken. With her heart racing, Su Jingwen could no longer contain her excitement and rushed to her mother's bedside. Chapter 7. The Super Mom, it's Jingwen. Can you hear me? Mom. Su Jingwen excitedly grasped the hand of the woman sleeping on the bed, calling out repeatedly. The woman stirred slightly, furrowing her brow before gradually opening her eyes. She looked dazedly at her daughter, whose eyes were brimming with tears of joy, and was about to speak when Su Jingwen, overwhelmed with emotion, leaped into her arms, crying, Mom, you finally woke up. Woman. The woman on the bed slowly regained her senses, feeling a gentle, refreshing energy flowing through her body, gradually restoring her vitality. What happened to me when, as she fully awakened, she attempted to sit up? But the numbness from her prolonged immobility hindered her. She could even sense the refreshing energy revitalizing her limbs. Su Jinzhong stood agape, marveling at the incredible scene before him, momentarily speechless. For the first time, he realized that this world indeed harbored inexplicable phenomena. Was this an illusion? Yemo was quite content with his new residence. With several tens of thousands of yuan still at his disposal, he found himself in no immediate need to venture out for work. Instead, he spent his days in the courtyard, practicing his cultivation, as well as carefully transplanting a solitary silver heart herb into a separate flower bed. Over the course of a month, Yemo discovered that a woman in her 20s resided in the room to the west. He practiced martial arts in the mornings and cultivated each evening. The woman opposite him seemed to leave for work early each day, returning when he had already begun his evening cultivation. Remarkably, they had not encountered each other at all during the entire month. Yemo was utterly indifferent to the identity of the woman living next door. Although his life was monotonous, he found himself with insufficient time to engage in idle gossip, as he was wholly absorbed in his training. Su Wei was aware that the landlord had rented out the eastern unit, but was unaware of the identity of the tenant, knowing only that it was a young man of a similar age. However, she left for work at 6 each morning and returned close to 7 in the evening, never having glimpsed him. Due to inspections from the health clinic's leadership, she had not enjoyed a single day of rest over the past month. The young man had never emerged after her shifts or before her mornings, and if it weren't for the changes in the courtyard's flower bed, she would have doubted his existence altogether. Over time, she came to understand that the individual residing opposite her was a hermit, and indeed, a rather extreme one. With only half a month until the new school term commenced, Yemo realized that his month of cultivation had merely refined his vital energy, and he was still far from reaching the second tier of Qi training. This underscored the significant influence of the surrounding elemental energy on his practice. However, his martial skills in the mundane world had not waned and had become increasingly proficient. Yemo understood that in this place, achieving the second tier of Qi training was impossible without external assistance, and the herbs available at the apothecary would not aid his advancement. His only hope lay with the silver heart herb in the courtyard. Since there was only one silver heart herb, Yemo aimed to nurture it to fruition, hoping it would yield seeds for mass propagation. The growth cycle of the silver heart herb spanned 2 years, and this particular herb had only been growing for 1 year. Even with Yemo's meticulous care, it would take at least 3 years before he could truly reap the rewards. As Yemo stepped out of his room, he was surprised to see a young woman in her 20s washing clothes in the courtyard. He recognized her as the woman from next door. Previously, she had always washed her clothes at night. Why was she doing so during the day today? Su-wei smiled faintly upon seeing Yemo approach the courtyard. This reclusive young man had lived under the same roof for a month without her ever catching a glimpse of him. It was only recently, while covering shifts for a colleague's wedding, that she had finally seen him. He was undeniably a hermit. Yet, he was not unattractive. She wondered why he never ventured out and what occupation he might hold. "Hello, I'm Su-wei, your neighbor. I work at Likong Hospital." Su-wei greeted him with an air of confidence. Yemo smiled and nodded, responding, "I'm Yemo, an unemployed wanderer." This was the first time Yemo had seen Su-wei, a woman of gentle grace. Her sincere smile lit up her face, and although her hair was styled up, her fair complexion and beauty, reminiscent of a refined maiden, were evident, even if she did not possess the same striking allure as some others. "You're not working?" Su-wei felt a twinge of anxiety upon hearing Yemo's self-description. A promising young man, in the prime of his life, not engaged in work and renting a place while staying home all day. What did this imply? There was no broadband here, so he could not be gaming. Moreover, his gaze was not that of a typical recluse. Rather, he scrutinized her closely. Could he be a criminal? Su-wei's heart raced with unease. However, Yemo paid little heed to Su-wei's thoughts. He first inspected the silver heart herb he had planted and tended to the other flowers and plants before preparing to practice a set of martial forms. Yet, contemplating Su-wei's presence beside him, he decided to greet her before stepping out. Su-wei exhaled with relief as she watched Yemo leave. Reflecting on his focused demeanor while tending to the plants, she chided herself for being overly concerned. Would a criminal truly exhibit such care for flowers? Noting his unremarkable attire, she deduced that he was likely not wealthy and remained curious about what he occupied his days with. Chengdu Lake Park. The nearest park to Yemo's residence boasted a considerable area and a pristine lake. Many elderly individuals and fitness enthusiasts frequented this locale. Yemo had visited before, but had always preferred to practice in the courtyard. Today marked his first occasion practicing martial arts at Chengdu Lake Park. The air was refreshing, and the environment was noticeably superior to his small courtyard. After completing a set of forms, Yemo felt satisfied. His vital energy had indeed become even more refined. Although the path to the second tier remained distant, any progress was a cause for celebration. "Your martial arts are commendable," remarked a man in his 30s who approached Yemo as he finished. "I have seen many styles, yet I cannot discern the one you practice. I must admit my shame. Thanks to the generous patronage of the insightful monk who understands women better than they do, and to fate for supporting with evaluation votes. Thank you. Today, Lao Wu wishes to express gratitude to all the friends supporting the strongest. Your votes and collections have propelled Lao Wu onto the classification leaderboard. Thank you. The quest for more votes continues. Haha. Chapter 8. The flatmate, the middle-aged man, had been practicing martial arts nearby, an observation not lost on Yemo. However, Yemo had dismissed his style as mere posturing, not worthy of much attention. Now, with the man approaching him cordially, Yemo felt obliged to acknowledge him. He offered a slight smile, stating that he was merely practicing and was not particularly skilled. Upon hearing Yemo's words, the middle-aged man gave an awkward chuckle. It was evident that Yemo was not inclined to engage in conversation. Nevertheless, he had been impressed by Yemo's martial arts, believing them to be on par with his own. This sparked a desire to connect, prompting him to initiate the interaction. "My name is Fong Weiqing. It's clear you were taught by a master. I'm eager for a friendly bout. How about we spar?" The middle-aged man proposed. Only then did Yemo realize that the man was seeking a confrontation. After scrutinizing Fong Weiqing, Yemo shook his head, stating, "You are no match for me. Let's forego the spar." Fong Weiqing was taken aback. He had initially perceived the young man as humble, but now he seemed boastful. His face flushed slightly, thinking that while the young man's martial arts had piqued his interest, he was exaggerating if he thought Fong Weiqing was no match for him. Fong Weiqing had enlisted in the army at 17 and retired at 32. Despite becoming a driver after his service, he had never abandoned his martial arts training. He couldn't fathom being defeated by a young man barely in his early 20s. His intention in sparring with the young man was rooted in the belief that their martial arts were not mere displays. Engaging with him would be mutually beneficial. "How can you be so sure that I am no match for you?" he retorted, his pride wounded. "Frankly, since my discharge from the army, I have not encountered a worthy opponent. Since you are so confident, let us test our skills." Guillermo shook his head, replying with resignation, "Very well, if you insist. Make your move. Right here? Shouldn't we find a more spacious area?" Fong Weiqing inquired, surveying the surroundings. Guillermo smiled faintly, remarking, "It will be over in a few moves. There's no need." "You." Fong Weiqing nearly choked on Guillermo's words. His anger began to simmer, and he exclaimed with some heat, "In that case, prepare for my fist." Executing a textbook black tiger claw, Fong Weiqing intended to adapt his simple move once the young man reacted, demonstrating his prowess. As Fong Weiqing's fist shot out, before he could alter his technique, Guillermo suddenly stepped forward, seizing Fong Weiqing's fist. With a swift flick of his hand, Guillermo lifted Fong Weiqing's nearly 200-pound frame, leaving him dazed. This was beyond his comprehension. Upon regaining his senses, he found himself placed gently on a nearby stone stool, as if he had been sitting there all along. The young man who had confronted him had vanished. "Incredible," Fong Weiqing murmured after a long pause. Even his instructor in the army could not have defeated him so effortlessly. As Guillermo entered the small courtyard, he found Su Wei observing the plants he had cultivated. Although Guillermo had planted numerous flowers and herbs, his primary intention was to conceal the silver heart grass. Upon seeing Guillermo, Su Wei felt a bit self-conscious. She quickly stood up, searching for something to say. "I didn't expect you to enjoy gardening. Men who cultivate plants are usually very meticulous. It seems you are quite attentive. Oh, I bought some groceries today. Let's have dinner together later." As a way for neighbors to get acquainted, Guillermo typically dined out. He was pleasantly surprised by the invitation and was not one to refuse such offers. He smiled, saying, "Certainly, I appreciate it. I noticed that you come and go early every day. Why aren't you at work today?" "One of my colleagues is on leave, so I'm covering her night shifts," Su Wei explained. She was surprised that the reclusive Guillermo was so observant. Su Wei's cooking was quite good. Certainly better than the haphazard meals Guillermo ate out. "That was a delightful meal." "Thank you," Guillermo said, musing that it would be wonderful to have meals provided daily, sparing him the need to dine out. "We are neighbors. There's no need to thank me. You can treat me sometime," Su Wei said playfully, sensing that Guillermo was not a bad person. Guillermo smiled awkwardly, replying, "I never cook." "Then we can go to a restaurant," Su Wei suggested, finding Guillermo rather endearing. Typically, when inviting a female acquaintance for a meal, one would choose a restaurant. "Not cook at home," Guillermo said with resignation. "All right, I'll treat you another time," thinking to himself that there was no such thing as a free lunch. He had barely finished this meal before incurring a debt. "Guillermo, let's exchange numbers. Mine is 13XXXXXXXX. What's your number?" Su Wei asked, producing a delicate pink phone. "I don't have a phone. If you need anything, just knock on my door. I can usually be of some assistance." "I'll be going back now," Guillermo said, standing up and returning to his room. Su Wei was stunned, thinking that even a migrant worker would own a phone. Guillermo didn't even have one. He must be struggling. She wondered how the landlord allowed him to live there. "He's quite proud, claiming he can help me with anything," Su Wei muttered, shaking her head. Guillermo didn't seem like a bad person, just a bit vain. She wondered if she could find him a job as a hospital orderly to save him from being unemployed. Su Wei mused that she was attractive. Yet Guillermo hadn't even considered staying longer. It felt like he had only come for the meal. However, she quickly realized that he was probably self-conscious. An unemployed man who couldn't even afford a phone, making him hesitant to sit and talk with her. With this thought, Su Wei felt a bit more at ease. Back in his room, Guillermo contemplated whether he should buy a phone. However, he realized that it would be pointless, as he had no one to contact. After some thought, he decided against it. He had spent his 5,000 yuan on rent, medicinal herbs, and daily expenses, leaving him with less than 20,000. Guillermo decided to set up a street stall again. This time, he would not sell talismans. They were too difficult to sell. Had he not encountered that anxious woman last time, he might not have sold a single one. This time, he planned to set up a night market street doctor stall. He was inspired by Su Wei's job. Another reason was that a street doctor stall was mobile, preventing him from being targeted. Moreover, setting up a stall at the night market would allow him to evade the city management while practicing cultivation. Of course, the main reason was that street doctors were banned, and the government did not allow them, so they could only operate at night. Guillermo intended to either not make a sale or make enough to last a year. Chapter 9. The campus beauty of Ningdao. The following day, Yemo chose not to exercise at Chengdu Lake Park. Instead, he rose early and practiced a set of martial arts in his yard before venturing out to procure supplies. He acquired a small medical kit, a set of silver needles, and a variety of medicinal herbs to concoct some rudimentary pills and tonics. Although these concoctions were hardly the most basic of elixirs, they sufficed for Yemo to set up a stall. However, this left him in a precarious financial situation once more. By the time he had everything prepared, the semester at Ning University had commenced, and Yemo was now a fourth-year student. Contrary to everyone's expectations, he had failed all his courses and faced retakes for each one. Yet, he paid little heed to this predicament, and the university seemed indifferent as well. While most students who failed more than 3 subjects faced severe penalties or even expulsion, Yemo belonged to a privileged class. Despite being expelled from the Yi family, the institution would not risk offending them. After all, who could predict the whims of a prominent family? He merely needed to complete his 4 years, and the university faced no loss, especially since he had not gained admission through conventional means. Yemo remained unconcerned about his retakes, focusing instead on preparing for his night market stall, which did not conflict with his daytime visits to the library or nighttime endeavors. He ran to Ning University each day primarily to hone his cloud shadow steps. His cultivation had stagnated, and lacking proficiency in even mundane martial skills instilled a sense of urgency within him. Fortunately, he did not sense the same life-threatening danger that pervaded the continent of Luoyue, which provided him with a measure of comfort. As the second week of the semester unfolded, Yemo had yet to set up his medical stall at the night market. However, he could already feel significant progress in his cloud shadow steps. It seemed that his daily routine of running nearly 70 miles was beneficial for him. One morning, Yemo woke slightly later than usual, having indulged in an extra hour of sleep. By the time he reached Ning University, it was already past 7. He stopped by a nearby eatery for a bowl of soy milk and a few buns, finishing his meal just before 8. "Big brother, would you like to buy a flower?" A small girl holding a bouquet approached him nervously. Yemo regarded the delicate girl, noting the coolness of late September mornings. It was evident that she was selling roses at such an early hour due to her family's financial struggles. Memories of his own childhood as a vagrant flooded back to him, until he was taken in by an old master at the age of 9, only to lose him within a year. Following the old master's demise, he had trailed behind his new master, Luoying, and his life had finally taken a turn for the better. "Why aren't you in school?" Yemo pondered, realizing this was the time for classes. In a 9-year compulsory education system, it was unusual for children to be absent. "It's Saturday, and I'm helping my sister sell flowers," the girl replied softly, her voice betraying her guilt. Yemo, however, could not dwell on it and simply inquired, "All right, I'll buy some. How much for each?" He suddenly recalled that it was indeed Saturday, having lost track of time amidst his daily routines. 5 yuan each, but if you buy more, it's 3 each. The girl replied, her tone brightening at the prospect of a sale. "Fine, I'll take all the flowers you have. Here's your money." Yemo assessed the bouquet, estimating around 20 roses. He handed her a 100 yuan note, took the flowers, and turned to leave. "Big brother, I still need to give you change," the girl exclaimed, realizing the note's value. "No need, flowers for a girlfriend shouldn't be discounted. Goodbye." With that, Yemo vanished through the gates of Ning University, bouquet in hand. Had it been after school, he might have tossed the flowers at Su Wei, but now he would have to find a trash bin inside the campus. "Hey, wasn't he that Yemo from our school? Does he really have a girlfriend?" 2 girls at the school gate watched as Yemo entered, one expressing curiosity. "Is that really Yemo?" The other girl, who was significantly more attractive, echoed, clearly having heard of him but not knowing him personally. "Sume, as the most beautiful girl at Ning University, of course, you wouldn't know about his tragic life. I've heard he has quite a story." The first girl remarked with a playful smile. "Yinzi, I have a feeling he bought those flowers for that little girl, not for a girlfriend." Sume frowned, expressing her skepticism. "Little May, I was just about to look for you. I didn't expect to run into you here. Since you seem free today, how about I treat you to a meal? You wouldn't say you're too busy, would you?" A voice interrupted, as a BMW 7 Series rolled to a stop at the school entrance. The young man who disembarked was handsome, but with a pallid complexion. His face lit up upon seeing Su Mei. "It's Zheng Wenxiao, the most prominent young man at Ningda. Mei Mei, you truly are charming. A pairing of the top beauty and the top young man. How enviable." Yanzi gazed at Su Mei with admiration, wishing to trade places with her. Su Mei's expression darkened as she turned to the young man, apologizing. I'm sorry, my boyfriend is already here. With that, she hurried to Yemo's side. Linking her arm through his, and speaking in an exceedingly gentle tone, Mosey, why are you so late? I've been waiting for you. Are these flowers for me? They're beautiful. Yemo was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden affection of an unfamiliar beauty, who claimed the flowers were intended for her. He wondered when he had acquired such a stunning girlfriend, as he had no knowledge of it. Catching sight of Zheng Wenxiao, who had just exited the BMW with a dark scowl, Yemo realized he had unwittingly become a shield. As he looked at the radiant girl beside him, Yemo felt a surge of disdain rise within him. This woman, believing her beauty granted her superiority, treated others as mere pawns. For her, using him as a shield was a trivial affair. Once the charade was over, she would simply walk away, leaving him with the mess. It was as if she thought that being used as a shield by her was a privilege for him, a self-important woman with an inflated sense of self-worth. Chapter 10. A sincere invitation to dinner. Upon glancing at the pallid-faced youth, it was evident that he would not easily let go of his intentions. Although Yemo was unafraid of anyone, being schemed against without reason left him quite unsettled. Had it been the former Yemo, the repercussions would have been severe. This ashen-faced young man exuded a sinister aura. If he intended to retaliate against Yemo, then his years of toil in the realm of cultivation would have been in vain. With an expression devoid of emotion, Yemo cast a sidelong glance at the beautiful girl beside him. He remained silent, feeling a strong aversion to her irresponsible actions, completely oblivious to the consequences they might inflict on others. Yet, he equally detested the dead fish eyes of the pale-faced youth. Should this individual dare to cause him trouble later, Yemo would not hesitate to ensure he remembered it for a lifetime. Friend, how fortunate you are. Even Su Mei from Ning University regards you highly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zheng Wenxiao. You seem familiar. Perhaps we are acquainted? Zheng Wenxiao stepped in front of Yemo, speaking with a hint of disdain and malice flashing briefly in his eyes, even betraying a glimmer of pity, as if envisioning Yemo on his knees begging for mercy. Scram. Yemo dismissed Zheng Wenxiao entirely, his experiences in the cultivation world allowing him to discern the youth's intentions from just a glance. If provoked, he would not hesitate to eliminate this nuisance. He believed that if he did not remain here, there would certainly be another place for him. Although he understood that this was a society governed by law, where murder was a grave offense, one's inherent nature could not be easily altered. As a cultivator, he would continue to live by his own principles, even in the depths of the forest. You have guts. Yemo prepared himself for a confrontation, anticipating that Zheng Wenxiao would make a move. To his surprise, Zheng merely uttered a few words and turned away, his face darkened. Yemo understood that Zheng had likely noticed his robust physique, fearing repercussions, and was probably off to gather allies. Nonetheless, he regarded this with indifference. Yemo, do you know who he is? Su Mei was taken aback by Yemo's audacity, realizing that he had disregarded even the most privileged son of Ning University. Zheng Wenxiao's father was the deputy mayor of Ninghai, and his mother Chiu Enterprises ranked among the top 100 companies in China. Such a prominent figure should be known by all at Ning University. That such a young master was openly insulted by Yemo was astonishing. Perhaps Yemo truly was somewhat unhinged, though Su Mei found his actions rather appealing. Quickly regaining her composure, Su Mei felt a surge of admiration for Yemo. He had successfully driven away a pest she loathed. With a bright smile, she declared, Yemo, I have long heard of your esteemed name. I never anticipated you would dare to insult Zheng Wenxiao. Thank you so much. How about I treat you to dinner? In her mind, this was a tremendous favor, as very few could earn her invitation. Those wishing to dine with her were often left waiting in line beyond Ninghai. She expected Yemo to respond with surprise and gratitude, eagerly following her lead. However, to her astonishment, he merely shot her a disdainful glance, offering no reply before turning and entering the library, as if she were mere air, leaving Su Mei stunned. It was not until Yemo had been in the library for quite some time that Su Mei finally reacted. How could he treat her so dismissively? When had she ever experienced such coldness, especially from someone she had invited to dine with her? Being ignored by someone she deemed beneath her made her feel as if she had swallowed a fly, her complexion alternating between red and pale. No, I cannot lose face over this. I refuse to believe I cannot entice him. With this resolve, Su Mei entered the library. Although it was Saturday, the library at Ning University was bustling, with no empty seats available. Upon entering, Su Mei quickly spotted Yemo standing before a shelf of medical books, engrossed in a volume. With a cold smirk, she thought, so he fancies himself a medical student? yet cannot even secure a seat. She harbored a certain disdain for him. However, as soon as she walked into the library, several handsome young men eagerly offered their seats to her, as sitting next to Ning University's top beauty was a coveted honor. While others were left standing, Sumei chose a seat that provided a clear view of Yemo, instantly captivating the young men nearby with a mere smile. She picked up a book, though her focus remained fixed on Yemo. In her estimation, his presence was merely an act, and he would surely leave within half an hour. To her surprise, after a full half hour had passed, Yemo exhibited no intention of departing. He stood there, rapidly flipping through books, often exchanging 3 or 4 titles in an hour, his speed almost astonishing. Sumei observed closely. He seemed to read each book thoroughly, not missing a single page, despite his rapid page-turning. Show off all you want, she thought. With such speed, couldn't he possibly comprehend the content, let alone grasp understanding? Even reading the titles must be a challenge. Yemo was deeply absorbed in the medical literature. The medical school at Ninghai University held a respectable reputation, and its collection was extensive. However, he was disappointed to find that while some texts were innovative, they remained confined within a rigid framework. Whether traditional Chinese medicine or Western practices, they were fundamentally alike. Nevertheless, he retained every piece of information he encountered, his memory remarkably sharp. Now, as a first-layer qi cultivator, he possessed some semblance of spiritual awareness, allowing him to absorb knowledge with remarkable efficiency. Compared to the methods he practiced, these texts seemed woefully inadequate. Had he reached the foundation-building stage, he could have perused the entire medical collection in 5 hours. At the golden core stage, he might complete the library in 3 hours. Had he attained the nascent soul stage, he could grasp everything with just a fleeting thought, without even stepping inside. Books, after all, paled in comparison to the content of Jade's slips. Yet, how could he, in this lifetime, hope to reach such heights? In his previous existence, he had merely been a foundation-level cultivator. Meanwhile, Sumei grew increasingly impatient, the clock nearing 3 in the afternoon. He had yet to break for lunch, and as she watched him, she found herself starving. She could not grasp why she felt compelled to have him accompany her for a meal, and his rejection stung her pride. Just as Sumei could no longer endure the wait, Yemo finally set down his book and exited the library. Observing this, she promptly followed. What do you want? Yemo's tone was frigid, clearly aware of her presence trailing behind. Sumei was momentarily taken aback by his sudden inquiry, but quickly regained her composure. I wanted to express my gratitude for your assistance this morning. I genuinely wish to treat you to a meal. I do not want to owe you a favor, otherwise, I would feel very. Yemo shot her a cold glare, inwardly lamenting that only a woman with such a princess-like mentality could possess such an inflated sense of superiority. She failed to consider the consequences of her actions on others, consumed solely by her own sense of entitlement. Chapter 11. The complicated substitute, perhaps from her perspective, after she invited him to dinner. It was not she who owed Yemo a favor, but rather the reverse. Yemo felt no warmth towards this girl, who was so self-satisfied. So, you believe you owe me a favor, and thus wish to treat me to a meal, is that correct? Yemo remarked coolly. Yes, precisely, Sumei replied, pleased that Yemo finally understood her intent, feeling a sense of relief within. How much do you intend to spend on this meal? Yemo's question caught Sumei off guard. I think dining at the school's gathering flavor restaurant for 2 should cost around 300, right? Although she did not fully grasp the meaning behind Yemo's words, she quickly recovered. Oh, do you have 200 yuan in cash on you now? Yemo surveyed Sumei, maintaining an expressionless demeanor. Sumei scoffed inwardly, thinking how pretentious he was. He was still asking her to lend him money after all. It seemed that bouquet was indeed meant for someone else, and perhaps he was upset because she had taken it. Nevertheless, she handed over 200 yuan, contemplating whether treating him to dinner was even necessary now that she had lent him money, as she had no expectation of repayment. I figure for a 300 yuan meal, I will consume about 2/3 of it, which amounts to 200 yuan. Since you have already given me that, it signifies that you have treated me, and thus we are even. Please do not bother me further, Yemo stated as he pocketed the 200 yuan and turned to leave. Sumei took a moment to respond, nearly choking on her indignation. Who did he think he was, acting so arrogantly when he was essentially a nobody? Had he forgotten his own status? What puzzled Yemo was that despite having finished his meal at school, he had not noticed any suspicious individuals watching him. He doubted that Zheng Wenxiao would simply let things go. It appeared this individual was capable of enduring quite a bit. Upon returning to his residence, he found Su Wei anxiously pacing about. Curious, he inquired, "Su Wei, what is the matter? You appear as restless as a cat on a hot tin roof." "Yemo, you finally returned. Could you do me a favor? I truly have an urgent matter to attend to, but I had promised to cover for Zhou Yun tonight." Su Wei exclaimed with delight upon seeing Yemo. "How may I assist you?" Yemo asked, intrigued. "Well, I was supposed to substitute for Zhou Yun, but now I have this sudden emergency. Could you please cover for me? It will only be for a few hours, and you can leave by midnight." Su Wei implored earnestly. Yemo, feeling a wave of irritation, replied, "I am merely an idle drifter. You want me to substitute at the hospital? Have you lost your senses? Did you not say you had some medical knowledge? You could substitute even if you knew nothing at all, as my evening duties only involve fever screening. All you need to do is hand a thermometer to patients for them to measure their own temperature, then record it. Based on whether they have a fever, you can direct them to registration. I'll call Xiao Wu to teach you. You'll learn in just a few minutes." Su Wei said, her eyes hopeful as she looked at Yemo. Yemo regarded Su Wei silently, realizing it was indeed quite simple. He felt a modicum of goodwill towards Su Wei, who had treated him to a meal, and after some contemplation, he replied, "I can assist you. But what if a supervisor comes to check?" "Rest assured, supervisors will not inspect the screening station. They typically check various departments. And there will certainly be no inspections at night. Besides, if you wear a mask, who would know it's you?" Su Wei assured him confidently. Yemo thought to himself, "Of course I'm not worried. If they catch me, I am merely an imposter, and any consequences would not fall upon me." With Yemo's agreement, Su Wei handed him her badge, anxiously shouldering her backpack before departing while simultaneously making a phone call. Noticing the tension in her demeanor, Yemo surmised she must be facing a challenging situation. To be safe, Yemo decided to bring along his small medical kit. He had not anticipated using it for its intended purpose so soon, let alone on his first serious outing to a hospital. Perhaps due to Su Wei's call to Xiao Wu, as soon as Yemo arrived at the fever screening station at Likang Hospital, Xiao Wu pulled down her mask and waved at him, saying, "You must be Yemo, put on the white coat first. I'll explain everything to you. It's quite straightforward. Just recording and taking temperatures. I'll handle the rest." Yemo then realized it truly was simple. The number of patients at night was not substantial. And if he had not come, Xiao Wu would have managed just fine on her own. Actually, the concern is that if there are too many patients, I might not be able to handle them all and receive complaints. If a doctor fails to show up, it can be quite serious. Zhou Yun is still on probation and cannot afford to miss work, Xiao Wu explained, seemingly sensing Yemo's confusion. Yemo understood that the reason for the substitute was to avoid complaints from patients about having only one person at the screening station, as those who did not come would likely leave without care. Xiao Wu was a round-faced girl with dimples when she smiled, giving her a very approachable appearance. As the clock struck 6, the influx of patients began to increase, aligning perfectly with Xiao Wu's prediction. Most were children suffering from fevers and colds. If Xiao Wu were alone, she would indeed struggle to manage the workload. By 11 o'clock, as the shift was winding down, the hospital began to quiet down, and both Yemo and Xiao Wu found themselves with little to do. Noticing the lull, Xiao Wu said to Yemo, "I'm going to grab a bite. Since I'm on the night shift, would you like me to bring you something?" Yemo waved his hand, indicating he wasn't tea hungry. After she left, he took his small medical kit to the restroom. He carried it with him because he alone understood the value of its contents. With the constant flow of visitors at the screening station, even at night, he feared someone might casually take it, rendering his days of effort and investment worthless. "Come with me. I need your assistance with something." A middle-aged doctor in a white coat intercepted Yemo as he exited the restroom. Yemo initially considered ignoring the man, but recalling the authoritative tone of his voice, he thought it wise to comply. After all, if this man were a supervisor and learned he was covering for Su Wei, it could lead to trouble for her. He resolved to help Su Wei. The middle-aged doctor led Yemo to the emergency room and inquired, "Which department are you from?" Yemo hesitated, pondering that this man might recognize the department, and if he misidentified it, it could be embarrassing. Thus, he stammered, "I am here because..." Before he could formulate an excuse, the doctor's phone rang. After a brief conversation that escalated into an argument, the doctor shouted, "If you want a divorce, then just go ahead, you shameless." After ending the call, the middle-aged man, having lost interest in Yemo, shed his coat, grabbed a bag, and left. Yemo mused, "This guy is audacious. He's arguing with his wife over a divorce and still leaves before his shift ends, and it's not even 11 yet." Feeling equally exasperated, he stood up when he saw a nurse and a young woman in her 20s supporting an elderly gentleman who appeared to be in his 60s, entering hastily. "Who are you?" Where's Dr. Chui? Although Yimo was wearing a mask, the nurse immediately discerned that he was not Dr. Chui and eagerly inquired, "Oh, he just left. I am here as a substitute, assisting." Before Yimo could elaborate on his role in helping Zhou Yun, the nurse interrupted him. "Please, quickly attend to this elderly gentleman. He is in excruciating pain and is unable to speak." The nurse helped the visibly pale old man onto the hospital bed and, having swiftly communicated her urgency to Yimo, promptly prepared to assist. Chapter 12. Do you treat the symptoms or the root cause? Yimo glanced at the elderly man lying in bed. When he had first arrived, the old man appeared to be able to walk, but now he had lapsed into unconsciousness, his face rapidly turning a shade of purplish blue. Observing the anxious nurse and the even more distressed girl, he barely had time to speak before she tearfully implored, "Doctor, please save my grandfather. It's my fault. I shouldn't have allowed him to come to Ninghai secretly." Yimo furrowed his brow at this juncture. Discussing what should or should not have been done seemed futile. He retrieved several silver needles from his bag and casually inserted them into the old man's body, allowing his vital energy to flow through. The old man exhaled a breath of stagnant air, and the purplish hue on his face began to dissipate, returning to its normal color. He opened his eyes and reassured, "Chair, do not worry. This is an old ailment of mine." The nurse and the girl named Chinger stared at Yimo in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the miraculous healing they had just witnessed. How could a few needles save a man on the brink of death? The nurse, donning her uniform, was the first to recover, gazing in awe at the masked doctor. Who was this remarkable physician substituting for Dr. Chui? However, Chinger soon came to her senses, rushing to her grandfather's bedside. "Grandfather, you scared me to death. I promise I won't take you out without permission again." Her words trailed off as tears streamed down her face. Yimo observed the girl closely, noting her designer Donna Karan top, which must have cost a fortune, and her shoes seemed to be Chanel. His immediate impression was that she was a woman of considerable wealth. As he took in her tear-streaked visage, he recognized her as a striking beauty, rivaling the woman who had previously purchased talismans from him. Her anxious demeanor lent a rosy hue to her cheeks, enhancing the contrast of her snow-white skin and slender neck. Compelling Yimo's gaze downward, where the contours of her neckline were accentuated by her fitted top. "Chinger, I am fine. Help me sit up," the old man gestured. "You are an extraordinary doctor. I am aware of my own ailment. No one has ever helped me recover so swiftly from an attack." Before the old man could finish, Chinger seemed to remember something. She turned, astonished, and asked Yimo, "I can't believe your medical skills are so exceptional. Are you a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Did you use gold needles? Can you diagnose my grandfather's illness? I am truly grateful for your help." Although she bombarded him with questions, it was evident that Chinger had not anticipated a response. As her grandfather's condition had been examined by numerous renowned experts both domestically and internationally, all unable to ascertain a precise diagnosis. They had merely concluded that his organs were inexplicably aging and predicted he had only 6 months left to live. Her inquiry was more instinctual, rooted in her sincere gratitude for saving her grandfather. Thank goodness the Lihong hospital was nearby. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The thought of her grandfather's predicament filled her with immense sorrow, and she could hardly bear the weight of such responsibility. Although she was his most cherished granddaughter, the connections her grandfather had with others were extensive. Yimo nodded and replied, "I understand what this illness is." He certainly knew, but he also recognized that no conclusive findings regarding the ailment had yet been reached on Earth. He surmised that the old man's illness remained undiagnosed due to its rarity, almost non-existent among millions. In the realm of cultivation, there existed a mineral known as purple char. This mineral could be used to forge mid-grade magical artifacts, but was quite rare. However, it possessed a particular characteristic. Once extracted, it needed to be preserved in a jade box, otherwise it would lose its efficacy. If purple char were merely kept in a pocket, harmful substances would seep into the body within a day, rendering it a useless mineral. The old man's symptoms clearly indicated poisoning from purple char. Yimo realized this as soon as the needle pierced the skin. The effects of purple char were not immediately apparent. Symptoms could take years, even decades, to manifest in a healthy individual. Yet, once symptoms arose, failing to treat them appropriately would lead to certain death. The symptoms included a purplish complexion, gradual deterioration of the internal organs, and ultimately suffocation. This old man was a classic case of purple char poisoning. While a non-cultivator might rely on herbal remedies to slowly detoxify, Yimo, as a qi cultivator, could expel the toxins using his vital energy. He had not anticipated that such a mineral could exist on Earth. It was indeed a rarity. If he could acquire it, it would be quite advantageous. What? You say you know what illness my grandfather has. Doctor, can you cure him? I will do whatever it takes to help you if you can save him, Qing'er stammered, her hands trembling as she spoke. The old man looked at Yimo in disbelief. It was already remarkable for this young doctor to have revived him. To claim knowledge of his illness seemed utterly outrageous. Was the medical expertise at Ninghai's Lihong Hospital truly that advanced? Could even an emergency physician discern his ailment? Yimo smiled subtly, recognizing that such a promise from the girl should not be taken lightly. Yet, it was apparent that she hailed from a wealthy family. Given that, he saw no reason to be overly modest. He was in need of funds, after all. With that thought, Yimo addressed the nurse, who stood agape in astonishment. Please step outside. I need to speak with the patient's family. Once the nurse had exited, Yimo rapped gently on the table, contemplating for a moment before stating, I can treat this illness. With a resounding clatter, Qing'er's phone fell to the floor, the battery dislodging far from the device. Yet she remained oblivious to the potential damage. Doctor, you can truly treat my grandfather's illness? Is that real? She exclaimed, rushing to Yimo's side, grasping his hands tightly in her eagerness. The old man, equally astonished, regarded Yimo with newfound respect. He did not doubt the young doctor's honesty, for Yimo's earlier actions had already demonstrated his considerable skill. If he claimed he could help, it meant he possessed the ability. Qing'er, please try to stay calm and sit down, Yimo suggested, feeling flattered by the attention of such a beautiful young woman. In comparison to the previous girl, Sume, Qing'er was even more enchanting. If she were to attend Ning University, Sume might have to relinquish her title as the campus beauty. Most importantly, Qing'er exuded a more pleasant demeanor. Feeling the doctor address her as Qing'er made her cheeks flush, and she quickly released his hands, obediently taking a seat beside her grandfather. Unbeknownst to her, Yimo had called her by name simply because he had not learned her identity yet. The old man chuckled at his granddaughter's shyness, clearly amused by the situation. Do you wish to address the symptoms or the root cause? Yimo suddenly inquired. What do you mean by treating the symptoms? And what about treating the root cause? I certainly hope to cure my grandfather completely, Qing'er responded, her curiosity piqued as the redness in her cheeks faded. She thought to herself, this doctor's gaze is truly captivating. If only she could see his face. Yimo replied, with my current abilities, I would have a 70% chance of addressing the root cause. However, there remains a 30% possibility that your grandfather may pass away prematurely. If we focus on treating the symptoms, I am fully confident that I can enhance your grandfather's health for an additional 3 years, regardless of the treatment you choose. The payment for the medicine must be made up front. It is my personal property, and there shall be no debts incurred. Yimo stated that his 7/10 certainty, although somewhat conservative, is indeed reflective of his cultivation level. While his medical skills are commendable, his cultivation is merely at the first layer of qi refinement. Should he advance to the second layer, his confidence would rise to 90%. Were he to reach the third layer, he would possess absolute certainty. Oh, how could this be? Grandfather. The girl named Qing'er appeared unable to make a decision, casting a troubled glance at her grandfather, hoping he might offer her a sound suggestion. Thank you for your support. Chapter 13. Not a fraud. Upon hearing Yimo's words, the old man's eyes flickered with surprise. Although he was already aware of Yimo's capabilities, the notion that he could be completely cured was still difficult for him to accept. Furthermore, the man's immediate focus on money raised concerns about his medical ethics. In the realm of medicine, a 70% certainty is considered substantial. Yet, this individual spoke of a 70% chance of curing him with an unsettling ease. This caused the old man, who had initially harbored some faith in Yimo, to waver once again. He soon realized that if he chose not to undergo treatment, he would only have a few months left to live. If the treatment failed, he would merely lose some money. If the other party intended to deceive him, it would not be a simple matter. With this thought, the old man inquired, you claim you currently lack the full confidence to cure me. When will you be able to guarantee my complete recovery? In 3 years, Yimo replied with a subtle smile. In his mind, Yimo mused that by the time his silver heart herb was ready for harvest, he would have advanced to at least the 3rd stage of qi cultivation. Although he did not fully grasp the meaning behind the old man's question, he sensed a hint of skepticism toward him. Nevertheless, he was unfazed. He was aware that this opportunity for profit was unlikely to repeat itself. He would not foolishly divulge his information to others. Even if he did not acquire this money, he would remain discreet. Yimo understood precisely the nature of this place. Should others discover his extraordinary abilities, skills beyond the realm of local science, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Given his current capabilities, escape was not an option. He was acutely aware of the government's formidable power. Thus, he could only earn money covertly, avoiding any blatant display of his talents to evade being treated as a mere subject for dissection. Then let us treat the symptoms. However, how much do you require? We currently lack funds and can only transfer the money once you have treated me, or accompany us to retrieve it, the old man said, his enthusiasm waning. He had concluded that this doctor was a fraud, as it was implausible that a condition untreatable now could be cured in 3 years. The sole reason he still considered allowing Yemo to attempt treatment was the brief revival he experienced after the insertion of a few silver needles, which sparked a flicker of hope within him. Additionally, he was curious to see how this doctor would attempt to deceive him. Yemo, however, shook his head and stated, "Without payment, I am powerless to assist you. My healing services are for profit, and I require payment up front. I have no interest in transferring funds or accompanying you to retrieve them." He promptly rejected the old man's suggestion. Without a substantial level of confidence, he would not expose himself to the light of day. He had long witnessed the treachery of human nature, and apart from his master, Luo Ying, he trusted no one. Moreover, he did not believe that the young woman lacked money. It was implausible that someone of her apparent wealth carried no funds at all. The old man's expression darkened immediately. How could there exist a doctor who demanded payment before providing treatment, whether a fraud or not? This behavior reflected a complete absence of medical ethics. "Grandfather, I've heard that many doctors today behave this way. They refuse treatment without payment. Please don't be upset," the girl named Qinger said, attempting to soothe her grandfather's frustration. "How much do you require for treating the symptoms?" Qinger, not one to be easily fooled, recognized that while Yemo possessed some abilities, he might be exaggerating. Nevertheless, she did not wish to miss the opportunity presented by the only individual who might genuinely save her grandfather. 200,000, Yemo stated, sizing up the girl's attire, which he estimated to be worth that amount. Thus, he believed that asking for such an amount should be a trivial matter for her. Qinger felt exasperated. Her total funds amounted to only 50,000. How could he demand 200,000? Did he assume her clothing was worth that much? The truth was, she had not purchased the outfit herself. It was a gift from her aunt. "I only have 50,000, all here. The password is 880521. With that, she handed Yemo the only card she possessed. Yemo accepted the card and glanced at her, thinking her rather stingy. The protective pill he carried was worth far more than 50,000. However, he was indifferent to the loss, as 5,000 would suffice for his current needs. He pocketed the card without further ado, opened his bag, and produced a dark pill, handing it to the old man. "Take this heart-guarding pill first, and then I will proceed with the acupuncture." "What is this medicine? A heart-guarding pill? It looks rather unappealing. You're not a quack, are you? This is Likon Hospital." After all, Qinger interjected, apprehensively blocking Yemo's hand. "If you are unwilling to proceed with the treatment, I shall return the card to you immediately." Yemo replied with a hint of irritation. The old man examined Yemo's expression and waved his hand. "Qinger, step aside. Give me the pill." Without hesitation, the old man took the pill and swallowed it. He sighed inwardly, not out of fear of death, but because if he could indeed extend his life by 3 years, he would be able to arrange many matters with ease. Otherwise, should he pass suddenly, it could lead to chaos and decline within the family, which was something he wished to avoid. Thus, despite being 90% certain that Yemo was a fraud, he was willing to take the chance, as there remained a 10% hope. Seeing the old man swallow the pill, Yemo nodded, instructing him to lie down, and began the acupuncture treatment. Though initially skeptical of Yemo, Qinger felt her doubts begin to dissipate as she observed the speed at which he worked and the change in her grandfather's demeanor. Although she had never witnessed acupuncture before, she had seen it portrayed on television, where it was typically much less fluid than what she was witnessing. Yemo's hands moved so swiftly that they appeared as mere blurs, which reignited her confidence in him. Eventually, her skepticism vanished entirely as she noticed beads of sweat forming on Yemo's forehead. Suddenly, she felt a surge of anxiety as she observed a painful expression etching itself onto her grandfather's face. Just as she was about to speak, Yemo abruptly turned the old man over and struck his back with a palm. With a loud splat, the old man expelled a thick, dark substance. Yemo exhaled in relief and turned to the girl. "Your grandfather is well now. He will have no issues for the next 3 years. Please summon a nurse to clean up. I must take my leave." Without waiting for her response, he slung his small medical bag over his shoulder and departed. By the time Qing'er realized what had happened and rushed outside, Yimo had already vanished without a trace. "Grandfather," she called anxiously as she returned to the emergency room, fearing that Yimo might have been a fraud who had fled without a trace. She recalled that when she entered, the nurse had mentioned he was not Dr. Cui, and only now did it dawn on her that she had forgotten this detail. The old man, having regained his composure, wiped his mouth with a towel, revealing a curious expression as he looked at Qing'er. "This doctor is not a fraud. I genuinely feel a sense of relief throughout my body. I no longer feel so burdened." To his astonishment, such a miraculous healer existed. "You must inquire with the nurse about this doctor's name. Someone of his caliber is worth knowing. The most formidable Forsaken One has now ascended to the 29th position. The fifth brother continues to strive, earnestly seeking further recommendations. I implore you, let us advance another step forward." Chapter 14. Unlisted. Upon returning to his abode, Yimo discovered Su Wei had not yet arrived. Despite merely substituting for her class today, he had managed to accrue tens of thousands of yuan. A veritable windfall for Yimo, who had been teetering on the brink of financial ruin. However, Yimo was astute enough to recognize that such an occurrence was unlikely to be repeated. Frequent repetition could potentially expose his true identity. And as he lacked the means to adequately defend himself, revealing his capabilities at this juncture would be imprudent. He surmised that the world was far more perilous than it appeared on the surface. The following day, Su Wei returned, her eyes exhibiting a certain redness, suggesting a recent emotional ordeal. However, given the superficial nature of their acquaintance, Yimo refrained from inquiring into the matter. In the ensuing days, Yimo devoted his time to his academic pursuits, cultivation, and martial arts practice. Having acquired a modicum of wealth, he indefinitely postponed his plans to set up a stall at the night market. To Yimo's surprise, Su Mei had ceased her attempts to engage with him since her previous humiliation. This turn of events was welcome, as it spared Yimo considerable mental exertion. Unbeknownst to Yimo, he was currently the subject of numerous inquiries. In addition to Su Jingwen, who had purchased his talismans, the elderly gentleman he had treated at the hospital was also seeking him. Furthermore, Wang Peng was also endeavoring to locate him. As his wrist had remained incapacitated since the individual selling talismans had delivered a kick, rendering it unable to bear any significant weight and prone to dislocation. Despite the elderly gentleman's exhaustive search of Likang Hospital, he was unable to locate Yimo. It was as if the man had materialized from thin air, only to vanish without a trace. Not only was Dr. Cui subjected to repeated questioning, but the entirety of Likang Hospital's medical staff was assembled and interrogated individually. Yet, the elusive physician with the small medical kit and the golden needles remained undiscovered. Xiao Wu harbored some suspicions regarding Yimo, as the incident had transpired on the very night he was substituting. However, she had not paid particular attention to whether Yimo had carried a small case on his previous visit. Upon learning from Su Wei that Yimo was essentially unemployed, her suspicions were completely allayed. Had it not been for the undeniable improvement in the elderly gentleman's condition and his esteemed status, some might have dismissed the entire affair as a fabrication concocted by the old man and his granddaughter. Su Jingwen had been in high spirits recently. Not only had her mother's health improved, but Wang Peng, whom she detested, had been conspicuously absent. Even her father, who had persistently encouraged a closer relationship between her and Wang Peng, had refrained from further pressure. Su Jingwen was profoundly grateful to the individual who had sold her the talismans, for he had been instrumental in altering the course of her life. "Jingwen, have you managed to locate the person who sold you the talismans?" inquired the refined and elegant woman seated beside her. Jingwen, of course, referred to Su Jingwen, while the middle-aged beauty was her mother, whom Yimo's talisman had revived. Since her mother's recovery, Su Jingwen had dedicated her time to her companionship whenever possible. Following the profound impact of the Clarity Talisman, the Su family had been diligently searching for Yimo. Not only were Su Jingwen and her mother actively seeking him, but Su Jinzhong was also endeavoring to locate this extraordinary individual. Su Jingwen and her mother sought Yimo out of a sense of gratitude for his benevolence. Although she had compensated him for the talisman, they now realized that the sum she had paid was likely insufficient to procure even a fragment of its true value. Having recognized the inherent worth of Yimo's talismans, Su Jingwen had meticulously preserved the remaining ones, carrying them with her at all times. Her desire to locate Yimo stemmed from a wish to provide him with further monetary compensation. "No, I have frequented Haibao Garden on numerous occasions, but I have yet to encounter him. It appears that the Wang family is also searching for him, and I fear he may suffer at their hands, Su Jingwen replied. The image of Yimo wearing sunglasses and a low-brimmed hat had been etched into her mind countless times. The middle-aged beauty smiled gently and said, Jingwen, do you believe that such an extraordinary individual would be intimidated by the Wang family? You need not concern yourself. Simply remain vigilant for him in the future. Should you encounter him again, be sure to bring him back, as I wish to express my gratitude in person. If he declines to come, ensure that he is treated with the utmost respect. Su Jingwen assented. Her curiosity regarding Yimo had grown exponentially, and since she had begun carrying the amulet of protection, she had experienced a sense of tranquility. On numerous occasions, she had been tempted to test the potency of the fireball talisman, but she had resolutely resisted, as she possessed only a single talisman of that kind. Yimo was, of course, oblivious to the fact that so many individuals were searching for him. Even if he were aware, he would feign ignorance. At present, he was financially secure, and the intricacies of cultivation could not be resolved in a matter of days. Moreover, with ample funds at his disposal, he was no longer compelled to frequent the night market. Consequently, he lived a life of contentment, dividing his time between the university and his residence. A routine as mundane as could be. However, upon emerging from the library today, Yimo sensed that he was being observed. As he exited the university grounds, the feeling intensified. In a secluded corner not far from the university entrance, a Land Rover SUV was parked, immediately drawing Yimo's attention. The vehicle appeared to be occupied by multiple individuals, all of whom were scrutinizing him. Yimo smirked inwardly, realizing that he was indeed the target of the vehicle's occupants. Since his rebirth, Yimo had maintained a low profile, refraining from provoking others unless provoked himself. The only source of conflict had been the individual named Zheng Wenxiao, and it seemed likely that the vehicle's occupants were affiliated with him. As Yimo debated whether to confront them directly or lead them to a secluded location for a thorough thrashing, two youths with dyed hair emerged from the Land Rover. The two youths approached Yimo, scrutinizing him intently. After a prolonged silence, one of them finally spoke. Are you Yimo? We require your presence for a brief excursion. Haha, do not attempt to decline, as your refusal will result in an unpleasant demise. Yimo chuckled softly, realizing that Zheng Wenxiao's capabilities were limited to dispatching a few petty thugs. The two youths positioned themselves on either side of Yimo, clearly intending to prevent his escape. Just as they anticipated Yimo's resistance and prepared to administer a preliminary lesson, Yimo surprised them by stating, lead the way. Taken aback for a moment, one of the youths recovered his composure and remarked, you have guts. Yimo paid no heed to the youth's comments, calmly following them into the Land Rover, as if they were merely escorts. As Su Jingwen drove her car towards Ninghai University, she noticed Yimo being escorted into a vehicle by two youths with dyed hair. Su Jingwen shook her head, surmising that the student had likely offended someone and was being taken away. Such incidents were commonplace and beyond her ability to intervene. However, as she glanced at Yimo's face, a flicker of recognition sparked within her. His figure seemed familiar, and he possessed an inexplicable aura. She felt as though she had encountered him before, perhaps even spoken to him. Given her vague familiarity with the individual, Su Jingwen could not simply ignore the situation. At the very least, she needed to ascertain his identity. With this thought in mind, Su Jingwen promptly contacted the authorities, providing them with the direction of the Land Rover. She then followed the vehicle in her own car, maintaining a safe distance to avoid detection. She raised her binoculars and focused them on the Land Rover. The Land Rover was indeed heading towards the outskirts of the city. Su Jingwen knew that the occupants intended to find a secluded location to deal with the student, potentially resulting in a fatal outcome. Moreover, the Land Rover was now swaying erratically, suggesting that the occupants may already be resorting to violence. She was growing increasingly anxious, but the police had yet to arrive. After another 10 minutes, the Land Rover's erratic movements intensified. Just as Su Jingwen's anxiety reached its peak, a police car finally arrived, its siren blaring. The period of a new book release is indeed quite challenging, as one can only continue to seek recommendations. I humbly implore your assistance. Chapter 15. Entering the police station before reaching their destination, one of the ruffians decided to teach Yimo a lesson, prompting an early education session for the thugs. The Range Rover, occupied by merely 5 individuals including the driver, was no match for Yimo's onslaught of fists and kicks. Within moments, apart from the driver who received 2 slaps, the remaining thugs found themselves beneath Yimo's feet, suffering broken limbs. Yemo was mindful of the gravity of the situation and refrained from lethal actions, uncertain whether he might have killed them otherwise. What perplexed Yemo was the rapid arrival of the police. He had not permitted any of the thugs to make a phone call. He doubted that Zheng Wenxiao was altruistically helping him by calling the authorities. Someone, it seemed, had taken it upon themselves to summon the police, much to Yemo's annoyance. Clearly, the caller had provided detailed information, as the police quickly intercepted the Range Rover. Observing the groaning thugs sprawled in the vehicle, Yemo coldly remarked, "Return and inform Zheng that I will be seeking him out." With that, he exited the Range Rover. "What is happening? Were you the one who made the call?" Two police officers emerged from the cruiser, one of whom was a middle-aged man with a soot-stained face, displaying evident impatience. "I did not report it. These men kidnapped me. And upon my resistance, this was the outcome. I believe it was some well-meaning citizen who made the call," Yemo explained, gesturing towards the incapacitated thugs. "Brother you. This man forcibly entered my vehicle and coerced me to drive to the outskirts, even assaulting us," the only remaining standing driver exclaimed, pointing accusingly at Yemo as if he had seen a long-lost father upon spotting the stern-faced officer. The officer glanced back at the yellow-haired driver, subtly nodding in recognition, revealing a connection between them. Yemo smirked inwardly, understanding the implications of such familiarity. Before Yemo could contemplate further, the officer with the soot-stained face shot him a cold glance and turned back to the driver, asking, "So you claim he forced his way into your vehicle and assaulted you? Does he intend to commit robbery in broad daylight?" Yes. This man intended to rob us and injured us. If it weren't for the police, he would have surely abandoned us and taken my Range Rover." The driver, still seething from the earlier slaps, eagerly corroborated the accusation. Yemo remained silent, contemplating the possibility of eliminating these men and escaping. Yet, he recognized the futility of such an endeavor against the formidable reach of government forces. His irritation simmered at the meddlesome individual who had reported the incident. "You were suspected of robbery and causing bodily harm. Please accompany us to the police station," the officer declared, his hand resting on his firearm, wary of Yemo's evident combat skills. The younger officer furrowed his brow, hesitating briefly before sighing and saying nothing. Reluctantly, Yemo followed the officer into the police vehicle, contemplating the potential dangers that awaited him at the station. He resolved that should he encounter any treachery, he would escape immediately, taking with him the precious silver heart grass and vowing to return one day to settle the score. Meanwhile, Su Jingwen observed through her binoculars, bewildered by the unfolding events. The police had arrived and taken away the student-like young man, while the Range Rover simply drove off. This sequence of events was peculiarly perplexing. She had clearly stated that the thugs in the Range Rover intended to abduct the student. How could the outcome be so different? That familiar silhouette finally clicked in her memory. The young man who had sold her charms, despite his sunglasses and cap, bore a striking resemblance to the one being taken away by the police. Could it really be him? Regardless, Su Jingwen decided to investigate further. As the police vehicle arrived at the station, the dark-faced officer gestured to two younger officers, instructing, "Let him rest for a while. We will take his statement later." Yemo squinted, remaining silent, well aware of the officer's ulterior motives. The charges against him were robbery and assault. As anticipated, he was not led to a resting area, but rather pushed into a large, makeshift holding room. Upon entering, he found 7 or 8 individuals already present. 4 muscular men clustered together, their tattooed arms revealing their hardened nature. The others were huddled in corners, casting furtive glances at Yemo before retreating into silence. Yemo quickly deduced that this holding area was not specifically designed for detainees. It likely served as a temporary space until proper arrangements could be made. Observing the 4 robust men, he understood the officer's intention to have him beaten before any formalities could take place. To his surprise, the men initially fixated on him soon returned to their previous banter, seemingly uninterested in provoking him. One man, bearing a prominent scar across his chin, appeared to be their leader. Yemo watched as the scarred man signaled to his companions, and they resumed their idle chatter without a care. Yemo, however, was more focused on the room itself, contemplating potential escape routes. His acute hearing caught snippets of conversation among the men. "Brother Scar, why not show this pretty boy a lesson? Let him know his place," suggested a shorter man. "He's not an ordinary fellow. We're due for release in a few days. There's no need to stir trouble. I suspect those thugs want to use us to deal with him. But I refuse to play their game. Did you see? He entered without a hint of fear. His gaze is icy. He is definitely a tough one. Remember, do not provoke him. the scarred leader warned. Yemo surveyed the surroundings, realizing that if he wished to escape, this place would not be able to hold him. Feeling slightly relieved, he contemplated finding a spot to rest. He then noticed the only clean bed in the room was where the scarred man sat, situated near the window, allowing for fresher air. "Make way. I need to sleep for a while," Yemo boldly declared as he approached the scarred man, leaving everyone in stunned silence. "What did you say?" The scarred man, taken aback, rose in disbelief, unable to fathom that Yemo would confront him directly. Yemo's voice turned icy. "I said to move aside. I am going to sleep. Did you not understand?" Chapter 16. Su Jingwen's fury. Scarface uttered a couple of curses and slapped Yemo's face with tremendous force. Initially, he had chosen not to provoke Yemo, thinking he looked formidable and was about to leave. However, with Yemo's deliberate provocation, Scarface, accustomed to oppressing others, could hardly contain himself and raised his hand to strike Yemo. The onlookers in the room watched with glee, while a few men huddled in the corner shook their heads, thinking Yemo must be a fool. After all, since Scarface had not sought trouble with him, why would he approach him? Was he not courting disaster? Yet the unfolding reality quickly left them agape in disbelief, for the man they deemed suicidal, Yemo, seized Scarface's wrist and landed several resounding slaps across his face. As if that were not enough, Yemo then delivered a swift kick to Scarface's abdomen. The burly Scarface, despite his imposing physique, found himself utterly powerless to retaliate, being sent flying into the iron door with a loud crash. Outside, the stern-faced police officer heard the commotion and smirked, promptly dialing a number. "Is this young Master Chiao?" "Yes, it's me. That fellow has been apprehended and is currently being taught a lesson by Scarface. It's not our concern." "Oh, splendid. I assure you, I will make him regret it. Before his sentencing, I will ensure he suffers." Just then, hearing voices outside, the officer hung up and feigned nonchalance as he approached the door. Scarface, having been kicked across the room, could hardly believe the ordeal. Having navigated the criminal underworld for years, he instantly recognized that Yemo was not to be trifled with. Though he appeared fierce and robust, he was no fool. If he angered Yemo, he would be in for a rough time. Realizing that even all four of his companions together would not stand a chance against Yemo, he understood that the latter's audacity in provoking him was not without reason. Yemo approached Scarface leisurely and coolly stated, "I intend to sleep in the bed near the window. Do you have any objections?" Upon seeing Yemo approach, Scarface felt a chill run down his spine, fearing further violence, only to be relieved when Yemo merely expressed his intention regarding the bed. "No objections, none at all. Please, rest as you wish," Scarface quickly replied, forcing a smile, dismissing the pain from his earlier collision with the door. As Scarface humbled himself before Yemo, the other burly men dared not utter a word. It was laughable. Usually, Scarface could take on all of them single-handedly, and now he appeared utterly defenseless before Yemo. Seeking trouble with Yemo at this moment would be akin to inviting a beating. Meanwhile, on her way to the police station, Su Jingwen couldn't shake the thought that the person taken away by the police resembled the one who had sold her the talismans. Her resolve to rescue that individual intensified. However, to her surprise, the officers at the station refused her request to see Yemo. "He isn't a criminal. On what grounds do you deny me access?" she protested. "Moreover, what justification do you have for detaining him?" Although Su Jingwen was unaware of the truth of the situation, she sensed something was amiss. Otherwise, why would only Yemo be brought in while the Land Rover remained untouched? Of course, she was unaware that the Land Rover was now parked outside the hospital. This individual is suspected of robbery and causing bodily harm and is currently giving a statement. "If you wish to see him, come back tomorrow," the stern-faced officer replied, noting Su Jingwen's refined demeanor and striking beauty, which tempered his impatience. "Is that so? Yet it contradicts what I witnessed. I clearly saw a Land Rover take my friend away, and now that same vehicle is unharmed while my friend is locked up. What does that imply?" Su Jingwen retorted with a cold laugh. "Be careful with your accusations. This is a police station, and everything must adhere to evidence. Should you continue to cause a scene, I will detain you for obstructing justice," the officer warned, his demeanor darkening upon realizing she had seen the incident unfold. "What audacity! I shall see how you intend to detain me for such a charge." Su Jingwen's expression turned icy, infuriated by the officer's brazen arrogance, which convinced her that the young man now in custody was in serious trouble. "You, come with me to provide a statement. I suspect you are linked to the robbery suspect," the officer commanded, pointing at Su Jingwen with an air of arrogance. Observing Yemo's shabby attire, he deduced that this woman must have little influence, deciding to assert his authority over her. Are you a police officer or a bandit? Su Jingwen shot back, her irritation visibly rising at his insolence. Feel free to complain about me. I am Officer Huang Yu, and you would do well to remember that, the officer scoffed. Officer Huang. A younger officer stepped forward, unable to contain his disapproval of Huang's conduct, sensing that his superior's behavior resembled that of a rogue. Before Huang could respond, another voice interrupted. Since when did police officers become bandits? The voice was deep and authoritative. Director Geng. Both Huang and the younger officer exclaimed upon recognizing the man at the door. What is going on here? The middle-aged man inquired, casting a scrutinizing glance at Huang. Oh, Miss Su, what brings you here? The middle-aged man, clearly familiar with Su Jingwen, exclaimed upon noticing her presence. You were the driver, Geng Shuabin? How did you end up as a police officer? Su Jingwen recognized him as her father's driver from years ago, astonished at his rapid ascent to law enforcement. Seemingly even a director now. Yes, I am fulfilling my duties as assigned. By the way, what just transpired? Geng recalled the earlier incident, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Su Jingwen was the daughter of Mayor Su. Should she suffer any injustice within his jurisdiction, Geng would find himself in a precarious position. Geng's mention prompted Su Jingwen's expression to darken once more. Someone has kidnapped my friend, yet the police have detained him, while the kidnappers remain at large. I came to see my friend only to be accused of being an accomplice to the robbery. Has law enforcement grown so arrogant? Huang's face paled, his previous bravado evaporating as he realized the gravity of the situation. Although young Master Qiao would shield him in the end, this incident had cast a shadow over his standing. Is that truly what you said? Is this the conduct expected from a public servant? Director Geng's heart burned with indignation towards Huang, who had long taken advantage of his affiliation with Zheng Wenxiao to act with impunity. Now, he had unwittingly incurred the ire of the mayor's daughter. Yes, I was simply caught up in the moment and did not mean to imply that, Huang admitted, unable to fabricate a lie given the witnesses present. Disarm him and conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. Chenjin, you are in charge. We must resolve this swiftly. Police officers are guardians of the citizens, not thugs and ruffians. Director Geng, resolute and authoritative, stripped Huang of his police insignia in front of Su Jingwen. While Su Jingwen understood his actions were meant to demonstrate accountability to her, she chose to remain silent. Director Geng, your actions are unlawful. Even if you wish to accuse me, you have no authority over me, she asserted. Upon witnessing that Geng Shuabin was indeed serious, Captain Huang's anxiety escalated. He had presumed that Geng Shuabin was merely feigning awareness of his connection with Zheng Wenxiao, never anticipating that he would act decisively. Mr. Su, let us first pay a visit to your friend. The presence of such scoundrels in the police station is a disgrace to us all. Upon my return, I shall certainly report this matter to Mayor Su. Geng Shuabin appeared utterly indifferent to Huang Yu's exclamations, disregarding him entirely. Deep down, he was acutely aware that even without the involvement of Su Jingwen's acquaintances, the sordid truths concealed behind a facade of propriety would be sufficient to ensure his imprisonment. What, Mayor Su? Huang Yu was momentarily taken aback, connecting Geng Shuabin's demeanor towards this woman and his reference to her as Mr. Su. He realized that if he remained oblivious to the woman's ties with the mayor, he would be nothing short of a fool. If this woman were indeed affiliated with Mayor Su, even Zheng Wenxiao would be powerless to safeguard him. And Huang Yu's heart plummeted as if it had fallen into an icy abyss. Chapter 17. Mistaken Identity. Initially, it was believed that Yimo would suffer greatly after being detained, yet Su Jingwen was astonished to find him reclining comfortably on the bed, shoes still on. While several burly men stood cautiously nearby, the room was surprisingly tranquil, resembling a study during evening hours more than a temporary holding cell. As soon as the iron door swung open, Yimo discerned the situation upon seeing Su Jingwen. It seemed she had spotted him somewhere and perhaps recognized him as the one who had sold her charms, prompting her to come to his rescue. It was likely that she had even made the call to report his situation. If that were the case, it would indeed be counterproductive. Hello, you must recognize me. I am Su Jingwen. I saw you being taken away at the entrance of Ninghai University and called the police, she stated. Upon seeing Yimo safe and sound, her relief was palpable. It was no wonder. If he truly possessed such formidable charms, he had nothing to fear from mere thugs. Yimo reflected silently that indeed, Su Jingwen meant well, and he could hardly blame her. However, her uncertainty about his identity was evident, and since she hesitated, he would certainly not confirm it. He understood the magnitude of the upheaval that would ensue should he admit to it. Presently, he found himself unable to leave the police station, having even contemplated extreme measures to escape. If someone of greater power were to intervene, his fate would be grim. He lamented inwardly about his insufficient strength. Noticing Yi Mo's hesitance, Su Jingwen quickly suggested, "This isn't the place for conversation. Let us go." Geng Shuabin personally took Yi Mo's statement before escorting him and Su Jingwen to the entrance. Su Jingwen drove a striking red Mercedes-Benz. Once inside, Yi Mo was greeted by a pure and delicate fragrance that wafted through the car, a scent that suggested she rarely allowed others inside. Nevertheless, since Su Jingwen had invited him in, he refrained from being pretentious. "Shall we go for dinner?" Su Jingwen spoke with an air of courtesy, treating him as if he were the master who had sold her the charms. Having not eaten since leaving school, Yi Mo readily agreed. The restaurant she chose, Shihu Rinjia, exuded an air of tranquility and elegance. The decor was refined, and the atmosphere was serene, with few patrons present. Upon entering, Yi Mo appreciated the pleasant dining environment, a stark contrast to his usual meals at roadside stalls. "Jingwen, it's been a while since you last visited." An elegant and curvaceous woman greeted with a smile upon spotting Su Jingwen. "Fangjia, I've had some matters to attend to and haven't been out recently. I've brought a friend for dinner. Do you have a private room?" Su Jingwen replied, her casual demeanor indicating familiarity with Fangjia. The graceful woman regarded Yi Mo with a hint of curiosity, then casually responded, "Yes, the Xiangji room is available." Fangjia wasn't conventionally beautiful, but her ample bosom and enchanting peach blossom eyes drew attention. Such women often exuded a frivolous aura, yet Fangjia carried herself with an elegance that suggested refinement, devoid of any hint of superficiality. Yi Mo noticed the subtle shift in Fangjia's gaze when Su Jingwen mentioned bringing a friend. The Xiangji room appeared somewhat hazy, resembling a place for intimate conversations rather than a dining area. Frankly, Yi Mo was not fond of such environments and promptly drew back the curtains. The warm glow of dusk illuminated the room, refreshing the ambience. "Jingwen, please order." "I'll prepare tea for you," Fangjia said, placing the menu on the table before exiting. Yi Mo pondered why tea preparation required the owner's presence instead of a server. Sensing his confusion, Su Jingwen explained, "Fangjia is a tea master. The patrons here are regulars, and she usually brews the tea herself. Here is the menu for you to choose from." Upon examining the menu, Yi Mo noticed the lack of prices next to the dishes. "There are no prices because every dish is 300, Su Jingwen smiled. Yi Mo was taken aback, wondering if even a simple vegetable dish could cost that much. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. While he was not wealthy, he understood that others might be. Unfazed by the prices, he casually selected a few dishes. Although not an expert in tea culture, Yi Mo appreciated a good brew. The tea prepared by Fangjia was exquisite, leaving a lingering fragrance that invited another sip. Noticing Yi Mo's enjoyment, Su Jingwen asked, "You must be the master who sold me the charms last time, right?" Su Jingwen's direct approach could be effective at times, but it held no weight with Yi Mo. He maintained an expression of surprise and asked, "What master of charms?" "I'm merely a student. Look, here is my student ID." He handed her his ID, revealing he was indeed a senior in biological engineering at Ninghai University. Su Jingwen, somewhat disappointed, returned the ID, realizing she had misidentified him. She had assumed he was someone else when she saw him being taken away. "Well, Su Jingwen, have you mistaken me for someone else? I feel a bit awkward being brought to such a fine establishment," Yi Mo said, although he knew she wouldn't regret spending a few thousand. "It's all right. You resemble a friend of mine. Even if it was a mistake, we can become familiar with each other. Since you're younger, you can call me Sister Jingwen." "Referring to me by name feels a bit strange," Su Jingwen replied with a smile. Yi Mo found her pleasant enough. He appreciated his sunny disposition and handsome features. His gaze was clear, devoid of any discomforting intent. "Well then, Sister Jingwen, I'll happily enjoy this meal," Yi Mo said, feeling no hesitation as the dishes began to arrive. Su Jingwen handed him a business card, stating, "This is my number. If those people come looking for you again, just call me." Yi Mo accepted the card, thinking that if it weren't for her, he wouldn't have encountered such complications. He preferred to keep their lives separate after this meal. "All right, I won't hold back, but I can't promise I can assist you," he replied casually. "That may not be the case. Perhaps I'll need your help in the future," Su Jingwen said, revealing a charming smile as if lost in thought. Yi Mo cursed himself for speaking too much. He needed to focus on his training, and the fewer distractions, the better. Su Jingwen suddenly felt that when she was with Yimo, a profound tranquility enveloped them, leaving her entirely devoid of any pressure. Chapter 18. The predicament of Ning Snow in the Ning family of Beijing. Although it is a medium-sized clan, years of trials have led it to a state of decline. With the recent retirement due to illness of the venerable Ning patriarch, the family appears more precarious than ever. The atmosphere within the Ning household is notably somber. Despite this being a family meeting, there is no hint of festivity or enthusiasm. Is Snow still unwilling to relent? After a prolonged silence, a middle-aged man in his 50s, seated at the head of the table, lightly tapped the surface and spoke. He is Ning Zhongze, the current head of the Ning family, the eldest son of the late patriarch and the district chief of the Yanjing River Bay area. In such a vast international city as Beijing, the position of a district chief holds a rank equivalent to that of a ministerial level, even garnering more respect than some provincial officials. However, in a city where a mere brick may strike a deputy minister, this title hardly carries weight. Now, with the elder Ning's retirement and Zhongze in his 50s, this district chief role may be his final position. Eldest brother, the situation is beyond her control now. The Ning medicinal herbs are currently managed by our third brother, who is undoubtedly aware of the pressing issues we face. Our primary supplier, the American Scar Company, has inexplicably fallen under the control of that business-minded woman from the Song family. This is a devastating blow to the Ning family. Following our father's withdrawal, it has become increasingly difficult for us to achieve any further success in the political arena. If our business is further compromised, I fear the decline of the Ning family is imminent. A man seated to the right of Ning Zhongze spoke with an air of urgency. Ning Shaoan may be flamboyant, but the Song family is indeed a prominent clan. A union with them would not only rejuvenate our business prospects, but could also pave the way for further advancement for you, eldest brother, with the impending leadership changes. He continued. Ning Zhongze sighed and waved his hand. Zhongwei, I understand your point. Although an alliance with the Song family would undeniably benefit us, I have reservations about Ning Shaoan. Let us discuss this matter with our third brother. After all, Snow is his daughter. Eldest brother. I believe fourth brother is correct. We are at a critical juncture for the Ning family survival. It is merely a matter of having Snow marry into the Song family. It is not an unreasonable request. I am certain Snow will comprehend the situation, as will our third brother. Besides, she has been involved in the business here in Yanjing. Surely she understands the gravity of our circumstances. Is it fair to assume she lacks perspective? The second brother, Ning Zhongshou, chimed in. Father, both second uncle and fourth uncle make valid points. I believe that while Shaoan may be somewhat debonair, which young man isn't, typically, such individuals mature after marriage. This would be in Snow's best interest, far better than the alternative with the useless heir of the Yi family. Moreover, Shaoan harbors deep feelings for Snow and would certainly treat her well. Ning Shi, the eldest son of Ning Zhongze, quickly voiced his agreement, witnessing the consensus among his uncles. Ning Zhongze remained silent for a moment before raising his head and stating, Very well, I will speak with Zhongfei. Zhongshou, have Huilei talk to Snow. With the 1st of October fast approaching, let us finalize this marriage arrangement within the month. At the far end of the table, a young man opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words when he saw the family head had already spoken. He is Ning Yang, the second son of Ning Zhongze, and the only dissenting voice against Snow's marriage to Shaoan. As soon as the family meeting concluded, Ning Yang sought out Ning Snow directly. Although outsiders believe she had been confined to her home following her recent public remarks, the truth is that Snow simply preferred solitude. Her temperament is placid, and she has little desire to venture outside. Since her removal from her position at Ning Medicinal Herbs, she has spent most of her time at home, rarely seeing anyone aside from her closest confidant, Li Mumei. Li Mumei, not only Snow's assistant during her tenure at Ning Medicinal Herbs, but also her intimate friend and cousin, was engaged in conversation with Snow when Ning Yang arrived. Yang Gu, it's been a while, Li Mumei greeted him warmly. Ning Yang's expression was somewhat grim. He did not shy away from Li Mumei, but instead conveyed the family's decision to Ning Snow directly. Snow, your happiness lies in your own hands. If you desire to leave the country, I can assist you. The family's future should not rest upon the sacrifice of a woman. Ning Yang's primary intention was to help Snow escape, for he understood the true nature of Ning Shaoan. Upon hearing Ning Yang's words, Snow's complexion drained of color. Her delicate features dimmed with disappointment. No matter how she spoke out in public, she could not escape the fate of being sacrificed by her family. Snow, Li Mumei called out, concern lacing her voice. The room fell into a suffocating silence. Ning Yang recognized that even attempting to send his sister abroad would be a formidable challenge. Besides, what would be the purpose of leaving if it served no benefit? Don't worry, sister. I will return and make arrangements for you to ensure there is no delay. Ning Yang stood abruptly. Mumei, I leave Qing Snow in your care. He rushed out, knowing that if his uncles discovered his plans, they would never allow her to leave. Witnessing Qing Snow's dazed demeanor, Li Mumei felt a pang of sorrow. Qing Snow, her dearest friend, was bound by her beauty, yet shackled from freedom. Ning Shaowen's reputation was notorious, who in Beijing's circles was unaware of his exploits. He cavorted openly with numerous women, with photographs capturing his indiscretions, shielded only by the power of the Song family. Moreover, he harbored a vile penchant for giving away the women he had grown tired of. Countless young women in Beijing had fallen victim to his whims, and one aspiring actress, after resisting his advances, met a tragic fate at his hands. In the social circles of the capital, he was dubbed a demon. Qing Snow, I do have a plan. Albeit one that may tarnish your reputation. Li Mumei hesitated, sensing the inadequacy of her suggestion. What Ning Qing Snow fixed her gaze upon Li Mumei, willing to consider any idea that could liberate her from Ning Shaowen. Li Mumei sighed. We could exploit your previous claim of being involved with that shield, Yimo. Though everyone knows it's merely a pretext, if you were to truly engage with him, then seeing the astonishment in Qing Snow's eyes, Li Mumei quickly clarified. I don't mean it in that way. You know well that he is an absolute he cannot truly harm you. If you were to suddenly marry him and live together, with the media capturing you both in a compromising position, even the Song family would hesitate to pursue a marriage with you, knowing you are innocent. Ning Qing Snow's eyes suddenly sparkled, but she soon fell silent once more. Li Mumei, having spent the longest time with her, understood her thoughts and pressed on. Yimo is an exceedingly reckless individual, and he is quite proud. Rumor has it that after your family withdrew from the engagement, he sought out a classmate to cover up his embarrassment. The girl supposedly responded, how about we sleep together? He was so infuriated that he fainted on the spot. He likely never fathomed that a classmate, who had once respected him, would turn on him so suddenly. His mental faculties seem rather lacking, oblivious to the reality of his expulsion from the Yi family. Moreover, it seems that he is currently living in considerable hardship. The last sum of 20,000 yuan I arranged for him to receive was accepted without any hesitation. If you were to provide him with several tens of thousands of yuan, he would undoubtedly be inclined to engage in such endeavors that are both prestigious and financially rewarding. Ning Qingshu sighed and remarked, I do not particularly care about my reputation, for I have long since lost it. However, I wonder if this might provoke retaliation from the Song family. Chapter 19. The girl at the classroom door. Qingshu, you ought to know that the Song family, being such a prominent clan, values their reputation immensely. If you marry Yimo and something goes awry, everyone would naturally cast suspicion on the Song family. I doubt they would engage in such a thankless endeavor, Li Mumei analyzed sagely. Ning Qingshu fell silent for a moment, then nodded and said, all right. Let's consider it as me owing him once more. However, Li Mumei shook her head, stating, Qingshu, you are mistaken. This time, it is he who owes you. I am certain that Yimo's feelings differ from your assumptions. He must be delighted. How about this? Tomorrow is Jingwen's birthday. We can use that as an excuse to go to Ninghai. After attending her birthday party, I will accompany you to Ningda to confront Yimo. What do you think? Ning Qingshu was no stranger to Su Jingwen. Back in her school days, Su Jingwen was renowned as a beauty in Yinjing. It was only after her mother encountered misfortune a few years ago that she relocated to Ninghai. Although they had never met, she was somewhat familiar with the woman. While Li Mumei was a close friend of Su Jingwen, Yimo rarely attended classes, having largely self-studied the curriculum during his years at university. Today, however, Shirxiu had invited him to a meal, having procured several complimentary vouchers for the school's Junwei building restaurant. Naturally, he wished for Yimo to join him in this free indulgence. If Yimo had but one friend at Ningda, it would be Shirxiu. Whenever Yimo attended class, be it large or small, Shirxiu consistently sat beside him. Their camaraderie had blossomed since Yimo's entrance into Ninghai University. Remaining unaffected by his expulsion from the Yi family, Shirxiu had even been the one to rouse Yimo during his first awakening here, advising him to avoid Yin. Subsequently, when Yimo faced financial difficulties after his expulsion, Shirxiu did everything within his means to assist him. In terms of financial aid at Ningda, only Wang Ying and Shirxiu had extended their support, Wang Ying perhaps out of loyalty to Yi Ling, while Shirxiu was undoubtedly Yimo's true friend. Yimo, this class is taught by the unyielding Bing. You've already crossed her once. It might be better if you don't attend. We ought to refrain from speaking during the lesson, lest she notices and causes trouble, Shirshio advised cautiously. Yemo chuckled and patted Shirshio on the shoulder, saying, I have no intention of stooping to her level. Rest assured, I won't drag you into this. It wouldn't matter if I refrained from speaking for a month. Shirshio laughed as well, clearly doubting Yemo's ability to remain silent for an extended period. Who are you calling small-minded, Yemo? You, with your lack of merit, dare criticize others, even showing up in class? A crisp female voice interrupted Yemo. What do you mean, Yin Yin? Yemo hasn't said anything about you. Why do you feel compelled to speak? Do you think he's an easy target? Shirshio retorted, still irritated from the last incident where Yemo had fainted due to Yin Yan's provocations. If the previous event was instigated by Yemo, this time, Yin Yin was undoubtedly being deliberate. Oh, Shirshio, you've got some nerve to raise your voice, Yin Yin sneered, taken aback by Shirshio's unexpected boldness. Yet Yemo interjected, pulling Shirshio back. There's no need to stoop to her level. Just let her bark. Yemo. Yin Yin pointed at him, ready to unleash her wrath. With a cold laugh, Yemo preempted her, saying, being ugly is not your fault, but flaunting it is certainly yours. Oh, weren't you the one who asked if I would sleep with you? Apologies, but I have no interest in someone like you. Yemo's intention was to give a voice to his predecessor, as Yin Yan's arrogance had become intolerable. Surprisingly, instead of retaliating, Yin Yan burst into laughter at Yemo's boldness. Although she was not the most beautiful girl on campus, she was still regarded as one of the class's standouts. She quickly shot back. I'm ugly, you say? Yemo, have your eyes gone blind? Look around. Do you see any girl more beautiful than I? If you do, I shall concede my lack of beauty. Just then, a soft and melodious voice interrupted her. Yemo, could you step outside for a moment? I've been looking for you. All heads turned towards the classroom door, and the male student's eyes widened in astonishment. There stood an extraordinarily lovely girl, a vision of beauty untouched by makeup, radiating a natural charm. With elegant brows akin to distant mountains, paired with a gentle smile, her stunning figure was enough to signal her exceptional beauty. Were she a student of Ningda, she would undoubtedly surpass Su Mei as the campus belle. Yin Yin suddenly fell silent. Her words cut short as she had just claimed superiority over all the women Yemo knew, only to be overshadowed by this striking newcomer who was calling for him. Yemo cast a cold glance at Yin Yin, feeling no need to engage with her any further. He had already expressed his sentiments. Jingwen, is there something you need? He inquired, surprised that Su Jingwen had indeed located him in class, suggesting that this was not her first attempt. Noting that Yemo had addressed her simply as Jingwen rather than Sister Jingwen, Su Jingwen shot him a disapproving look but chose not to contest it. Due to her father's influence, Su Jingwen harbored certain biases against men, yet she felt less guarded around Yemo. Although he was not the person she sought, he bore a striking resemblance to him, and his clear, untainted gaze reassured her. Being a student further contributed to her favorable impression of him. Am I not allowed to come find you? Do you have a moment? Perhaps we could step outside to talk, she suggested with a smile. Yemo nodded reluctantly, realizing that free meals often came with unexpected strings attached. After dining with Su Wei, he had helped her out until late. And now Su Jingwen had sought him out once more. After a brief exchange with Shirshio, letting him know not to wait for him later, Yemo turned to leave. As he greeted Su Jingwen, the English teacher, Yun Bing, approached with a stack of textbooks. Her expression morphed into one of disdain upon seeing Yemo exit the classroom. However, upon noticing Su Jingwen, surprise flickered across her face, quickly replaced by a hint of pity. Yemo, too, noticed Yun Bing, but was indifferent to her opinion. He cared little for academic credits. Her judgment held no weight for him, even if she were to give him a failing grade. Chapter 20. Invitation. Yemo, I would like to ask for your assistance. Su Jingwen spoke with a hint of shyness in her tone. Yemo thought to himself that he had anticipated this. He held a favorable impression of Su Jingwen. From the very first moment he witnessed her desperate attempt to save her mother, he recognized her as a person worthy of aid. Moreover, although he had found himself in the police station due to her circumstances, her intentions had been well-meaning. Please, speak your mind. If I can assist you and the time required is not extensive, I would be honored to help. Assisting a beautiful woman is indeed a privilege. Yemo replied with a smile. Actually, Yemo, you have a charming smile. You should smile more often, Su Jingwen suddenly remarked, diverting the conversation. Yemo was momentarily taken aback. While he had grown familiar with the people and matters here, there lingered a sense of caution within him. After his recent experience in the police station, this wariness had intensified. He felt that his abilities were lacking, which fueled his desire for discretion. Fearing the exposure of his true nature could lead to peril. Consequently, he often appeared somewhat aloof in his interactions. Listening to Su Jingwen, he began to ponder if he had been overly cautious. As long as he kept his true secrets concealed, there was no need for such vigilance during ordinary times. Yimo, I have actually inquired about you. Su Jingwen paused, casting a discreet glance at Yimo's expression, noting that he remained unperturbed. She sighed with relief and continued, I have a cousin studying at Ning University named Su Mei. It was through her that I first heard of you. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding between you and Su Mei. She has a somewhat proud nature, but she is not a bad person. Well, let's not dwell on her. I hardly know her myself. Su Jingwen hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. In truth, Su Mei had expressed her opinions on Yimo, deeming him rather unrefined. But Su Jingwen had not taken those comments to heart. She understood Su Mei's character well. Mentioning her was a means to encourage Yimo not to lose hope. She intended to mention a remarkable individual who could even heal a person in a comatose state. If Yimo could meet this person, perhaps he might find healing as well. Nevertheless, she hesitated to voice this, as their acquaintance, while comfortable, had not yet reached a level of complete openness. They were merely ordinary friends. Moreover, discussing such matters felt somewhat awkward for a young woman. Yimo grasped Su Jingwen's intent. Being Su Mei's cousin indicated that she was aware of his circumstances. It was entirely reasonable for her to refrain from speaking out loud. He waved his hand, signaling her to desist, saying, Actually, I am quite content. There is no unpleasantness to speak of. Thank you for your concern. Now, let us discuss how I may assist you. A faint blush colored Su Jingwen's cheeks as she thought, judging by Yimo's expression. It appeared he truly did not take his circumstances to heart. Was he genuinely this magnanimous, unaffected by such matters? She resolved to inquire about purchasing a talisman for healing when she encountered the seller of these charms. Though their acquaintance was brief, Su Jingwen felt at ease around Yimo. His sunny disposition and open-hearted nature provided her with no sense of oppression, which further fueled her desire to assist him. My birthday is today. Due to family circumstances, I have not joyously celebrated it for several years. I would like to invite you to my birthday party tonight. I hope you will honor me with your presence. There was an unspoken sentiment she kept to herself. She needed a male partner for a dance during her celebration, and Yimo, with his simplicity, seemed a perfect fit for this role. Yimo was momentarily taken aback, a warmth blossoming within him. Su Jingwen, fully aware of his position as the outcast of the Yi family, had deliberately invited him, indicating that she regarded him as a friend without ulterior motives. Of course, I would be delighted to attend your birthday celebration. Thank you for the invitation. I will certainly be there, Yimo replied with enthusiasm. Su Jingwen produced an invitation and handed it to Yimo, saying, I want to come to fetch you later. The event starts at 6 o'clock at the Yuan Private Club. The address is on the card. I must head to the airport to pick up a friend. See you tonight. As Yimo watched Su Jingwen's luxurious card disappear from view, he began to ponder what gift he might bring to her birthday celebration. It would be inappropriate to arrive empty-handed. He had a little money on hand, but Yimo was not one to squander resources, as he intended to reserve these funds for training. Ultimately, he purchased a rather ordinary piece of jade at the jade market and crafted it into a jade bracelet. Although it was simply a bracelet with only 6 pea-sized jade beads, he skillfully polished the jade into a round shape, creating a basic defensive talisman. While this talisman lacked any significant ranking, it would suffice for fending off minor attacks. However, each time it was used for defense, 1 bead would be sacrificed. Though the bracelet was not particularly exquisite, it was practical. The reason he had only crafted 6 beads was twofold. He had spent just over 300 yuan, and his current abilities limited him to creating only 6. Nevertheless, it was possible that Su Jingwen might never need to use any of them throughout her life. For someone of her wealth, a few hundred yuan worth of jade was trivial. The appearance of the bracelet might not appeal to her, and she might not even wear it, but Yimo would not disclose that it was a talisman bracelet. Upon returning to his residence, Yimo found that Su Wei had not yet returned. He took some time to tend to his plants. In about a month, he would be able to harvest the seeds of the silver heart herb. After completing these tasks, he felt in good spirits as he made his way to the Yuan Private Club. Ninghai Zhongxiao Airport. As Su Jingwen arrived, she spotted Li Mumei, who was accompanied by an exceptionally beautiful girl, even more ethereal than herself. Who was this enchanting figure? She appeared almost otherworldly. Had it not been for the faint melancholy on her face, Su Jingwen might have thought her a celestial being. Not only Su Jingwen, but many others at the airport were captivated by Ning Qingxue. However, as Su Jingwen approached, numerous gazes shifted towards her, drawn to the beauty of the two girls. In comparison, Li Mumei, though not unattractive, seemed rather ordinary. Jingwen, happy birthday. I specially came to celebrate with you. Li Mumei called out excitedly upon spotting Su Jingwen from a distance. Mumei, I can't express how thrilled I am that you came to Ninghai. And this is... Su Jingwen rushed forward, taking Li Mumei's hand with enthusiasm. Hello, Jingwen. I am Ning Qingxue, Mumei's cousin. I have heard about you, and wish you a very happy birthday. Ning Qingxue said with a gentle smile. Thank you. So you are Qingxue. You are truly stunning. It's no wonder people say you are the most beautiful woman in the capital. I am quite taken with you, Su Jingwen remarked, surprised to learn that the girl before her was Ning Qingxue. However, noticing the faint sorrow in Ning Qingxue's expression, her thoughts drifted to Yimo, prompting her to remain silent. Li Mumei, sensing the awkwardness, quickly interjected, Jingwen, Qingxue, look, so many people are staring at us. Let us hurry and move along. Chapter 21. The Divine Trickster. As Su Jingwen drove, her mind was preoccupied with thoughts about how Ning Qingxue had arrived. They were not particularly close, so it seemed unlikely that someone like Ning Qingxue would attend her birthday party without an invitation. Suddenly, a troubling realization struck her. Yimo would also be present tonight. Would he and Ning Qingxue encounter each other? Jingwen, are you all right? You seem a bit distracted, Li Mumei observed, noticing Su Jingwen's absent-mindedness. Oh, really? I just recalled something. But it's all clear now, Su Jingwen replied, attempting to regain her composure. By the way, Mumei, has Qingxue taken over her father's business? I heard she was involved with Ning's herbal medicine company. Li Mumei responded. Actually, Qingxue has long been managing the Ning family's business in Yanjing. I've been assisting her. But due to some issues, she has temporarily stepped back from her responsibilities. Su Jingwen refrained from probing further, suspecting it was a family conflict best left unspoken. Noticing the sorrow etched on Ning Qingxue's brow, she surmised that she might have come out to clear her mind. Perhaps it would be best to call Yimo and ask him not to come tonight, to spare Ning Qingxue any further distress. However, she quickly remembered that she didn't have Yimo's number and was unaware of his whereabouts, making it impossible to reach him. It seemed inevitable that Yimo and Ning Qingxue would meet. Ning Qingxue, I heard from Mumei that your mother hasn't been well. Is she feeling better now? Ning Qingxue, having sensed Su Jingwen's distraction, inquired. Regaining her focus, Su Jingwen smiled brightly. My mother is doing well now. Didn't Mumei mention it to you? Ning Qingxue felt a bit awkward, realizing she hadn't asked Li Mumei about Su Jingwen's mother's health. However, Su Jingwen seemed unconcerned as she continued. I was fortunate to meet a master. You won't believe it, the talismans he sells. Currently, Su Jingwen held a deep admiration for Yimo. And with Ning Qingxue's inquiry, she enthusiastically recounted the extraordinary master who sold her talismans, detailing the entire process of purchasing and using them. Ning Qingxue and Li Mumei listened in astonishment, their eyes wide as they regarded Su Jingwen. It was indeed rare to encounter someone as gullible as Su Jingwen, especially given her educational background. Clearly, the charlatan who sold her the talismans possessed a silver tongue. Well, Jingwen, it's certainly good news that your mother is better. But some things are best left as knowledge rather than taken to heart, Li Mumei interjected gently, sensing Su Jingwen's strong belief. I understand that you may not believe me. Fine, I won't insist. I still have a fireball talisman. If I weren't so reluctant, I would show it to you. But if I use it, I wouldn't be able to buy another, and I can't seem to find that master again, Su Jingwen lamented. All right, we believe you. O divine trickster, Li Mumei conceded with a hint of surrender. Even Ning Qingxue, who had been frowning, couldn't help but smile, though Su Jingwen was older than them. Her words were utterly impractical, contrasting sharply with the shrewd persona often attributed to her. Observing such a beautiful girl speak fervently about talismans and masters seemed oddly mismatched. If it weren't for her own difficult situation, Ning Qingxue might have found joy in Su Jingwen's whimsical performance. Yimo finished crafting a bracelet, slipping it into his pocket without any embellishment. He needed to gather his energy, as this bracelet had required considerable effort. If such items were marketable, he might have created several to sell. Having arrived in this world, it was Yimo's first time taking a taxi. It wasn't that he preferred not to run to the private club, but rather that he didn't know the way. The taxi pulled up outside the private club, as entry was restricted. The doorman, Upon seeing Yemo exit the taxi and noting his unassuming appearance, though tidy, his hair was unkempt, and he wore simple canvas shoes, immediately approached to block his entrance. "Sir, this is a private club, not open to the public." Before the doorman could finish, Yemo presented his invitation. He paid little mind to the doorman's scrutiny. It was expected for someone in his attire to attract attention. After examining the invitation several times, the doorman returned it with some surprise. "My apologies, please proceed." As Yemo stepped through the gate, a red Porsche raced into the courtyard, seemingly disregarding the doorman's presence. However, after speeding past Yemo, the car suddenly reversed back. What arrogance! This is not a highway, and such reckless driving is unacceptable. Yemo could tell the driver was quite the pompous individual. Just as he pondered the audacity of the car's owner, it came to a halt beside him, and a girl leaped out. Clad in a fiery red top and form-fitting jeans, her silhouette was strikingly accentuated, exuding a bold aura. Sume. Yemo was not surprised to see her. She was Su Jingwen's cousin. Attending the birthday party was entirely reasonable. Yet, while she was ostentatious at school, she was even more unabashed outside of it. "Yemo, stop right there. What are you doing here?" Sume called out, feeling slighted by Yemo's previous rejection, especially since he had refused to dine with her despite her offering him several hundred yuan. Yemo looked at Sume in confusion. "I came here because someone invited me. Is this your territory? Must I report to you before arriving?" At that moment, another girl emerged from the car, dressed similarly to Sume, but more striking with her dyed yellow hair. "What is up, Mei? Who is this unsophisticated fellow?" she inquired. Casting a sideways glance at Yemo, Yemo shook his head, thinking how true it was that birds of a feather flock together. Sume snorted. But before she could respond, a military plate Audi parked at the entrance. A young man in his 20s stepped out and approached Yemo. "Maisie, long time no see. You look a bit down," the young man greeted with a smile from a distance. Upon seeing him, Sume's expression brightened instantly. "Wang Su, you haven't been around. You've really kept me waiting. Thank you to Chalans Hao, Xiao Xiao, and others for your generous support. Your votes and encouragement are greatly appreciated." Chapter 22. Life, if only as it was at first glance. "Here I am, and Jia Jia is also present." The young man spoke in a calm and steady tone, devoid of the restlessness often associated with youth. "I thought Suga no longer recognized me." The girl with blonde hair feigned annoyance. Yemo observed the young man, who appeared cultured and handsome, yet bore an air of ruggedness, with a hint of latent menace. This aura of danger, imperceptible to others, was unmistakable to Yemo, who had taken countless lives in his past. It was evident that this young man had indeed killed before, and with a certain pride in his actions. Otherwise, such a presence would not manifest. As Yemo contemplated his departure from this unremarkable gathering, the young man turned to him, extending his hand. "I am Wang Su. May I ask your name?" Noticing the playful glint in Wang Su's eyes as he reached out, Yemo slowly reciprocated, stating, "Yemo." The most delighted of all was Sume, for she was aware of Wang Su's peculiar habit of testing the mettle of others through a handshake. She recalled a past incident where a classmate had cried out in pain during such an encounter, never again daring to approach her afterward. Now, with Wang Su shaking hands with Yemo, she was eager to witness the outcome. With a series of cracks, Wang Su felt Yemo's hand shatter under his grip, the sound of bones fracturing echoing in his ears. He was taken aback, realizing he had inadvertently applied too much force, breaking the other's hand in the process. Su Mei and the girl named Jia Jia were equally astonished. They had not anticipated Wang Su's ruthlessness. The sound of the bones snapping had been unmistakably severe. "What have you done, brother Wang Su? You crushed Yemo's hand." He was invited by Sister Jingwen. "And wait, where is Yemo?" Sume exclaimed, only to discover that Yemo had vanished. Wang Su, recognizing the gravity of the situation, was bewildered. He had not expected Yemo to be so fragile. He had merely grasped his hand and hadn't even exerted full force yet. "He's just a poor student. We'll just give him some money for a hospital visit." Jia Jia remarked dismissively. A somewhat rugged young man sighed. "Now Jingwen will scold me. I must check on him. I never imagined his hand was so delicate." Yemo, uninterested in engaging with these trivial individuals, had come to celebrate Su Jingwen's birthday. Offending anyone present would only embarrass her. Nonetheless, he was pleased with his ability to retreat gracefully. His cultivation may not have progressed significantly, remaining at the first level of Qi training, but he had not neglected the martial skills of the mundane world. Uncertain of the true extent of power in this realm, Yimo resolved to refine his worldly martial arts to ensure his safety in an environment filled with firearms. While Su Mei, Wang Su, and Jia Jia deliberated over Yimo's condition, he had already entered the venue. A doorman merely glanced at Yimo's invitation before granting him access. Inside, the hall was bustling, indicative of the grandiosity Su Jingwen had orchestrated, likely to celebrate her mother's recovery and reconnect with long-lost friends. Yimo, thank you for attending my birthday party. Please, sit here, Su Jingwen exclaimed upon spotting him, eagerly ushering him to a table. Of course, as I promised I would come. Yimo replied with a smile, preparing to present the birthday gift he had brought, when someone interjected, "Ah, Jingwen, who is this handsome guy? Could he possibly be your boyfriend?" Then, noticing Yimo's ordinary canvas sneakers and attire, the speaker hesitated, awkwardly continuing, his style is certainly unique. Fearful of embarrassing Yimo, Su Jingwen quickly interjected, "He is a friend of mine, Yimo." At that moment, Yimo was fixated on something behind her, seemingly oblivious to her words. Turning to see, Su Jingwen was surprised to find Ning Qingxue and Li Mumei approaching. She inwardly lamented, wishing she had had more time to explain matters to Yimo. As Yimo gazed at the enchanting Ning Qingxue, adorned in a pale yellow top, he felt a spark of admiration. Her raven-black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, adding to her ethereal beauty, and her unadorned face radiated a natural charm. A deer-shaped hairpin nestled in one side of her hair, with a few strands playfully framing her eyes, which held a mysterious melancholy. Her steps were as light as a fairy gliding on clouds, yet the familiarity of her gaze struck a chord within him. That melancholy and bewilderment reminded him of Luo Ying. It dawned on him that while she was not Luo Ying, the resemblance in their expressions was uncanny. Regaining his composure, Yimo recognized he did not know Ning Qingxue. Ning Qingxue, however, noticed the young man's gaze upon her. Though momentarily distracted, he meticulously assessed her before reverting to his previous demeanor, unlike others who would steal glances when they thought no one was looking. "Qingxue, Mumei, you've come down. Allow me to introduce you." Su Jingwen began, but Li Mumei whispered into her ear, "Do not introduce them here. Qingxue has never met Yimo." Realizing the implication, Su Jingwen understood the inappropriateness of such an introduction. "Jingwen, there was an incident. Wang Su accidentally crushed Yimo's hand, and now he seems to have disappeared." Su Mei rushed in, her urgency palpable. As she spoke, she sensed the weight of several curious gazes upon her. And just as she felt the awkwardness of the moment, she caught sight of Yimo chapter 23. "The first impression of Ning Qingxue your hand?" Su Mei stared in surprise at the seemingly nonchalant Yimo, pointing at his right hand. Upon noticing Su Mei, Yimo furrowed his brow and stated, "Jingwen, I need to rest for a moment." After speaking, he walked to the side and sat at a different table. "Yimo?" Ning Qingxue looked curiously at Li Mumei, pondering who this Yimo was. Li Mumei forced a smile and quickly pulled Ning Qingxue aside, saying, "Actually, he is the Yimo you are betrothed to. But he seems quite different now. Not only has his appearance changed somewhat, but even his demeanor is entirely unlike before. I wonder what has happened to him. I haven't seen him in ages. It's puzzling why Jingwen would invite him here. Is that really Yimo?" Ning Qingxue instinctively glanced at Yimo again. The Yimo before her spoke and moved with an air of composure, though his attire was rather shabby. Yet, his demeanor was natural and carefree, devoid of any pretense or arrogance, exuding a subtle masculinity that she could sense from afar. How could such a person be the one she was engaged to? If he turned out not to be that person and she were to live with him? Ning Qingxue hesitated. She then chuckled self-deprecatingly, wondering whether this Yimo would ultimately agree with her thoughts if he truly was the man before her. "Qingxue, I feel he has changed so much. I'll go and gauge his thoughts. You stay here for a moment." Li Mumei, upon seeing Yimo, suddenly felt uncertain about her plan. The Yimo before her bore no resemblance to the disheartened wastrel spoken of in tales. If one were to scrutinize him, perhaps the only untidy aspect was his slightly disheveled hair, which had not been tended by a professional barber. Ning Qingxue grasped Li Mumei's hand. "Mumei, let me handle this myself." Yimo observed the affluent guests around him, each clad in exquisite attire, making his own humble clothing all the more glaring. Yet, he felt no discomfort or inferiority. Rather, he remained unfazed. Once one occupies a different echelon, their mindset diverges significantly. Even if Yimo had donned lavish garments, he would still live according to his own principles. His aspirations lay beyond material wealth. He could easily become an envied millionaire. Yet what would that matter? Life is but a fleeting few decades. One cannot bring anything into this world nor take anything away. His original pursuit was immortality, and although his cultivation had slowed, his aspirations remained unchanged. Now, he also bore a concern for his master, Luoying. After 2 lifetimes, if he still did not comprehend her intentions, he might as well perish once more. As for everything else, to him, Yimo, they were mere fleeting clouds, ephemeral and insignificant. Yimo. Ning Qingxue approached his table, her expression complex. You've arrived? Please, have a seat. Yimo smiled gently, akin to the boy next door, eliciting in Ning Qingxue a sense of familiarity she had not felt in ages, despite knowing it was her first encounter with him. Thank you. As she took her seat, an unexpected wave of relaxation washed over her, or perhaps it was tranquility. Yimo resembled a serene lake, instilling in her a sense of reassurance. Your brows are furrowed, and your gaze carries weariness. Is something troubling you? If I can assist, I am willing to lend a hand. Yimo was fully aware that a girl like Ning Qingxue would not approach a man with whom she had severed ties without reason. Since she had come, there was undoubtedly a matter at hand that required discussion. He had overheard her hushed conversation with Li Mumei. Yet he had not anticipated that his former fiancée would be such a stunning woman, rivaling even Luo Ying in beauty. He felt no animosity towards Ning Qingxue, nor did he harbor any particular feelings. However, when he caught sight of the melancholy and confusion in her eyes, he was reminded of Luo Ying. Ning Qingxue was taken aback by Yimo's keen perceptiveness and articulate expression. Could such a person truly be a discarded scion of a family? Ning Qingxue struggled to articulate her thoughts, sighing inwardly, wishing that Mumei could speak on her behalf. Yimo sat calmly opposite her, exuding no sense of pressure, merely instilling a feeling of peace and stability. Finally, resolute, Ning Qingxue confessed, "It concerns my marriage." The composed Yimo furrowed his brow, feeling a stir of emotions. For the first time, he interrupted Ning Qingxue, saying, "The Ning family has already annulled our engagement, and I am no longer a part of the Yi family in the capital." Yimo did not elaborate further, but his meaning was clear. While he was willing to assist with other matters, the issue of marriage was resolved, and it seemed inappropriate for her to pursue him further on this topic. Although he felt some fondness for Ning Qingxue, it did not grant her the right to entangle him in this issue. "I'm sorry." Ning Qingxue suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over her. Yimo smiled gently. "There is no need for apologies. I, a discarded waste of the Yi family, am not worthy of the Ning family. This annulment is a liberation for me. I harbor no resentment. I simply wish to avoid discussing this matter." Ning Qingxue felt an unexpected pang in her heart. Had she heard Yimo's words before meeting him, she would have dismissed them entirely. Yet now, after encountering Yimo, she found her previous disdain for him and her subconscious belief that he was unworthy of her to be rather absurd. The Yimo before her appeared to possess nothing. Yet his demeanor of tranquility and dignified composure starkly contrasted with her preconceived notions. He seemed not to be the impoverished Yimo, but rather one who looked down upon the world, solitary at the pinnacle of clouds. This sensation left Ning Qingxue feeling bewildered. Yimo sighed, understanding that Ning Qingxue faced difficulties, but since they were not his to resolve, he felt powerless. He began to speak, since Ning Qingxue seemed to grasp Yimo's intent, biting her lip to interrupt him. "I wish to go tonight." She suddenly felt a sense of balance and relief from interrupting him, as if the discomfort from earlier had dissipated. To her surprise, her words were once again interrupted. "Qingxue, it truly is you. I never expected to see you here at Jingwen's birthday party. What a delightful surprise." A young man, holding half a glass of red wine, appeared at Yimo's table. Ning Qingxue frowned, choosing not to respond further. The young man was somewhat attractive, yet his gaze seemed unfocused. Upon first seeing Yimo, he overlooked him entirely, for Yimo appeared far from a guest, hardly even qualifying as a mere attendant. "Please move aside. I haven't seen Qingxue in ages." The young man addressed Yimo with a wandering gaze. Chapter 24. A meager gift. Zhao Hong, "I apologize, but we have some matters to attend to now. Please find another place to sit." Ning Qingxue's courage wavered as her words were interrupted, leaving her feeling quite uncomfortable. Zhao Hong cast a puzzled glance at Yimo, a man who appeared rather impoverished, and wondered how he managed to be here, questioning the connection he had with Ning Qingxue. "Hello, I am Zhao Hong. I just returned from studying at Cambridge in the UK and am currently working at the Ninghai City Government Office. If you encounter any difficulties in Ninghai, feel free to reach out to me. I can assist with general matters," Zhao Hong stated, extending his hand with a sense of superiority. interpreting his gesture as a courtesy for Ning Qingshue's sake. Despite not understanding why Ning Qingxue wished to converse with this individual, he aimed solely to gain her favor. To Zhao Hong's surprise, Yimo casually plucked a plate of fruit from a nearby waiter's tray, seemingly oblivious to Zhao Hong's outstretched hand. Zhao Hong's face flushed with embarrassment as he retracted his hand, casting a resentful glare at Yimo while regretting his initial gesture. Just then, Wang Su approached. "Brother, you truly astound me. You managed to deceive even me. Remarkable skill. Here is my number. We must chat sometime," Wang Su exclaimed excitedly, slapping Yimo on the shoulder and handing him a business card with only a phone number. Yimo felt a favorable first impression of Wang Su, sensing he was a decent person, at least worth befriending. A smile crept across his face as he replied, "Certainly, I would be delighted." Ning Qingxue observed Yimo's contrasting demeanor towards the two individuals, pondering the implications. "Su Ge has arrived. Haha," Zhao Hong remarked awkwardly as he spotted Wang Su. "Why are you back, you pretentious foreigner? I thought you were in the UK, Wang Su spoke candidly. "I've graduated and am now working at the Ninghai City government office." "I didn't expect you to visit," Zhao Hong replied, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. "I just happened to return to Ninghai," Wang Su said, then turned to Yimo, "Brother Yi. Be sure to call me later, and let me have your number." "He doesn't have a phone," Su Jingwen's voice interjected timely. Yimo couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Regardless of where he sat, he was bound to attract attention, and he disliked such a noisy environment. He contemplated delivering his gift to Su Jingwen and departing immediately. "Jingwen, happy birthday. This diamond pendant was specially brought back from the UK for you. I hope you will not find it lacking," Zhao Hong said, noticing he had been sidelined and quickly presenting his gift. "Thank you, Zhao Hong. You are too generous," Su Jingwen replied, accepting the pendant and handing it to a maid behind her. Zhao Hong felt a flicker of disappointment as Su Jingwen merely passed his gift along without so much as a glance. "Sister Jingwen, I also brought something to celebrate your birthday," Su Mei interjected, squeezing in to present a set of cosmetics. In no time, guests attending the soiree began presenting their gifts, many of which had already been submitted to the reception at the entrance. While those entering with gifts were primarily close friends of Su Jingwen, even Ning Qingxue gifted a delicate brooch, prompting Yimo to realize that while he regarded his own gift as the most precious, its craftsmanship paled in comparison to those offered by others. Yet, at that moment, Su Jingwen looked expectantly at him, causing Yimo to smile wryly as he retrieved the handmade bracelet from his pocket, saying, "I made this myself. It's a bit rough. But alas, I couldn't afford anything more extravagant." The bracelet was indeed rudimentary, adorned with only 6 pea-sized jade beads haphazardly scattered across it. The quality of the jade was evidently subpar, making it rather unappealing. Onlookers gawked at Yimo's gift, whispering that even a simple purchase of an artisan piece would surpass this handmade trinket in value. The unattractive jade beads led some to speculate that they might be fake, worth merely a few coins, and indeed less than a crafted ornament. A chuckle finally escaped one individual from the crowd, unable to contain their laughter. What an extraordinary gift. Not only does he dress so poorly, but his offering is equally as meager. Truly unique. This must be an unparalleled treasure, they jeered. Zhao Hong seized the opportunity to mock Yimo, finally finding a way to ridicule him. Su Jingwen shot Zhao Hong a disapproving glance, but joyfully accepted Yimo's bracelet, placing it on her wrist. "Yi, thank you. I truly appreciate the gift you made for me. I adore it. Does this bracelet have a name?" Yimo smiled gently, replying, "I call it 6 Auspicious Peace." 6 Auspicious Peace? What a distinctive name, Su Mei noted, glancing at the delighted Su Jingwen. She contemplated offering Yimo a few kind words, but ultimately refrained. Ning Qingxue observed Yimo's humble gift with an expression of calm detachment, devoid of any unease. As she witnessed Su Jingwen's delight in receiving the gift, an indescribable feeling stirred within her, leaving her at a loss for words. As soft music began to play, signaling the commencement of the first dance, all attendees speculated who Su Jingwen would choose as her partner. To everyone's surprise, she turned to Yimo and asked, "Yimo, would you accompany me for this dance?" "He is Yimo?" Zhao Hong's expression shifted to one of confusion, recalling the rumors surrounding Yimo and Ning Qingxue. The sight of Su Jingwen donning the bracelet from Yimo and inviting him to dance suggested to even the oblivious that Yimo was likely being used as a shield to fend off those wishing to dance with her tonight. However, Ning Qingxue perceived the situation differently. She sensed that Su Jingwen genuinely wished to invite Yimo to dance. Although puzzled by her reasoning, She felt an inexplicable irritation rising within her, yet she quickly dismissed her instinctive emotions as absurd. Yemo, caught off guard by Su Jingwen's invitation to the soiree, awkwardly replied, "But I really don't know how to dance." Su Jingwen paused momentarily. Having considered every possibility except the fact that Yemo might genuinely be incapable of dancing. After all, he was once a scion of the Yi family and a student at Ninghai University. How could he not know how to dance? Only Li Mumei understood that Yemo might indeed lack dancing skills. While he enjoyed showing off, he seldom frequented dance halls or nightclubs, and he had very few friends. His arrogance seemed merely a facade of ostentation. Chapter 25 The first dance I can teach you, Su Jingwen said, momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining her composure. She recognized this as merely an excuse. Otherwise, if someone else nearby had interrupted to dance with her, she would have felt embarrassed to refuse. As soon as Su Jingwen's words left her lips, the attention of those around her shifted to her. Teach him to dance? Would he really learn in such a short time? Jingwen, how about this? The first dance is about to begin. I'll accompany you for now, and later, I'll call a few professional dancers to teach Yemo properly. The speaker was Wang Peng, who had arrived unnoticed. How did he get here? Yemo wondered. Glancing at Wang Peng, who returned his gaze with a cold glare, the warning in his eyes unmistakable. Yemo felt a twinge of caution, not because of any hostility from Wang Peng, but rather because he realized Wang Peng's hand had healed. Yemo was acutely aware of his own methods, having left a trace of true energy within the man's bones. Modern medicine would be powerless to dispel that remnant of energy in his wrist. Only a master of internal martial arts, or perhaps a practitioner of true cultivation, could fully heal him. Could such a master exist? Yemo sensed the need for greater vigilance in the future. He was uncertain about the precise level of expertise present in this place, and while he had not detected any practitioners of true cultivation who could truly ascertain such matters. After all, he himself was a concealed practitioner within the city. Moreover, certain secular martial arts had reached an extraordinary level, allowing their practitioners to rival many ordinary cultivators. Although Yemo was adept in both realms, he remained cautious, aware of his own limitations. No need for that, Yemo. Let me teach you, all right? Su Jingwen promptly rejected Wang Peng's suggestion, her gaze still fixed on Yemo. Yemo smiled faintly. Had Wang Peng not shown up, he might have claimed he was afraid he wouldn't learn in time. However, with Wang Peng's presence and his apparent targeting of Yemo, he refused to cower. If Wang Peng dared to provoke him, he would not shy away from confronting the master behind him. All right, but you needn't teach me. Just say it once, and I'll grasp it, Yemo stated. Hearing this, Wang Peng's irritation deepened. How could this oblivious fellow believe such a thing? No one around them accepted this claim, not even Su Jingwen, who was aware that Yemo merely needed her to accompany him to complete the task. She did not truly believe he could dance so well after just one verbal instruction. Nonetheless, since Yemo had spoken, Su Jingwen described the movements of the waltz and even demonstrated them slightly. That's enough, Yemo replied with a smile once she finished. At that moment, the music for the first dance began to play. All eyes were on Yemo and Su Jingwen as they stepped onto the dance floor. Eager to witness what Yemo meant by that's enough, with some even anticipating his potential blunders, Ning Snow observed Yemo quietly, sensing his confident smile conveyed a certain assurance. As Yemo held Su Jingwen's hand, a faint fragrance wafted to his nostrils, evoking an indescribable feeling. Except for the moment when his master had taken him away, he had never been so close to a woman. His heart raced inexplicably. Although Luo Ying had embraced him during their escape, that moment had been fleeting, and he had barely comprehended it before succumbing to a deep unconsciousness. Today was different. He was genuinely holding Su Jingwen's hand and moving with the rhythm of the music. Yemo, you must be deceiving me. You claimed you couldn't dance, yet you are doing remarkably well. I absolutely refuse to believe you learned it just from my explanation, Su Jingwen remarked as they danced, instantly recognizing that Yemo was no novice. His movements were even more fluid than her own. Yemo refrained from clarifying why he only needed to hear it once. Even if he did explain, would he reveal his consciousness? These motions were far too simple compared to what he practiced. Instead, he simply asked, "Do you often dance?" As Su Jingwen felt Yemo's warmth in her hands, brushing past him occasionally, she experienced a thrill akin to playing with fire. The masculine aura emanating from him left her slightly dazed. Was he truly just a student? As the onlookers witnessed Yemo and Su Jingwen's harmonious movements, realization dawned upon them. Yemo was merely feigning ignorance. No wonder. Who in this era would be a young master incapable of dancing? Wang Peng's face darkened with rage. He felt utterly toyed with by this fellow named Yemo. This infuriated him, and he swiftly relegated Yemo to the same category as that seller of charms, both deserving of disdain. Ning No quietly watched Yemo and Su Jingwen dance in sync, listening to the gentle music, lost in her thoughts while maintaining a serene expression. As the dance concluded, Su Jingwen appeared somewhat reluctant to part, but the applause around her reminded her that the performance had ended, leaving her with a hint of melancholy. With the music resuming, everyone sought partners to re-enter the dance floor. Just as Wang Peng was about to invite Su Jingwen for another dance, he suddenly spotted Ning Snow, his eyes lighting up. He hurried over and said, "Hello, I am Wang Peng. May I have the honor of inviting you to dance?" Ning Snow shot Wang Peng a cold glance, offering no reply as she directly approached Yemo and said, "Yemo, I still haven't finished what I wanted to say earlier. May I continue our conversation?" This left Wang Peng's expression increasingly grim. Su Jingwen was aware that Ning Snow had already annulled her engagement with Yemo. Yet she couldn't understand why Ning Snow continually sought him out. Did she have other matters to discuss? As Su Jingwen prepared to speak, Li Mumei approached and took her aside, saying, "Jingwen, I have something to discuss with you. Come with me." Watching Su Jingwen walk away, Yemo turned to Ning Snow and said, "All right, let's sit over here." He had initially intended to leave after the dance, but because of Ning Snow, he felt compelled to stay. Wang Peng glared at the ethereal Ning Snow as she was led away by Yemo, his frustration boiling beneath the surface. Devising plans for future retribution against this man. Finding a secluded corner, Yemo directly inquired, "I am no longer part of the Yi family from the capital. We are essentially from two different worlds now. What brings you to me?" Ning Snow remained silent for a long while before responding, "Yemo, I prefer not to discuss this here. May I come to your place tonight? I apologize, but I truly need to ask for your help." What? Yemo thought he misheard. Was it possible for a woman like Ning Snow to request to visit him at night? Whatever the matter, it seemed rather unusual. Chapter 26. Bringing Ning No home. What? You say No wants to marry Yemo? How can this be? Su Jingwen was equally stunned by Li Mumei's words. She could hardly fathom that Ning Snow harbored such a reckless notion. Her immediate instinct was to oppose it. Li Mumei looked at Su Jingwen with some surprise, sensing that her reaction was somewhat exaggerated. Realizing this, Su Jingwen offered a self-deprecating smile and said, "I mean, how could such an exceptional girl as Snow possibly marry Yemo, especially considering Yemo's situation? Even to escape a marriage contract, she shouldn't demean herself like this." Li Mumei sighed and replied, "It is precisely because Yemo is in that predicament that Snow made this decision. Poor Snow. However, I saw Yemo today, and he is utterly different from the Yemo I remember. It's astonishing how significantly a person can change. If only he hadn't been cast out from the Yi family and was in good health." Su Jingwen fell silent. For reasons she could not articulate, she felt a subconscious urge to oppose Ning Snow's marriage to Yemo, yet she could not pinpoint a single justification. Was it merely because he had danced with her today? Or perhaps due to his resemblance to the master who sold charms to her? "What is the matter, Jingwen?" Li Mumei inquired, noticing Su Jingwen's silence. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just wondering how I can assist." Su Jingwen was jolted back to reality by Li Mumei's question. Unaware of Su Jingwen's distraction, Li Mumei continued, "I will send you the photos of Snow and Yemo together in pajamas. You just need to find a tabloid to publish them, and then arrange for an interview regarding their supposed marriage." Su Jingwen widened her eyes at Li Mumei, finally exclaiming, "You actually came up with such a terrible idea? This would ruin Snow's reputation." Li Mumei sighed again and said, "Even if it does tarnish her name, it is far better than falling into the clutches of Song Shaoan. You know well what kind of ravenous wolf he is. You must be familiar with his reputation in Yanjing. If Snow had a choice, would she truly opt for this?" Su Jingwen was all too aware of Song Shaoan's malevolence. Calling him a rogue would be an insult to the term itself. He was a devil who devoured without remorse, having ruined countless women in Yanjing. She now understood Ning Snow's motives for making such a choice. After a long pause, Su Jingwen finally said, "But in doing so, wouldn't Yemo be the victim? He is innocent in all this. I know he is innocent. Initially, I believed that offering him some money would make him happy, but the Yemo I see now is unrecognizable. Can a person truly transform so drastically in adversity? Thus, I am unable to assist any further. It all hinges on whether Yemo is willing to help Snow. If he isn't, there is nothing more to be done," Li Mumei said helplessly. Su Jingwen opened her mouth but found no words to express her thoughts, and for a moment, they both fell into silence. Is there something you must discuss at my place? Can it be said here? Yuemo asked, bewildered. Ning Qingsno lowered her head. She found it difficult to explain to Yuemo. If he opposed Li Mumei's plan, how could she go abroad? After a moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and said, because I want to stay at your place tonight. I have something I wish to discuss with you privately, that's all. Upon hearing this, Yuemo sighed. Though he could not discern Ning Qingsno's intentions, he felt a resemblance to his former master's furrowed brow and replied resignedly, all right, then. You can come with me. I need to say goodbye to Jingwen first. You agreed? Ning Qingsno exclaimed in surprise, standing up. She had prepared herself for Yuemo to refuse, given how different he seemed from the Yuemo described by Li Mumei, yet he had unexpectedly consented. Jingwen, I'm leaving. Qingsno has some matters to discuss with me, Yuemo announced as he stood up, just as he spotted Su Jingwen approaching with another girl. He vaguely recognized the girl, but could not recall her name. Noticing Yuemo's apparent indifference towards her, Li Mumei thought to herself, he has indeed changed. Oh, Yuemo, you agreed? Su Jingwen asked, her expression tinged with curiosity. Upon uttering this question, she realized why she had asked it. Yuemo observed the three women's expressions, sensing an underlying tension that he could not comprehend. Nevertheless, he smiled nonchalantly, unconcerned by any unknown circumstances. As Ning Qingsno followed Yuemo into the taxi with her simple luggage, an odd feeling washed over her. The moment she stepped into the street beside Yuemo, it felt as though all her anxieties and worries had evaporated, leaving her feeling surprisingly lighthearted. This is where you live? Ning Qingsno's eyes sparkled with joy upon seeing Yuemo's modest courtyard. It was quiet and elegantly serene. What a splendid choice he had made in selecting such a lovely residence. Yuemo chuckled and replied, yes, it cannot compare to your place, but it's a bit simpler. Ning Qingsno shook her head, affirming, no, I really like it here. Yuemo, you're back? I wanted to tell you that the last time you went. Oh, who is she? Su Wei was taken aback by Ning Qingsno's stunning beauty. She had always considered herself reasonably attractive, but compared to Ning Qingsno, she felt like an ugly duckling. This nerdy Yuemo managed to bring home such a beautiful girl. She realized that appearances can be deceiving. Yet, Yuemo himself didn't seem unattractive either. Ning Qingsno also noticed Su Wei, whose fresh and neighborly charm was striking. She thought to herself that Yuemo indeed had good taste. No wonder he had hesitated to bring her here. It turned out he already had a female roommate. Was he not supposed to be a certain someone? Ning Qingsno suddenly felt her thoughts turning rather impure. Why bother thinking about that? She was here to marry him to thwart the Song family. Wait, would this girl agree to that? Nervousness washed over her as the atmosphere grew awkward. Just as the two girls expected Yuemo to introduce them, he unexpectedly walked inside first. Ning Qingsno glanced at Su Wei and followed Yuemo inside. You can stay in my room tonight. If there's anything you need to say, you can do so now. Yuemo guided Ning Qingsno to his room. Oh, then where will you sleep tonight? Ning Qingsno had initially planned for them to share the room, with a sofa for her to sleep on. As long as others believed they were sharing a room, that was sufficient. However, upon asking, she felt it was somewhat inappropriate, not out of shyness, as she had prepared herself for this, but because she suddenly recalled the girl she had seen at the door. She hadn't realized until now that Yuemo had a girlfriend who lived with him. In her eyes, what else could it be but a girlfriend? No need. I have a place to stay, Yuemo replied casually. I'm sorry, Yuemo, did I cause your girlfriend to misunderstand? Ning Qingsno asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into her voice as she sought to probe whether Su Wei was indeed his girlfriend. Yuemo waved his hand nonchalantly, choosing not to explain anything to Ning Qingsno, as he deemed it unnecessary. Instead, he stated, you mentioned you have something to discuss with me. Now that you are here, you may speak. Chapter 27. Is this a transaction? Seeing that Yuemo offered no rebuttal, Ning Qingshu sighed. He had a girlfriend. She was uncertain if this arrangement would work, but it appeared he did not live with her. Now that she was here, it might compel him to cohabit with his girlfriend. I want to marry you, Ning Qingshu stated bluntly, having exhausted all other subtler approaches. To her astonishment, Yuemo did not display any sign of surprise. His calm demeanor puzzled her further. After a prolonged silence, she softly asked, aren't you curious? Or is there something you wish to ask me? Although Yuemo was not particularly cunning, Ning Qingshue's intentions were not lost on him. Recalling Wang Ying's words about Ning Qingxue using him as a shield against suitors, coupled with her insistence on spending time together tonight and her declaration of wanting to marry him, It became clear to Yemo that she intended to use him as a means of protection. Ning Qingxue, sensing his silence, grew anxious and said, I want to interfere with your relationship. I just want others to know we live together and that we've even obtained a marriage certificate. I'll explain everything to your girlfriend clearly. She intended to use him as a shield. Disheartened, Yemo waved his hand. You need to explain anything to anyone. This matter has nothing to do with Su Wei. She's out of the equation after a moment's hesitation, though Yemo wished to refuse her. Ning Qingshue's sorrowful eyes seemed to sway him. While her motives were self-serving, she did not hide them, and Yemo was indifferent to being used in this manner. What compelled him to assist her was the heart-wrenching look in her eyes. I can pay you. I want to ask for your help without compensation, she added quickly, sensing his hesitation. Very well, I agree. When shall we acquire the marriage certificate? You may arrange it. However, I hope you will keep my identity confidential. Yemo replied with a detached tone, as if discussing a matter entirely unrelated to him. Ning Qingxue gazed at him in surprise. She had not expected him to accept her proposal without question. Regardless of his motivations, she felt grateful. As for the latter part of his statement, she interpreted it as a request not to disclose anything to Su Wei. Here is 500,000. Use it for now. The password is 575,757, she said. Handing him a bank card. Yemo accepted the card, a wry smile playing on his lips. Well, you've now paid. We are in a transaction. When you feel the transaction is complete, you may leave. I need to rest now. As he departed, Ning Qingxue felt an inexplicable pang in her heart, as though she had committed a grave error. What exactly had she done wrong? Sitting on Yemo's bed, she found herself in a daze. Perhaps her earlier intuition was flawed. Maybe he had only agreed due to the financial arrangement. It seemed Mu Mei had not wronged him after all. Upon reaching the courtyard, Yemo found Su Wei already inside. Holding the bank card, a tumult of emotions surged within him. In that fleeting moment of receiving the card, he felt an urge to hurl it at Ning Qingshue's face and demand she leave. His willingness to let her in and assist her stemmed not only from memories of his helpless master, but also from her sorrowful gaze. Shaking his head, he pondered what Ning Qingxue had done wrong. Perhaps, in her mind, she believed her actions were justified. With Ning Qingxue occupying the room, Yemo had nowhere to go. Fortunately, he had been practicing in the northern part of the courtyard, where an ancient tree stood. Each time he meditated beneath its boughs, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. Yemo sat beneath the ancient tree, meditating throughout the night. He felt his energy strengthen, a faint smile gracing his lips as last night's gloom dissipated. Perhaps it was true. One must be pushed to strive harder. Without waiting for Ning Qingxue to discuss their marriage plans, Yemo set off for school. After he had departed, Ning Qingxue and Su Wei awoke, exchanging awkward greetings. For them, it was as if Yemo had spent the night with the other. Ning Qingxue found herself puzzled. Wasn't he supposed to be single? How could he cohabit with someone else? Yet, she felt too shy to voice her thoughts. After spending the day in the library, Yemo returned to his dormitory for an afternoon nap. That evening, he was invited by Shirshio to dine out, primarily due to a free meal voucher he had secured from the school's cafeteria. Yemo, you were quite the spectacle yesterday. Do you know that after you left? Yin Yin was so upset her face turned white. If it weren't for Wu Qingbing coming to her rescue, I think she would have wanted to disappear. Shirshio exclaimed excitedly. He only exhibited such exaggerated behavior in front of Yemo. By the way, who was that woman looking for you yesterday? She was incredibly beautiful. She couldn't possibly be a star, could she? No, even a star wouldn't compare to her. Yemo chuckled, patting Shirshio on the shoulder. I slept all afternoon and am famished. Let us hurry and eat. Shirshio suddenly sighed. Yemo, to be honest, I'm a bit worried about you. Aren't you anxious? Graduation is approaching, yet you failed all your exams last semester. Don't even think about your degree. You might not even get your graduation certificate at this rate, and you're still napping every day. Does being anxious help? Yemo retorted. If it did, I'd be anxious every day. Never mind. I have my own connections. When you graduate and find yourself without a job, come to me. I'll help you find something. Please, I want more than just a meal, Shirshio scoffed. A relative of mine can help me land a job in a government department. You'd envy me. Let us go. I can smell the food from Juwei Lu. Juwei Lu, the most famous dining establishment on campus, served delicious dishes with a unique flair. While it may not rival Shihu Rinjia in terms of presentation, Yemo found himself appreciating its style. Shirshio had only a 200 yuan voucher, yet it sufficed for both of them. Though Yemo and Shirshio enjoyed a good rapport, it was rare for them to dine together. Yemo ordered 2 bottles of liquor. and they continued eating until around 7 or 8 in the evening. Shirshio's tolerance for alcohol was low, and Yimo ended up consuming most of the 2 bottles. As he helped the somewhat dazed Shirshio back to his dormitory, he spotted Zheng Wenxiao heading to the restroom. Though it was merely a glimpse of his back, Yimo's keen eyes caught it instantly. Having previously endured Zheng's tricks without consequence, Yimo felt a surge of irritation upon seeing him. He would not let this opportunity slip by. After hastily depositing Shirshio in his room, Yimo rushed back outside Zhu Lu, contemplating that Zheng Wenxiao likely had some influence, but he could easily disguise himself when confronting him. Yimo's initial thought was to eliminate Zheng Wenxiao entirely, but he knew that would raise suspicions. Instead, it would suffice to incapacitate him. It wasn't too long before Zheng Wenxiao emerged from Zhu Lu, engaged in a phone conversation, requesting urgent support for recommendations and collections. Chapter 28. Pursuit. Zheng Wenxiao entered his BMW and drove towards a somewhat secluded location. Yimo followed closely behind, and soon Zheng Wenxiao came to a halt. A man in his 40s was supporting a woman, hurrying towards him, and Zheng Wenxiao promptly went to assist. To Yimo's surprise, the woman was Yunbing, their English teacher, also known as Wu Qingbing. Why was Yunbing waiting for Zheng Wenxiao here? Yimo found it curious, but chose not to dwell on it. She appeared to be intoxicated and needed support. Under the dim light, Zheng Wenxiao quickly helped Yunbing into his BMW. Although Yimo was unsure of the nature of their relationship, the sight of her drunken state being lifted into the car raised suspicions. However, Yimo had never held Yunbing in high regard and was not concerned about her predicament. His focus today was solely on confronting Zheng Wenxiao. The BMW emitted a plume of smoke and sped away. Yimo stealthily followed, relieved that the car's speed was moderate in the city, and his cloud shadow step had improved enough for him to keep up. After several minutes, the BMW drove into a tranquil residential area. Yimo could not enter through the main gate. Having confirmed there were no surveillance cameras nearby, he scaled the wall and discreetly observed the BMW from a distance. The car stopped in front of a building, and Zheng Wenxiao, along with another man, swiftly assisted Yunbing upstairs. Yimo remained below, aware that he was at the first level of Qi training. Had he reached the 3rd level, he could have easily followed them undetected. However, it was not the right moment to confront Zheng Wenxiao, as the ideal setting for retribution would be within the confines of a room. After waiting for a while, Yimo noticed the light of a 4th-floor room suddenly illuminate. He immediately discerned that they had reached the 4th floor and, without hesitation, climbed through the security bars into the brightly lit room. "Young Master Qiao, I have begun," came the voice of the other man, indicating the commencement of their sinister intentions. "Proceed. When I am with this woman, ensure you record every detail. I refuse to believe she won't comply with the video evidence." Zheng Wenxiao's voice trailed off, followed by the sound of tearing fabric. "Who are you?" Yimo kicked open the door, startling Zheng Wenxiao and the middle-aged man wielding a digital camera. However, upon seeing a masked figure enter, they both breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the man behind Zheng was skilled. "Friend, what do you want? If you seek only money, we are of no concern to one another." Zheng Wenxiao spoke warily while slowly putting on his clothes. "Scum." Yimo uttered 2 words before launching a kick. Zheng Wenxiao's hand, still on his shirt button, was sent flying, crashing against the wall, causing him to lose consciousness instantly. The middle-aged man, witnessing the masked intruder attacking without warning, discarded his camera and drew a dagger to strike at Yimo. His movements were swift, but in Yimo's eyes, he was no match for even Feng Wei, who had previously sought to challenge him. In a flurry of swift kicks, Yimo dispatched this man, whom Zheng Wenxiao had deemed competent. As the middle-aged man flew across the room, he collided with the discarded digital camera, which smashed against the ceiling before shattering on the floor. The 2 men were now incapacitated. "Wait, do you know who he is? The son of Mayor Zheng. Aren't you afraid?" The middle-aged man attempted to threaten Yimo as he lay on the ground. Yimo scoffed coldly and stepped forward, delivering a kick to the man's head. "Fear? Not in the slightest." The man groaned and promptly lost consciousness. Yimo surveyed the room, noticing several candid photographs of Yunbing adorning the walls, including one where she held a little girl. It dawned on him that this was Yunbing's residence. Zheng Wenxiao's intentions seemed sinister, and it appeared that if Yunbing did not wish to harm herself, she would likely be at his mercy. Unsure of what Zheng Wenxiao desired from Yunbing, Yimo chose to dismiss these thoughts. He hoisted the unconscious forms of Zheng Wenxiao and the middle-aged man and resolved against administering punishment within Yunbing's room. especially considering her current state was far from dignified. As he approached the door, he caught sight of the disheveled Yunbing. Realizing something was amiss, he understood the effects of the drug she had ingested were severe. Without intervention, she could suffer lasting harm. Yimo cursed Zheng Wenxiao's malice inwardly. Observing Yunbing's flushed body, he sighed and discarded Zheng Wenxiao and the middle-aged man outside before moving to her bedside, intending to purge the remnants of the drug from her system. However, as he neared, Yunbing suddenly embraced him tightly, akin to a drowning person clutching a lifeline. Her soft, fragrant body pressed against him, and she seemed to relax, her fingers grasping at his back, desperately seeking comfort. Now at the first level of qi training, Yimo placed a hand on Yunbing's crown chakra, channeling his energy to extract the lingering traces of the drug from her body. With each moment, he expelled the noxious essence, gradually calming her. After a considerable time, and having broken a sweat, Yimo finally succeeded in eliminating all remnants of the drug. Relieved, he removed the black cloth from his face and wiped his forehead. At that moment, Yunbing awakened, her eyes widening in panic as she saw Yimo wiping his sweat. Overcome by embarrassment and anger, she promptly fainted again. Chapter 29. Ning Kingsnow's second impression weary. Yimo failed to notice that Yunbing had already awakened. He casually draped a blanket over her and remarked, "Consider today a stroke of luck for you. Given your attitude towards me, I wouldn't have saved you, but today, fortune smiles upon me." After closing the door, he resumed his previous task of hauling out Zheng Wenxiao and the middle-aged man, boldly exiting. He stripped both men of their clothing, dealt with them harshly, and then brutally kicked them where it hurt. Tossing their bodies into the back seat of his car, he then drove off in his BMW. He made his way to Century Square, parking the vehicle conspicuously and leaving the windows wide open as he departed. Yimo was absent for the entire day. Ning Qingsnow, feeling anxious in the yard, had intended to obtain their marriage certificate that day, but Yimo's prolonged absence suggested he had forgotten their agreement. When Su Wei had met Ning Qingsnow in the morning, there was an air of awkwardness. She marveled at how such a beautiful girl as Ning Qingsnow had come to associate with someone as impoverished as Yimo. It was astonishing that she would choose to cohabit with him before marriage. Although Su Wei held a favorable impression of Yimo, she felt Ning Qingsnow's excellence was somewhat excessive. Ning Qingsnow shared Su Wei's contemplations, pondering why Su Wei would choose to be with Yimo, particularly as he seemed to harbor certain ailments. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, both women convinced of their own correctness. As Su Wei left for work, Ning Qingsnow felt a sense of discomfort in the unfamiliar yard. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without Yimo's return, she noticed the garden was adorned with various flowers and plants. Initially believing Su Wei was responsible, she discerned that the arrangements were more likely Yimo's handiwork. Curious, she approached the flora, spotting a particular plant with silvery leaves that appeared to be meticulously cared for, occupying a significant area all on its own. After wandering around the yard, she returned to Yimo's room, which was sparsely furnished with only a bed and a table. The only items that piqued her curiosity were a small box and a pot that seemed intended for brewing medicine. She felt no desire to investigate the contents of the box, disinterested in prying into another's privacy. The peculiar pot drew no interest from her either. She suddenly sensed that Yimo might be somewhat different from what Mu Mei had depicted, yet he also mirrored her words in certain respects, creating a perplexing impression. She was unaware of how Yimo had come to know Su Jingwen, who seemed to think favorably of him. The memory of watching Yimo dance with Su Jingwen, their chemistry palpable, stirred feelings of unease within her, causing her to chuckle inwardly at her own reactions. Now that she had witnessed Yimo cohabiting with a girl next door, her feelings remained remarkably tranquil. Reflecting on how he had unhesitatingly accepted her card worth 500,000, the remnants of her guilt towards him dissipated entirely. All she could do now was wait for Yimo to return so they could go together to secure their marriage certificate. Then, she would ask Mu Mei to send out copies of their marriage certificate and photographs of their private life together. If these measures failed to extricate her from the Song family's entanglements, she would be at a loss for what to do next. When Yimo finally returned to the courtyard, both Su Wei and Ning Qingsnow were already asleep. Noticing the lights were off in both rooms, he opted not to enter and instead continued his training beneath the large tree in the backyard. Ning Qingsnow, hearing the sound of the courtyard gate, realized Yimo had returned, wondering if he always stayed out so late. A moment later, she thought she heard noises from Su Wei's room next door. Time passed quickly as Yimo practiced his routines. In the morning, he completed a set of punches and washed up just as Su Wei awoke. She greeted him with a peculiar expression, though it quickly normalized as she hastily prepared to leave for work. Ning Snow, who had been awake for some time, heard the exchange but refrained from stepping out until Su Wei had departed. Upon seeing Yi Mo tending to the plants, she mused that indeed he was the one responsible for them. It was curious for a man to take such an interest in gardening. She pondered whether he was simply meticulous or perhaps had other issues. "Oh, you're awake." Yi Mo turned to Ning Snow, pausing momentarily before continuing. "Why do you look so pale? Did you not eat yesterday?" Initially seeking to break the awkward silence, he was taken aback when Ning Snow genuinely shook her head and replied, "I'm not hungry. I didn't eat yesterday." A day without food? Yi Mo found himself at a loss. He could manage without sustenance for a day, but Ning Snow, not being a practitioner, was clearly affected by it. "Go freshen up. We'll eat soon," he instructed, returning to his precious silver leaf plant. Once Ning Snow was ready, Yi Mo took her to a nearby eatery where they shared a bowl of porridge and several steamed buns. Observing Yi Mo consume 2 bowls of porridge and 5 buns, Ning Snow, who had gone without food the previous day, could barely manage half a bun and a small bowl of porridge. "Why do you insist on marrying me?" "You know," Yi Mo began, but was interrupted by Ning Snow. "You don't need to ask so many questions. Just know that this is a transaction between us," she stated flatly. Since Yi Mo had readily accepted the card and she learned of his cohabitation with Su Wei, her mood had soured further. She began to doubt the seemingly carefree Yi Mo she had seen at Su Jingwen's birthday party was merely a fade. Had he asked such questions upon their first meeting, she might have confided in him about wanting to escape the Song family. But now, she had no desire for further conversation. She would pay, and Yi Mo would fulfill his obligations, an uncomplicated transaction. Once completed, they would remain as they were, entirely independent of one another. Sensing the shift in Ning Snow's tone, Yi Mo merely smiled, unconcerned. He had no intention of quarreling with a woman, especially over something as inconsequential as marriage. The process of obtaining a marriage certificate was straightforward. Just present identification and take a photo together. He mused upon the complexities of marriage in his past life, only to find the current process astonishingly simple. However, he noted that divorce appeared even easier, to the point where one need not be present to finalize it. Yi Mo had no time for such reflections. Shortly after he and Ning Snow secured their marriage certificate, Li Mu Mei arrived. She was there to assist them in capturing a few candid photographs of their life together. Chapter 30. Life after marriage. Why do we still need to wear pajamas? Yi Mo asked, somewhat disheartened, pondering whether they were to stage some frivolous photo shoot. Seemingly understanding Yi Mo's thoughts, Li Mu Mei replied, "If Ning Qingxue isn't afraid, what are you afraid of? Do you really think you're the main character in a romantic drama?" Although Ning Qingxue held a somewhat negative view of Yi Mo, Li Mu Mei's words left her feeling a bit embarrassed. The mere mention of romantic dramas was distasteful to her. Yi Mo intended to decline, but upon recalling the melancholic gaze of Ning Qingxue that resembled Luo Ying's, he found himself acquiescing. Perhaps deep down, he unconsciously regarded Ning Qingxue as a surrogate for his master, Luo Ying, or perhaps he used her to reminisce about Luo Ying. Besides, if Ning Qingxue was unbothered, why should he be? Such matters were trivial to him. Lending a hand cost him nothing. As he donned his pajamas and leaned against the bed beside Ning Qingxue, Yi Mo felt an inexplicable sensation. The subtle fragrance emanating from her was intoxicating. It bore a resemblance to Luo Ying's scent, yet had its own distinct notes. The difference eluding his grasp, but he found it delightful. Without realizing it, he inched closer to Ning Qingxue, oblivious to the performance they were enacting. Ning Qingxue, clad in her pajamas, sat beside Yi Mo, her brow furrowing slightly in distaste, though her expression quickly returned to normal. Yi Mo lacked the unpleasant odor she abhorred. Instead, he exuded a freshness that bordered on excessive, a faint masculine scent mingled with an almost infantile fragrance, leaving Ning Qingxue somewhat dazed. She sensed Yi Mo leaning in closer, and, almost inexplicably, did not recoil but instead allowed herself to lean against him, closing her eyes as if lost in thought. Momentarily forgetting that they were merely acting, Ning Qingxue's soft, delicate form felt pleasantly refreshing to Yi Mo. However, it wasn't long before he recalled that this was a photo shoot, with Li Mu Mei nearby, and that this was not the time for his fantasies. Li Mu Mei, somewhat astonished, interjected, "You two aren't seriously getting into character, are you? Hey, I've already taken the pictures, you can stop now." Honestly, Ning Qingxue jolted back to reality, her face flushing crimson. She was genuinely perplexed by how she had become so engrossed in the moment. Fumbling, she hastily threw on a jacket. Yemo chuckled, rubbed his nose, and nonchalantly got dressed before exiting the room. Mu Mei I, Ning Qingxue stammered, unsure of how to explain her earlier behavior. She was at a loss as to why she found herself drawn to Yemo, failing to push him away despite his intentions. Well, the photos are done. I'll give one to Jingwen and take another back to Yanjing. For now, you should stay here by yourself. I estimate you'll need to remain for at least a month, after which things should become clearer. I'll come to check on you often. Li Mu Mei sighed again and continued. Fortunately, Yemo is who he is. Otherwise, if you two were involved, it could have been quite perilous. Ning Qingxue understood the implications of Li Mu Mei's words, but was uncertain how to counter them. She even questioned whether Yemo was a normal man. After all, how could he live with Su Wei? Despite her thoughts, she felt too shy to voice them. However, she was aware of her feelings towards Yemo. Regardless of his nature, Mu Mei was being overly concerned. What had transpired was merely an accident, and in that moment, her mind was only at peace, devoid of any other thoughts. The following day, the most significant news was not the announcement of Ning Qingxue's marriage, but rather the discovery of an incident at Century Square, involving a BMW. Upon police intervention, it was revealed that one of the individuals was the son of the vice mayor, and both sustained serious injuries. It was evident that the incident was intentional. Although Zheng Wenxiao and the other person were rescued, they had unfortunately become incapacitated, leading to a sensational case. After Li Mu Mei departed, Yemo's life returned to its previous rhythm. He discovered that unless he brought back food, Ning Qingxue hardly ate. Unbeknownst to him, when she ventured out, she only took a card, which she handed to him, leaving herself without any cash. Following their last encounter, she felt too embarrassed to call Li Mu Mei, and given that Yemo had accepted 50,000 from her, it seemed logical that all her expenses fell to him. If it had been just Yemo, he could have managed with meager meals or even gone without, but with Ning Qingxue present, he felt compelled to provide her daily sustenance. However, as days passed, he noticed that she barely touched the meals he brought. With a sigh, Yemo realized that Ning Qingxue might be somewhat picky, unable to adapt to takeout. In resignation, he began to buy groceries and cook for himself, but with only 50,000 remaining. After purchasing some medicinal herbs and various other essentials, he found himself with just 20,000 left. Glancing at Ning Qingxue's card, he contemplated that since she was living in his place and using his food, it would be acceptable to utilize her card for a bit of spending. After all, any excess could simply be returned to her. Yet, to Yemo's disappointment, the card provided by Ning Qingxue was frozen by the bank, rendering it useless. Despite the myriad of challenges, one silver lining was that Ning Qingxue did not object to the meals he prepared. In fact, she consumed them heartily, alleviating some of Yemo's worries. He feared that if she were to weaken over the month, Li Mu Mei might come after him in a frenzy, and while he was unbothered by her anger, he preferred not to witness Ning Qingxue in a state of hunger. Ning Qingxue found it curious that although she consumed little of the takeout Yemo brought, she ate significantly more when he cooked. Perhaps his culinary skills coincided with her tastes, for within just over a week, she noticed a slight increase in her weight. Most gratifying for Yemo was the maturation of his silver heart grass, from which he could finally harvest seeds. He carefully collected 39 seeds, storing them in a prepared jade vial. As he had no intention of continuing to cultivate them in this yard, he could not remain here for 2 more years. Once his business in Ninghai concluded, he would leave without hesitation. A premonition lingered within him that Ninghai was no longer a suitable place for him to linger. Having gathered the seeds, Yemo began processing the fully matured silver heart grass. The key lay in its utilization. Perhaps this single plant could elevate him to the second tier. With the remaining 20,000, he spent over 10,000 on medicinal herbs. Preparing to concoct a restorative broth alongside the silver heart grass, Ning Qingxue typically requested Yemo to borrow a few books from the library, rarely venturing outside. Instead, choosing to sit in the courtyard absorbed in reading. While Yemo tended to the plants, she would quietly observe him, and during his preparation of the medicinal broth, she remained silently attentive, never asking a single question. Su Wei generally returned home late in the evenings, leaving for work early in the morning. Aside from exchanging a few words with Yemo, she rarely encountered Ning Qingxue, reminiscent of the early days when Yemo had similarly kept a low profile. Seldom crossing paths with her, Yemo diligently transformed an entire jar of broth into a single bowl, intending to consume it during his evening training. Yemo, I wish to ask you something. For the first time, Ning Qingxue, who typically only spoke to him when asking to borrow books, initiated a conversation, seemingly seeking his assistance with something. Chapter 31. The Reluctant Blood Donation. Ah, how astute you all are. Your prowess is admirable, and my admiration for you flows like an unending river, relentless and overwhelming. In just half a day, over 800 votes have been cast. Thank you, thank you. This chapter shall be updated, as my spirits are high. What is it? Speak up, for today my mood is quite pleasant. Yemo has collected some grass seeds today and transformed the silver heart grass into a bowl of medicinal soup. Indeed, my spirits are lifted. Could you lend me 2,000 yuan? Ning Qingxue stated calmly, knowing that Yemo would likely not refuse her request, as his wealth was essentially hers. I have no money. Yemo's previously cheerful mood soured at her request. After all, he had merely over 3,000 yuan in his pocket. While she was asking to borrow 2,000 at once, Ning Qingxue was greatly perturbed by Yemo's frugality. How could he be so miserly? He had taken 50,000 from her, yet would not lend her a mere 2,000. How could he be like this? You could spare a bit of interest from that 50,000 to cover this 2,000. As a man, you have many responsibilities ahead. You cannot be so unyielding. To her surprise, Ning Qingxue voiced her thoughts, and they seemed quite reasonable. Seeing Ning Qingxue begin to argue, Yemo quickly raised his hand and interjected. Stop, stop, stop. He then fished out a roll of cash from his pocket, counted out 20 bills, and handed them to her. This is a one-time deal. Do not ask me for money again. My finances are hard-earned. Ning Qingxue pouted but did not retort. However, in her heart, she mused that if his money was hard to come by, then was anyone's wealth easily obtained? All she needed was a place to stay, and that alone would amount to 50,000. The reason Ning Qingxue requested 2,000 was that she had no money on her and her phone bill was due, alongside the need to purchase some personal items, which made her situation quite inconvenient. That night, after Yemo waited for Su Wei and Ning Qingxue to fall asleep, he walked to the large tree in the backyard and drank the medicinal soup in one gulp before commencing his cultivation. The powerful medicinal properties surged within him, rapidly altering the width and strength of his meridians in accordance with his chi flow. Yemo was overjoyed. He had not anticipated that the effects of the humble silver heart grass would be so potent. It appeared that advancing to the second layer of chi cultivation was within reach. After 4 hours, Yemo felt a tremendous increase in his true energy, but soon realized something was amiss. Once his true energy reached a certain level, it ceased to increase and instead began to scorch his meridians. Alarmed, Yemo thought, if this continues, I shall truly become useless. What is happening? The heat within his meridians intensified, causing increasing discomfort. In a moment of desperation, Yemo bit into his wrist. With a sudden burst, the pent-up heat transformed into a spray of warm blood, and Yemo sighed with relief. Thankfully, he had thought quickly, otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. It seemed he should not have consumed an entire bowl at once. The soup had lacked several spiritual herbs, and he had replaced them with ordinary ingredients, leading to this adverse reaction. Once the burning sensation subsided, Yemo quickly used his chi to seal the wound. Although he had lost a fair amount of blood, he had successfully reached the late stage of the first layer of cultivation. This initial breakthrough was significant, and he sensed that the medicinal power within him was not yet depleted. If he continued to cultivate, he might very well ascend to the second layer. However, the next day, after breakfast and preparing to head to school, Yemo once again felt the burning in his meridians. Internally frustrated, he pondered whether he would have to bleed himself dry. Losing blood was a painful affair. This predicament did not daunt Yemo. He promptly went to the hospital to donate blood. After an unknown quantity of blood was drawn, he finally felt his true energy settle down and breathed a sigh of relief. Arriving at school, he bypassed the library and sought a secluded spot to continue his cultivation. These days were crucial. He needed to fully refine the medicinal liquid to not waste the precious silver heart grass. In the following days, Ning Qingxue maintained contact with Li Mumei amidst the chaos surrounding the Ning family, an issue she dared not dwell upon. Although Ning Hai had announced her marriage to Yemo, the fervor surrounding it paled in comparison to that in Yanjing. One source of solace for Ning Qingxue was that since her news had surfaced in the media, the Song family seemed to have quieted down, no longer mentioning her and Song Shaowen. Yemo was living a life of bittersweet joy, making continuous progress in his cultivation while having to donate blood daily. Fortunately, while the compensation for blood donation was minimal, it still constituted a form of income. On the 6th night after consuming the medicinal soup, while cultivating, Yemo felt a series of soft pops within his body. as if something had suddenly connected. He felt a wave of ease wash over him, and the residual medicinal liquid within him dissipated entirely, multiplying his true energy and allowing his consciousness to extend outward. At last, he had reached the second layer of qi cultivation. What an arduous journey it had been. No longer would he have to endure the discomfort of blood donation. In that moment, Yimo nearly leapt to his feet to shout in triumph, but refrained, knowing it was the middle of the night, and such a display might label him a madman. Yet, the joy in his heart was indescribable. The next day, Yimo bought some breakfast for Ning Qingxue before heading to school. He intended to leave her a few pills for Shishio, as he was soon to depart Ninghai. Shishio was a friend who had given him some pills he had concocted, just in case of emergencies. Initially, Yimo had expected that marrying Ning Qingxue and taking some photos would lead to complications, but nearly half a month had passed without any troubles, allowing him to gradually relax. Ning Qingxue called out to Yimo as he was leaving, her tone both surprising and somewhat disconcerting to him. The last time she called out, he had lost 2,000 yuan. What could it be this time? However, when she called him, Yimo could not simply ignore her. Turning to face her, he couldn't help but smile at her ethereal beauty, though he noted she had become somewhat fuller, likely due to his culinary efforts. One might think she was on holiday rather than seeking refuge. What is it? Yimo asked, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Seeing his weary expression, Ning Qingxue felt a twinge of annoyance. Did she not deserve to be with him? Even in a faux marriage, she felt she was worthy of someone like him. Thankfully, her composed nature prevented her from dwelling on it too much, allowing her to endure a month in silence. A classmate of mine is visiting today. She is a journalist, and you should know her purpose for coming. Although I would rather not have dinner with her, I am still under scrutiny. I would like you to accompany me to dinner with my classmate tonight, if you could. Ning Qingxue resumed her calm demeanor. I can cook. Why go out to eat? Yimo's first reaction was to save money by preparing a meal himself. Ning Qingxue nearly choked on her words. It was not about pride. She simply wished to present a more authentic image of their married life to others. Fine. I will go tonight, Yimo replied with a resigned tone, and turned to leave. The additional update is due to the recommendation votes exceeding 800 yesterday. Currently, the total stands at 4,405. If it reaches 5,500 tomorrow, I shall provide another update. What? 6,500 votes? Then I shall add even more updates. Thanks to my beloved Sugarcane for your generous support. Thank you for the update votes as well. Thank you, beloved Sugarcane, for becoming the second steward of the strongest abandoned youth. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 32. The ruthless ice of shame and anger. Yun Bing had not attended school for some time. She only remembered that after leaving school that night, she intended to visit the supermarket for some items. However, she encountered a senior from her past. The senior seemed to have purchased 2 bottles of drinks and offered her one. Despite her reluctance to engage in conversation, his cordiality was hard to refuse, and he even opened the drink for her. After taking a few sips, she exchanged a few words and was about to leave when she felt a sudden dizziness. Yun Bing was no novice. She had been living independently in society for many years. Realizing something was amiss with the drink, she instinctively wanted to scream. But her head spun increasingly, rendering her voiceless. The subsequent events remained a blur to her. How was it that when she awoke that night, she found Yimo present? Could he and her senior be in cahoots? Her first instinct was to report to the police and have Yimo arrested. However, upon inspection, it appeared she had not been sexually assaulted, and nothing in her home had been stolen, save for the destruction of her door, which had been kicked in. Reflecting on Yimo's youth, she sighed and chose to let him be. Yet, her disdain for him had reached a boiling point, leaving her puzzled about how he knew her senior. Upon rising to investigate, she discovered signs of a struggle in her room, even noting that a digital camera had been shattered. Had the two of them fought over who would take advantage of her first? The thought filled her with both shame and anger. She resolved to confront Yimo the following day. But the news that broke the next morning dissuaded her from pursuing that course of action. She learned from the news that 2 men, stripped of their clothing, had been beaten into a state of idiocy and left in a car at Century Square. Although the images were pixelated, something about the situation struck her as peculiar. Continuing her search online, she found clearer images on lesser-known websites, recognizing one of the men as Zheng Wenxiao, the very senior who had attempted to deceive her. Yun Bing immediately thought of Yimo, suspecting he might be behind this incident. Regardless of the circumstances, the fact that her senior had been reduced to a fool brought her a sense of vindication. While she could not be certain of Yimo's involvement, she had no intention of exposing him. However, The thought of Yimo trying to take advantage of her kindled a deep-seated resentment within her. As for why Yimo had not violated her, Yunbing understood it clearly. It was due to his lack of capability. Yet, the mystery of his presence in her room and the fate of her senior puzzled her, leading her to abandon those thoughts altogether. Thus, she took a leave of absence that day, choosing to rest for half a month before returning to school. To her surprise, the first person she encountered upon her return was Yimo, fresh from his training and on his way to find Shirxiu. He caught sight of Yunbing entering the school. Instantly, memories of that night, particularly her naked form and her voluptuous figure, flooded his mind. Upon seeing Yimo, Yunbing felt a surge of anger. His unabashed gaze only fueled her ire further. The thought of him having seen her body in such an unguarded state ignited her fury. Yimo, come here, she said, her tone deceptively calm, concealing an inner tempest. Yimo, unaware that she had recognized him that night, approached her with a composed demeanor, asking, Yun teacher, what is it? Yunbing remained silent, leading him to a secluded part of the school. After a short while, Yimo sensed something was off. Could it be that Yunbing had discovered his identity that night? That seemed implausible. She had been unconscious, and he had covered his face. Once they reached an isolated area, Yunbing glared at him, her face a mask of fury. Did you find it amusing? Find what amusing? The scenery here is rather ordinary, Yimo replied, sensing an ominous shift. Without warning, Yunbing raised her hand and struck him across the face. Even if he had been prepared for her aggression, her slap was futile. Yimo caught her wrist, his voice icy. Yun teacher, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Should you dare to lay a hand on me again, do not blame me for being unkind. I will make the Ningshu Lake a place for your bathing. With that, he turned to leave. Yimo, you scoundrel, you shameless wretch, Yunbing exclaimed, her voice rising in anger as he walked away without a hint of hesitation, starkly contrasting her usual icy demeanor. Yet Yimo paid her no mind, disappearing from view. Though dubbed the ruthless ice, the memory of Yimo's gaze brought tears to Yunbing's eyes. After a prolonged moment, she rubbed her swollen eyes and departed alone. Not far behind, another girl emerged, observing Yunbing's retreating figure with disbelief, murmuring, I never thought Yimo would bully even Yun teacher. This man is truly rotten to the core. Irritated, Yimo lost his desire to locate Shirxiu in the classroom and exited the school instead. He regretted his prior engagement. Had he known that rescuing her would lead to such a situation, he would have left her to her own devices. As Yimo opened the gate to his courtyard, Ning Qingxue approached him affectionately, wrapping her arms around his. He glanced behind her to see a tall woman of similar age with long hair and bright eyes, her gaze darting around him, appearing both worldly and shrewd. Yimo, let me introduce you. This is my classmate Zhou Lei, who has come to visit me in Ninghai. Zhou Lei, this is my husband, Yimo, Ning Qingxue said enthusiastically. Only Ning Qingxue understood that her eagerness to introduce herself as Yimo's wife stemmed from a desire for everyone to recognize their union. Zhou Lei, a journalist, was well aware of Ning Qingxue's intentions. Hello, Miss Zhou, Yimo greeted with a smile, extending his hand for a shake. Hello, Mr. Yi. You may call me Zhou Lei, and I shall call you Yimo without formality, Zhou Lei replied with a professional smile. However, Zhou Lei felt a twinge of curiosity. She had heard of Yimo and, like many others, speculated that Ning Qingxue's marriage was merely a ruse to evade the Song family. After visiting her residence, her suspicions were reinforced. Yet, witnessing Yimo's composed demeanor now raised doubts about her earlier conclusions. Qingxue, you should have called me since your classmate was visiting, she said. Oh, by the way, Zhou Lei hasn't eaten yet, right? Let us go grab a bite to eat. I apologize for the simplicity of my home. I hope it doesn't embarrass you. Qingxue has endured some hardships following me, but this is only temporary. I assure you, I won't let her suffer for long. Yimo, feeling irritable, had no desire to linger with Ning Qingxue's classmate. He just wanted to finish his meal quickly and send this inquisitive woman on her way. Chapter 33. The purveyor of panaceas listening to Yimo repeatedly address her as Qingxue and finding herself linked to him by her arm. Ning Qingxue was momentarily seized by the uncanny sensation that she was indeed his wife. How had this feeling arisen so abruptly? Her thoughts drifted back to the day when she and Yimo, clad in their sleepwear, had posed for Li Mumei's camera. She seemed to have been drawn into the role, and at the mere recollection of that day, Ning Qingxue hastily disengaged her arm from Yimo's. Her heart continued its frantic palpitations. Each encounter with Yimo seemed to erode her carefully constructed facade of indifference, replaced by a natural inclination toward this newfound sensation. Yimo possessed an elusive quality she yearned to grasp, a certain tranquility and aspiration that defied articulation, yet remained tantalizingly ephemeral. It beckoned her like a moth to a flame, compelling her to constantly remind herself of Yimo's true nature. Observing Yimo's nonchalant demeanor and Ning Qingshue's dependent posture, coupled with the faint blush upon her face, Zhou Lei's suspicions deepened. Could it be that she had genuinely fallen for Yimo, and their marriage was a product of love rather than ulterior motives? "Let's go," Yimo interjected, noticing Zhou Lei's absent-mindedness. He harbored no fondness for this woman with a penchant for prying into the lives of others. The trio departed the courtyard, each lost in their own thoughts. A rather grand restaurant, known as Splendid Cuisine, stood a short distance from their abode. It was even a starred establishment. Eager to avoid a lengthy trek, Ning Qingshuo gestured towards Splendid Cuisine, saying to Yimo, "Yimo, I think Splendid Cuisine looks promising. Let's dine here." "No, the prices here are exorbitant," Yimo began. But Ning Qingshuo cut him off, her tone tinged with vexation. "Yimo, why are you hoarding so much money? A meal at this restaurant won't cost more than 1,000 yuan. That card of yours." Ning Qingshuo was not one to prioritize appearances, but with Yimo hoarding 500,000 yuan, yet haggling over a meal when her classmate was visiting, she felt a pang of embarrassment. After all, she was a member of the Ning family, and Yimo's behavior was unbecoming of her. Zhou Lei regarded Yimo with astonishment, for she had never encountered someone so miserly over a meal, especially in the presence of his wife's classmate. Yet, Ning Qingshue's affection for him seemed genuine. Seeing Ning Qingshuo poised to continue her remonstration, Yimo, though inwardly seething, refrained from venting his anger. He knew that an outburst would jeopardize their carefully crafted charade. Moreover, he would soon be departing Ninghai, and saw no need to quarrel with a woman. With this in mind, he quickly acquiesced. "All right, we'll go wherever you wish." Despite his words, he was inwardly vexed. His pockets contained a mere 3,000 yuan, all earned from selling his blood. Although the blood would have been discarded otherwise, he resented using the proceeds from its sale to entertain a woman he scarcely liked. Yimo resolved that after this occasion, he would depart Ninghai within a few days. He had assisted Ning Qingshuo sufficiently, and now sought a tranquil haven to cultivate his silver heart grass. He had come to the stark realization that individuals of his humble origins were vulnerable to exploitation without sufficient strength. The meal proceeded with a semblance of enjoyment, though Zhou Lei failed to glean the information she sought. She discerned a disparity in spending habits between Yimo and Ning Qingshuo. However, Yimo's frugality with money reinforced her conviction that he and Ning Qingshuo were genuinely living as husband and wife. The fact that Yimo paid in cash rather than by card further suggested that he was not particularly affluent. Yimo was the most disgruntled of the three, having spent over 3,000 yuan on the meal, exhausting even the small denominations in his possession. Had Ning Qingshuo not deliberately ordered a bottle of wine costing 2,000 yuan, the bill would have been considerably lower. Although he had consumed the wine himself, he remained displeased. He knew that Ning Qingshuo had acted deliberately, flaunting a frozen card with such audacity. For a moment, Yimo had been tempted to hurl the card back at her, challenging her to withdraw the funds herself. "Very well, I may not be able to provide for you, but I can certainly endure you," he thought. No wonder it is said that the pitiable often harbor resentment. Is not Ning Qingshuo such a person? Upon their return, Ning Qingshuo and Yimo were no longer as affectionate as before. Ning Qingshuo sought to ignore Yimo, feeling that he had embarrassed her that day. Although she claimed not to care about such things, she was mortified by Yimo's refusal to use his card, opting instead to pay with small bills. The wine had indeed been a deliberate order on her part, but he had ultimately consumed it all himself. Yimo was equally taciturn, the evening's meal having depleted his funds to a mere 20-odd yuan. In the days that followed, Yimo would be forced to seek employment to afford even basic sustenance. He may even be compelled to sell his blood to survive, but he would never stoop so low. His small medicine chest contained over 100 yuan in loose change. Although the price he received for his blood was the same as others, Yimo believed that its quality far exceeded theirs, making the transaction a loss in his estimation. Ning Qingshuo noticed the change most acutely, as Yimo's culinary offerings grew increasingly simple. Although she was not particular about food, she held Yimo's parsimony in contempt. That very evening, Yimo ventured out with his small medicine chest, his nocturnal ventures having been expedited by Ning Qingshuo's arrival. He had initially believed that treating the old man's purple scorch poisoning would free him from the need to hawk his wares, but he had ultimately returned to that path. To Yi Mo's dismay, his 2 days of peddling in the bustling Ningdu district pedestrian street yielded no business whatsoever. He had even been chased away by the city management once, leaving him thoroughly dejected. Yi Mo rarely visited Ningda University anymore, partly to avoid encountering Yunbing, and partly because there was little left for him to learn there. He had intended to give Shirxiu a few of his self-made pills, but Shirxiu had taken a week's leave due to family matters. Although Ning Qingxue had largely refrained from speaking to Yi Mo in recent days, she had observed his actions. Her father had called to reassure her, telling her not to worry. Even if he, Ning Zhongfei, were ousted from the Ning family, he would never sell his daughter, least of all to that fiend from the Song family. Her father's words brought Ning Qingxue a measure of solace. Moreover, her parents had traveled to Yanjing to confront the Ning family, and regardless of the outcome, they would arrive in Ninghai in 2 days to take her away. Ning Qingxue gazed at Yi Mo's medicine pot and stove, left in the corridor, and her contempt for him began to wane. What did he matter to her? This was merely a transaction. She had given him 500,000 yuan, and that money was his to spend as he pleased. Why should she be disappointed by such a person? Having reached this realization, Ning Qingxue's mood improved slightly. Although he was miserly, he still bought groceries and cooked meals every day. Yi Mo ventured out again with his small chest, Su Wei having yet to return. Perhaps it was because of Su Wei's cohabitation with Yi Mo that Ning Qingxue tried to avoid Su Wei, though she was unsure of her motives. Perhaps it was to avoid awkwardness. Regardless of the truth, she and Yi Mo were still nominally husband and wife, and she did not wish to confront the woman with whom her husband slept next door, even if their marriage was a sham. As the day after tomorrow approaches, marking her departure from this place, perhaps never to return, Ning Qingxue inexplicably feels a wave of gentle melancholy wash over her. She understands that this sentiment is not rooted in her thoughts of Yi Mo, but rather in something else entirely. This is the first time Ning Qingxue steps beyond the confines of her courtyard. Perhaps she wishes to witness the essence of the place she has inhabited for over 20 days. The Mingdu pedestrian street may well be the liveliest locale in Ningdu district during the evening hours, and before she realizes it, Ning Qingxue finds herself amidst the bustling thoroughfare. The vibrant glow of neon lights dances in the air, and an array of snacks and trinkets is abundantly available, with numerous street vendors showcasing their wares along the roadside. One particular stall selling golden cake, beautifully baked to a tempting golden hue and emanating steam, catches her attention. Despite her usual aversion to street food, Ning Qingxue finds herself unable to resist the allure, spending 2 yuan to purchase a piece of the golden delicacy. A delicate bite reveals a slightly glutinous texture, yet the taste is quite delightful. Come and see. An ancestral remedy that cures all ailments. Headaches, fevers, external and internal injuries, rheumatism, nearsightedness. There is no ailment I cannot treat. The boisterous proclamation nearly elicits a laugh from Ning Qingxue. The speaker's bravado suggests an uncanny ability to remedy every conceivable malady. Instinctively, she raises her gaze towards the purveyor of this dogskin plaster and is momentarily taken aback. Is that not Yi Mo? Though he dons sunglasses and a duck-billed cap, Ning Qingxue recognizes him instantly. Additionally, he is accompanied by that distinctive small box, the contents of which had long eluded her understanding. It is, in fact, a small medicine chest. This marks the 3rd update of the day, and it shall be the final one as well. However, should the total votes reach 500 before midnight, I shall promptly provide an additional chapter. It appears we are merely 500 votes shy. Gratitude to Chalans Hao, Luo Han Guochang Mei, and Tao Yuan Tian Meng for their generous contributions. I also thank Tao Yuan Tian Meng for the support and updates. Thank you. Currently, I rank 13th on the overall list, and with just one more vote, I can ascend. Let us persevere. Chapter 34 Ning Qingxue side. Although 500,000 yuan was not an insignificant sum, it should have been enough for Yi Mo, yet he was still unsatisfied, resorting to deceit. He claimed he could cure any ailment. If he were truly that skilled, why would he need a hospital? The city inspectors had arrived, someone shouted. Numerous street vendors hastily packed up their wares and fled. Ning Qingxue fixed her gaze on Yi Mo, who, indeed, reluctantly began to stow away his small medicine box. However, unlike the other vendors who hurriedly scurried away, he ambled along, carrying his box with a languid demeanor. Though she did not witness Yi Mo's flight, observing his dejected retreat brought Ning Qingxue a sense of satisfaction. Serves him right for deceiving others. Upon returning to the courtyard, she found Yi Mo already there. He cast a glance her way, but said nothing. Naturally, Ning Qingxue chose to ignore him, pondering whether she should warn Su Wei about Yi Mo's true character before her departure the day after tomorrow. With no business to show for his efforts and having been chased away by the inspectors, Yi Mo had grown weary of his life in Ninghai. He wished to leave, feeling he had done all he could for Ning Qingxue. Tomorrow, he would bid her farewell and depart, without needing to visit Ningda. However, he would leave a letter for Shixiu. As Su Wei fell into slumber, Yi Mo resumed his cultivation. Young Master 1. We will arrive in Ninghai in half an hour. Where shall we go first? A BMW SUV sped rapidly along the Ningfeng Highway towards Ninghai. The driver inquired of a young man seated in the back, who appeared to be under 30. The youth bore a pale complexion, with sharp, eagle-like eyes, a long face, and impeccably styled hair. Upon hearing the driver's question, he produced a cigarette, and the burly man beside him promptly retrieved a lighter to ignite it. Fa, I trust you have taken care of the matter I assigned? The youth remarked, inhaling deeply. Yes, young Master 1. Rest assured, I handled it discreetly. The burly man promptly replied. The youth took another drag, falling into silence for a moment before continuing. We took a route through Haifeng to avoid raising suspicions from the old man and the Ning family. Had we adhered to the original plan and stayed in Ninghai for the night, unforeseen complications could arise. It is better to directly retrieve that woman. So I need not dwell on her constantly. That ungrateful wretch shall understand the meaning of regret this time. As he spoke, the previously calm youth's features contorted with fury, veins bulging on his hands, and he abruptly discarded the cigarette he had barely touched. The man named Fa quickly picked up the cigarette, butt, and tossed it out the window. That useless fellow is called Yi Mo, correct? After discarding the cigarette, the youth gradually relaxed. No one had ever dared to refuse Song Shaoan. He could not believe that a mere Ning Qingxue would have the audacity to reject him, let alone marry another man and cohabitate with him. Was this not a slap in the face to the esteemed Song Shaoan? If he could swallow this humiliation, he would no longer be Song Shaoan. Had it not been for the old man of the Song family intervening, he would have already come to Ninghai. Now, he had detoured to Haifeng before launching his counterattack in Ninghai. Yes, young Master 1. That waste is indeed called Yi Mo. They are living together. I have seen some images on certain websites that suggest they are quite affectionate, the driver hastily informed. The previously composed Song Shaoan's expression darkened once more, his voice icy as he declared, I will make this Yi Mo open his eyes and witness how I share a bed with that wretched woman. Then, Yi Mo, was it? Just take him away. Isn't either a cliff along the yawning highway? Break his limbs and toss him down. It was already 1 in the morning when Yi Mo completed a full cycle of his inner energy cultivation. He had no intention of continuing and sought a place to rest before his departure the following day. The stone slab beside the flower bed was where he usually slept after his practice. Just as Yi Mo lay down, a hook latched onto the courtyard wall, and 3 figures swiftly scaled it, leaping into the backyard. Although Song Shaoan's complexion appeared pale, his agility in climbing was remarkable. This must be the place where the useless Yi Mo resides. Which room do he and Ning Qingxue sleep in? Upon landing, Song Shaoan immediately inquired. Indeed, it is where Yi Mo stays, though he is hardly useless, came an unexpected reply. Song Shaoan was momentarily taken aback by the first part of the response, but quickly pivoted to glare at Yi Mo. After a brief moment of astonishment, he asked in horror, Who are you? Simultaneously, the 2 men trailing Song Shaoan also regarded Yi Mo with surprise, their eyes brimming with wariness. I am Yi Mo. Are you seeking me or my wife? Yi Mo replied with indifference. You are Yi Mo? Wang Chuan, Fa, break his legs. I want to see what makes this waste so special that the wretched woman willingly shares her bed with him. Before Song Shaoan could finish, he felt a vice-like grip on his wrist. You may attempt to strike, but I suggest you refrain, as I may just crush your hand first. Test me if you wish, Yi Mo stated, unwilling to engage in a brawl that might disturb Su Wei. He recognized that these individuals were likely searching for Ning Qingxue, and Su Wei was innocent of any wrongdoing. Noticing Song Shaoan's expression, Wang Chuan and Fa realized their young master had fallen into this man's grasp and halted their advance. State your name, garbage, Yi Mo pressed, applying a slight pressure that nearly forced Song Shaoan to cry out, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. I am Song Shaoan, from the Song family in Yanjing. I am not here for you. I seek Ning Qingxue. Release me at once, or you shall find yourself without a grave, Song Shaoan blustered. Initially intending to threaten the Yi family, but reconsidered upon recalling that the Yi family, like his own, was one of the 5 prominent clans of the capital and thus not intimidated by the Song family. Oh, is that so? However, to me, Your so-called family is nothing more than refuse unworthy of my consideration. Ning Qingxue is my wife, and you dare seek her? Are you deaf or blind? Yimo tightened his grip once more, causing Song Shaoan to finally yield a pained groan. Yimo, let us discuss this rationally. There is no need for violence. Wang Chuan interjected, sensing the situation was deteriorating. You arrived by car, I presume? Yimo queried, seemingly irrelevant to the moment. Yes, Wang Chuan replied, somewhat perplexed by Yimo's seemingly trivial question. Yimo nodded, suggesting, in that case, let us step outside to negotiate. He intended to leave, and since these men had driven here, it would conveniently save him the cost of transportation. Seeing Yimo's willingness to negotiate, Song Shaoan and his companions were eager to comply. They had initially approached with a sense of invulnerability, but Yimo's formidable prowess had taken them by surprise, leaving the situation beyond their control. Surprisingly to Song Shaoan and his companions, Yimo released his grip on Song Shaoan's wrist but maintained his focus on the trio. The two henchmen exchanged glances and nodded, concluding that Yimo, indeed, was a fool to be labeled as useless. Afa was the first to scale the courtyard wall. Leaping out, followed closely by Yimo, Song Shaoan, and Wang Chuan followed suit. As Song Shaoan landed, he prepared to signal Afa and Wang Chuan to attack simultaneously. But before he could touch the ground, the scene before him left him agape once more. Thank you for the appreciation. I have a fondness for sugarcane, jimchui, long-browed monk fruit, and the generosity of LJIN. I am also grateful for the support from the anonymous contributions. Thank you. Chapter 35. Yimo did not return. Yimo stood with one foot planted firmly on Afa's chest, his gaze icy as he locked eyes with Song Shaoan and Wang Chuan. A sense of disbelief washed over him as he pondered how Yimo had subdued Afa in such a brief span. After all, Afa was his most formidable enforcer. Yet, Song Shaoan could not dwell on this revelation, for before he could react, Yimo leapt into the air, delivering a swift kick. With a crack, one of Song Shaoan's leg bones shattered, eliciting a sharp gasp as cold sweat poured from him. Wang Chuan, trembling, could only stare in shock at the terrifying agility of Yimo. Who was this person? His movements were beyond comprehension, an absolute iron grip. The intensity of Yimo's gaze sent shivers down Wang Chuan's spine, rendering him incapable of resistance as he obediently moved forward. What unnerved him further was Yimo's effortless display of strength as he hoisted both Song Shaoan and Afa, forcing them to follow in his wake. The pain drove Song Shaoan to the brink of unconsciousness. Given the chance, he would willingly endure insults from others rather than provoke the devil that was Yimo. While others labeled him a demon, Song Shaoan realized that the true fiend was this seemingly unassuming Yimo. When he inflicted torment, at least there was intent reflected in his expressions. Yet, Yimo broke his bones with the ease of crushing an ant, his face betraying no hint of emotion. The vehicle was not far, merely a few hundred meters away, and Song Shaoan and his companions had chosen secluded paths to avoid detection. With the clock nearing 2 in the morning and not a soul in sight, they climbed into a BMW SUV. Yimo unceremoniously tossed Song Shaoan and Afa into the back seat, collecting their cash before addressing Wang Chuan, who sat in the driver's seat, commanding him to drive to Guilin. Guilin, located at the juncture of Huaxia and several smaller nations, was characterized by its mountainous terrain and sparse population, making it an ideal locale for Yimo's cultivation. Even if news of his actions against Song Shaoan reached others, capturing him in Guilin would prove exceedingly difficult. Head to Guilin, Wang Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. The distance from Ninghai was nearly 10,000 miles. How could they possibly drive there? Less chatter, just drive. Yimo's command silenced Wang Chuan, who swallowed his words and quickly started the BMW, vanishing from Ninghai's confines. After more than an hour on the road, Yimo suddenly remembered that he had left his small medical kit behind in the corridor of the house. If he returned to retrieve it now, dawn would likely be breaking soon. He dismissed the thought, reasoning that it contained merely some herbal medicine and a few letters. Song Shaoan was simmering with frustration, and Afa and Wang Chuan shared his unease. They were accustomed to being the ones in control, yet today they found themselves at the mercy of Yimo, who had stripped them of their wealth. Yimo, I admit my offense this time. You know the influence of the Song family. Should anything happen to me, you want to escape unscathed. However, if you spare me, I assure you I will not treat you unfairly. Song Shaoan began to plead, sensing that Yimo was a formidable opponent, perhaps even more ruthless than himself. Before he could finish, he was met with 2 resounding slaps across the face from Yimo. Do not waste my time with your nonsense. I do not initiate conflict unless provoked. You have sought me out. Do not blame me for being unkind. You. Song Shaowen spat out 2 teeth, trembling uncontrollably. It was unclear whether his shaking stemmed from anger or fear, but this time he felt genuine terror. Yi Mo's words suggested he was in grave danger. And although he believed Yi Mo might hesitate to take his life, the reality of mortality weighed heavily upon him. If regret could alter fate, Song Shaowen would have already repented countless times. Another hour passed, and Yi Mo observed the highway they traversed, elevated upon the mountains. A thought struck him at dawn. It would be most fitting to send the car tumbling down the cliff. He certainly did not intend for the vehicle to transport him to Gillen. That would be tantamount to courting death. Just as this crossed his mind, he spotted a surveillance camera ahead. Yi Mo immediately crouched down and yanked the steering wheel. Wang Chuan, who had been contemplating how to alert the authorities, was caught off guard by Yi Mo's sudden maneuver. The vehicle veered unexpectedly off the highway, plunging down the cliff. In that instant, Yi Mo kicked open the car door and executed a wind control technique, floating gracefully against the cliff's face. Though he had not yet mastered the technique, still in the second level of chi cultivation, its application was sufficient to save his life. The SUV plummeted down the cliff, shortly followed by a thunderous explosion as flames erupted. Yi Mo exhaled in relief, contemplating how he might have ignited the vehicle himself if it had not caught fire on its own. Carefully avoiding the camera, he slipped into the forest, quickly vanishing into the night. The next morning, Ning Qingxue awoke to find Su Wei had already left for work. However, she was puzzled that Yi Mo had not brought her breakfast, nor did she see him at all. Her disdain for him deepened. After all, he had only treated her to a meal last time, and now even breakfast was absent. Despite spending an additional 2,000 yuan on a bottle of red wine, it had merely ended up in his hands. Fortunately, she would be leaving soon, for every encounter with Yi Mo stirred an inexplicable aversion within her. Sometimes, one cannot rely solely on first impressions. Others' assessments are not without merit. Yet, disappointment washed over her as lunchtime came and went without a sight of Yi Mo. It suddenly dawned on her that she might have grown overly dependent on him. Could she not dine without his presence? With the absence of the Song family bothering her lately, Ning Qingxue felt a significant weight lifted. The prospect of leaving Yanjing with her parents further eased her mind. After lunch, she checked on Yi Mo's flower bed, only to find it had been neglected for over 10 days. Some plants had even withered. To her dismay, the silver-leafed plant that Yi Mo had so diligently cared for was gone. Frustration bubbled within her, and just as she contemplated calling Li Mumei, her phone rang. Qingxue, I have marvelous news. Do you know? Last night, around 4, Song Shaowen's car plunged off the cliff near Gaojing Highway, and all aboard, Song Shaowen and his 2 lackeys, perished. You're free now. No one will bother you again. I'll come by to pick you up tomorrow morning. Li Mumei's ecstatic voice sent Ning Qingxue into a state of disbelief. After hanging up, she struggled to process the news. The nightmare that had haunted her was over. A long, relieved sigh escaped her lips, and her first instinct was to dash inside and retrieve her marriage certificate with Yi Mo. Upon his return, she could finally initiate the divorce. The afternoon stretched endlessly for Ning Qingxue, who had grown accustomed to Yi Mo returning early to prepare dinner. As night fell and 8 o'clock approached, he still had not returned. Su Wei, however, arrived back from work. Upon entering, Su Wei was taken aback to find Ning Qingxue waiting outside the room, her eyes scanning for Yi Mo. Are you Su Wei? Ning Qingxue asked hesitantly. Yesterday, we were still short 300 votes. Yet Lao Wu still managed to update. Remember to cast your recommendation votes today, everyone. Thanks to my supporters, including Ganja, LJN, Ganji's Moon, Dolphin AAA, Sharp 1B, and Huanx 621 for their generous contributions. Thank you. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Nangong Piaoju for the esteemed evaluation votes and to Hang Hejiu for the support through the updated votes. Thank you. Chapter 36. Presumably, Yi Mo was responsible. Su Wei nodded. Indeed, did Yi Mo inform you? I am unaware of your name. I am Ning Qingxue. I was curious as to Yi Mo's whereabouts. Why has he not returned by now? Ning Qingxue presumed Yi Mo and Su Wei were cohabitating, and Su Wei would undoubtedly know Yi Mo's location. Yi Mo? I have not seen him in 2 days. Was he not with you? Su Wei inquired with surprise, wondering why she was being asked about her boyfriend's disappearance. With me? Ning Qingxue responded with equal astonishment, sensing a discrepancy between her assumptions and reality. Observing Su Wei's expression, Ning Qingxue stated, Are you not his girlfriend? Does he not reside with you? Upon hearing Ning Qingxue's statement, Su Wei blushed, a hint of annoyance surfacing. Confronted with Ning Qingshue's beauty and exceptional aura, she refrained from expressing her anger directly, responding with a degree of aloofness. When did I become his girlfriend? That is quite peculiar. You share a room with him daily, yet you claim I am his girlfriend? That is rather far-fetched. What? Yi Mo does not reside with you nightly? Ning Qingxue asked, astounded. Perceiving Ning Qingshue's sincerity, Su Wei replied, we merely rent rooms from the same landlord. We are not particularly close. Is he not residing with you? Ning Qingxue realized she had been mistaken about Yi Mo. However, if he was not residing with her or Su Wei, where could he be? Possibly a hotel, given his newfound wealth. Oh, he is likely residing in a hotel. I wonder where he has gone today. Ning Qingxue felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing she had misjudged Yi Mo. A hotel? Implausible. I rise before 6 each morning, and he is invariably in the courtyard. Su Wei abruptly halted her sentence, cognizant that she was implying Yi Mo and Ning Qingxue were cohabitating. Since Ning Qingxue was unwilling to acknowledge it, there was no need to emphasize it. Visibly uncomfortable, Su Wei continued, Perhaps he is indeed staying in a hotel. I must attend to something. Excuse me. Ning Qingxue comprehended Su Wei's thoughts and hastily stopped her, stating awkwardly, Apologies, Su Wei. I am genuinely not residing with him. However, how could he be in the courtyard every morning at 5 or 6? Amused initially, Su Wei, realizing Ning Qingxue was not being deceitful, furrowed her brow, thinking, This is exceedingly peculiar. It evokes a rather chilling sensation. Could Yi Mo be? She dared not contemplate further. Suddenly recalling something, Su Wei proposed. The landlord installed security cameras in the front and back of the courtyard. The monitoring computer is located in the storage room. I will take you there. Upon hearing about the cameras, Ning Qingxue eagerly followed Su Wei into the storage room, which was filled with merchandise. Surprisingly, the storage room was situated in a corner of the living room, unbeknownst to Ning Qingxue, despite her extended stay. Inside, a monitoring computer was indeed present, coated in dust, with the monitor powered off. Upon activating the monitor, 2 surveillance feeds were displayed, one facing the courtyard gate and the other facing the rear of the courtyard, indicating the landlord's meticulousness. Upon reviewing the recent footage, the camera facing the gate revealed Yi Mo departing each morning, with no footage of him leaving at night. As they scrolled through the footage, they discovered Yi Mo consistently seated beneath the tree at night. Except for occasional brief periods of sleep on the bluestone beneath the awning, he spent the majority of his time leaning against the tree, with only a bluestone slab for support. He invariably sleeps leaning against the tree? Ning Qingxue and Su Wei simultaneously turned to each other, their faces etched with shock. Su Wei suddenly wondered about rainy days. Ning Qingxue shared the same concern. A week prior, there had been a torrential downpour. They swiftly navigated to the footage from that day, only to be further astonished. Yi Mo remained seated beneath the tree. Even during the deluge, the rain seemed to form a curtain around him, obscuring the view. Initially attributing it to a camera malfunction, they observed Yi Mo leaving the tree after an hour and sleeping on the bluestone slab. Su Wei, a sensitive girl, felt a surge of resentment towards Ning Qingxue. Witnessing Yi Mo's lack of accommodation, tears streamed down her face as she pitied Yi Mo. She may be attractive, but she should not treat Yi Mo this way. A vixen. Wiping away her tears, Su Wei glanced at Ning Qingxue, ending the conversation and exiting the storage room. As Su Wei departed, Ning Qingxue sensed her animosity. However, her gaze remained fixed on Yi Mo, who was asleep on the bluestone slab. A pang of sorrow resonated within her, yet it lacked the intensity of Su Wei's grief. With his affluence, why does he not reside in a hotel, instead choosing to spend night after night beneath a tree? Even beneath a tree, he should seek shelter under the eaves during rain. Moreover, if he desired to share a room with me, I would have readily agreed. She had come to Yi Mo's with the intention of sharing a room with him. Su Wei's tearful display made Ning Qingxue's heart feel hardened. She perceived Yi Mo as excessively frugal, recalling the adage, there is something hateful about the pitiful. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Mo held a similar view of her. With a sigh, Ning Qingxue surmised, is he so thrifty due to his impoverished past? Although Yi Mo's decision to vacate the room for her evoked some gratitude, she primarily attributed it to the 50,000 yuan. The footage was advanced to the previous night, revealing Yi Mo seated beneath the tree for half the night before retiring to the bluestone slab at 1 o'clock. The ensuing scene nearly caused Ning Qingxue to cry out. Song Shaowen had stealthily scaled the wall, accompanied by 2 henchmen. Ning Qingxue recalled Li Mumei's afternoon call. Was Song Shaowen not deceased? What was he doing here last night? A wave of apprehension washed over Ning Qingxue, as the subsequent footage revealed the truth. Yimo, who was sleeping on the bluestone slab, exchanged words with Song Shaowen and his companions, who then escorted him away. The footage then returned to normal. The conversation between Yimo and Song Shaowen remained inaudible. Ning Qingxue comprehended the situation. Apparently, Yimo and Song Shaowen had reached some agreement, resulting in Yimo's departure. Given Song Shaowen's presence, why had he not abducted her? What had transpired? Song Shaowen actually located this place. This is insane. Ning Qingxue shuddered at the thought. If not for Yimo, what would have happened? Did Yimo survive the car's plunge off the cliff? Ning Qingxue could no longer suppress her anxiety. She dialed Li Mumei's number. Mumei, you stated that Song Shaowen and the others perished. Were there any other occupants in the car? This was Ning Qingxue's primary concern. Although Yimo had accepted 50,000 yuan from her, she could not bear the thought of him sacrificing his life for it. Moreover, these individuals were after her, and Yimo was merely an innocent bystander. No, why do you ask? Only the 3 of them were in the car. The forensic examination confirmed it. The Song family is currently in disarray. Qingxue, do not overthink it. I will come to accompany you tomorrow, Li Mumei reassured her. After hanging up the phone, Ning Qingxue still felt a lingering unease. This video must not be revealed to anyone. With this thought in mind, she hurriedly retrieved her portable hard drive, transferred the video onto it, and then deleted it from her computer, which offered her a modicum of relief. However, the concern that the Song family might discover that Song Shaowen had visited Ninghai troubled her. If they conducted an investigation, the video could potentially be recovered. In that moment, Ning Qingxue found herself in a dilemma. She had already concluded that Song Shaowen's death was likely connected to Yimo. Song Shaowen's vehicle had plunged off a cliff near the secluded area of Gaoshu No. 7. Surely, the Song family would not trace the incident back to her. Thank you for your support and encouragement. Chapter 37. What brings sorrow to the autumn breeze? When Ning Qingxue emerged from the storage room, she found no sign of Su Wei. She sensed that Su Wei harbored grievances against her, undoubtedly considering her a wicked woman. Am I truly as vile as she perceives? Ning Qingxue pondered, yet no answer came. After a sleepless night, she awoke to find Su Wei had already departed for work. As she hastily gathered her belongings, her gaze fell upon a jar in the corner of the yard, one frequently used by Yimo for concocting herbal remedies. Could it be that he utilized those herbs to set up a stall on the pedestrian street? Her attention shifted to a black vest bag placed nearby. Knowing it contained Yimo's small box filled with items related to his business selling medicinal plasters. Just as she lifted the vest bag, a knock resounded at the gate. Upon opening it, she discovered Li Mumei standing there. Li Mumei scanned the yard, perplexed by Yimo's absence. Where is Yimo? She inquired. He left yesterday and hasn't returned yet, Ning Qingxue instinctively replied. Oh, I brought a card with me. Regardless of whether he needs it, we ought to compensate him, considering we've relied on him for so long. Furthermore, your parents will head directly to Yuzhou, skipping Ninghai. We'll meet them there, Li Mumei casually remarked. Ning Qingxue shook her head. Oh, no need for that. I already gave him a card with 500,000 on it. I believe that should suffice as remuneration. Where did you acquire 500,000? Li Mumei looked at her in astonishment. Of course, it was from the money I brought when I left Yanjing. The one you helped me with last time, Ning Qingxue explained. Ah, that card is useless. It was frozen the very day we left Yanjing. I only found out later and forgot to inform you, Li Mumei replied, a hint of regret in her voice. Ning Qingxue stood in stunned silence for an extended moment before murmuring, a useless card? So, I've been using his money all this time? No wonder he seemed rather stingy. It all makes sense now. Qingxue, what are you saying? Li Mumei, noticing Ning Qingxue's dazed expression and barely audible words, quickly pressed for clarification. Ning Qingxue suddenly recalled something, turning back to seize Yimo's vest bag. She hurriedly opened the small medicine box within. Inside were several vials, a pack of silver needles, an ID card, and the card she had given him. There were also various talismans adorned with peculiar symbols, and a letter with no recipient indicated. Ning Qingxue held the card, her hands trembling. If there were a crevice in the ground, she would have eagerly sought refuge within it. All along, she had believed Yimo was relying on her finances, even brazenly taking 2,000 from him for her stay and meals, feeling justified in her actions. Only now did she grasp the absurdity of her situation. She had been living off Yimo's money, yet he never uttered a word of complaint. No wonder. During their meal at Brilliant Cuisine, he hesitated, even resorting to a handful of small change when settling the bill. How ironic that she had insisted on ordering an extravagant bottle of wine worth over 2,000. Beneath the box lay a stack of papers. And as Ning Qingsno picked them up, her mind buzzed, her complexion paling as she nearly collapsed. Qingsno, what is wrong? Li Mumei rushed to support her. Ning Qingsno hastily stuffed the papers back into the box and turned to Li Mumei. Mumei, please wait for me outside. With that, she dashed into her room, slamming the door behind her. Qingsno, what is the matter? Are you crying? Li Mumei stood before the closed door, staring blankly. She distinctly saw tears streaming down Ning Qingsno's face. In her memory, Ning Qingsno had never cried, no matter how sorrowful the circumstances. Yet today she wept. What could have transpired to bring her such sorrow? Ning Qingsno sat before the bed, reopening Yimo's box. A series of blood donation slips lay before her. The most recent dated just days before her classmate visited for dinner. Yimo had been selling his blood. Yet she had taken 2,000 from him and coerced him into spending over 3,000 on a meal, costing him countless donations just to afford. Meanwhile, she had mocked him for being increasingly stingy, even as his meals grew more meager. Why had he never voiced his discontent before her? Was it unwillingness or disdain? What sort of man was he? Could this truly be the same individual cast out by the Yi family and spurned by the Ning family? If the world's vastest expanse is the ocean, then in Ning Qingsno's eyes, Yimo's generosity surpassed the sea manifold. He was indeed such a man. But what did he perceive her as? Arrogant? Heartless? Indifferent? Plop, plop. Tears streamed from Ning Qingsno like a broken dam, soaking the blood donation slips in her hand, the ink blurring before her eyes. Perhaps she was destined to release all 22 years of tears in this moment, unable to contain the swell of regret, guilt, and sorrow within her. Behold, a miraculous family remedy, guaranteed to cure all ailments, headaches, fevers, internal and external injuries, rheumatism, nearsightedness. Whatever you can think of, I can heal. Yimo's voice echoed in her ears as he called out on the pedestrian street. Yet he was no longer present. How foolish she had been, clutching a golden cake in her hands, wishing for the city officials to disperse him swiftly. Was it truly laughable? His voice had seemed amusing then, but now it only brought her heartache. Perhaps that golden cake in her hand was purchased with the money he earned from selling his blood, and yet she had hidden away, savoring it while scornfully deriding his ignorance and shamelessness. Ignorance. As she waited for Yimo to settle the bill with her friend Jolie, she felt embarrassed by the small notes he produced. At that moment, Ning Qingsno felt an overwhelming hatred for herself. Knock, knock. The sound of Li Mumei knocking at the door echoed again, but Ning Qingsno heard nothing. All she could hear were Yimo's words. No, this stuff is too expensive. Dining at this restaurant costs only a few thousand. That had been her response, just a few thousand. Yet how many hospital visits had it taken Yimo to accumulate that amount? He was still a student. Aside from selling blood, where else could he procure funds? Instinctively, Ning Qingsno withdrew the 2,000 he had given her, now reduced to a few hundred. For the first time, she felt a pang of sympathy as she touched the money, which she had always considered filthy. He had slept beneath the large tree in the backyard and on the stone slabs because he lacked funds to stay elsewhere. Why could Sue surmise he was being frugal while she could not? I'm so sorry, Yimo. Chapter 38. The woman who alighted midway. Ning Qingshui wiped her swollen eyes and picked up the unsigned letter. She knew it was not meant for her and was tempted to open it, but ultimately refrained. Carefully, she gathered Yimo's belongings, placing everything into a small box before finally opening the door. Qingshui, what on earth is wrong? Li Mumei inquired, observing Ning Qingshui's red-rimmed eyes, certain she was not mistaken. Ning Qingshui had indeed shed tears, and it appeared she was profoundly sorrowful. What lies within that box? Li Mumei gazed curiously at the box that Ning Qingshui cradled. The transformation in Ning Qingshui seemed to stem from this very box, and her curiosity piqued. What could it contain that could evoke such grief in one who had never wept before? That belongs to me. Ning Qingshui shook her head, unwilling to share her small box with Li Mumei for inspection. Li Mumei responded, Qingshui, the matters here have concluded. Let us depart. Today, we shall finalize your divorce from Yimo at the Civil Affairs Bureau and then head directly to Yuzhou. I surmise the negotiations with your uncle and the others have not gone well. There is no need for us to venture to Yinjing. It is possible that the Ning family herbal medicine business may soon be divided. Mumei, I wish to wait a couple of days. Perhaps Yimo will return. Furthermore, I do not wish to pursue a divorce just yet. Ning Qingshui firmly declined Li Mumei's proposal. Why? Li Mumei looked at Ning Qingshui in astonishment, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in her demeanor. Just yesterday, she had been eagerly anticipating Li Mumei's arrival to escort her away. Yet today she wished to linger for a few more days. What could possibly be keeping her here? Ning Qingshui shook her head, offering no explanation. She pondered when Yi Mo might return, realizing that her perceptions of him bore little resemblance to his true character. Yet, when had she ever truly known him? Whether before or after their engagement, she had never paid him much heed, not even during their initial meeting when she sought his assistance in Ninghai. Li Mumei chose not to press further, recognizing that Ning Qingshui was reluctant to discuss certain matters. Continued inquiry would be futile. Upon Su Wei's return that evening, Ning Qingshui broached the subject of Yi Mo for the first time. Although Su Wei harbored a slight aversion to Ning Qingshui, she nonetheless relayed the details of Yi Mo's life over the past few months. Ning Qingshui was taken aback by the simplicity of Yi Mo's existence. He merely went out each day and returned, and even Su Wei was unaware that he was a student. Yi Mo departed from Qianlong Cliff under the cover of night. While he bore no fear of the Song family, his current strength was insufficient. Should the Song family discover that he was responsible for Song Shaoan's death? And if they set a trap, he would find himself in dire straits. He might not be able to escape, let alone cultivate his silver heart grass in peace. It was only a matter of time before the Song family connected his involvement in Song Shaoan's demise to him. Thus, he could not afford to be discovered by them, at least not for the next 3 years. Yi Mo opted not to take a ride, but instead employed cloud shadow steps, moving with a speed that rivaled that of a conventional vehicle. By 6 o'clock in the morning, he had arrived at Fengtang Town, a modestly sized town in Fengkou City. After seeking a small inn to wash off the dust of travel, he realized he lacked an identification card. However, the small inn did not necessarily require one. Despite having freshened up, Mo recognized that living in the city without identification was impractical. To avoid arousing suspicion, he purchased a backpack containing only daily necessities and some provisions. He still had several thousand yuan, all acquired from the exploitation of Song Shaoan and his companions. His immediate desire was to reach the Guilin mountainous region near the border, seeking a stable place to settle and continue his cultivation. Standing outside the bus station in Fengtang Town, Yi Mo faced a dilemma. Taking a bus presented a high risk of exposure. Without an identification card, he knew many highway police would stop long-distance buses to check for IDs. Hitching a ride on a train would be preferable, but Fengtang Town lacked a railway station. "Friend, where are you headed? Looking for a ride?" A man in his 30s approached him. Yi Mo, wandering in front of the bus station with his backpack, was readily noticed by the man, who sought to attract customers. Recognizing the man as a driver of an unlicensed taxi, likely evading operational taxes, Yi Mo understood that while most people avoided such vehicles, some opted for them to save money due to the lower fare. However, Yi Mo found these vehicles appealing, as they typically took less traveled routes, steering clear of the congested highways, thereby eliminating numerous complications. "Where does your vehicle go?" Yi Mo casually inquired. "To Qishir, it's 55 yuan. What do you say? Is it on your way?" The man eagerly replied. Yi Mo was aware that Qishir, while slightly off his intended path, was generally in the right direction. It was no wonder these unlicensed taxis found a market. He had just seen on the electronic screen outside that a legitimate ticket to Qishir cost 95 yuan, while theirs was nearly half that price. He nodded. "All right, lead the way." "Hey, another one. Going to Qishir for 55 yuan. The man shouted as he led Yi Mo to a bus parked outside the station. "That's the one. You can get on first." He gestured for Yi Mo to board before departing to find more passengers. It turned out he was not the driver, but merely a person soliciting customers for the bus. Yi Mo paid little mind, as he found that over 30 people were already on board when he took a seat towards the rear. He closed his eyes to rest. But a few more passengers boarded, and one woman caught his attention. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses, the woman was not strikingly beautiful, but possessed an undeniable allure. Her figure curvaceous and formidable. Yet, it was not her physical form that intrigued Yi Mo. Rather, it was the aura of lethality that surrounded her. Despite her ordinary appearance, he sensed the underlying menace as soon as she boarded. Her glasses seemed at odds with her demeanor, perhaps a deliberate attempt to feign gentility. This woman had taken lives, more than one, in fact. Upon her entrance, she attracted numerous gazes, particularly from several young men who unabashedly eyed her figure. The woman, seemingly oblivious to their stares, scanned the bus with sharp eyes, sweeping over everyone, including Yi Mo, her gaze piercing yet unassuming. She was a woman with a story, and Yi Mo, too, carried his own narrative. In a world teeming with tales, why concern oneself with others? As it was the off-season for transport, the bus was not at full capacity, yet it eventually departed with fewer than 40 passengers aboard. Approximately half an hour later, someone came to collect fares. Yemo paid his share and resumed his rest. Though not traveling on the highway, the bus maintained a steady pace. According to the driver, the journey to Chishire would take around 4 hours, and with 2 hours already elapsed, they had covered more than half the distance. Suddenly, the driver halted. "I need to get off here," a voice interrupted the monotony. "This young lady, this is the Xiangling Mountains. There are no villages ahead nor shops behind. Alighting here." The driver kindly cautioned, only to be cut off. "This is my decision. Please stop the bus," she asserted. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all my generous supporters, including the likes of Sweet Sugarcane, Fong Yun's subordinates, Tianshan's Clear Snow, the Inhuman Four, the loneliness of ancient sages, southern barbarians, Long Eyebrow Luo Hongua, and Hayashi. I am especially thankful for the kind evaluations from Dan Farrow and the support from fans of Sweet Sugarcane. Thank you immensely." Chapter 39. An impressive woman. There was no other path available here. The only route led into the Guixiang mountain range. While there were a few tourist attractions within, most of the area remained untouched wilderness. A kind-hearted middle-aged man in the vehicle remarked on the lack of options for disembarking. The woman fell silent for a moment before returning to her seat, her reasons unclear. Perhaps she found the man's words reasonable, or perhaps other motives were at play. However, Yemo felt a stirring in his heart. Getting off the bus here might not benefit others, but it certainly would benefit him. He was aware that the Guixiang mountain range traversed the provinces of Huzhong, Shanghai, and Guinan, renowned as one of the 3 major mountain ranges in China. Guinan province bordered Vietnam and Laos, and the city he intended to reach, Guilin, lay at the southernmost part of Guinan. If he followed the conventional bus route to Guilin, he would need to change vehicles multiple times through Huzhong, Shanghai, and Guinan, significantly increasing the risk of exposure without an ID. Conversely, if he chose to walk through the Guixiang mountain range, although it would take more time, it would afford him much greater safety. Moreover, numerous trains passed through the mountain range, allowing him to hitch a ride whenever he pleased. Even without a ride, traversing the mountains while cultivating his skills would pose no challenge to him. "Driver, please stop the bus. I need to get off. My friend's vehicle has arrived," Yemo declared as he stood and moved toward the front. The driver was taken aback, as were the other passengers. Even the woman regarded Yemo with some curiosity. Her reluctance to exit was not due to the desolate surroundings, but rather the fear of drawing suspicion, as it was quite unusual for a woman to disembark in such a remote area. Just as she sought a reason to leave, someone else announced their intent to get off, aligning perfectly with her wishes. The driver refrained from dissuading them. After all, if someone claimed a ride awaited them, it was clear they no longer wished to remain on the bus. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Yemo was the first to exit, followed closely by the woman. To the bewilderment of everyone on board, 2 men also chose to disembark after them. Even the most seasoned driver, along with the passengers, recognized that the 2 men had come for the woman and Yemo. The driver, fearing further involvement, promptly started the bus and sped away around the corner. Yemo understood why the woman had exited. She had expressed her intention to leave before he did. However, he was perplexed as to why the 2 men had followed suit. His confusion was short-lived, as the men quickly surrounded the woman. One of them glared at Yemo and warned, "Kid, if you want to live a few more days, you'd best scram. This is none of your business." Yemo found the situation amusing. Although the men appeared menacing, he was certain they posed no threat to the woman. The woman regarded the 2 approaching men with a cold stare, remaining silent. "Hey girl, hand over the money in your bag. Don't pretend you don't have any. I saw how much you had when you were on the phone just now. Should be several tens of thousands, right? Heh, my buddy and I were planning to rob the bus, but since you have so much cash, we'll just take it from you." The man who had warned Yemo turned back to focus on the woman. Yemo smiled inwardly. He had no intention of intervening in this altercation, as neither party appeared to be virtuous. "Wait a moment," Yemo said, turning back just as the woman called out to him. "What is it?" He replied casually. Seeing that Yemo exhibited no signs of fear, the woman scrutinized him again, puzzled. He appeared entirely unremarkable, even down to his common canvas sneakers. She thought to herself how oblivious he seemed. "I need you to do me a favor," the robust woman said with an unexpected smile, removing her glasses. Her face, which could only be described as decent, transformed into something vibrant with her grin. Yemo was taken aback. He had never encountered such a drastic change in expression. "I am not fond of fighting," he interjected before she could finish her sentence. The woman paused, then burst into laughter, continuing, "I'm not asking you to fight. I need you to help me move these 2 into the woods and bury them." The 2 men surrounding the woman, initially glaring at Yemo, now regarded him with suspicion upon sensing his lack of fear. Most people would have fled in such a situation, but someone as fearless as Yemo was a rarity. When the taller man lunged at the woman with a knife aimed at her chest, the situation escalated. In a swift motion, the woman seized his wrist as the blade approached, twisting it upward and snapping his arm in the process. The knife, as if guided by fate, found its way into the man's throat. An impressive display of skill. The entire sequence occurred in mere moments. Had Yemo not reached the second level of chi training, he might have missed it entirely. He couldn't help but reflect on how, had he encountered this woman a month prior, the outcome of a confrontation would have been unpredictable, unsettled by the sense of vulnerability. Yemo recognized that the only remedy was to continuously strengthen himself. The shorter man, finally regaining his senses, realized he had encountered something formidable. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. The woman swiftly kicked, causing the knife to dislodge from the taller man's throat. With another swift kick, the blade pierced the fleeing man's back. You've got guts. I didn't ask you to fight. Look, you need to fight now. Just help me drag these two into the woods, and whatever money they have will be yours, she said with another smile directed at Yemo. What if they have no money? Yemo replied nonchalantly. The woman hesitated, taken aback that Yemo was still considering such a detail at this juncture. Most would have complied without question. If they lack money, then their belongings are yours, she asserted, pulling out a stack of cash from her bag, tearing off half, and tossing the remainder to Yemo. Yemo accepted the money, noticing the bank's stamp still affixed to it. Originally, it appeared to be around 10,000, but after her deduction, it likely remained 4 to 5,000. She was quite generous. In need of funds, Yemo smiled as he accepted the money, saying, "All right, I'll take this deal." He then proceeded to drag the two fallen men into the nearby woods. As the woman observed Yemo's ease in handling the situation, a glimmer of admiration flickered in her eyes as she murmured to herself, "Not bad. He is strong and quite bold, though perhaps a bit too much of a pretty boy." I express my heartfelt gratitude to my esteemed friends, including Ganzhong, Southern Barbarians, Zhan Dao, Dolphin AAA, YD Honda Ico KT, LJAN, HHAJSS, and Nan Gong Piao Chi, for their generous patronage. Thank you. Additionally, I extend my warmest congratulations and appreciation to Ganzhong for becoming the inaugural hall master of the mightiest abandoned youngster. Thank you once again. Chapter 40. Earning money seems quite simple. Yemo dragged the two corpses into the woods and examined their belongings, yet found nothing of value, only a little over 1,000 yuan in cash. He had no interest in cards or such items. However, the dagger appeared to be quite impressive, sharp and well-crafted, so he took it as his trophy. After casting a few fireballs, he reduced the two men to charred remains, although he could not completely incinerate them. With a sigh, he lamented the inadequacy of his fireball technique. He mused that once he reached the third level of chi training, a single fireball would suffice to erase any trace of them. He casually struck the ground, creating a large pit, and kicked the bodies inside, pushing some soil over them to finish the task. Yemo had never buried anyone he had killed before, but considering he had acquired a few thousand yuan from this encounter, he thought of it as hiring laborers for a job. After dealing with the two robbers, Yemo did not return, but instead headed further into the mountains. Wait, the woman, who had been waiting by the roadside, saw that Yemo had not come back and dashed into the woods, realizing he had ventured deeper into the mountains. She could barely make out his figure in the distance. Had she delayed even a moment longer, he might have been lost to her sight. Upon hearing her call, Yemo paused. The woman was genuinely surprised to see him stop. She had assumed that his fear would compel him to flee further away upon hearing her voice. Yet, he remained, showing no sign of trepidation. "You are not afraid of me?" she asked, her tone laden with meaning. Yemo adjusted his backpack and smiled lightly. "Will you kill me?" "No, you have not offended me. I do not enjoy killing." She instinctively shook her head. "Oh, if you want to kill me, why should I be afraid?" Yemo replied, a hint of curiosity in his voice. The woman scrutinized him once more. He was an ordinary young man, not unattractive, with a fair complexion and neat attire, resembling a student in his early 20s, devoid of any signals that might indicate danger, having narrowly escaped death countless times. She possessed a keen intuition for sensing those more formidable than herself, and it was clear to her that Yemo was not one of them. "You are quite bold. Yet if you are not afraid of me, why do you wish to flee the mountains? Is this mountain your home? Can I not leave?" The woman was momentarily speechless. Though Yemo's words were somewhat brash, she felt no anger. Instead, she continued with a smile. "Fine, you make a good point. Let us introduce ourselves. I am Wendong, The one from to here and Dong from cold winter. Yemo, he replied succinctly, unsure of what this unfamiliar woman wanted from him. Do you know why I called you and wanted to get acquainted? When Dong inquired, but before Yemo could respond, she continued, it is because I admire you. As you saw earlier, I am not an ordinary person. If you are willing, I can introduce you to a master. Yemo waved his hand dismissively. No need for a master introduction. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Hold on. It seems you still do not grasp the extent of power in this world. We can discuss the mentorship later. At present, I have a business deal to attend to. Would you be interested in accompanying me? Rest assured, the remuneration far exceeds the pittance of burying 2 corpses, she said, unperturbed by his rejection. Remuneration? Yemo thought to himself that having helped this woman dispose of 2 worthless lives had earned him a few thousand yuan. He was in need of money, and if she could offer him more, assisting her would be no trouble. Moreover, now that he was at the 2nd level of qi cultivation, he feared no treachery from her. Most importantly, once he began his training, he would have little time to earn money. Speak, what is the task? And how much will you pay? Yemo inquired, his interest piqued by the prospect of financial gain. When Dong did not provide an immediate answer, instead stating, if you head north from here for about 20 miles, there is a road that leads directly to the scenic spot of Shangshan Ridge. At a small inn there, I have 2 boxes. All you need to do is help me carry them and accompany me for a transaction. Trust me, with me around, you will be safe. Your only task will be to hand over the boxes. No further words are required. As for the payment, how does 50,000 sound? 50,000 for merely transporting a couple of boxes? Yemo was intrigued. He had labored hard selling talismans and treating patients, earning only a few thousand in fortunate circumstances. He was not concerned about being tricked by this woman. He did not believe anyone could harm him, even those stronger than he. If he wished to leave, none could stop him. All right, I'll do it, but it cannot be too far, as I have other matters to attend to. Yemo nodded and agreed without hesitation. Seeing Yemo consent so readily, when Dong nodded with approval. Excellent. You are a straightforward individual, someone capable of great deeds. I appreciate such decisiveness. Regardless of where you need to go, it will not affect our transaction, which is only a few hours' journey away. Perhaps by the time we conclude our business, it won't even take a minute away from your other obligations. Once Yemo fell silent, when Dong refrained from further conversation and began to lead the way. Despite traversing the mountainous terrain, her movements were remarkably light, showing no signs of fatigue. Concerned that Yemo might struggle to keep up, she deliberately slowed her pace, only to discover that Yemo exhibited remarkable stamina, showing no signs of lagging behind, which surprised her. Had it not been for Yemo's appearance, which did not resemble that of a martial artist, along with his slender, fair hands, she might have suspected he was involved in the same world she inhabited. When Dong was correct, after about an hour of walking in the mountains, they encountered a winding road ahead. This road was clearly more traffic than the one they had descended earlier, with vehicles passing by frequently. Before long, Wen Dong and Yemo flagged down a bus heading to Shangshan Ridge. Shangshan Ridge is one of the more renowned tourist destinations in China, comparable in fame to the 5 Great Mountains. However, due to a history of disappearances among tourists and a higher likelihood of bus accidents along the winding roads, it attracted far fewer visitors than the more famous mountains like Huaxia. Upon arriving at Shangshan Ridge, Yemo immediately sensed a stronger aura of natural energy compared to Ninghai. Had it not been for its proximity to Ninghai, he would have considered it an ideal place for cultivation. The bus stopped at a parking area halfway up the mountain, and when Dong instructed Yemo to wait there while she retrieved some items. Soon enough, she returned driving an ordinary Buick. I've got the things, let us go, she said as she parked the car in front of Yemo. Though his spiritual perception extended only 5 to 6 meters, it sufficed to inspect the vehicle. After scanning it, he found no anomalies except for 2 boxes in the back seat. Yemo opened the car door and took a seat in the back. He again used his perception to probe the boxes. One contained a rifle. Yemo was not well versed in firearms and could not identify its model, though it resembled an AK series. The other box held a stack of documents and an oddly shaped model. Seeing Yemo sit in the back without hesitation, Wen Dong felt quite pleased. Yet, she pondered whether Yemo was inherently bold or simply inexperienced in the ways of the world. If one is inexperienced and unaccustomed to the world, it is imperative to avoid any actions that may lead to embarrassment. With this in mind, Wen Duo remarked, Yemo, when we enter shortly, if someone is observing us, do not be concerned. Simply heed my instructions, and we shall exchange the boxes. Yimo understood that the box in question likely contained a model alongside a stack of documents. Wendong's calm demeanor indicated that there was no immediate danger. Moreover, even if peril were to arise, Yimo felt undaunted. Once this transaction was completed, he could pursue his cultivation with peace of mind. Chapter 41. Should I trust him? 2 days swiftly elapsed, and though Ning Qingxue stood at the gate of the courtyard, yearning for a glimpse, there was no sign of Yimo, not even a shadow. After this brief span, she finally comprehended that Yimo had departed, silently and without a word. He had not even taken his belongings. If it were not for an urgent matter, perhaps she did not hold any significance in his eyes. In Yimo's perspective, she might be but a rude, heartless individual, self-absorbed and deluded. Qingxue, the 2 days have passed. Uncle and aunt have called to say they will come over. I informed them that we will head directly to Yuzhou, Li Mumei gently reminded, observing Ning Qingxue's disarray. Her demeanor had been abnormal over these 2 days. Seemingly preoccupied with whether Yimo would return, Li Mumei suspected that there were unspoken matters between Ning Qingxue and Yimo that she remained unaware of. However, she could not believe that Qingxue had developed feelings for Yimo. Has it truly been 2 days? Ning Qingxue responded absent-mindedly, her mind wandering. After a pause, she resolutely declared, Mumei, I wish to purchase this courtyard. Yes, I will acquire it, regardless of the cost. Qingxue, what has come over you? Buying this courtyard? Setting aside whether the owner will sell, even if they do, who will reside here? Li Mumei was perplexed by Ning Qingxue's seemingly whimsical decision. Mumei, it is settled. We shall buy this courtyard. Inform the landlord not to disturb the flower bed. Ning Qingxue spoke with unwavering determination. Why? Qingxue, if you intend to purchase it, surely there must be a reason. Moreover, uncle and aunt will inquire. Li Mumei pressed further, struggling to comprehend. I have no reason, Mumei. I merely feel that something precious has been left here, and perhaps by acquiring it, I may have a chance to recover it. If I do not purchase this courtyard, I might never have the opportunity again. Mumei, I am resolute. If my father opposes, I will speak to him myself. Ning Qingxue's voice was soft, reminiscent of a whisper carried by the wind. Look, that beautiful woman who sought Yimo last time has returned, someone murmured in the classroom. Yimo is indeed fortunate to know such a beauty, yet she does not attend class, making it difficult for others to find him. Impressive. I have only seen him a couple of times since the semester began. The classroom buzzed with chatter, culminating in a disdainful huff from Yin Yin, who harbored resentment towards the stunning woman, feeling overshadowed by her beauty and humiliated by their previous encounter. Su Jingwen had visited Ning University several times, yet she had been unable to locate Yimo. Aware that Li Mumei knew Yimo's whereabouts, she hesitated to let her know of her quest to find him. The reason was clear to Su Jingwen. She found solace and joy in Yimo's presence, completely free of pressure. Ever since they danced together at her birthday celebration, she had not seen him again. Today marked her 3rd visit to Ning University, and she resolved that even if she did not find him in the classroom, she would still inquire. Just as Su Jingwen made this determination, she encountered a cold-faced woman approaching. Recognizing the woman as the teacher she had seen with Yimo during their last encounter, she eagerly approached her. Hello, teacher. Do you happen to know where Yimo has been these past few days? Yimo? I do not know this shameless individual. The woman replied curtly before turning to leave. This woman was Yun Bing, who now harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Yimo. If he were to reappear before her, she could not guarantee that she would not hurl her books at him. Su Jingwen stood in stunned silence as the teacher walked away, reflecting on the apparent decline in the quality of university faculty. How could she dismiss someone so harshly and label them a scoundrel? What could Yimo have possibly done to her? If others were unaware of his situation, surely she knew. He was but a discarded scion of the Yi family. After all, was it not typical for a woman to harbor resentment against a man for such reasons? Yimo was incapable of such actions. Why should she despise him? Yun Bing's reputation in Su Jingwen's eyes plummeted. Cousin Jingwen, what brings you here? Came Sumei's voice. Oh, Sumei, who was that teacher? Her conduct was appalling. I merely asked a question, and she resorted to insults. Su Jingwen pointed at Yun Bing's receding figure. Sumei glanced over, perplexed. That's Yun Bing, our English instructor. Though she may seem aloof, she is not of poor character. What happened? Did she say something to you? Not exactly. I asked where Yimo was and where he had gone, and she insulted him as a shameless person. How can such a teacher exist? Su Jingwen expressed her discontent. Ah, that makes sense. Yimo must have wronged teacher Yun in some way. I witnessed it myself. He likely offended her, which led to her outburst. Su Mei recounted. That day by the lake, it seemed that Yemo had crossed some boundary, and when teacher Yun attempted to confront him, he seized her hand, leading her to call him a rogue. Jing Wen, you should avoid associating with Yemo. He is nothing but a shameless individual, likely drawn to you for your wealth. Su Mei concluded, her disdain for Yemo evident. Su Jingwen listened, somewhat confused by Su Mei's words. After a moment, she frowned. Yemo is not that sort of person. I trust my instincts, and I have met him several times. He does not exude any of the traits I detest. Su Mei, perhaps you are mistaken? What? Jingwen, how could I be wrong? I witnessed their interactions firsthand. Moreover, was teacher Yun's condemnation of him not genuine? Su Mei exclaimed dramatically. Su Jingwen realized her inquiry had been ill-conceived. If Su Mei had indeed misjudged the situation, why would Yun Bing lash out at Yemo without provocation? Was her intuition truly flawed? Yet, Yemo had never left a negative impression on her, despite his poverty. He had always maintained a demeanor of dignity in her presence. What was truly happening? To know a person's face is not to know their heart. Could it be that Yemo is indeed that type of individual, merely adept at concealing his true nature? Or does he have ulterior motives for befriending me? Yet, in all honesty, I have been the one pursuing him. He has never sought me out, not even once, despite knowing my number. As she touched the bracelet on her wrist, Su Jingwen felt a tumult of emotions. It was not that she had developed romantic feelings for Yemo. Rather, she had never had a peer of the opposite sex with whom she connected so well. Her fondness for him had blossomed unconsciously. And now she found it disheartening to realize the vast discrepancy between her perception and that of others, especially given that some of the evidence was right before her eyes. No, I must visit his residence. Li Mumei must know. I will ask her first. I refuse to believe that Yemo is that sort of person. They must have misunderstood him. I should trust him. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to those who have generously supported me, including my dear friends who appreciate sugarcane. 120-310-8245-2429, Ljan, Nangong Piaojia, Lu Shinkingfeng, Gong Wuming, and Zio, 9999. Thank you ever so much. Chapter 42. 3 jade beads before Su Jingwen could inquire with Li Mumei. Another woman contacted her, none other than Ning Qingxue, Yemo's wife. Su Jingwen was aware of Ning Qingxue's motives for marrying Yemo. Yet a woman's intuition suggested that Ning Qingxue harbored no particular fondness for her. Why, then, would Ning Qingxue call her? Upon arriving at a small CAF, Su Jingwen found Ning Qingxue already waiting. Seeing Su Jingwen enter, Ning Qingxue promptly rose to greet her. Qingxue, you wish to see me? Su Jingwen inquired. Indeed, Jingwen, please. Have a seat. What would you care for? Ning Qingxue responded. I'm not fond of coffee. I'll have a juice. Su Jingwen replied. Noticing that Ning Qingxue also had a glass of juice before her, the two women sipping juice in a CAF struck a somewhat comical scene. Qingxue, how have you and Yemo been? Su Jingwen began, intending to inquire about Yemo's well-being, but the words morphed into a question about them as a couple. Oh, we're fine. Ning Qingxue replied, taking a sip of her juice, seemingly unsure of how to respond. After a moment, she composed herself and continued, Jingwen, there's something I wish to ask of you, but I'm hesitant. After much preamble, Ning Qingxue still hadn't voiced her request, as if it were an unutterable secret. Qingxue, please speak plainly. Mumei is a dear friend, and she's your cousin. While we weren't closely acquainted before, I believe we shall be in the future. Su Jingwen's meaning was clear. They were no longer strangers, so what was there to hesitate about? Very well, I'll be direct. Could you tell me about Yemo? And Ning Qingxue began, but the latter part of her sentence remained unspoken. Su Jingwen smiled gracefully. There's not much to tell. I met Yemo quite by chance. He was brought into the police station, and I bailed him out. I did so because I thought he resembled someone I knew, but it turned out I was mistaken. We had a meal together, and later I invited him to my birthday party. Su Jingwen omitted the fact that Yemo resembled the talisman vendor, as Ning Qingxue and Li Mumei had both expressed disbelief in such superstitions. There was no need to mention it. I didn't know he'd been to the police station. I wonder what for. Ning Qingxue mused, but she didn't press the matter. Instead, she continued, Jingwen, at your birthday party, Yemo gave you a bracelet. If you don't care for it, I was wondering if I could. Ning Qingxue hesitated to ask Su Jingwen to give her the bracelet, as it was a gift from Yemo. Had she not overheard Li Mumei saying that Yemo and Su Jingwen were merely casual acquaintances, she wouldn't have dared to ask for the bracelet, no matter how much she desired it. And now that Su Jingwen herself admitted that she and Yemo were only passing acquaintances, Ning Qingxue finally broached the subject, though the words still caught in her throat. Although Ning Qingxue didn't voice it explicitly, Su Jingwen understood. Ning Qingxue wanted the bracelet. Could it be that she and Yi Mo had truly developed feelings for each other? No, that couldn't be. Even if they had, Yi Mo could easily make another bracelet for her. Why, then, did Ning Qingxue want this particular bracelet? In truth, the bracelet Yi Mo had given her was rather crude, but Su Jingwen cherished it because she felt that her friendship with Yi Mo was pure and unadulterated. Yi Mo was a calming presence in her life, and their interactions were free of ulterior motives. However, after listening to Su Mei's words and observing Yun Bing's attitude toward Yi Mo, Su Jingwen felt a sense of bewilderment. She was no longer sure what kind of person Yi Mo was. Although she trusted him, a part of her still harbored doubts. Is Yi Mo well? Su Jingwen asked, avoiding Ning Qingxue's request. Ning Qingxue had expected Su Jingwen to either say she would look for the bracelet or claim she didn't know where it was. She doubted that Su Jingwen would wear such a crude bracelet. In her eyes, the bracelet was inconsequential to Su Jingwen, which was why she had asked for it. However, Su Jingwen's question about Yi Mo caught her off guard. Yi Mo has left. He's left Ninghai. I don't know where he's gone. I haven't seen him in days. Mumei and I will also be leaving Ninghai tonight for Yuzhou. Ning Qingxue quickly regained her composure and informed Su Jingwen that she, too, would soon be leaving Ninghai. Yi Mo has left? He hasn't graduated from Ningdai yet. Su Jingwen exclaimed in surprise. However, she quickly recollected what Su Mei had told her about Yi Mo's status at Ninghai University. Even if he completed all 4 years of his studies, it was unlikely that he would graduate. Su Jingwen suddenly smiled and said, without waiting for Ning Qingxue to respond, actually, the bracelet is quite nice. I rather like it. You're his wife. Surely he wouldn't refuse you a bracelet? If you tell me why you want it, perhaps I could give you half. Ning Qingxue recognized the deliberate provocation in Su Jingwen's words, but she replied, you know that Yi Mo and I married to deceive others, but it's no longer necessary. Yi Mo didn't give me anything when he left, and I feel somewhat indebted to him. So. One of Ning Qingxue's underlying reasons for wanting the bracelet was that she envied the bracelet Yi Mo had given to Su Jingwen. Moreover, the bracelet was rather crude, and she assumed that someone as wealthy as Su Jingwen wouldn't care for it, and might have even thrown it away. If Su Jingwen didn't like it, she reasoned, she could take it back. She concealed a key detail. Yi Mo hadn't given her anything, but he had left behind his small medicine chest in his haste. However, she wouldn't reveal that. The medicine chest had become her private matter. I have the bracelet with me, Su Jingwen said, removing the bracelet from her wrist. In her mind, Ning Qingxue felt indebted to Yi Mo because she had used him. In truth, Ning Qingxue was also a pitiable figure. It seemed that Yi Mo was angry with her, as he hadn't even said goodbye when he left. Ah, Ning Qingxue exclaimed, astonished that Su Jingwen would wear the bracelet Yi Mo had given her. What did this signify? It meant that Su Jingwen liked the bracelet, contrary to her assumption that Su Jingwen had simply discarded it. Suddenly, a strange emotion welled up within Ning Qingxue, one that she couldn't quite comprehend. I'll give you 3 jade beads. Yi Mo made them himself. You can string them together, Su Jingwen said, opening her bracelet and removing 3 beads, which she handed to Ning Qingxue. Had she not heard Yun Bing berate Yi Mo in her presence and listened to Su Mei's words, she might not have been willing to give Ning Qingxue any of the beads from her bracelet. However, after these 2 events, she seemed to feel less attached to the beads. Now that Ning Qingxue had asked, she gave her 3. As for why she kept 3, perhaps it was to commemorate that pure friendship. Later, she would likely put away the bracelet with the remaining 3 beads and no longer wear it. I express my gratitude to the southern barbarians, non-human 4, Chen Shiju, LJN, and the rebellious doctor for their generous contributions. A heartfelt thanks to Perfect Dreams Come True and the zombie deity for their support through vote updates. I kindly request your votes, as the next update may arrive a bit late, possibly around midnight, for reasons that are well understood. Thus, I humbly seek your votes. Chapter 43. The difficulty of earning money when Dong drove swiftly along the winding mountain road. If one were to glance outside, they might be struck by the fear that the vehicle could plunge off the cliff at any moment. Yet, when Dong maintained a rapid yet steady pace, many vehicles ascending the mountain, upon spotting her Buick, pulled over to the side, apprehensive that this reckless driver might crash into them. The reason for Wen Dong's haste stemmed from observing Yi Mo's calm demeanor. By navigating the perilous mountain road at such a speed, she intended to startle him, hoping he would urge her to slow down. Should he express such a sentiment, she would promptly seize the opportunity to educate him. insisting that this was merely a moderate pace and that he had yet to witness true speed. If he was so timid, she would relent and drive more slowly. However, halfway up the mountain, Yemo had yet to utter a word. When Dong glanced back in surprise, discovering that he had closed his eyes, seemingly oblivious to the potential danger, as if he were lounging in a serene safe rather than riding in a vehicle teetering on the edge of a precipice. She was utterly speechless. Even if one were unafraid, driving in such a precarious location with no guardrails should warrant at least a modicum of vigilance. Yet, he appeared to be napping. Was it a sign of insensitivity or an unwavering confidence in his driving skills? How could he be so assured of his own capabilities? In truth, even when Dong felt a twinge of fear driving this fast on the mountain, reflecting on her initial encounter with Yemo, where he displayed an apparent lack of fear, when Dong began to understand his character more profoundly. To put it charitably, he was akin to a fearless calf, and less charitably, a simpleton. Nonetheless, this type of person suited her needs perfectly. She required someone like him to assist her, as navigating the transactions alone would prove exceedingly challenging. Noticing that Yemo seemed unconcerned about the vehicle's speed, when Dong gradually decelerated. After all, driving at such high speeds on the mountainside was perilous due to the numerous sharp turns. She planned to increase her speed once they reached the highway. At that moment, Yemo opened his eyes and casually inquired, "How much further?" When Dong promptly replied, "Approximately 600 miles. 600 miles? At this slow pace? How long will it take?" Yemo frowned. When Dong nearly drove off the cliff, thinking to herself that she had been driving quite fast, was this still considered slow? No wonder he had remained silent. He was merely dissatisfied with her speed. This was the mountains. She would accelerate once they reached the highway. With a sense of resignation, she responded. Fortunately, Yemo did not press the issue further and closed his eyes again. Had it not been for the slight edge of discontent in his tone, when Dong might have thought he was jesting. Once they reached the highway, when Dong picked up speed, and Yemo felt the vehicle sway slightly. Glancing at the speedometer, he noted that they were exceeding 200 kilometers per hour. Within less than 2 hours, they arrived at Tondo, where when Dong parked in front of an isolated villa on the outskirts rather than entering the city, Yemo surveyed the villa, which exuded an air of grandeur. It was surrounded by a vast bamboo grove and featured a sizable artificial lake. The expansive yard housed several luxury cars, and the lawn could easily accommodate 2 football fields, indicating that the occupant of this villa was undoubtedly affluent. "Take that smaller suitcase. I'll handle the larger one," when Dong instructed as she exited the vehicle and retrieved the larger suitcase from the back seat. Yemo was aware that the larger suitcase contained an AK rifle, while the smaller one held some documents and a model. Observing the villa's impressive scale, Yemo realized that such a spacious estate on the city's outskirts suggested the owner was not only wealthy, but also well-connected. Such circumstances were rare. With this thought in mind, he retrieved a duckbill cap and sunglasses from his backpack, donned a mask, and finally picked up the suitcase when Dong had asked him to carry. When Dong glanced at Yemo's attire, her lips moving slightly, but ultimately, she refrained from commenting. She could not comprehend why he felt the need to dress in such a manner. To her, he seemed rather oblivious to the dangers of being pursued or retaliated against. Yet, Yemo had chosen to do so, leaving her curious about his motives. His appearance, however, was undeniably striking, exuding an enigmatic allure. "This works well," when Dong murmured to herself as she headed toward the villa, leaving the vehicle outside. 2 security guards stood at the entrance of the villa, and upon seeing when Dong arrived, they did not obstruct her entry, nor did they pose any questions or conduct a search. They simply allowed both Yemo and Wen Dong to pass. Yemo's current range of perception was limited, only able to discern objects within a mere 5 to 6 meters, and even then, the details appeared somewhat blurred. Hence, he could not investigate the villa thoroughly. "Oh, Miss Wen has not diminished in her allure since departing from Beijing," a slightly aged, yet resonant voice echoed as they entered the grand hall. "Come, let me show Miss Wen to a seat and prepare tea." "There's no need for tea. I require an immediate transaction. Once concluded, I will depart, and we shall go our separate ways," Wen Dong replied decisively, waving her hand dismissively. Yemo scrutinized the speaker, a man in his 50s with graying hair, yet a vigorous demeanor. He emanated a chilling aura, his smile contrasting sharply with the sharpness and flicker in his eyes. This was not an ordinary individual, but rather a suspicious one. To Yemo, this man was merely on the same level as Wen Dong, if not beneath her. He hardly regarded him as a threat. Despite his suspicious nature, in the face of true power, such concerns were inconsequential. Flanking the man stood two other men, but surprisingly, there were no guards stationed at the entrance. Upon observing the man's cold demeanor, Guillermo understood that this was not an amiable character. The absence of guards at the entrance was inconsistent with the man's chilling presence. Guillermo expanded his perception and soon detected four more individuals, two by the entrance and one crouching on either side. All were armed, cleverly concealed behind a screen. The guards at the entrance had hidden themselves after Guillermo and when Dong entered. The screen, with its numerous transparent holes, allowed a clear view of the other side while remaining deceptively ordinary, making it easy for anyone entering to overlook. Guillermo's ability to perceive the situation stemmed from his unique awareness. Although the screen appeared like a simple canvas, it was structured in a way that concealed its true nature. Even if Guillermo had not realized the screen was hollow, he would have noticed something amiss, as it was clearly illogical to have a screen fixed to the floor in a hall. Who would go to the trouble of anchoring a screen in such a manner? Crouching behind the screen was an individual dressed to blend in, their clothing matching the screen's colors. The cleverly placed holes allowed only a partial view, ensuring that anyone entering would not take notice. It seemed that when Dong's transaction was far from straightforward. Indeed, $5,000 was not easily earned. Thank you for your support of the update regarding my fondness for sugarcane. Chapter 44. The Lethal Game. Haha. There is no rush. Miss Win. Let us first examine the items before discussing the terms of our transaction. You have no objections to that, I presume? The man, who claimed to be surnamed Gong, spoke leisurely once more. Fine. As when Dong uttered these words, her expression shifted dramatically, yet she instructed Guillermo, open the box and turn it around for Mr. Gong to see. Guillermo, noticing the change in Dong's demeanor, realized she had detected the presence of someone lurking nearby. While he was unsure how she had made this discovery, it was evident she had her own methods. What remained unclear was whether she had noticed the individual hiding behind the door or the one concealed behind the screen. Miss Win, I am aware of your prowess. Heh. No matter how skilled you are, once you open the box and begin assembling the weapon inside, it will take you at least several seconds. In those fleeting moments, I could end your life numerous times. Thus, I sincerely hope everyone can maintain their composure. After delivering this statement, Mr. Gong took a seat, gazing at Dong with a hint of mockery. Guillermo felt a sense of bewilderment. He could not fathom where Dong derived her confidence to negotiate with someone like Mr. Gong. Was this not akin to a lamb walking into a tiger's den? What did this imply? And what was the significance of Mr. Gong having armed men stationed at the entrance? Did he intend to act without honor? Dong, seemingly unfazed, replied as if discussing a matter unrelated to her. Clap, clap. The man surnamed Gong applauded and remarked, Miss Win, you remain as formidable as ever. However, the chivalry of the current world is truly worthless. Come in. At his command, two armed men entered from the doorway, aiming their weapons at Dong and Guillermo. To Guillermo's surprise, the four men behind Mr. Gong, despite being armed, did not raise their weapons. It dawned on Guillermo that Dong had detected the two men at the entrance, but had overlooked those concealed behind the screen. Guillermo's senses honed in on the fingers of the two men by the door. He would evade their shots the moment they moved. He could not yet confirm whether he could dodge bullets, but he surmised that without reaching the third level of energy cultivation, he would be in considerable danger. Dong appeared oblivious to the guns aimed at her, retrieving a timer from her pocket and stating slowly, if Mr. Gong truly wishes to disregard honor, I, Dong, would not mind if we all perish together. Indeed, there is a gun in this box, but it also contains a timed bomb. Its power is not insignificant. It could obliterate Mr. Gong's residence and still leave a residual effect. I trust Mr. Gong would not doubt the bomb's potency. Miss Win, you certainly have a flair for humor, Mr. Gong chuckled. Jiang Yan, bring the items to Miss Win for her inspection and put away your weapons. Do you not realize that Miss Win is our guest? With that, he ordered the men at the door to lower their firearms. He was well aware of Dong's capabilities. To her, playing with explosives was as effortless as handling firecrackers. Dong appeared to disregard this matter entirely, directly opening the box. While everyone fixated on her, she swiftly assembled the gun at a bewildering pace. Although she did not time herself, Guillermo was certain her actions had not exceeded 10 seconds. Despite the brevity of the moment, Mr. Gong's countenance shifted multiple times, perhaps due to the apprehension of the bomb or the uncertainty of what Dong had brought, ultimately leading him to refrain from ordering the men to fire. Guillermo knew with certainty that there was no bomb within Dong's box, having previously scanned it with his senses. Dong lifted the assembled rifle, pulling Guillermo towards the left, leaving him to inwardly chuckle. although she had avoided exposing her back to the two men at the entrance. She had inadvertently presented her back to the concealed individual behind the screen. As expected, a smile crept onto Mr. Gong's lips as he nodded to the man holding the box beside him. This man opened the box and approached, presenting it to Wendong. Yemo clearly saw that it was filled with bundles of US dollars, and estimated some exceeding 1 million. Silently cursing Wendong for her stinginess. Yemo thought it absurd that she had secured over $1 million, yet only offered him a mere few thousand as a means of escape. All while he was being threatened at gunpoint. Yemo opened the box, pointing it at Mr. Gong, while simultaneously breaking off a piece of wood from the chair's backrest, splitting it into 8 splinters. One of those splinters was deftly launched towards the rear. The splinter pierced through a small hole in the screen, striking the concealed assailant, who fell without altering his posture, executed by Xiexing. No one had witnessed Yemo's swift action. The splinter, imbued with his energy, penetrated the man's forehead, silencing him forever. Yemo never showed mercy to those who sought his life. After dispatching the hidden assailant, Yemo deliberately moved closer to the center. Otherwise, the distance would prevent him from closely observing his adversaries. Seeing Yemo advance, though reluctant, Wendong had no choice but to follow him. The man holding the cash approached Yemo and examined the contents of his box. Wendong, meanwhile, held a gun in one hand and several stacks of dollars in the other, scrutinizing them. After inspecting Yemo's belongings, the man nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. Gong smiled and declared, "Very well, let it be so," and turned to leave. At that moment, Yemo sensed the man concealed beneath the screen preparing to pull the trigger. In a split second, Yemo launched the remaining 7 splinters, simultaneously pulling Wendong aside several meters. Yemo was baffled as to why the assailant showed no fear of the bomb. It was likely he had some means to observe Wendong when she opened the box. How reckless of her. As Mr. Gong concluded his statement, Wendong sensed something amiss and instinctively raised her weapon, but in that instant, Yemo yanked her away. Caught off guard by Yemo's abrupt action during such peril, Wendong quickly grasped the situation after hearing several sharp gunshots. She realized there were indeed adversaries hiding across from them. Without a second thought, she raised her weapon to retaliate, only to discover that aside from Mr. Gong, none of the others remained standing. What is happening? As she glanced at the 2 men by the door and the 4 beside Mr. Gong, all bleeding profusely, Wendong quickly understood. Yemo had eliminated them. Her initial reaction was one of disbelief. Yemo was indeed no ordinary individual. In such a brief span of time, he had not only evaded gunfire, but also dispatched at least 7 opponents. Had Yemo not pulled her away, she was confident she could have taken down 6 of them before being shot, but she would have never evaded the bullet fired from behind the screen. Heavens! Who exactly is he to possess such prowess? Overwhelmed by astonishment, Wendong noticed blood dripping from the screen, confirming that someone had indeed been shot. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she turned to see more blood falling from behind the screen. A chill ran down her spine. Had it not been for Yemo, she would have never known how close she had come to death. 2 hidden assailants had aimed their weapons at her without her awareness, explaining the unease she had felt since entering the room. Even if she could sacrifice a few to save herself, what would that accomplish? The sound of light footsteps reached Yemo's ears as he prepared to continue his assault with the splinters. However, Wendong raised her gun, and 2 shots rang out, swiftly ending the conflict. Yemo nodded in approval, while Wendong clearly could not hear the approaching footsteps as he could. Her ability to detect nearby threats indicated her seasoned experience. Mr. Gong stared incredulously at Wendong, his face paling. He had set this lethal trap, knowing her arrogance. Yet now he faced total annihilation. Had he known her bomb was a ruse, he would have eliminated her sooner. "Are you truly willing to kill me over a mere $1 million, Gong Huishan? Do you intend to silence me?" Wendong's expression immediately darkened as he raised the rifle in his hand, advancing menacingly towards the man with the surname Gong. Chapter 45. Who will roll? Will silencing me be of any use? Do you not realize that this matter is known worldwide, fool? Wendong mockingly addressed the man surnamed Gong. Do not be agitated. Wendong, it is not my intention to kill you. Rather, Gong Huishan could not finish his sentence before Wendong had already fired her gun. I do not need to know, Wendong replied, her expression returning to normal as she shot Gong Huishan dead. Yemo had anticipated that Wendong would inquire about his identity. Even if she did, he would not divulge it. He was here solely for the 50,000 yuan, and he had not expected it to be so difficult to obtain. Had he not been cautious, he might have met his end here. However, to his surprise, Wendong did not ask any questions. Instead, she said to Yimo, "Let us leave. The two individuals we just killed were likely the guards. There should be no one left here now. I will plant a bomb to blow this place up." Yimo thought to himself, "Where did you acquire a bomb?" But before he could voice his question, Wendong had already unfastened a bundle of explosives from her waist. She had indeed brought a bomb. And the fact that she had a timer indicated her seriousness. This woman was a lunatic. If she detonated the bomb, would he not? Although Yimo felt displeased, he refrained from speaking further. He had witnessed many perilous situations and was not overly concerned about this one. 20 minutes after they had driven away, Yimo could still hear the thunderous explosion in the distance. "Why did you not take a plane to Gillen?" Wendong asked after a long silence, now aware that Yimo was no ordinary person. This explained why he had remained composed from the beginning until now. She understood that Yimo was displeased with her silence. Moreover, without Yimo's assistance, she would have likely perished alongside those men and would not have survived. She was not afraid of death, but if she died, she would not be able to utilize the money she had, and that made her resentful. Though she did not articulate it, she felt immensely grateful towards Yimo. "I do not have an ID," Yimo replied succinctly. Even if he had one, he might not dare to use it. He had killed Song Shaoan, and he was the one who had gone missing that night. The Song family would eventually trace it back to him. He was well aware of this. Purchasing a plane ticket with an ID would only provide the Song family with a lead, and he was not yet capable of confronting them directly. Once Wang Peng had healed, he became vigilant, realizing that he was not the only skilled individual in this world. After a moment of silence, Wendong said, "Thank you this time. Without you, I might not have survived." Initially, 50,000 yuan seemed insufficient, but this money is not for my personal use. It serves another purpose. You may take the box containing the models. It is quite valuable, and with your abilities, you should be able to safeguard it. Do not ask me what it is. I do not know much. However, if you trust me, in 3 hours we can reach Huyang, a relatively remote mountainous area, where I can assist you in obtaining a genuine ID. Yimo had not paid much attention to the models and related materials. They were of little significance to him. However, an ID would indeed be quite convenient. The fact that Wendong could help him acquire a legitimate one was something he welcomed. "Of course, I believe you. I just need an ID," Yimo said eagerly. As for any form of compensation, he felt that the 50,000 yuan was sufficient. He held little attachment to money. As long as it sufficed, that was enough. The dollars Wendong had given him felt cumbersome, requiring conversion. Wendong developed a favorable impression of Yimo. Not only was he extraordinarily capable, but he was also easy to converse with and indifferent to wealth. With his skills, it would have been as simple as eating or drinking to kill her and take her money. Yet, from the beginning, Yimo had never once cast a glance at his own money box. He had not even expressed discontent regarding the meager 50,000 yuan reward despite the immense risk involved. Throughout their encounter, Yimo had never inquired about her identity, her profession, or her destination, as if he were merely a passerby. Perhaps he truly was just a traveler, but he was certainly not an ordinary one. "Do you have a phone?" Wendong pondered the possibility of befriending Yimo. "No, I prefer solitude." Yimo's response made it clear to Wendong that he was not inclined to forge connections. Wendong fell silent. She was not a bothersome woman. 3 hours later, they arrived in Huyang, where Yimo checked into a modest inn. Wendong took a photograph of him and then departed. When she returned the following afternoon, it was already 3 o'clock. However, she had not exaggerated. Yimo's ID was ready, still bearing his name, though his residence was listed as a rural area in Huyang. Yimo paid little heed, for in this world, there were far too many individuals sharing his name. Wendong handed Yimo the 50,000 yuan along with the box containing the documents and models, stating that it was no longer of any use to her. Seeing that the box was not heavy, Yimo discarded it, opting instead for a plastic bag to carry his belongings, which he stuffed into his backpack before bidding Wendong farewell. That evening, Yimo took a bus to the southernmost city of Huzhong Province, Xianshan. Xianshan lay at the border of Huzhong and Shanghai provinces, which in turn bordered Gainan province. The Guixiang Mountains traversed Huzhong, Shanghai, and Gainan, forming a major mountain range in Huaxia. Yimo intended to reach Gillen, situated in Gainan province. Now in Xianshan, he needed to cross through Shanghai province to enter Gainan, eventually reaching Gillen, the southernmost city in that province. Upon arriving in Xianshan, Yimo was in no rush to continue his journey. After all, he was thousands of miles away from Ninghai, and even if the Song family discovered he had killed Song Shaoan, it would take time for them to trace him here. Furthermore, in Yimo's view, even if the Song family tracked the route of the BMW to Ninghai, they would still require time to uncover his disappearance. After spending a night in Xianshan, Yimo ventured out the next day to procure some items, intending to replace his clothing with a new set. To avoid being threatened by others again, he intentionally visited a hardware store to purchase a pack of nails. The nails were small, with several hundred in a pack. While using nails as a weapon might seem absurd to others, it was sufficient for Yimo. After acquiring the nails, Yimo casually strolled through a shopping mall, where he noticed that the clothes were quite expensive, primarily from various brand-name stores. For Yimo, as long as the clothing was wearable and fit well, he had little regard for brands. After all, could any brand surpass the garments crafted in the realm of cultivation? Moreover, he did not possess much money. As a person dressed rather poorly, Yimo entered such brand-name stores, where he was met with disdain. Fortunately, he paid no heed to this. As he was about to leave when he noticed a well-dressed man attempting to snatch a small bag clutched under the arm of a middle-aged man who was preoccupied with a phone call, looking somewhat anxious and unaware of the theft occurring. A thief? The middle-aged man's leather bag was genuine. How could this thief possibly break it open? Yimo was curiously observing when another well-dressed youth approached him, whispering, "Kid, stop staring or I'll gouge your eyes out. Get lost." Yimo's gaze turned icy as he lifted his foot and kicked the young man squarely in the face. "You are all remarkable. Although the votes of recommendation are few, I firmly believe that the unparalleled abandoned young master will achieve greatness once more. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my cherished friends, Ganja, Southern Barbarian, Hai Exin, LJN, Wu Piaolin, and book friend 0907020323211014 for their generous contributions. Thank you also to Ganja, Monbu Woniu, and Yifang Fei for their supportive votes. Lastly, I wish to express my gratitude and congratulations to Ganja for becoming the first guardian of the abandoned young master. Finally, the abandoned young master has a guardian, and I am overjoyed." Chapter 46. The town of venomous snakes at the border. The young man who had been kicked by Yimo flew backward, landing directly atop a garbage bin. The sight of him perched there, blood streaming from his nose and mouth, would have suggested to any observer that he had chosen to sit there voluntarily, were it not for his evident distress. Yimo's actions immediately startled those nearby, including a middle-aged man who had just finished a phone call and abruptly turned around to notice the thief behind him. However, the thief displayed no signs of panic upon being spotted. Instead, he sheathed the small knife he had been holding and, along with two other youths who had joined him, fixed a fierce gaze upon Yimo. Apart from the young man who had been unceremoniously deposited in the garbage bin, there were indeed 4 of them in total. "Kid, you're courting death. Let us take him down," shouted one of the youths wielding a dagger, leading the charge towards Yimo. The other 2 followed suit without hesitation. While the unfortunate man on the garbage bin was filled with an overwhelming sense of dread, he understood all too well what had transpired. The young man's kick had propelled him into the air, landing him atop the bin as if some unseen force had lifted him. Had the kick struck his chest instead, perhaps he would not have been so terrified. Realization struck him. This young man was someone they could not afford to provoke. Yet, before he could call out to his companions to halt their advance, they had already rushed forward. The middle-aged man seemed to grasp the situation. The youth had likely witnessed the thief attempting to steal his wallet and was now being retaliated against by the thief's accomplices. Though he wished to assist, he felt powerless due to his lack of skills. Just as he contemplated calling the police, an astonishing scene unfolded before his eyes once more. The young man launched another kick, sending the dagger-wielding youth flying, the knife inexplicably embedding itself in his own leg. To make matters worse, the trajectory of the flying youth was directly towards the head of the man atop the garbage bin. Then, to the middle-aged man's astonishment, he watched as the young man executed a spinning kick that sent the other 2 youths, including the one who had attempted to rob him, hurtling through the air. The sound of cracking echoed, though he could not discern what had broken. All he knew was that the 2 thieves screamed in agony as they were similarly flung atop the garbage bin, resulting in a heap of bodies and the bin crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. He gasped in disbelief. Had he not witnessed Yimo's skill firsthand, he would have assumed it was a cleverly edited video. This was akin to a scene from a film. "Scum," Yimo muttered disdainfully before striding away, prompting those who had been watching to finally react. They began to applaud as they beheld the 4 thieves sprawled on the ground, rendered incapacitated. The 4, realizing the impending arrival of the police, struggled to rise, disregarding their wounds as they helped each other to stagger away. "Excuse me, my friend. Please hold on," the middle-aged man called out as he hurried to catch up with Yimo, expressing his gratitude profusely. Yimo waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It was nothing. Why didn't he do it for you? Those scoundrels provoked me first." He turned to leave again. "My name is Huaxia, and I would like to invite you to dinner. Would you be willing to join me?" Huaxia proposed, having been struck by the young man's extraordinary prowess. "Not interested." Yimo replied tersely, noting that he would only be in Xianshan for one night before departing the next day. Huaxia's invitation was likely tied to some ulterior motive, and Yimo deemed his own plans of seeking a place to cultivate far more pressing. As Yimo prepared to walk away, Huaxia grew anxious and hurriedly added, "If you could accompany me to Guilin, I am willing to offer you a generous reward." Huaxia assessed Yimo's attire and assumed he was not wealthy. Thus, monetary compensation would likely entice him. However, he remained unaware that even if Huaxia offered him 1,000,000, it would not sway him, given that Yimo already possessed over 50,000. Guilin? Yimo paused, realizing that his intended destination aligned perfectly with Huaxia's request. If it was on the way and there was money to be made, he was open to the idea. However, if it involved dangerous tasks akin to what a woman named Wendong had asked of him, he would decline. Although he was not afraid, he preferred to avoid being drawn into perilous situations. "All right, let us discuss it," Yimo thought, acknowledging that he would not be leaving tonight anyway. They settled into a secluded CAF, and Huaxia wasted no time, stating, "I urgently need to go to Guilin to exchange something with a local power broker in the town of Venomous Snakes. However, that area is quite chaotic, and I had initially intended to wait for someone to accompany me. Seeing your skills, I realized you would be a far better companion. If you agree to join me, you can name your price." Huaxia explained that Venomous Snakes was no longer part of Guilin, and after landing at Guilin Tianling Airport, he would still need to travel several hours by car to reach it. While flying directly from Xianshan to Guilin is straightforward, Venomous Snakes is close to several borders and is inhabited by many ethnic minorities. When I say the security is chaotic, I mean it is practically non-existent. Huaxia looked at Yimo expectantly, knowing that he had yet to mention that the area was rife with bandits and outlaws, with violence occurring nearly every day. Yimo furrowed his brow. He was aware of Guilin's border town status and understood he could cross borders if the Song family found him. However, he had not previously heard of Venomous Snakes. Given Huaxia's description, it sounded even closer to the frontier. As for the chaos, he did not particularly concern himself with it. After a moment of contemplation, Yimo replied, "Actually, I too wish to visit Guilin for the sake of opportunities. Since this is my first visit, and you mentioned that Venomous Snakes is even closer to the border, I believe there may be greater prospects there. As for compensation, I do not require any. If you have acquaintances in Venomous Snakes, simply keep an eye out for me." Huaxia, upon hearing Yimo's words, quickly interjected, "Please, do not pursue opportunities in Venomous Snakes. If you wish to engage in business, it would be far wiser to remain in Guilin. I have acquaintances there and even a property that I am not currently using, which I could offer you. My trip to Venomous Snakes is a last resort. Under normal circumstances, I would never go there." Yimo smiled faintly and replied, "Opportunities arise from risks. I have made my decision to go to Venomous Snakes." Understanding that Yimo was resolute, Huaxia ceased his attempts to dissuade him, recognizing Yimo's formidable abilities. "Very well. I can certainly assist you in finding a place in Venomous Snakes." Huaxia understood that while Venomous Snakes had a notorious reputation, there were still ways to navigate it if one had sufficient funds. Yimo nodded, stating, "My business ventures may involve some underhanded dealings. The more remote the location, the better." Huaxia opened his mouth to respond, but ultimately refrained. From his years of experience in the business world, he could tell that Yimo was not the type to be unscrupulous, yet his words carried an unmistakable hint of the underworld. Chapter 47. So it was Ninghai University. Yinbing had been feeling somewhat restless these past few days. She had notably not seen Yimo for quite some time. Although Yimo rarely attended class, she often caught glimpses of him in the library, yet now, there was not even a trace of him. Initially, she thought that his absence would allow her to focus on her own pursuits. However, after witnessing Zheng Wenxiao and her senior being rendered senseless, she couldn't shake the feeling that it was somehow linked to her. In her quest for answers, she attempted to confront Yimo, but his dismissive attitude and threats to cast her into Ning Lake left her fuming. That scoundrel! After having scrutinized her body, she was left questioning whether he had ever touched her, and now he treated her with such arrogance. These thoughts only served to heighten her agitation. Perhaps Ninghai was no longer a suitable place for her. Perhaps it was time to return to Yanjing. The very notion of departing from Ninghai brought her an unexpected sense of relief. She realized she should have left long ago. Upon returning to her residence, Yunbing's first action was not to prepare a meal, but rather to pack her belongings. Once her items were neatly arranged, she took the time to clean her room. It was then that she stumbled upon an SD card hidden in the corner. She picked up the 8 GB card, somewhat puzzled, as she had never used such devices. However, it quickly reminded her of the shattered camera she had seen after Yimo's departure. The camera had been completely broken, and she had found it baffling at the time, choosing not to dwell on it. Now, finding this memory card, she concluded it must have belonged to that camera. It appeared to have been overlooked amidst the chaos. And had it not been for her tidying up today, she would never have discovered it. Yunbing inserted the SD card into her laptop, where she found only a single video file. As she opened it, the screen filled with dialogue and images. "Xiao Xiao, I have begun," spoke the voice of the senior who had offered her a drink. "Let us begin. When I am with this woman, make sure to capture every detail, especially her moans. I refuse to believe that with this footage, she won't yield." The image revealed Zheng Wenxiao. Yunbing trembled with indignation, her shame and anger intensifying as she realized her own clothing had been torn away. It dawned on her that this was likely a result of the drug drink she had consumed that day. The video displayed her flushed face and dazed expression, her garments in disarray, a testament to the drug's potency. Just as she was grappling with the implications, the door burst open, and a masked Yimo entered. Upon seeing this, Yunbing finally breathed a sigh of relief. A vague understanding of the situation began to crystallize. "Friend, what do you intend to do? If your aim is merely financial gain, we can part ways amicably. Besides, we have had our fun with this exquisite woman," Zheng Wenxiao said, eyeing Yimo warily while attempting to don the clothes he had not yet removed. "Scoundrel," Yimo uttered, and with that, he delivered a swift kick to Zheng Wenxiao. The ensuing footage flickered, revealing a brief scuffle between Yimo and the senior, before abruptly cutting to black, leaving nothing but darkness. Though the screen faded to black, Yunbing pieced together the events. Yimo had likely followed them after witnessing her abduction, and had come to her rescue at home. It was Yimo who had shattered the door to save her. As for how he countered the effects of the drug, she was uncertain, but she knew he had not assaulted her. No wonder Zheng Wenxiao and that senior had been left senseless and publicly humiliated the following morning. It was indeed Yimo's doing. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she had wronged him. He had saved her life. Had it not been for Yimo, she shuddered to think of the possible outcomes. Perhaps only suicide would have remained as an option. What a venomous heart Zheng Wenxiao possessed. She pondered what slight she had given to invoke such wrath. Yunbing realized that now was not the time to dwell on others, but rather to reach out to Yimo. He had saved her, and she had repaid his kindness with ingratitude. Overwhelmed with shame, she recognized that if anyone were the ungrateful wretch, it was she. As a woman of principle, she resolved to apologize to Yimo without delay and express her gratitude for his life-saving intervention. Yet, why had he not disclosed the truth to her? She quickly recalled that the day he had wiped her face, she had merely regained consciousness for a moment before succumbing to unconsciousness again. Yimo may not have realized she had awoken and seen him, and considering the involvement of the vice mayor's son, he might have feared she would suffer from a psychological burden or that any exposure would ultimately harm her. Furthermore, based on her perception of Yimo, would he even believe her if he spoke? "Thank you, Yimo," she thought, feeling a newfound appreciation for him. The shift in her mindset altered her perception entirely. Just prior to tidying her room, she had deemed Yimo the most despicable of men, yet now he seemed somewhat dashing. No, she had to apologize to Yimo in person. He had saved her life. Some issues could not be resolved through death, even if she took her own life. The residue of shame would remain. Seeking out Yimo? Yet, it had been ages since she last saw him. Perhaps she could inquire in class tomorrow if anyone knew where he resided. During today's English class, her typically aloof and indifferent teacher, Wu Qingbing, astonished the entire class by inquiring about Yimo. Yunbing, instead of leaving after class, stood at the podium and asked, "It has been a while since Yimo attended. Does anyone know where he has gone? Or can anyone contact him?" Silence ensued, a prolonged silence. Just as Yunbing began to feel at a loss, a classmate finally responded, "Yimo is closest to Shishio, but he hasn't been around for quite some time. However, Sume knows Yimo. I saw them speaking at the library entrance last time." After Yunbing departed, the classroom erupted into chatter. Not only did Yimo know a stunning beauty, but she had also sought him out multiple times. Now, Wu Qingbing was inquiring about him. Yimo certainly had an impressive network. Sume was a well-known figure at Ning University, and as Yunbing's student, she was certainly familiar with her. Upon hearing Yun Bing's inquiry, Su Mei was initially taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Yin teacher, Yi Mo is inherently vile. You need not be upset with such a person. Even my cousin nearly fell for his tricks. He is quite adept at disguising his true nature. Yun Bing paused, thinking to herself, I am grateful to Yi Mo. Why would I be angry with him? Yet, she refrained from countering Su Mei's opinion. Acknowledging that everyone is entitled to their perspective, she, too, had once harbored deep resentment toward Yi Mo. Su Mei. I simply wish to find Yi Mo for an urgent matter, Yun Bing replied, feeling exasperated. An urgent matter? Su Mei immediately recalled the day Yun Bing had been so furious she nearly struck Yi Mo instinctively. She glanced at Yun Bing's abdomen, wondering if Yi Mo had indeed been involved. Yun Bing, oblivious to Su Mei's sordid thoughts, pressed on, Do you know where Yi Mo is? Su Mei came to her senses, shook her head, and said, I am uncertain, but my cousin Su Jingwen might know. Perhaps you could inquire with her, Teacher Yun. Chapter 48. The highway robbers. Su Jingwen caressed the bracelet in her hand, suddenly filled with regret for having given 3 beads from it to Ning Snow. She felt that she should not have heeded Su Mei's words and altered her impression of Yi Mo. Even if she had witnessed the teacher Yun Bing speaking ill of Yi Mo, did that necessarily indicate Yi Mo's wrongdoing? Perhaps there was something amiss with the teacher instead. Moreover, even if Yi Mo had erred, it was not her concern. Why should she be swayed? If given the chance again, she would choose to believe in Yi Mo. After all, he was someone she was familiar with, while this teacher remained a stranger. It is often said that one cannot truly know another's heart. The seemingly cold exterior of a teacher does not guarantee their true nature. She firmly believed that Yi Mo was not the person Yun Bing and Su Mei described. Her conviction rested solely on an instinctive feeling. However, 3 beads had already been given to Ning Snow, and it would be inappropriate to reclaim them. She could only blame Ning Snow for having chosen such an opportune moment. Had time elapsed since her encounter with Yun Bing, even a single day, her perspective might have shifted. Fortunately, she had only given away 3 beads. Had she relinquished the entire bracelet, she might have regretted it profoundly. This bracelet, though not valuable, was the sole handmade gift from Yi Mo on her birthday. She longed to see Yi Mo, but was unaware of his whereabouts. Even Ning Snow did not know, which meant Li Mumei was even less likely to possess that information. Nevertheless, she still intended to inquire. As Su Jingwen retrieved her phone to call Li Mumei for any news about Yi Mo, her phone rang unexpectedly. The caller was, surprisingly, Yun Bing, clearly. Su Mei had informed her of the number. After arranging a meeting place, Yun Bing arrived promptly, within half an hour. Upon hearing Yun Bing's intention, Su Jingwen was taken aback and asked, What? You wish to see Yi Mo? Why? The last time I inquired about him, you spoke of him in such a manner. The unspoken implication lingered in the air. Given her disparaging remarks, what was her desire to meet him? Yet, Su Jingwen refrained from confronting Yun Bing directly, as they were not well acquainted. Although she yearned to see Yi Mo, it did not imply she was willing to accompany Yun Bing. I'm sorry, I misunderstood him last time. I wish to see him to apologize, Yun Bing stated plainly, without evasion. Indeed, Su Jingwen understood immediately. A sense of relief washed over her. She had not misjudged Yi Mo. Yet, she found it difficult to tolerate someone like Yun Bing, someone who would speak ill of others without clarity of the situation. It was only just that Yun Bing should apologize to Yi Mo, especially since Su Jingwen herself was eager to see him. After a brief conversation with Li Mumei, Su Jingwen learned that Yi Mo remained unreachable, almost as if he had vanished without a trace. What? Yi Mo has disappeared? Yun Bing was visibly disappointed. Even suspecting that Su Jingwen, harboring animosity towards her, was withholding information about Yi Mo's whereabouts. However, upon observing Su Jingwen's unperturbed demeanor, she realized that Su Jingwen was not deceiving her. Yi Mo had relocated to the hotel where Huaxia was staying, with a flight scheduled for 8 the next morning. The ticket arrangements were already taken care of by Huaxia, relieving Yi Mo of that burden. 2 hours later, the plane landed at Tianling Airport in Guilin. Nothing untoward had occurred during the journey, suggesting that Huaxia was indeed more reliable than Wendong. Wendong had assured that Yi Mo would encounter no trouble. Yet had it not been for Yi Mo's own diligence and his cultivation at the 2nd level, he might have lost his life due to negligence. The life of that woman was inconsequential, but Yi Mo, innocent and wronged, found it utterly unwise to risk his life over a mere few thousand yuan. Yi Mo, we have arrived at Guilin Airport. There will be someone to pick us up. I suggest we head directly to Laish. To avoid spending a night in Guilin that might lead to unnecessary complications, Huaxia expressed, seemingly eager to conclude matters and leave the area at once. This sentiment aligned perfectly with Yemo's own thoughts. He too wished to avoid wasting time on trivialities. As they exited the airport, an Audi SUV approached. The driver, a somewhat taciturn young man, respectfully greeted Huaxia as boss. "This is our company driver, Xiaoyu. Though he is not trained in martial arts, he has visited Laish several times and is somewhat familiar with it," Huaxia casually introduced. Yemo could tell at a glance that the young man was simply robust in appearance. Confirming Huaxia's description, he had not trained in martial arts. The young driver, though not verbose, drove swiftly and steadily. After 2 hours of travel from Guilin, the vehicle veered off the reasonably maintained road, entering a rugged mountain path. After another 2 hours, the road began to improve, yet the surroundings revealed nothing but desolate mountains and wilderness, no sign of civilization. Yemo pondered Huaxia's purpose for coming to such a remote location. It certainly seemed secluded, which explained why he needed someone to accompany him. Yemo found himself rather fond of this setting. After all, in a sense, he was still in a state of evasion. And such a place was fitting for both cultivation and concealment. The formidable Song family was not something Yemo could contend with at present. After another 10 minutes of driving, they entered a vast valley. As the vehicle crossed into the valley, Yemo heard a commotion emanating from the mountainside behind them. He opened the window to glance back, only to discover that their route had been deliberately obstructed. Both Huaxia and the driver had evidently noticed the situation as well. Huaxia's expression darkened, while Xiaoyu remained composed, glancing at Huaxia and stating, "Boss, as long as we provide them some money, there is no need to worry. These individuals typically come for financial gain." Huaxia nodded in acknowledgement. The driver maneuvered the vehicle an additional 100 meters forward, only to find their path blocked, not just by their Audi, but also a black Mercedes SUV. "Everyone out of the car," bellowed a burly man in peculiar attire, brandishing a loudspeaker towards Yemo and his companions. 2 others stood beside him, each wielding a firearm that looked far inferior to the AK used by Wendong. Yemo even suspected that if the gun were aimed at him, he could easily evade it. From the Mercedes, 2 individuals emerged, a tall man and a slender woman. The man was handsome yet appeared slightly pale, his designer clothes indicating his status. Though Yemo was not a connoisseur of fashion brands, he recognized many of the renowned names. The situation was evidently beyond the man's expectations. The woman turned to glance at Yemo and his Audi, her expression revealing a hint of curiosity. She exuded an air of elegance. Her well-fitted jeans accentuated her long legs and shapely figure. A subtle touch of makeup adorned her face, and a silver necklace graced her neck, enhancing her refinement. While she may not possess the beauty of Su Jingwen or Ning Snow, her long hair and poise lent her a distinct charm. It was clear that her relationship with the handsome man was more than ordinary. She leaned closely against him, her expression tense, yet not as fearful as his. "The third update is delivered. I humbly request your support with recommendations. I express my gratitude for my affection toward sugarcane. As the esteemed elder of the mightiest abandoned disciple has made his grand entrance, the illustrious Elder 5. Thank you for the congratulations." Chapter 49. Leisurely stroll. Huaxia had already alighted, followed by Yemo and the driver, Xiaoyu. Yemo surveyed their surroundings. Besides the man who had been shouting and the 2 armed men beside him, 2 more individuals blocked their path from behind, including the 2 at the front. There were a total of 7 highwaymen, 6 of whom brandished firearms. "Hand over 50,000 yuan to pass," the man with the megaphone bellowed. Wasn't it supposed to be only 10,000 yuan initially? Why the sudden increase to 50,000? Xiaoyu, the driver, seemed familiar with the customary rates and promptly inquired, "What? Dare to quibble, and I'll shoot you dead. I decide the price," the man blocking the BMW SUV retorted, brandishing his weapon menacingly. All right, I have the money. 50,000 yuan, I'll get it right away," the young man, visibly pale with fright, responded as if hearing a divine decree. He immediately turned back to the car and retrieved 50,000 yuan. The man at the front collected the money and gestured with his gun. "You may proceed." The tall young man hastily got back into the car and said, "Xiaolei, let's leave immediately. Let's not go to Lushi. Let's turn back now." The woman called Xiaolei glanced back at Yemo and his companions, expressing her concern. She was interrupted by the tall young man after uttering only 2 words. "They're driving such a nice car. They definitely have money to pay. We don't need to worry." However, his words were immediately cut short by another voice. "Boy, you can leave on your own." We'll keep this woman for a few days. You can come back for her later. You, woman, come over here." After uttering these words, the armed man pointed at the slender woman, Xiao Lei. Upon hearing the man's words and seeing his finger directed at her, Xiao Lei's face turned ashen. I've already paid you. Please, be merciful and let us go." Upon hearing that Xiao Lei was to be kept behind, the tall young man's complexion, which had slightly recovered, turned ghastly once more. "I'll count to 5. If you're still here, don't blame me for being impolite." The man who demanded that the woman stay interrupted the young man, brandishing his weapon and beginning his countdown. "No, I'm leaving." The young man suddenly dashed into the Mercedes-Benz, tossed out a small bag, and swiftly started the engine. He executed a sharp U-turn and sped away. The armed man had only counted to 4. Fortunately, the mountainous terrain was relatively spacious, or it would have been difficult for him to maneuver so quickly. The highwaymen, upholding their word, burst into laughter upon seeing him flee and cleared the path for his departure. The woman left behind, Xiao Lei, grew increasingly pale, her lips trembling. Unable to utter a word for a long moment, she retreated backward until she reached Yimo's Audi. "It's your turn. Be quick with the money. Don't waste our precious time." The 7 men surrounding Yimo and his group closed in. "Xiao Lei, are you the reporter, Xiao?" Zhuaigua, upon recognizing the woman, exclaimed. Clearly, he knew her. Xiao Lei spun around, catching sight of Zhuaigua. The man appeared familiar, but she couldn't place him. Seeing someone who recognized her, she felt as if she had found salvation and retreated quickly behind Yimo. Faced with these menacing brutes, she felt a chill in her heart. "You are." Xiao Lei looked at Zhuaigua nervously, knowing that he was far more amiable than these bandits. "I am Zhuaigua, of the Lanya group." Xiao Lei interrupted him with delight before he could finish. "Your manager Zhua of Lanya? Zhua Yingqing's third uncle. I never expected to meet you here." Xiao Lei's words trailed off as she remembered her predicament. Although Zhuaigua was an acquaintance, even if he didn't abandon her, he couldn't possibly protect her from these bandits. Her heart sank once more, and the initial joy of encountering Zhuaigua in a foreign land vanished. "I didn't expect to run into an acquaintance. Damn it. Hand over the money and scram. The woman stays here, or I'll mow you all down. Don't blame me for not playing by the rules." The man who had been ogling Xiao Lei continued to shout. Zhuaigua, facing the dire situation, calmed down. He recognized Xiao Lei as a renowned reporter from Yanjing who specialized in covering the most dangerous frontline stories. Even if she didn't know his niece, Yingqing, he couldn't bear to watch a woman he knew being dragged away and abused by these thugs. "Yimo, what are your thoughts?" Zhuaigua knew Yimo was skilled in combat, but facing 7 desperate criminals armed with guns was different from dealing with petty thieves in a business setting. "Who are these people?" Yimo inquired calmly, seemingly oblivious to the gun pointed at him. "They're a band of desperados from within the country, Vietnam, and other nations. They operate along the borders of China, Vietnam, and several other countries, killing at the slightest provocation. However, their primary goal is robbery." Zhuaigua knew some details, otherwise he wouldn't have asked Yimo for assistance. "How many of them are there?" Yimo asked again. "They're said to be a group of 13, known as the 13 Protectors, but I heard 6 of them died in a gang fight last time. So, there should be 7 now. Usually, they only want money. But if you don't cooperate, they'll kill you immediately. It's rare for them to rob women. In fact, decent women seldom come here." The driver, Xiao Yu, answered this time, as he had been here a few times and was more familiar with the area than Zhuaigua. When Xiao Yu mentioned women, he subconsciously glanced at Xiao Lei before trailing off, his unspoken thoughts likely clear to everyone. What was a woman like her doing here? Yimo nodded and said, "Manager Zhua, leave this to me. You 3 get back in the car. Damn it, stop dawdling. Yang Pai, shoot one of them first." Since these people, the man without a gun, holding the megaphone, grew impatient after seeing Yimo and his group deliberating for so long. A gunshot rang out. Before he could finish speaking, the man beside him fired. Clearly, the shooter shared the same thought as the man with the megaphone. Kill one as a warning. However, he chose Yimo as his target. As the shot rang out, Yimo leaped into the air, his foot landing squarely on the shooter's face. The man collapsed without a sound, taking the man with the megaphone and another man down with him. Yet, Yimo remained unscathed. Yimo executed a series of kicks, and before he landed, he mimicked Wen Dong's technique, kicking the gun handles of the 2 remaining armed men. The weapons flew out of their hands, soaring over Zhuaigua and the others. 2 muffled groans followed, and the 2 men behind Zhuaigua were struck in the head by the guns, immediately losing consciousness. The remaining 2 men reacted instantly, raising their guns to fire. 2 gunshots rang out. Then, 2 snapping sounds followed. The terrified Huaxia and his companions finally realized that Yimo had seized their wrists and fired the shots into the air. The snapping sounds were likely the result of Yimo breaking their wrists. Yimo didn't want to kill anyone in front of a reporter, lest she irresponsibly spread rumors. That's why he didn't use iron nails. Otherwise, a few iron nails would have solved the problem. Huaxia stared at Yimo in astonishment. He knew Yimo was formidable, but he hadn't imagined him to be this powerful. He seemed to have dodged the first shot, and then initiated his attack. Facing 6 guns, he had taken down the men as if on a leisurely stroll. It wasn't a fight, it was a performance. The driver, Xiaoyu, gaped in astonishment, scarcely able to believe his eyes. The seemingly harmless young man who had accompanied his boss proved to be remarkably formidable. After her initial shock, Xiaolei's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was her first encounter with such martial prowess, akin to a scene from an action film. Regrettably, she had failed to capture the moment on camera. She had momentarily forgotten her earlier predicament, but soon recalled the events that had transpired. Feeling a surge of gratitude towards Yimo, had it not been for his timely intervention, she might have faced a fate worse than death. It was clear that she could no longer afford to be so reckless. Reflecting on Wang Qianjuan's escape, she sighed inwardly, realizing that true character is revealed only in times of peril. Even Huaxia was infinitely superior to the dashing Wang Qianjun. With a powerful kick, Yimo sent another robber sprawling, the man soaring several meters away before collapsing unconscious to the ground. Chapter 50. The chaotic flowing serpent after knocking out the last assailant. Yimo turned to the driver, Xiaoyu, and said, "Come over and assist me. Help drag these scoundrels with me." "I'll help you," Xiaolei exclaimed, rushing forward. Her cheeks flushed, clearly still agitated by the recent events. It was as if she had encountered a fairy tale prince who had come to her rescue, and the rapid shift in circumstances felt surreal. Huaxia had regained his composure and silently rejoiced in his prudent decision to befriend someone like Yimo. He resolved to cultivate a good relationship with him, suspecting that Yimo might be a disciple of an ancient martial arts lineage. Although he had heard of some secretive ancient martial families in Beijing, they typically refrained from mingling in the secular world or pursuing careers as athletes. He was also aware that some elite members from these families were selected to join special governmental departments, which served the nation, often inaccessible even to its leaders. Yimo glanced at the exuberant Xiaolei, shaking his head in bemusement at her swift transformation. Ignoring her, he proceeded to drag 2 of the unconscious robbers into the nearby woods. Xiaoyu followed suit, dragging 2 more. Yimo tossed the first 2 into the thicket before bringing in another pair. When Xiaolei noticed Yimo's disinterest, she grew somewhat annoyed, but despite her efforts, she could not manage to pull the last robber along. Ultimately, it was Xiaoyu who assisted her. Once all 7 were concealed in the woods, Yimo instructed Xiaoyu, "You all wait in the car for a moment. I will return shortly." After Xiaoyu exited, Yimo proceeded to awaken one of the captured men. These individuals had been obstructing the road and robbing travelers, a majority of whom were Vietnamese, igniting a murderous intent within Yimo. After rousing each of the 7, he inquired about their hideout, discovering that it was located not far from Flowing Serpent Town, in a private estate. As Xiaoyu had indicated, there were indeed 13 of them, but now only 7 remained. Initially, Yimo had planned to dismantle their lair upon arriving at Flowing Serpent, as he preferred to leave no loose ends. However, with the remaining numbers diminished, he decided against the venture. Yimo disposed of the bodies into a ravine, searching only a few of them for Vietnamese currency, which he rejected entirely. Recognizing it bore little value, akin to ghost money, he was perplexed as to how these robbers could be so impoverished despite their criminal activities. Or perhaps they simply lacked valuable possessions. Upon returning to the mountain road, he found Xiaoyu and Huaxia had cleared the roadblocks, and the 3 were waiting in the vehicle. To Yimo's surprise, no one inquired about the fate of the assailants. "I cannot accept this money. The culprits were driven away by you, so it should belong to you," Xiaolei said, handing Yimo the 50,000 yuan that Huaxia had given her. Yimo gently declined. "No need for that. Keep the money for yourself. I was hired by Boss Zhua, and my wages will be settled. Besides, consider this as compensation from your companion who abandoned you." "Humph, I don't know him, that scoundrel," Xiaolei began, but Yimo swiftly instructed Xiaoyu to drive. "Mr. Yi, I truly owe you my gratitude. Without your intervention, the outcome could have been dire." Huaxia expressed his thanks earnestly. Huaxia spoke the truth. Had he not encountered Xiaolei, the loss would have merely been a few thousand yuan. However, upon meeting her, he could not bear to see her taken away, and the potential for conflict was all too apparent. Yemo waved his hand dismissively. Boss Zhua, you are being overly courteous. It was nothing. After all, this was our prior agreement. Otherwise, you would not have needed to hire me. Upon hearing Yemo's words, Zhuaigua's spirits lifted, and he smiled. I am a few years older than you. If you do not mind, feel free to call me Brother Zhua, and I shall refer to you as Brother Yi without hesitation. That sounds splendid. Yemo nodded in agreement. Zhuaigua was indeed a likable individual, worthy of friendship. Xiaolei, having inquired about Yemo's name from Zhuaigua, felt it was somewhat familiar, but could not recall where she had heard it. Ms. Xiao, Flowing Serpent is a chaotic border town. How did you find your way here? Zhuaigua turned to question her. Xiaolei, caught off guard, replied. I came to investigate reports of tourists disappearing around Guilin, and upon arriving, I discovered that most of the missing individuals had vanished in Flowing Serpent. I intended to conduct interviews, but had I not encountered you, who knows what might have happened? Thank you sincerely. Yemo quietly chuckled to himself, finding her naivety amusing. Accustomed to urban life, she seemed to believe that flashing a press badge would subdue all criminals, a truly misguided notion. Zhuaigua, equally speechless, recognized Xiaolei as a prominent journalist who had risen to fame in the past 2 years. Yet, as they were not well acquainted, he refrained from offering any critique in her presence. Observing the expressions of those around her, Xiaolei understood their thoughts but felt unable to refute them. After this experience, she realized her previous notions had indeed been somewhat childish. When she had decided to come to Guilin, Wang Qianjun insisted on accompanying her, even arranging for a BMW to drive her to Flowing Serpent. His handsome appearance had charmed her, and she had developed a fondness for him, likely leading her to agree to become his girlfriend soon. Yet, when faced with danger, she grasped that looks held no significance in the face of true peril. Yemo lapsed into silence, attentively surveying their surroundings, finding the desolate mountains and sparse population ideal for his cultivation. Should the Song family pursue him, he would have means of escape. Yemo did not consider himself invincible. Many were stronger than he, and he was not equipped to withstand the onslaught of modern weaponry. Meanwhile, Zhuaigua and Xiaolei engaged in lively conversation, though Xiaolei occasionally cast glances at Yemo. When she noted his disinterest and apparent contemplation, she dismissed the idea of speaking with him. They soon approached Flowing Serpent, arriving at a place that resembled neither a village nor a town. This is Flowing Serpent. We have some matters to attend to and likely won't be leaving until tomorrow. Ms. Xiao, will you accompany us or pursue your own agenda? Zhuaigua asked as the car entered Flowing Serpent. Before Xiaolei could respond, she witnessed two factions clashing ahead, wielding clubs and knives in a chaotic melee. In no time, several individuals were left bloodied and sprawled on the ground, until a group resembling law enforcement arrived, dispersing the fighters. Those injured were carried away, yet the enforcers did not pursue. Instead, they turned back and departed. Xiaolei was taken aback. She had not anticipated such open violence, which illuminated the naivety of her earlier thoughts. Flowing Serpent existed in a state of near anarchy, a place that had gradually attracted refugees from surrounding nations since the late 1970s due to war, forming an area that was neither a proper town nor village. You see, the security forces here are ad hoc organizations, which is why the chaos is unparalleled, Zhuaigua explained. Despite this being his first visit, he had done his research beforehand. I believe I shall remain with Uncle Zhua. Xiaolei can no longer bear the burden of being the solitary hero journalist. She resolutely chose to stay. Chapter 51. The Divine Doctor of Ninghai. Upon entering the territory of the Flowing Serpent, the Audi came to a halt before a peculiar stone dwelling, captivating Yemo's interest. The structure was semicircular, reminiscent of a yurt, and though it had windows, they were tightly fitted against the stone walls. Zhuaigua did not permit the driver, Xiaoyu, and Xiaolei to accompany them inside. Instead, he invited Yemo to enter the stone house with him. Inside, the space was considerable, housing over 20 individuals, each exuding a formidable aura, with an unmistakable air of danger. Even an untrained eye could discern that these were desperate men. Aside from the two armed men flanking the fierce-looking long-haired man at the head of the table, the others wielded machetes or similar bladed weapons. As Zhuaigua and Yemo entered, the long-haired man remained silent, but two burly youths approached, intent on searching Yemo and Zhuaigua. However, as they neared Yemo, he effortlessly tossed each of them aside as if they were mere chicks, sending them soaring out the door like cannonballs. The onlookers, brandishing their machetes, raised them in anticipation of the long-haired man's command. Observing Yemo's effortless display of strength, The long-haired man's eyes widened in astonishment. He quickly regained his composure, gesturing for his men to remain calm, and instructed those around to step back, leaving only Huaxia, Yimo, and his two subordinates in the room. The long-haired man understood that this young man was not to be trifled with. Despite his numbers, he suspected he might not be a match for Yimo. He decided to adopt a more accommodating demeanor. Casually dismissing the two burly men was not an act of an ordinary individual. With a respectful bow, he addressed Huaxia, saying, "Mr. Zhua, it is an honor to meet you. May I inquire who this gentleman is?" He turned his gaze toward Yimo. Huaxia, perceiving the underlying concern in the long-haired man's demeanor, waved dismissively. "There's no need to concern yourself with him. He is my friend, preferring silence, and merely accompanying me for safety. I have brought what is required. What do you have for me?" The long-haired youth cast a wary glance at Yimo before pulling a wooden box from a leather bag. The moment the box emerged, Yimo sensed an unusual aura emanating from it, an essence laden with pure spiritual energy. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. He instinctively felt this item would prove beneficial. "Please, allow me to examine the contents," the long-haired man said, holding the wooden box toward Huaxia. Before Huaxia could respond, Yimo made a swift motion, causing the wooden box to levitate and land effortlessly in his hands. The long-haired man was taken aback, quickly standing in shock, yet he managed to conceal his astonishment, his gaze toward Yimo now tinged with profound respect and trepidation. Not only the long-haired man, but also his two remaining subordinates, and Huaxia stared at Yimo in disbelief. What kind of ability was this? A supernatural force? In a mere gesture, he had retrieved an object from a distance of at least 6 or 7 meters. Yimo disregarded their astonished expressions, opening the wooden box to reveal a dark piece of vine wood. As he held it, a subtle wave of spiritual energy pulsed through it. Purple heart vine? Yimo realized that he was holding a root of the rare purple heart vine, a spiritual wood, astonishingly present on Earth. He was deeply intrigued, knowing that spiritual energy was scarce on this planet. Discovering a fragment of purple heart vine, albeit small, was a remarkable find. "Brother Yi, you," Huaxia stammered, still reeling from Yimo's display of power. Initially, he had merely regarded Yimo's ability to take down several men with ease as impressive. But this act of levitation transcended any measure of skill he could fathom. "Brother Zhua, this item is of great significance to me. I wonder if you might part with it," Yimo spoke earnestly. A sum of millions of dollars would not compel him to glance twice, yet this rare item, while common in his previous realm, was a treasure here, one he may never encounter again. Huaxia seemed momentarily lost in thought. But upon hearing Yimo's words, he quickly responded, "If Brother Yi desires it, please take it. This root is indeed very rare. I stumbled upon the knowledge that President Fong had a piece here." Yimo noted Huaxia's reference to the purple heart vine as black purple root, but chose not to correct him, recognizing it might simply be the local nomenclature. Huaxia then retrieved an envelope and approached the long-haired man, saying, "Inside is a check. Please accept it." The long-haired man, now composed, stepped forward to clasp his hands in greeting. "I am Fong Nan, the head of a small gang. May I ask for your esteemed name?" He had discerned that Yimo was no ordinary individual and wished to befriend him. Despite the apparent age difference, he respectfully addressed Yimo as Brother Yi. "I'm Yimo, and I intend to stay in the Flowing Serpent for a while," Yimo replied. "Ah, splendid. Should you require assistance with any matters, do not hesitate to seek me out, Brother Fong. This black-purple root shall serve as a token of our acquaintance," Fong Nan offered, pushing the envelope back toward Huaxia. Huaxia, displeased, insisted, "We had an agreement. This is a gift for Brother Yi. How can we disregard the financial aspect?" As the two engaged in a mild dispute, Yimo interjected, "President Fong, please accept the check. You have many subordinates and expenses to consider. By the way, what purpose do you have for this black-purple root?" With a sigh, Huaxia recounted, "When my son was 8 years old, he inexplicably became dull-witted. Over 2 years, we have visited countless hospitals and consulted numerous specialists, yet none could provide a remedy. Eventually, an elderly traditional doctor informed me that consuming water infused with black-purple root for 3 consecutive years might cure him. After much inquiry, I learned that President Fong had a piece, prompting my hurried visit. My uncle encountered a miraculous doctor in Ninghai months ago, but by the time I sought him out, he had vanished. If that doctor could cure my uncle's ailment, surely my son's condition would be easily remedied. Alas, such is fate. Moreover, the black-purple root may not guarantee a cure for my son. The traditional doctor merely suggested it might help. Brother Yi, please take it without hesitation. Ning Hai? Yimo echoed, pondering whether he was speaking of the elderly man he had saved during his recent visit there. Yes, Ning Hai, specifically at Likang Hospital, where I fortuitously met him. My uncle's illness had persisted for years, and many experts had given up hope, yet that miraculous doctor managed to restore him. Sadly, encountering such a person once is already a rare stroke of luck. Seeking him again seems improbable, Zhua Aiguo lamented. Yimo had confirmed that the miraculous doctor in question was indeed himself. Due to the release of a new book, I humbly seek your kind recommendations. After reading, I would greatly appreciate your support. Thank you to all the benevolent souls. I am grateful for the generous contributions from my supporters and the encouraging votes of appreciation. Thank you. After a moment of contemplation, Yimo expressed, Brother Zhua, if you have faith in me, kindly provide me with your address. Once I've attended to my affairs, I shall visit your home to examine Huatang and perhaps offer treatment. Furthermore, I must inform you that the Zi Jin you mentioned is not a remedy for dementia, that traditional Chinese medicine practitioners' information is erroneous. Startled, Zhui Aigui seized Yimo's hand, exclaiming with delight, Brother Yi, can you truly assist in treating my Huatang? Yimo nodded. It should not pose a significant challenge. I trust you implicitly, of course. Zhui Aigui stammered as he produced an exquisite business card and handed it to Yimo. Here is my address and contact number, as well as my mobile number. I implore you, Brother Yi. He had no reason to doubt Yimo's sincerity. Even if he hadn't witnessed Yimo's astounding feats, he sensed that Yimo was not one to exaggerate. Furthermore, despite their brief acquaintance, he perceived Yimo as a grounded and trustworthy individual, a friend worth cultivating. Yimo glanced at the card and nodded. However, I cannot journey to Yanjing at present. It may be 6 months or even a year before I can do so. Yimo was acutely aware that venturing to Yanjing at this juncture might be akin to walking into a trap. It matters not, as long as Brother Yi remembers. Zhua Aiguo responded, betraying no hint of displeasure, but rather profound elation. Even if the Zi Jin could cure his son, it would require 2 to 3 years. And Yimo had indicated that it was not a cure. Yimo's implication was that upon his arrival, the matter could be resolved. The distinction was palpable to him. As for why Yimo couldn't accompany him immediately, he harbored no suspicions. Firstly, Yimo was an accomplished individual with his own affairs to attend to. Secondly, Zhua Aiguo was no stranger to the world. Yimo's presence near the remote border suggested he had his reasons, and as a friend, it was not his place to pry into every detail. Ha, Brother Yi, I shall immediately instruct my men to prepare a feast to welcome you and Brother Zhua. Fong Nan declared. His joy stemmed not from the business transaction, but from making the acquaintance of such a capable individual as Yimo. More importantly, Yimo would be residing here for some time. Just as Xiao Lei was growing impatient, Yimo and Zhua Aiguo emerged, followed by a robust, long-haired man. The meal was a convivial affair, but Xiao Lei couldn't help but notice the respect that both Zhua Aiguo and the seemingly formidable man held for the simply dressed Yimo, a respect that emanated from the depths of their hearts. Zhua Aiguo, a wealthy entrepreneur from Yanjing, was one thing, but the burly man appeared to be no ordinary character. Yet he, too, treated Yimo with deference. Although she had numerous questions, Xiao Lei was aware that she and Yimo were not yet close. She had repeatedly questioned the driver, Xiao Yu, but he knew nothing. Fong Nin arranged their accommodations. After the meal, Yimo departed for the night, his destination unknown to all but Zhua Aiguo. That very evening, Yimo raided the lair of the 13 Taibao, only to find it utterly barren. He was dismayed that these individuals, who had engaged in such unscrupulous activities for so long, had amassed no savings. His hopes of acquiring a windfall were dashed. Fong Nin arrived early the next morning at Yimo's lodgings. His Pudeo society was now one of the 3 major gangs in Luxia. The weakest of the 3 had been the 13 Taibao, but they had been eradicated by Yimo. Thus, the Pudeo society had risen to become one of the 2 leading gangs in Luxia. Thanks to Fong Nan's protection, Zhua Aiguo and his party were safe and undisturbed in Luxia town. The following day, Zhua Aiguo bid farewell to Yimo as he was departing from Luxia. I will dispatch some of my men to escort you to the national highway, Fong Nan offered as Zhua Aiguo prepared to leave. Yimo did not object. He had already eliminated the 13 Taibao, who had been ambushing travelers on that route. Even without an escort, Zhua Aiguo and his companions were safe. However, since Fong Nan had volunteered, Yimo saw no need to decline. Xiao Lei approached Yimo, somewhat hesitantly, and asked, Yimo, Would you mind giving me your phone number? I would like to express my gratitude for saving my life when you visit Beijing in the future." Although her initial words were faltering, she spoke with increasing fluency, as befitting a journalist. Yemo smiled faintly. "There is no need for gratitude. I don't actually own a phone, so I have no number to give you. Don't trouble yourself over such a minor matter." Xiaolei was taken aback. She had assumed that Yemo would readily accept her request, as no man would refuse a beautiful woman's invitation. Yet, Yemo had declined. She refused to believe that Yemo didn't have a phone. In this day and age, who didn't own a mobile phone? Sensing Xiaolei's embarrassment, Huaxia interjected. "Let's hurry, or we'll miss our flight to Xianshan today." He knew that Yemo genuinely didn't have a phone. Reluctantly, Xiaolei departed with Huaxia, feeling dejected. With Fong Nan's assistance, there was no need for Huaxia to help arrange a place for cultivation. Fong Nan arranged for Yemo to stay in a temple about 20 li from Luxia. It had been inhabited by a wandering monk whom Fong Nan knew, and Fong Nan had even helped fund its construction. 3 years prior, the monk had vanished, leaving the temple behind. Had Yemo not insisted on a secluded location, Fong Nan would have arranged for him to stay in a luxurious residence in Luxia. That day, Fong Nan summoned some of his underlings to clean the temple, and Yemo moved in. His primary goals were to cultivate Xian Chao and trace the origins of the Xian tongue. According to Fong Nan, he had discovered the body of a Tibetan Lama in a valley on the Vietnamese border 7 years ago while he was on the run. He had found the wooden box containing the He Zi Jin on the body. Sensing that it was something extraordinary, he had kept it. Only later did he learn that it was He Zi Jin. Having obtained the He Zi Jin, Fong Nan had buried the Lama's body nearby. Yemo requested a map from Fong Nan, along with the exact location of the Lama's burial site, as he intended to investigate. Since the Lama possessed the Xian tongue, he might have other valuable items. It was worth investigating. The temple where Yemo resided was not small, spanning approximately 50 to 60 square meters. More importantly, Yemo cleared a plot of land of about 1 fun around the temple, which he intended to use exclusively for cultivating Xian Chao. Yemo hesitated to plant all 39 seeds at once, as he was unsure whether the location was suitable for the herb. If it wasn't, and all his seeds rotted, he would be inconsolable. While he couldn't be certain that his Xian Chao seeds were the only ones in existence, he knew that even if there were others, he might not be able to find them. He planted 19 seeds, carefully prepared the area around them, and implemented some protective measures. Then, Yemo prepared to venture into the mountains, as the seeds would take over a month to germinate. His cultivation had stalled, and he wanted to visit the site where Fong Nan had buried the Lama. After informing Fong Nan of his plans, Yemo left Luxia and headed towards the place where Fong Nan had fled years ago. For him, enhancing his strength was the most pressing matter. "I express my gratitude for my fondness for sugarcane, LJAN, and the long-browed monk fruit. In the initial haze, I appreciate the celestial flames of the Eastern Emperor, the canine-headed tiger, and the earthly fiend battle god. I am thankful for the generous rewards bestowed upon me, even in the face of resentment. My thanks extend to LJAN for the support through updates. I am also grateful for the honor of becoming the leader of the strongest abandoned son. Congratulations are in order for the Southern Barbarian tribe for their ascension as the new steward of the strongest abandoned son, thereby adding another formidable individual to our ranks. Thank you." Chapter 53. The investigation results. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Song family mansion was far from relaxed. The reason was clear. The sole heir of the Song family, Song Shaoan, had met his untimely demise, purportedly due to reckless driving at night. However, the members of the Song family understood that his death had nothing to do with speeding. If he had truly intended to race, he would not have ventured to the desolate Seven Nook Cliff. Why would his car be driven to a remote highway in the dead of night? Those unfamiliar with Song Shaoan might be oblivious, but the Song family knew better. He was the quintessential person who shunned trouble. If he had to travel on the highway, it would only be during daylight hours, never in the early hours of the morning. What were the findings of the thorough investigation? With the absence of the elder Song Qiming's words held the weight of authority in the room. Yet, despite his calm demeanor, the veins on his hands were visibly protruding, a clear manifestation of his fury and resentment. How could his only son be so brazenly assassinated? Who possessed the audacity to target a member of the Song family? A middle-aged man rose to speak. "Master, we have uncovered the truth. Shaoan had visited Hufeng a week prior, but he only stayed for a day before departing with Afa and Wang Chuan, presumably heading to Ninghai. However, There are no surveillance recordings of Xiaowen's vehicle on the Ningfeng Highway segment leading into Ninghai. In fact, all cameras in the vicinity were mysteriously turned off during the time he entered and exited. We have verified that the cameras were disabled at Xiaowen's request. His visit to Ninghai was solely for Ning Qingxue, yet she remained in Ninghai and did not leave until 2 days later, heading to Yuzhou. Curiously, Yimo, who was to marry Ning Qingxue, also vanished that very night without a trace. We meticulously examined the wreckage of the car and found no sign of Yimo, suggesting he was either not in the vehicle or had exited before the incident. The footage from the Seven Nook Cliff Highway confirms that Xiaowen's BMW was operating normally until it suddenly veered off the road and plunged into the abyss. Could it be that someone forced the driver to ingest some substance? Inquired a man in his 50s. The middle-aged man shook his head. No. The road footage indicates that aside from the Ninghai segment lacking recordings, Xiaowen's vehicle was functioning properly. There were no anomalies until that fateful moment at Seven Nook Cliff. Do we have any leads on Yimo's whereabouts? Song Qiming pressed again. The middle-aged man responded, currently, we have not located any trace of Yimo. However, we did find a surveillance computer in the residence he shared with Ning Qingxue, but the data has been deleted and is in the process of being recovered. At that moment, a young man in his 20s hurried in, holding a USB drive and presenting it to the middle-aged man. Uncle Hai, the data has been restored. Review it immediately, commanded Song Qiming with a cold snort before the middle-aged man could respond. The USB was connected to the computer, and the large screen illuminated with footage chronicling Yimo's life, culminating in the moments he departed with Song Xiaowen and others. Indeed, he is implicated. The man in his 50s exclaimed angrily after watching the rapid sequence of images. He was not concerned about who had trespassed into another's home at such an hour. His anger stemmed solely from the fact that Song Xiaowen had perished after leaving that place. It seems that Ning's wretched daughter was unaware at the time. She likely deleted this footage later, remarked a slender man seated beside Song Qiming. Whether she was aware or not, this matter is intrinsically linked to her. There is no way the Song family will let her off easily, declared Uncle Hai, the investigator. Song Qiming's expression darkened, yet he waved his hand dismissively. I will not spare the Ning family, but this is not merely about Ning Qingxue. I intend for the Ning family to be unable to rise again. For the present, do not act against them. First, capture Ye's worthless heir. It is preferable to bring him back to Yanjing in secret. I want him to understand that the Song family is not so easily slain. After taking a breath, he continued, Song Hai, you are responsible for tracking Yimo's whereabouts. Strive to bring him back to Yanjing in the shortest time possible. If that proves impossible, then bring back his head as an offering for Xiaowen. Understood, master. Song Hai replied promptly. However, the man in his 50s furrowed his brow, but Yimo is quite peculiar. He is married to that Ning girl. Yet he has remained idle beneath a tree. Could he be practicing some form of martial arts? It is rumored that ancient martial clans favor such practices. If he indeed has a master from an ancient martial arts lineage, it could complicate matters. Uncle Jean, I find that highly unlikely. Yimo is a failure. Even the Yi family has disowned him. Would a legendary martial artist truly take an interest in someone of his caliber? Furthermore, if such a master existed, why has there been no trace of him in a month's worth of footage? Song Hai replied hastily. Uncle Jean nodded. That would be the best outcome. If it turns out he is indeed backed by an ancient martial artist, even as one of the 5 prominent families, it would be exceedingly difficult for the Song family to exact revenge. On the day the Song family confiscated the surveillance computer from Ninghai, Ning Qingxue became acutely aware of the situation and was instantly filled with dread. Regret washed over her. She should have destroyed the hard drive. She never anticipated that the Song family would actually investigate. Relying on the hope that they could not recover the data was clearly unrealistic. The only solution was to urgently warn Yimo that the Song family had discovered his involvement in Song Xiaowen's death. However, she had no means to contact Yimo, nor did anyone possess his contact information. Ning Qingxue felt compelled to inform her parents. After much deliberation, she disclosed the matter to her mother and expressed her desire to go in search of Yimo. Ning Qingxue's mother was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a tangled web of events, nor that Song Xiaowen's death was connected to the Ning family. Qingxue, this is not the time for you to seek out Yimo. We are faced with the repercussions of the Song family's vengeance. It is clear that with Song Qiming's temperament, we cannot expect leniency from him towards the Ning family, especially towards you. Her mother assessed the situation with clarity. Ning Qingxue shook her head. I have wronged Yimo, and now I have implicated you all. I feel utterly useless. I have been so headstrong. Sometimes my thoughts are too naive. I am so sorry, Mom. With a soft sigh, her mother replied, though our family has distanced itself from the Ning family, it will not be as simple for the Song family to target us as they may think. Qingxue, do not worry. First tell me what exactly transpired between you and Yi Mo. Chapter 54. The leisurely man in the pristine jungle. Although Fong Nan provided a general direction, the passage of years had dulled his memory. Despite Fong Nan's willingness to accompany him on the search, Yi Mo understood that it would likely take many days to locate the site where Fong Nan claimed the llama was buried. Moreover, with the recent annihilation of the 13 protectors, the interests of the Liu Shi group needed to be reallocated. Fong Nan had much to attend to, so Yi Mo decided against bringing him along, believing that traversing the jungle alone might expedite his search. Yi Mo had scoured the vast expanse of jungle for 3 days without finding the burial site Fong Nan had mentioned. He had, however, encountered numerous dangers: a wild leopard, over 20 venomous snakes, and 2 packs of wolves. Among the vital details Fong Nan had shared were the 2 evergreens. After several days, Yi Mo had not seen even a single evergreen. Nevertheless, Yi Mo possessed an abundance of patience, and on the 4th day, he resolved to delve deeper into the jungle. Before doing so, however, he felt the need to satiate his hunger. As Yi Mo roasted a wild rabbit, he began to reflect on the areas he had already searched when the sharp sound of gunfire shattered his thoughts. Raising his head, he spotted a rugged man in his 30s staggering toward him, a triangular military dagger clutched in his hand. The man was covered in wounds, his clothing tattered and torn. But what struck Yi Mo most was the gunshot wound on his waist. Though it was a graze, blood had already soaked through his already ragged attire. As their eyes met, the man paused, perhaps surprised to find someone leisurely roasting a rabbit in such a desolate wilderness. Yet, despite his perilous flight, his empty stomach betrayed him with a growl. Upon seeing the injured man, Yi Mo sensed a familiar aura emanating from him. The man's energy and the murderous intent he exuded bore a resemblance to Wang Su, whom Yi Mo had encountered at Su Jingwen's birthday party. It was clear they were part of the same group, but Yi Mo wondered who could be pursuing him so relentlessly. Just as Yi Mo pondered Wang Su, urgent footsteps echoed behind him, and soon 3 armed men appeared before him. The heavily wounded man cast a glance of apology at Yi Mo, but remained silent. The trio of armed men halted upon seeing that their quarry had ceased fleeing, their astonishment evident as they beheld Yi Mo casually roasting a rabbit. After all, indulging in such leisure in an unsafe jungle was not something one could do lightly. Typically, one would seek a secluded spot rather than expose themselves in the open. An unexpected silence enveloped the 5 men as they stood, the only sound being the crackling of the fire and the enticing aroma of roasted rabbit. After exchanging glances, one of the darker-skinned men spoke. "Friend, you have no business here. Kindly step aside. We only wish to apprehend the man who just escaped." His accent was peculiar, and Yi Mo found himself bemused as he considered responding that this was not their territory to claim. However, before he could voice his thoughts, another man suddenly raised his weapon, preparing to fire at Yi Mo. Yet, before he could pull the trigger, a series of almost inaudible sounds pierced the air, interrupting his action. All 3 men were struck in the forehead, blood gushing forth as they stared in disbelief at Yi Mo before collapsing. The entire sequence transpiring in the span of a single breath. Yi Mo had no penchant for killing, but he showed no mercy to those who threatened his life. The iron nail in his hand was merely a precaution against anyone aiming a gun at him. The gravely injured man stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend how the 3 assailants who had pursued him for so long could fall so easily to the man roasting a rabbit. It was no wonder he dared to cook in such a place. He was indeed a formidable presence. "Well, the rabbit's ready. Care for a bite?" Yi Mo said with a faint smile, glancing at the silent man. He had a favorable impression of Wang Su, and since this man was likely connected to him, sharing some food seemed reasonable. "Ah, yes, thank you. My name is Guiqi. I am deeply grateful for your timely rescue," Guiqi replied, clasping his hands in gratitude, his demeanor calming. Yi Mo waved dismissively. "It's nothing. Fate has brought us together. I am Yi Mo." After speaking, he divided the rabbit in half and retrieved some herbs from his pack, crushing them and sprinkling the mixture over the meat. Guiqi looked on, perplexed, as the scene appeared somewhat unsanitary. Though he finished preparing the rabbit, Yi Mo did not offer the half he held to Guiqi. Instead, he said, "Come here. Let me examine your wound." Upon hearing this, Guiqi seemed to understand that Yi Mo intended to use the herbs to treat his injury and promptly approached. As Guiqi stood before him, Yi Mo swiftly struck the opposite side of Guiqi's gunshot wound with his palm. A bullet flew out like a shooting star, landing some distance away. Guiqi felt no pain, only the realization that the bullet had been extracted. How could someone possess such skill? This was his first encounter with someone so adept at removing bullets. Seemingly oblivious to Guiqi's astonishment, Yimo handed over the half of the rabbit and added, "Chew these herbs and apply them to the wound. Eating this rabbit should help you recover." With that, Yimo resumed gnawing on the other half of the rabbit, ignoring Guiqi. Guiqi was pleasantly surprised to find that his wound no longer pained him and instead felt a soothing coolness. What kind of herb was this? Its effectiveness was remarkable. At that moment, Yimo's image transformed in Guiqi's eyes, shifting from mere gratitude to an inexplicable reverence. In such a perilous jungle, Yimo not only cooked a rabbit with ease but also treated his gunshot wound and extracted the bullet with a single strike. Given his extraordinary abilities, could he be persuaded to assist? Guiqi's thoughts raced, and he quickly spoke. Those 3 men were likely from the Vietnamese forces. Our team was ambushed by them during a mission. I was the only one who managed to escape. 2 of my comrades perished, and 3 others are trapped in a cave. I fear they have already fallen into enemy hands, and I desperately seek assistance. Yimo furrowed his brow, remaining silent. He understood Guiqi's implication, but he was not a soldier. Moreover, he had little regard for a team so easily decimated by the Vietnamese. Although he was reluctant to assist, his disdain for these adversaries lingered. They had obstructed him upon his arrival in Luxi, and he had ultimately eliminated them. I would like to help, but I have my own matters to attend to. I need to search for something here. Yimo stood up, preparing to leave. He hardly knew Guiqi, and having already saved his life, he felt no obligation to do more. If it were a matter of convenience, he might lend a hand, but to go out of his way felt cumbersome. I am grateful for the support of my beloved sugarcane update votes. Thank you. Chapter 55. Assistance rendered Brother Yi. Guo began. Our instructors have always taught us to prioritize those with exceptional abilities. While I may be older, I recognize your extraordinary talent. The kind our instructors often refer to as achievers. Hence, I address you as brother. I may not grasp grand concepts like national responsibility, but I am acutely aware of the atrocities committed by the southern devils on our borders. Their acts of arson, murder, and plunder are utterly heinous. 3 decades ago, our forces launched a counteroffensive in self-defense, responding to the southern devils' brutal massacre and humiliation of Chinese residing within their territory. Along with the destruction of Chinese-owned factories, countless compatriots were slaughtered. Although decades have passed, these devils have not ceased their actions, albeit more covertly, and continue to pose a threat to us. My comrades have been encircled by Vietnamese devils, and I, Guiqi, would rather die than abandon them. Therefore, as fellow Chinese, I implore you to assist me. Moreover, we are all acquainted, and should you help rescue my teammates, I would gladly assist you in finding what you seek. Guiqi concluded, his gaze fixed eagerly on Yimo. Yimo paused in contemplation. He harbored no fondness for the Vietnamese devils. As for enlisting Guiqi's help in his search, he dismissed the notion, having already spent several days searching himself. He doubted Guiqi and his companions could be of assistance. However, Guiqi's words resonated with him. As a Chinese citizen, he felt a sense of obligation to offer assistance. With this realization, Yimo nodded and responded, "Brother Guo, you speak rightly. Please, pay it no mind. I was mistaken earlier. In that case, let us proceed. Kindly apprise me of the situation as we go. I hold those southern devils in little regard. Thank you, Brother Yi." Guiqi expressed his gratitude, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. He had faith that Yimo was not one to be indifferent to the plight of others, but merely detached due to his reclusive lifestyle. Guiqi retrieved 3 firearms. Offering one to Yimo, Yimo waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I dislike firearms. They are cumbersome." Guiqi, recalling Yimo's feat of single-handedly overpowering several armed soldiers, understood. After listening to Guiqi's account, Yimo realized that their predicament was not due to incompetence, but rather the ambush of Guiqi's 6-man squad while on a border mission. Though the assailants did not identify themselves, Guiqi suspected them to be Vietnamese. In the ambush, 2 of Guiqi's men were killed, 3 were trapped, and only Guiqi managed to escape. The trapped comrades were holed up in a place called Cicada Cave. Guiqi explained that if not for the favorable terrain, their entire squad would have been annihilated. During the ambush, they scattered in an attempt to break free, but only he succeeded in escaping. Moreover, had it not been for Yimo's intervention, his escape would have been impossible. Cicada Cave was not nearby, and even with Guiqi's swift pace, it took them 2 hours to reach it. As they approached, they heard a gunshot. Overjoyed, Guiqi exclaimed, "They have not fallen into enemy hands. That was one of my teammates firing. I recognized the sound." Yimo was equally delighted, realizing that this cicada cave was the location Fong Nin had mentioned. Although he had not yet spotted the evergreen, the surrounding environment matched Fong Nan's description perfectly. It seemed that acts of kindness were indeed rewarded, as he would not have found this place within 2 hours otherwise. "Brother Yi, what is our course of action?" Guiqi inquired. Despite being an elite special forces operative, he acknowledged his inferiority to Yimo. Now that he knew his teammates had not been captured, his mind raced with possibilities. He understood that even if his teammates had not been captured, they could not hold out for much longer. If they had ample ammunition, they would not be firing so sparingly. "How many adversaries are there?" Yimo asked, refocusing his attention. To retrieve the item he sought, he had to eliminate the enemies trapping Guiqi's teammates. "Based on the gunfire during the ambush, I estimate at least 20. We managed to take down 3 or 4. So there should be 16 or 17 remaining. Judging from the current situation, my teammates have not been captured. They are likely waiting for nightfall to attempt a breakout. However, the enemy is likely aware of this and will not allow them to hold out until then. I suspect they are devising a plan," Guiqi responded, providing a detailed assessment. Yimo nodded and said, "Stay close behind me and remain cautious. Refrain from firing unless necessary. I will handle the situation." Knowing that Yimo had silently eliminated 3 special forces soldiers, Guiqi had no reason to doubt his words. If he were in the shadows, a dozen or so enemies would indeed be no match for him. He wondered who was more formidable, Yimo or Su Shi, the instructor sent by the higher-ups who had trained them for 3 days. While Guiqi pondered, Yimo had already sprung into action. Cicada Cave was situated within a valley, making it easily defensible. Although he did not know why the enemies had chosen this location to ambush Guiqi's team, Yimo surmised that it was either due to time constraints or their hasty retreat to this location. Yimo's divine sense could now reach 7 meters. Upon reaching the Cicada Cave Valley, he immediately detected 6 individuals, with others lying in ambush nearby. If Guiqi's assessment was not mistaken, it meant that reinforcements had arrived. With a deafening roar, a bomb detonated outside the Cicada Cave Valley, creating a massive mushroom cloud. It seemed that the enemies either had no intention of taking prisoners or were using the bomb to intimidate those inside. 6 iron nails were launched by Yimo, piercing the back of the heads or temples of the soldiers surrounding Cicada Cave. The 6 men fell to the ground without uttering a sound, all dead. The valley outside Cicada Cave was fan-shaped, making it easy to defend but also easy to encircle. Yimo moved along the outer edge of the fan, eliminating enemies one by one. It was not until he had killed the 21st person that the last 3 discovered him. The discovery occurred because the person Yimo killed had been on a call, which abruptly ended, alerting the caller to Yimo's presence. 3 shots simultaneously struck the spot where Yimo had been standing. Despite Yimo's divine sense detecting the moment they pulled the triggers and his swift evasion, a bullet grazed his arm, leaving a bloody mark. These enemies were far more formidable than the 13 Taibao. Moreover, their weapons were far superior to the 13 Taibao's inferior firearms. "I've been injured," Yimo muttered, his anger rising. He unleashed 6 iron nails at once, 2 directly killing the other 2 soldiers, while the remaining 4 disfigured the face of the one who had injured him. "Come over here," Yimo called out to Guiqi. Guiqi was now aware that the besiegers numbered more than a dozen, but rather 6 or 7 more. He said with some embarrassment, "I apologize, Brother Yi. It seems I had incorrect information. Go reunite with your teammates," Yimo replied, waving his hand dismissively. Chapter 56 Team Leader. Why did the bomb only explode once and then cease? What was that gunfire we just heard? Could it be our people have arrived? I am uncertain about the situation. I will step outside to investigate. Do not move. Wonking, are you all right? Yes, I am fine. Hand me a grenade, the last speaker. A woman named Wonking had been shot in the leg, her face devoid of color as she spoke. The other 2 understood her intent. With dwindling ammunition, she might resort to taking her own life if they could not hold their ground. "Team Leader Lu, are you all right?" Upon entering, Guiqi called out loudly. "It seems that the newcomer is Brother Gua, indeed. Have our people arrived? Have they dispatched the southern ghosts?" A young man wielding a submachine gun exclaimed. "Feng Wei, you are correct, it is Guiqi. But how did he manage to get in?" "Could it be no? That is impossible," the woman designated as team leader responded, shaking her head midway through her thought. "What transpired, Guiqi?" Team leader Lu immediately inquired upon seeing him at the cave entrance. Guiqi, spotting the 3 within the cave, saw the injured Wonking leaning against the stone wall, and he let out a sigh of relief. "I have summoned reinforcements. They have eliminated all the southern ghosts surrounding us. Are you all unharmed? We are fine, though Walking has been shot in the thigh and is injured. By the way, which unit came to our rescue? Team leader Lu asked, her eyes filled with curiosity, pondering which unit would arrive at such a time. Even in a rescue, their response would not be so swift. Could it be Wolf Howl? No, it was a friend I met in the jungle. He rescued me and helped eliminate the more than 20 southern ghosts outside, Guichi replied, catching his breath. What? You mean a single person took down over 20 Special Forces soldiers? And he is merely a friend you just made? Guichi, are you speaking nonsense? Team leader Lu exclaimed in astonishment. Walking and Feng Wei gazed at Guichi with disbelief. If they did not know him so well, they might have suspected he had defected. Team leader Lu, this is absolutely true. However, my friend executed a surprise attack. It was not a frontal assault. He took them down one by one during the ambush, and I followed closely behind, witnessing it all. There is no mistake. It was only at the end that he was discovered and fired a few shots, Guichi explained hurriedly. I indeed heard the southern ghosts fire a few shots at the end, so that is how it happened, Feng Wei said, enlightened. A successful ambush requires exceptional skill. Come, Guichi, lead me to this friend of yours. Walking, let me carry you. Team leader Lu stated, disregarding whether Walking agreed, and lifted her onto her back. Walking has a gunshot wound. My friend can treat gunshot injuries in mere moments. Look, my own wound was inflicted this morning, and it has already scabbed over. It's only been a few hours, Guichi remarked. He is truly remarkable. When I encountered him during my escape, do you know what he was doing? Feng Wei, astonished, replied, what was he doing? Guichi chuckled. He was leisurely roasting rabbit meat, and even shared half with me. He is the most formidable expert I have ever encountered. There exists such a master? I must meet him and seek him as my mentor. He must be quite aged, right? Alas, if only Lu Qing and Yunnan were still here. Feng Wei's expression darkened. As Feng Wei mentioned Lu Qing and Yunnan, the group fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere turning somber. Ah, what a pile! Upon exiting the valley, they immediately spotted the 24 bodies slain by Yemo, all heaped together. Yet Yemo was nowhere to be seen. Can it be true that he killed so many? This is simply astonishing. I must seek him as my master. Feng Wei exclaimed in shock. Enough with the master seeking. Brother Yi is an extraordinary individual. Do you think he would take you as a disciple? Guichi remarked. Brother Yi, Guichi called out, looking around. Everyone is out. Then let us depart. I have matters to attend to and cannot accompany you. Yemo appeared suddenly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Guichi paused briefly before saying, Ah, Brother Yi, are you leaving? Allow me to introduce you. This is our Falcon team leader, Lu Lin. The one on her back is my teammate, Walking, and this is Feng Wei, who greatly admires you. Hello, Yemo. I am Lu Lin. I truly appreciate your assistance, she said, extending her hand to shake his, gratitude evident in her eyes. I didn't expect you to be so young. I thought you were at least in your 30s or 40s. Brother Yi, you are simply incredible and so young. I am Feng Wei. May I be your disciple? Would you consider accepting me? Feng Wei's eyes sparkled with admiration as he addressed Yemo. Yemo waved his hand, saying, I only achieved success through surprise attacks. I am still very much a novice. There is no need to bring this up again. Walking regarded Yemo with brightened eyes. Her aspiration to join the military, along with her determination to enter the Falcon team, stemmed not only from familial reasons, but also from her admiration for the strength of soldiers. Her grandfather and father were both military personnel, yet her father had no sons, only her. Following a dispute with her father, she wished to leave home. Thus, she idolized Hua Mulan and joined the army. If Yemo was as formidable as Guichi claimed, he would serve as her role model. Typically cold towards others, she believed her beauty warranted such demeanor. Otherwise, she would be swarmed with attention in the military. Moreover, she felt there was no one in the army worthy of her admiration. Despite their instructor's prowess, they could not single-handedly eliminate over 20 enemies, even through ambush. Her icy demeanor primarily stemmed from family issues. The only person she held some respect for was Su Shi, who had come to teach them for a few days. He was genuinely impressive, but he left shortly thereafter. Yemo seemed somewhat different from Su Shi, though she could not articulate how. It was merely an instinctive feeling. Brother Yi, this is my teammate Walking, who has sustained a gunshot wound on her leg. Could you possibly assist in treating her? Guichi implored, gazing at Yemo with urgency. Yemo examined the woman on Lu Lin's back, noting she was just over 20 years of age. Her hair was short, yet it did not obscure her striking features. Her pallor suggested blood loss. Yemo shook his head. thinking to himself that such a girl should be at home embroidering rather than in the untamed jungles of the border. Chapter 57. Treatment. Put her down. Let me take a look. Yimo had already noticed the gunshot wound on Qi Wanqing's thigh. However, Lu Lin carried Qi Wanqing for a short distance before gently laying her down in a somewhat concealed thicket. I apologize for the trouble, Mr. Yi. I, along with Guiqi and the others, will take care of the bodies and collect some spoils. Please assist Wanqing with her treatment. Without waiting for Yimo's response, he turned and left. Yimo nodded. Captain Lu was decisive and efficient, not bothering to inquire how or if he could treat her. Nor did he consult Qi Wanqing about her wishes. As Lu Lin departed, Qi Wanqing looked down at her thigh wound and then at Yimo, feeling a bit awkward about the location of her injury. She trusted Guiqi's words. If he said Yimo could treat her, then surely he could. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder if he would ask her to remove her pants. Yimo examined the wound and frowned slightly. It wasn't that he couldn't treat her. It was merely the awkwardness of the situation. If his hand were to rest upon her thigh, and she were to make a fuss about it, he would find it quite bothersome. He had no desire to engage in such a thankless endeavor. Moreover, given her somewhat frosty demeanor, she might indeed voice her discontent. Noticing Yimo's gaze lingering on her injury, Qi Wanqing understood his hesitation. Feeling a surge of admiration for him, she spoke in a barely audible whisper. Yi, brother Yi, please help me with the treatment. It's all right. Yimo was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected her to take the initiative and request his assistance. His regard for Qi Wanqing, who appeared aloof yet was not truly indifferent, grew. The reason for his reluctance stemmed from how tightly her camouflage uniform encased the wound. Unlike Guiqi, whose garments were tattered and torn, allowing for swift extraction of the bullet, Qi Wanqing's injury was well secured beneath her attire. Now that she had offered her consent, he felt a swell of appreciation for her straightforwardness. With a smile, he thought, your injury is not a grave matter. There are two options. One is to remove your pants for treatment, and the other is to make an incision in your pants over the wound. What do you think? No need. I'll take them off, Qi Wanqing replied, taking the initiative to undress. Once she had agreed, she showed no signs of hesitation. Yimo's admiration for this candid girl increased further. Noticing her struggle, he quickly said, let me do it. Thank you, Qi Wanqing responded. From the moment she first laid eyes on Yimo, she had sensed he was a commendable individual. His hesitation regarding the sensitive area of her injury and the unwavering focus of his gaze on it deepened her trust in him. That she would allow him to assist her in removing her pants struck her as incredible. Though Yimo's hands did not touch her skin directly, she could still feel the warmth emanating from them, bringing her a sense of comfort. He did not fully remove her pants, but merely pulled them down to expose the wound. However, this act felt more intimate to Qi Wanqing, and her face flushed crimson as she turned away, embarrassed, her mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. Yimo found himself momentarily dazzled by her fair, youthful skin. He steadied his nerves and placed his palm firmly on her thigh. A bullet, coated with traces of blood, emerged, and he quickly chewed some herbs before applying them to her wound. Through the circulation of his vital energy, the medicinal properties were swiftly absorbed. He then retrieved a bandage from his pack and secured it around her injury, pulling her pants back up. The entire process had taken only a few minutes. He had chewed the herbs to hasten the application, knowing that girls often cared about their dignity. Leaving her exposed for too long would be improper. When Yimo helped Qi Wanqing pull her pants up, she finally grasped what had transpired, realizing she had been unaware of the entire treatment process. Brother Yi, is it already healed? She asked, her cheeks still flushed. Yes, it's all set. By tomorrow morning, you should be completely fine, Yimo replied with a gentle smile. He had utilized his vital energy to assist her healing, ensuring her recovery would surpass Guiqi's. It truly doesn't hurt anymore, and there's a refreshing sensation. Thank you. Brother Yi, you're incredible, Qi Wanqing expressed, marveling at the miraculous nature of the treatment. The earlier awkwardness had vanished entirely. What doctor could so effortlessly remove a bullet and heal a gunshot wound in mere minutes? Thank you, Brother Yi. She sensed that Yimo was no ordinary person. Just as Guiqi had said, he was indeed exceptional. Brother Yi, what do you do? This was the first time Qi Wanqing inquired about a man's profession. Feeling her cheeks warm again, yet her heart yearned to know, she understood that encountering someone like Yimo was a rare stroke of fate. Yimo opened his mouth, almost saying, let us go, but swallowed the words. Since Qi Wanqing was asking about him, it implied she did not intend to leave just yet. He casually replied, I don't have a fixed job at the moment. I take on various temporary work. Sometimes I earn a good amount, but on bad days, I get chased away by the city management, he chuckled. Yemo spoke the truth. He had helped people with their ailments, sold items at markets, even dealt with gang negotiations. Ah, Chi Wanqing gazed at Yemo in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that someone like him would lack a steady job and resort to temporary work. Brother Yi, thank you for saving my life. Before she could finish, Yemo interrupted her. Honestly, your injury would not have been life-threatening even without my help. Calling it a life-saving endeavor is an overstatement, he said with a mild smile. Chi Wanqing beamed at him, causing Yemo to momentarily lose his composure, astonished by how beautiful she looked when she smiled. Noticing Yemo's momentary distraction, Chi Wanqing felt a flutter of joy within her and hurriedly added, Brother Yi, I'm not referring to that. If you hadn't arrived, the three of us would undoubtedly have met with misfortune and perhaps even faced humiliation. I am truly grateful. Yemo nodded, acknowledging the truth of her words. After a moment of contemplation, he said, I believe someone like you is ill-suited for military life, but that is merely my opinion. To his surprise, Chi Wanqing agreed. Brother Yi, you are right. I have always envied the life of the military, and I worked exceptionally hard to join the Eagle team. Now, it seems I might not be cut out for that lifestyle after all. After a brief pause, she continued, Brother Yi, I would like to ask for your assistance. Today, I also wish to express my gratitude to all those diligent individuals who tirelessly cast their votes for Lao Wu every day. Thank you. Chapter 58. Discovery. Yemo smiled and responded, Tell me, if it's convenient and not too much trouble, I'm willing to lend you a hand. He had a good impression of Chi Wanqing and wouldn't hesitate to spare some time if he could assist her. My cousin manages a company in Luotsang City, Jiangnan Province, and they're currently understaffed. I was wondering if you might be available to work at their company. It's quite simple, just patrolling the factory, Chi Wanqing said with delight. She felt as if she hadn't smiled this much in the entire year. Yemo immediately understood that she was trying to help him, but was concerned about hurting his pride or making him feel indebted. Otherwise, how could there be such a favorable opportunity where one could earn money without doing much work? This is a very considerate girl, but she doesn't quite understand me and is afraid of hurting my self-esteem, he mused. With a gentle smile, he said, Thank you, Chi Wanqing. If I ever seek employment, I will certainly consider your cousin's company. However, I'm afraid I'm not skilled in such matters. Yemo didn't want to directly decline Chi Wanqing's kindness. Even if he intended to work at her cousin's factory, it wouldn't be immediately. He still needed to cultivate the silver heart grass, and he wouldn't leave until it matured. There's no need to do anything. After saying that, Chi Wanqing realized her words might have been too obvious and quickly added, Just a casual stroll around the factory. Wait. Addressing him, she said, Brother Yi, let me give you a phone number to jot down. Chi Wanqing prepared to recite a number for Yemo. Yemo responded, But I don't have a mobile phone. Chi Wanqing was taken aback. Were there still people without mobile phones these days? However, considering Yemo's attire and his mention of being currently unemployed, she surmised that he might genuinely be unable to afford one. Noticing Chi Wanqing's slight embarrassment, Yemo smiled and said, Actually, you only need to say the number once, and I'll be able to remember it. Chi Wanqing glanced at Yemo, clearly skeptical of his claim. Even if he remembered it now, she thought, he would likely forget it later. She assumed Yemo was just trying to avoid a direct refusal. However, she quickly devised a solution. She took out an exquisite comb from her pocket, used a small knife to engrave a few numbers on it, and handed it to Yemo, finally relieved. Yemo accepted the comb, which carried a faint fragrance, and said with a smile, This phone number is quite unique. Thank you, Chi Wanqing. If I need work, I will definitely reach out. Chi Wanqing was delighted that Yemo accepted the item, but immediately said, Brother Yi, could you refrain from calling me by my full name? It sounds rather awkward. You can just call me Wanqing. My father calls me Xiaoqing, so you could call me that as well. All right, Wanqing, Yemo said resignedly, recalling that he had just heard her teammates call her Chi Wanqing. Hearing Yemo call her Wanqing, Chi Wanqing was overjoyed and forgot about leaving. Instead, she continued, Brother Yi, I heard Guiqi say you came here to find something. Have you located it yet? Yemo shook his head and said, Not yet, but it should be nearby. There are 2 evergreen trees and a valley. I suspect this is the valley, but I haven't found the evergreen trees. Evergreen, I know where they are. When we took shelter in the valley, I came across a place with 2 evergreen trees, not far from here. Brother Yi, I'll take you there. Chi Wanqing suddenly felt thrilled that she could assist Yemo. Before Yemo could respond, Lu Lin's voice called out from outside. Chi Wanqing quickly replied, Sister Lin, Brother Yi and I are going to take care of something. We'll be back soon. Her voice was crisp and melodious. Lu Lin was taken aback. When had Qi Wanqing been in such a cheerful mood? Her tone was full of delight. Hadn't she always been cold and aloof? Could it be that they? Lu Lin shook her head and turned away, unable to comprehend Qi Wanqing's transformation. Qi Wanqing stood up, swaying slightly. Yimo quickly supported her and said, "Let me carry you." Yimo didn't have any ulterior motives. He simply wanted to find the place as soon as possible to see what the llama had left behind. If he could find a large quantity of purple heart vine, it would be extremely important to him. "Okay, thank you, Brother Yi," Qi Wanqing said without hesitation as she leaned onto Yimo's back. In her mind, Yimo had already seen her thigh, so what was letting him carry her? This isn't a coy girl, Yimo thought, appreciating Qi Wanqing's straightforwardness. He wondered if all soldiers were this forthright. He felt two soft mounds against his back, which were quite comfortable, but Yimo strangely didn't think of anything else. "Captain Lu, was that Brother Yi carrying Qi Wanqing just now? Did I see that correctly?" Feng Wei stared wide-eyed at Yimo and Qi Wanqing's retreating figures, rubbing his eyes. Qi Wanqing, who had always disliked talking to male teammates and was usually cold and aloof, was actually allowing a man she had just met to carry her. This was too absurd. "You saw correctly. Quickly organize these guns. They must have gone to take care of something and will be back soon," Lu Lin said in a disgruntled tone. Guoqi watched Yimo and Qi Wanqing disappear and nodded, saying, "Brother Yi is a heroic and extraordinary man. Wanqing may seem cold to others, but she simply hasn't met her true love yet. Perhaps Brother Yi is the one. They are well suited for each other." "Brother Yi, do you think I'm being too casual?" Qi Wanqing, lying on Yimo's back, suddenly asked out of the blue. Yimo paused for a moment and immediately replied, "Not at all. I admire your natural and uninhibited personality, and you're not coy in your words and actions." Qi Wanqing hesitated before saying, "Brother Yi, the truth is, I'm very aloof when I'm with my teammates, and I don't like to talk much. Maybe I haven't spoken as much in an entire month as I have today with you. Ever since my parents divorced, I joined the army under the influence of my family, and because of my parents, I have a natural aversion to men. I don't know why, Brother Yi, but I sense a naturalness and freedom in you, which is something I've always longed for. But I don't have any aversion to you. So maybe this isn't the natural and uninhibited personality you imagine, so." After speaking, Qi Wanqing looked at Yimo with some concern, afraid that he wouldn't like her personality. Yimo smiled, understanding Qi Wanqing's meaning. The fact that she could sense his pursuit of nature and freedom indicated that she also possessed spiritual roots, which made him regard her in a new light. In a place like Earth, where spiritual energy was scarce and cultivation resources were almost non-existent, possessing spiritual roots was indeed rare. Live life according to your own desires. There's no need to accommodate others. Like what you like and dislike what you dislike. Yimo was talking to Qi Wanqing when he suddenly saw two evergreen trees. "Oh, this is it. It really is two evergreen trees." Chapter 59. The Tibetan Letters. Indeed, this is the place. Qi Wanqing's spirits lifted, as if she had aided Yimo in accomplishing something truly remarkable. Yimo gently set Qi Wanqing down and stepped between two evergreen plants, where he indeed discovered a mound of earth. Procuring a stick, he cautiously began to excavate the mound. Enclosed by several stones was a skeletal remains, alongside a tightly wrapped plastic bag, though much of the bag had begun to decay. Yimo delicately lifted the plastic bag, scrutinizing the area around the bones, but found nothing else. The plastic bag must have been placed there by the llama prior to his death. It had only fallen away as the body decomposed, which is why Feng Nin had not detected it at the time. As he slowly unwrapped the tattered plastic, he uncovered a sheepskin map, which was also beginning to rot. Despite its condition, the contents were still vaguely discernible. Yimo focused intently on the map, which depicted what appeared to be a desert, adorned with letters that he could not recognize. As he pondered the desert and the peculiar letters, a faint, ethereal fragrance wafted into his nostrils, and a few strands of hair brushed against his neck, causing a slight tickle. Instantly, Yimo realized that Qi Wanqing was peering at the map from behind him. He shifted slightly, expressing his frustration. "I do not recognize these letters. This sheepskin map cannot be moved, for I fear it would disintegrate entirely." Upon sensing Yimo's movement, Qi Wanqing felt the ambiguity of her position and, feeling a bit embarrassed, quickly responded, "Yigo, I know these characters. They are all Tibetan. My grandfather spent considerable time in Province X2, and he taught me Tibetan. Wanqing, do you truly recognize these characters? Please tell me quickly." Initially, Yimo had intended to memorize all the letters, but upon discovering that Qi Wanqing could read them, he felt a surge of joy. The letters were incomplete, featuring Kuhai, Taklamakan, Rob, enchantment. However, I suspect that Taklamakan refers to our nation's largest desert, the Taklamakan Desert, also known as the Sea of Death, located in the Darim Basin of southern Province X. The map undoubtedly points to this location, and the routes depicted indeed lead to the Darim Basin. Qi translated the letters on the map, albeit partially due to its damaged state. Yet she infused her understanding into the translation. After absorbing her words, Yemo murmured to himself, "So it is there. The map's indications are indeed accurate. I understand now. Thank you, Wanqing." Qi smiled radiantly, saying, "I am genuinely pleased to assist you. There is no need for thanks. Earlier, I did not adequately express my gratitude towards you." Indeed, Yemo chuckled softly, carefully placing the map and the plastic bag back into the pit, reinterring the skeletal remains. As Yemo carried Wanqing out, Guiqi and the others had already organized their spoils and awaited their return. Suddenly, Wanqing sensed a peculiar gaze from her teammates, which felt somewhat different. She wished to offer an explanation, but was at a loss for words. Yemo gently set Wanqing down, saying, "I must take my leave. Let us part ways here." "Ah, Yigu, are you departing?" Upon hearing Yemo's intention to leave, Wanqing felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Lu Lin cast a glance at Wanqing and suddenly remarked to Yemo, "If you leave, Wanqing will need me to carry her. But when I can no longer bear the weight, it will fall to Feng Wei and Guiqi to shoulder her. What does that have to do with me?" Yemo began, but upon catching the imploring look in Wanqing's eyes, he reconsidered. She had indeed rendered him significant assistance. Otherwise, he would have needed to memorize those letters and find someone knowledgeable in Tibetan to assist him with the translation, since he had no pressing matters at hand. It seemed reasonable to accompany her for a while. With that thought, Yemo said, "Very well. Since it is so, I shall escort you a distance." Wanqing, hop on. "Let us go." "Master, how endearing you sound." Feng Wei chimed in, approaching eagerly. Yemo waved his hand. "Halt. I have never declared my intention to accept you as a disciple." Hearing that Yemo agreed to escort her, Wanqing felt a thrill of joy and softly responded with an affirmative, immediately climbing onto Yemo's back, without even a hint of formality. "Oh, Wanqing, must you not at least maintain some decorum? Look at you. You rushed up without hesitation. How am I to address this?" Lu Lin remarked with a tone of exasperation. Yemo quickly interjected, "Captain Lu, please refrain from making wild assertions. Wanqing and I share nothing beyond what you witnessed. We are merely acquaintances from earlier today." Wanqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she remained silent, her thoughts swirling. Yet she understood that Yemo was the first man, apart from her father, to leave a favorable impression on her. In her 3 years in the military, she had encountered countless exceptional individuals, yet none had made a lasting impact, until now. With Yemo, who had etched a mark upon her heart, though she often appeared cold to others, her upbringing had not fostered a sense of reserve. She was not adept at concealing her emotions, nor did she wish to. If she liked someone, she did. If not, then not. Had she possessed a different temperament? She would not have clashed with her family and sought refuge in the military. Thus, Yemo's presence brought her much joy, and had Lu Lin not spoken up, she would have found the courage to voice her desires. During her university years, her grandmother had advised her not to wait until opportunities slipped away to lament past encounters. Yemo's gaze was clear and devoid of the veiled intentions she found unappealing. Most importantly, he had rescued her, and he seemed to possess genuine skill. To Wanqing, Yemo was like a pearl hidden among the grass. Having discovered him, she felt no reason to refuse. Even in his current disheveled state, she believed he would one day soar to great heights. Of course, this was not the sole reason for her fondness. It was more so the sense of tranquility, freedom, and an indescribable ethereality that emanated from him. She cherished the feeling of ease and the serene aura he exuded, a sensation that eluded verbal expression. Recognizing Wanqing's frosty demeanor, Lu Lin's words prompted no jest from Guiqi or Feng Wei. Guiqi held Yemo in high regard, seeing him as a true master of hidden talents. The primeval forests along the border of Huaxia and Yueguo were vast, and apart from Captain Lu Lin, who carried only Yemo's backpack, Guiqi and Feng Wei bore the weight of numerous firearms and the ashes of 2 comrades, which was somewhat taxing. After more than an hour of travel, darkness fell, and the group decided to camp for the night before continuing their journey. Due to the ambush they had endured, Lu Lin and the others had lost many provisions during their hasty escape. Presently, only Yemo's backpack contained a tent, which was given to Lu Lin and Wanqing. while Yimo and the others had to sleep outside. However, Guiqi and Feng Wei quickly showcased their survival skills, clearing a sizable area and even erecting a wooden shelter. Chapter 60. The Green-Eyed Serpent Brother Yi. The accommodations are rather rudimentary, but they are prepared. Tonight, Xiaofeng and I will take the night watch. You may rest inside for now, Guiqi stated as he stepped outside. Yimo smiled and replied, no need for that. I prefer to keep watch outside at night. He added, by the way, Gua, you are older than I am. You may simply call me Yimo. Yimo appreciated Guiqi's character, valuing camaraderie, which inspired his desire to forge a friendship, as he held disdain for those lacking in loyalty. Very well, I shall not stand on ceremony. However, please do not call me Gua any longer. Everyone in the military refers to me as the Qi. You may call me that as well. I am honored to have you as a friend. No, as a brother. What do you think, Brother Yi? Guiqi said, his demeanor straightforward and unpretentious. Yimo nodded. That sounds wonderful. Considering how leisurely Yimo was roasting wild rabbits alone in the wilderness, Guiqi decided not to insist further. He felt fatigued after a long day and retreated inside to rest with Feng Wei. Inside the tent, Lu Lin observed the contemplative expression on Qi Wanqing's face and inquired, Wanqing, what do you think of Yimo? Caught off guard, Wanqing responded, I was just lost in thought. I believe Brother Yi is a good person, and he possesses considerable ability, exuding a certain quality. Wanqing struggled to articulate the feeling of admiration she had for him. Wanqing, you have been in the military for over 3 years, and I know your reasons for joining. Yet, as a woman matures, she must seek a sense of belonging. You have never shown any affection towards the male soldiers. 3 years ago, you joined the military to escape an arranged marriage your father orchestrated, perhaps also due to your mother's circumstances. Now that 3 years have passed, do you intend to live your life this way? Happiness, when it arrives, should not be rejected. Lu Lin sighed deeply. After a pause, she continued, when I graduated from vocational school, I was just 19, the prime of youth. I had just begun working with the provincial art troupe when I met him, an extraordinarily handsome man. Not only I, but other girls in the troupe secretly admired him. I was no exception. He treated me well and asked me out more than once. 6 months later, he proposed. At 19, faced with a 27-year-old man's proposal, I was bewildered. Despite my affection for him, I could only tell him I was too young and to wait. On my 20th birthday, he proposed again, but I hesitated, feeling too immature to start a family. After that day, I never saw him again. I waited a year for news, thinking that if he returned, I would marry him immediately. But he never came, and I lost interest in my job, ultimately joining the military. Wanqing, sometimes opportunities come only once lost, they are gone forever. Trust me, I have seen all sorts of people in the military. Yimo does not strike me as a cunning individual. His gaze lacks deceit, merely revealing a certain poverty. With your background, would you truly concern yourself with his wealth? Moreover, there is a saying, do not belittle the young and poor. If you truly desired a wealthy partner, you wouldn't have defied your family's wishes to join the military. Lu Lin sighed again, seemingly lost in reminiscence of her past. Wanqing, my feelings for Brother Yi are not as you think. Wanqing sighed, unable to articulate her thoughts. Forget it, I'll go see Brother Yi. With that, she stood to leave. Wanqing, your legs can walk now, Lu Lin exclaimed, pointing in surprise at Wanqing's legs. Yes, Brother Yi healed me. I could walk shortly after. It just hurts a bit after a long time. Wanqing began, but suddenly hesitated, as if recalling something, and hurriedly left, feeling a flush of embarrassment, as if someone had grasped a secret. Watching Wanqing rush out, Lu Lin appeared momentarily dazed. Wanqing reminded her of her younger self, yet Yimo bore no resemblance to the man she once knew. Meanwhile, Yimo sat on a nearby stone, deep in thought, reconstructing the image he had seen earlier. He had recalled the pathways in the illustration countless times, and combined with the few words Qi Wanqing had translated for him, it indeed pointed to the Taklamakan Desert. Though he had never visited the Taklamakan, he had studied the map of Huaxia diligently and was familiar with the major regions. However, he had no recollection of the location of that kuhu, nor what the Holy Gate entailed. He was well aware that the purple heart vine was a spiritual wood essential in alchemical practices during the Qi refining stage, despite its lenient growing conditions. It would never thrive in a desert, as water was paramount for its growth. The Taklamakan Desert, being the largest in Huaxia, receives an average annual precipitation of less than 100 millimeters, with some years yielding merely a few millimeters. How could such a spiritual wood grow there? While Yimo pondered, he sensed Qi Wanqing's presence as she approached, and a smile crept onto his face. Noting her seemingly cold demeanor, yet a hint of attachment towards him. Unsure of how to greet him, Qi Wanqing was relieved when Yimo turned to smile at her and quickly approached him. Just as she reached him, her expression shifted dramatically as a small gray snake with glowing green eyes lunged towards Yimo's back. Oh no! Qi Wanqing recalled that triangular-headed snakes were venomous, and this one not only had a triangular head, but a sharply pointed one as well. Without a moment's thought, she instinctively leaped to protect Yimo. In the instant the green-eyed triangular snake struck, Yimo sensed the danger. Had Qi Wanqing not jumped in, he could have evaded the attack. However, it was impossible to pull her out of harm's way now. The snake and Qi Wanqing arrived almost simultaneously, illustrating the remarkable speed of the creature. The gray serpent bit into Qi Wanqing's back, and although startled, Yimo remained composed, confident in his ability to counteract venom. He swiftly turned to embrace Qi Wanqing. Noticing that the green-eyed triangular snake paused nearby, as if preparing to launch a second assault. It appeared to be targeting him, igniting a surge of anger within him. He swiftly threw 3 iron nails at the snake. With a dull thud, the nails failed to pierce the snake's head. 2 slid harmlessly off its skin, leaving only a faint trace of blood. The green-eyed triangular snake seemed to recognize the threat posed by Yimo, and with a sudden flick, it vanished without a trace. Oh no, this is no ordinary snake, Yimo realized, observing Qi Wanqing's pallid complexion. The potency of the venom was alarming, and Yimo silently cursed his misfortune. At that moment, Lu Lin, Guiqi, and others emerged from the tent, quickly realizing that Qi Wanqing had been bitten by a highly venomous snake. Chapter 61. Is it merely a matter of gratitude? I will rescue her. You all be cautious. This creature will not attack you, Yimo declared as he swiftly led Qi Wanqing into the tent. However, Yimo was aware that this was not a snake. It was a creature known as a Zhilang. Its appearance bore a resemblance to a snake. Yet it possessed 4 limbs, and its eyes shone with a green luminescence at night, reminiscent of a wolf's gaze. The Zhilang was not only extraordinarily swift, rendering it nearly invisible to the average person, but its hide was also remarkably tough, impervious to typical forms of attack. Most alarming was the Zhilang's venom, which was unparalleled and far beyond that of ordinary snakes. An adult Zhilang would develop wings, but this particular one was clearly still in its juvenile stage. Yimo was astonished to find such a creature in a world so devoid of spiritual energy. Zhilangs typically posed no threat to ordinary humans. They were primarily sensitive to spiritual plants and entities rich in spiritual energy, as they favored consuming such flora. It seemed this Zhilang had targeted him either due to his status as a cultivator or because of the purple heart vine he carried, prompting its attack. Yimo quickly lifted Qi Wanqing's clothing, his mind solely focused on her plight. 2 small puncture wounds marred her back, from which a dark aura traveled upward, starkly visible against her skin. Employing his true energy, he forced out the venom and retrieved herbs, using his energy to assist her in absorbing their essence. The toxin was finally under control, but Yimo knew this was only a temporary measure. If the poison could not be fully eradicated, Qi Wanqing would not survive for long. Yet, what could he possibly use to heal her? He turned Qi Wanqing onto her back, cradling her in his arms while his mind raced for a solution. Although Qi Wanqing remained unconscious, the gray pallor on her face was still evident, though it no longer deepened. The Zhilang's bite not only inflicted poison but also drained her vitality, akin to extinguishing a flame, without her life force. Even if the toxin were eliminated, she could not endure. Qi Wanqing's condition was a clear example of vitality waning. Even if he managed to expel the poison from her body, her survival would be in jeopardy. In the world of cultivation, a mere spiritual elixir would suffice to save her, but here, there were no such remedies, not even spiritual herbs. Regardless of whether she had aided him, Qi Wanqing had been bitten because of him, and Yimo would be tormented by guilt if he could not save her, especially since he harbored fond feelings for her. If only he had a spiritual herb. With one, he could restore her vitality. Unfortunately, his silver heart grass was gone, and the recently planted ones had yet to sprout. Oh, but he possessed a segment of purple heart vine. Perhaps this could be the key to saving Qi Wanqing. The thought of parting with the precious vine was bittersweet, especially considering its potential significance if he could not cultivate the silver heart grass. Nonetheless, the fact that Qi Wanqing had risked herself for him compelled him to retrieve the purple heart vine. Moreover, was it not true that if she had not acted for his sake, he would have been remiss to stand by and do nothing? If Shuaigua could freely offer assistance, why could he not do the same for others? Was he somehow superior? This line of thought filled Yemo with a sense of shame, as he prepared to transform the purple heart vine into a medicinal liquid for Qi Wanqing. An epiphany struck him. Having consumed silver heart grass roughly a month prior, his blood likely still contained its medicinal properties. Even if it had diminished as a cultivator, his blood would naturally contain spiritual energy. Perhaps this would prove more effective than the purple heart vine, especially since Qi Wanqing could not directly absorb it without his aid. Resolute, Yemo cut his wrist, allowing his blood to flow into Qi Wanqing's mouth, while simultaneously channeling his true energy to facilitate her absorption of the medicinal properties. The gray hue on Qi Wanqing's face visibly dissipated, and the dark line receded, oozing from the puncture wounds on her back. However, the blood that flowed out was black, gradually turning red. Yemo exhaled in relief. Indeed, it seemed that his blood still retained some of the silver heart grass properties. Qi Wanqing detected an unusual flavor and opened her eyes, only to see Yemo's bleeding wrist hovering near her mouth. Alarmed, she cried out and instinctively pushed his wrist away. Realizing Qi Wanqing had regained consciousness and that the Zhilang's venom had been expelled, Yemo tended to his own wound. Brother Yi, you let me drink. Qi Wanqing stammered in her panic, unable to articulate the truth. Yemo smiled gently. It's all right. I frequently donate blood at the hospital. You've lost some blood, so it's only natural for me to offer you some. Don't dwell on it. Perhaps one day, if I find myself in need, you could return the favor. His explanation was simple, as revealing the complexities of his blood's properties would be overly intricate for her to comprehend, especially regarding matters of vitality and spiritual energy. Although Qi Wanqing momentarily failed to grasp the situation, she recognized that being bitten by a snake would not typically result in blood loss. And this was not the conventional method of transfusion. At that moment, however, her thoughts were consumed by gratitude for Yemo's sacrifice. She momentarily forgot that her injury had been incurred on his behalf. Thank you, Brother Yi. Qi Wanqing shifted, only then realizing she was nestled in Yemo's embrace, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Yemo noticed the shift in atmosphere and quickly set her down. You're all right now? Take some time to rest. That creature was highly venomous. I'll look for it shortly. Yemo's intention in seeking the Zhilang was clear. Its presence indicated the potential availability of spiritual herbs nearby. Moreover, the sighting of a Zhilang on Earth was exceedingly rare, as such creatures typically inhabited areas replete with spiritual energy, a stark contrast to the scarcity found on Earth. Noticing Qi Wanqing's complexion had returned to normal, Yemo cautioned. Next time, do not engage in such perilous actions, do you understand? You nearly did not survive. His tone hinted that the circumstances could have been avoided entirely had Qi Wanqing not rushed to his aid, as he would have evaded the Zhilang's attack. Yet, expressing this sentiment might wound her feelings, for she had acted out of care for him, unaware that he could have dodged the attack. No, the next time I encounter one, I will still try to stop it. If you were poisoned, I might be able to save you, Qi Wanqing replied, her voice low but resolute. Yemo was taken aback, his heart stirred by her determination. Foolish girl, even if you were poisoned, I might not be able to save you. Today was perilous, remember that next time. What if I were unable to help you? Qi Wanqing shook her head. Brother Yi, I do not understand these matters. You saved me, and I simply do not wish for you to face harm. Even if I could not be saved, I would still be content to have acted. If it came to it again, I would do the same. Fearing reproach from Yemo, her voice trailed off into a whisper. Yemo sighed, feeling a pang of compassion for her. He began to question whether rescuing Qi Wanqing had been the right decision, for her feelings toward him seemed to transcend mere gratitude. Chapter 62. Why be used by her? When Yemo and Qi Wanqing emerged, Lu Lin and Guiqi were already anxiously awaiting their return. The moment they saw the two, they breathed a sigh of relief. Their small team of 6 had already lost 2 members, and if they were to lose Qi Wanqing now, it would transcend mere misfortune. Moreover, Qi Wanqing's identity and background were rather extraordinary. Should any mishap occur, not only would Lu Lin be unable to bear the consequences, but even her superior would find it unbearable. Fortunately, they were safe for the moment. Captain Lu, you all take a rest first. I will step away for a bit, Yemo declared, not waiting for a response before striding into the woods. He had developed an interest in the Zhilang. The presence of Zhilang indicated the likelihood of spiritual herbs nearby. Even if he couldn't find any, capturing the Zhilang itself would be worthwhile. While Zhilang was not a spiritual beast per se, it could recognize its master due to its burgeoning consciousness, unlike wild beasts that could only be tamed. Although the Zhilang might not serve him directly, he could gift it to Qi Wanqing. After all, she had nearly sacrificed her life to save him. It was only right to find her a pet. Big brother Yi, wait for me. I'll go with you, Qi Wanqing exclaimed, suddenly following him with a flashlight in hand. Guiqi was about to call out to stop her, but Lu Lin restrained him. Don't you see how dependent Wanqing is on Yimo? Her cold demeanor stems from her family background. Yimo is no ordinary person. He should be able to take good care of her. Please, do not call her back. After a brief pause, Lu Lin continued. If someone like Yimo could join our Falcon team, if you would dare to challenge us in the entire army. Guiqi shook his head and replied. You just said he is no ordinary person. It is certain he would never join the military. Besides, I have a feeling he is someone who detests constraints. Perhaps a life of freedom suits him best. After a moment, Guiqi added, we see him dressed simply and behaving casually. Yet I sense he is the proudest of individuals. His pride is neither ostentatious nor hidden. It is simply natural. Even if the most affluent scion, clad in Armani, stood beside him, that scion would merely appear as a supporting character. Brother Gua, how did you manage to invite such an impressive person? Feng Wei asked with admiration. Ever since Yi Mo saved him, he had been in awe of him, wishing to take him as a mentor. Guiqi chuckled and replied. I merely mentioned that we are both from Huaxia, and he agreed. Big brother Yi, please wait for me. Qi Wanqing called out, catching up to him. Yi Mo paused and asked, why did you come? It's quite dark here, and the moonlight is dim tonight. Moreover, it is dangerous inside. I'm just going to find something, and we'll be back shortly. You've just healed. Why come here? Hurry back. I know you want to join our unit. Big brother Yi, so when you drop me off, you'll leave. I don't know when I will see you again. I just want to spend a little more time with you. Qi Wanqing confessed, her dependence on him evident. Perhaps due to her lack of male friends, and the 2 times he had saved her life. Yi Mo was taken aback. He sensed Qi Wanqing's reliance on him was excessive for a soldier. Perhaps her reasons for joining the military were more complex than he imagined. But he saw no need to inquire further. He wanted to say, silly girl, I can visit you in the future, but halted, pondering if he would truly return to see her. Their paths diverged too greatly for them to meet again. With a sigh, Yi Mo conceded, all right, then follow me. It seemed reasonable for Qi Wanqing to accompany him, especially since he intended to catch a Zhalang to gift her, as it would need to acknowledge her as its master. Thank you, big brother Yi. With that, Qi Wanqing excitedly grasped his arm. Yi Mo shook his head, realizing that Qi Wanqing was still somewhat naive. It was indeed a challenge for her to be in the military, maintaining a cold facade each day. Perhaps a school life would suit her better. How long have you been in the army? Why not return to school? Yi Mo inquired. In my sophomore year. My grandfather insisted I go on a blind date with someone I did not like. I refused, but the person found me at school. I told my father, but shockingly, he sided with my grandfather. So, I secretly sought out Uncle Jiang and joined the military, never to return, Qi Wanqing recounted, her tone tinged with melancholy. Yi Mo was at a loss. Why did people insist on using marriage alliances to bolster their power? This was a recurring theme, no matter the context. You can't possibly stay in the army forever. When you return, your father and grandfather push you into more blind dates. Yi Mo remarked casually. I don't want to go back. My mother often visits me. She even helps me with. Qi Wanqing abruptly halted, almost revealing that the company she wanted him to join was hers. Suddenly, Qi Wanqing asked, Big brother Yi, someone as exceptional as you must have a girlfriend, right? Yi Mo smiled slightly. I'm currently an unemployed wanderer. Wherever I go is home. Am I truly exceptional? As for a girlfriend, no, but I do have a wife. Haha. Ah, you're married? Qi Wanqing felt an emptiness wash over her, a profound sense of loss she could hardly articulate. Unaware of her expression, Yi Mo continued. She's probably like you, not wishing to be betrothed to anyone else, so we entered into a sham marriage. It's merely a favor. I'd be more than willing to help you out if you ever need assistance. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. What? Big brother Yi, you're in a sham marriage? That woman is taking advantage of you? How can there be such a wicked woman? Qi Wanqing exclaimed, indignant that someone would exploit Yi Mo. After a moment, she added, Big brother Yi, why allow yourself to be used by her? Such women are best ignored. Why be used by her? Yi Mo's expression darkened as he recalled his pitiable master, Luo Ying, wondering how she fared now. Perhaps he would willingly be used by anyone if it meant a chance to catch a glimpse of her. His assistance to Ning Chishu stemmed from a deep-seated desire for reciprocity. He hoped that if his master ever faced difficulties, someone would help her as he had. I'm sorry. Big brother Yi, I won't pry any further. Upon noticing Yi Mo's somber demeanor, Qi Wanqing realized he must have his reasons. Suddenly, Yi Mo exclaimed in surprise. bending down to examine a mountain mushroom that had been nearly eaten down to its roots. Indeed, there are spiritual herbs here. Though the sun mushroom isn't quite a spiritual herb, it contains a trace of spiritual energy. It appears this Xiaolang was attracted by it. What's wrong, big brother Yi? Qi Wanqing inquired, noticing his pause. Silence. I have spotted it, Yimo replied, his consciousness already detecting the Xiaolang a few meters away. The creature had evidently noticed him as well but remained motionless. Seemingly confident that Yimo couldn't perceive it, emboldened by its certainty. Thank you for the support from Lulan Yiting's singing, the Southern Barbarians, and Liljin's updated votes. I also appreciate the supportive evaluation votes for Lulan Yiting's singing. Thank you. Chapter 63. Departure. Wanqing, come to my left, Yimo beckoned, guiding Qi Wanqing closer to his side, as the right side harbored a lurking creature. This creature, concealed beneath a stone, fixated its gaze on Yimo and Qi Wanqing, not fleeing, but rather seeking an opportunity to strike. Unaware of Yimo's intentions, Qi Wanqing promptly moved to his left. Yimo, aware of the creature's cunning nature, held Qi Wanqing's hand, feigning ignorance of the lurking threat. The creature, seeing Yimo with his back turned, stealthily approached, poised to ambush at the opportune moment. Why be so cautious? Qi Wanqing whispered. Yimo did not respond, but suddenly turned, extending his hand in a swift motion. Before she could comprehend, a shrill cry echoed as the creature leaped to attack, only to find itself captured in Yimo's grip, as if it had willingly surrendered. Had it not been for Yimo's internal energy coursing through his palm, he might have failed to subdue the creature. Feeling its vigorous struggle, Yimo quickly instructed, Wanqing, bite your finger and hurry. This creature is indeed formidable. Realizing its blunder, the creature emitted frantic cries while writhing in Yimo's grasp. If he had not seized it personally, he would never have imagined such strength in this juvenile being. Upon seeing its green eyes, Qi Wanqing broke into a cold sweat, not from fear, but from concern for Yimo. Yet, upon hearing his urgent command, she instinctively bit her finger. Yimo produced a dagger and swiftly made a precise incision on the creature's forehead, allowing a trickle of blood to flow. He took a drop of blood from Qi Wanqing's finger and cast it into the wound, his hands forming intricate seals as if he were conjuring spells. Qi Wanqing observed Yimo's actions with astonishment, hesitant to speak. She noticed beads of sweat forming on his brow and wished to assist him, but feared interrupting his focus. Uncertain of his method, she found it curious yet believed in him. Gradually, the creature's struggles subsided, and it eventually stilled. Upon being released, it scurried to Qi Wanqing's feet, playfully nudging her shoe with its pointed head, appearing quite affectionate. Qi Wanqing, tense from watching Yimo sweat, was startled when the creature approached her. Thankfully, Yimo's timely voice reassured her. I have tamed it. You lack spiritual awareness, but you can command it through words. Rest assured, it will not attack an ordinary person without your command. Yimo understood that Qi Wanqing, lacking spiritual training, could only issue verbal commands to the creature. The bond deepening over time. Ah, Brother Yi, how did you learn this? It sounds rather mystical, Qi Wanqing remarked, her anxiety easing as she noticed the creature posed no threat. Yimo chuckled lightly. It's merely a folk method I picked up, though not all creatures can be tamed. This one is among the rare few. Zhizhuang. Qi Wanqing was taken aback by the peculiar name of the creature resembling a snake. Shall I call it Xiaolang then? It won't bite others, will it? Yimo assured her, no it won't. Even untamed, it poses no threat to ordinary individuals, especially now that it is bound to our contract. He continued, simply feed it bamboo shoots, or allow it to forage for itself. Ordinary folk cannot capture it. Upon returning to camp, their companions expressed disbelief at Yimo's ability to tame such a remarkable pet, eagerly surrounding the creature for closer inspection. Ultimately, Lu Lin suggested that Qi Wanqing create a small pouch for it. Initially, Yimo intended to escort them out of the primitive jungle and depart, but due to Qi Wanqing's situation, he chose to accompany her and Guiqi further. Though Qi Wanqing relished the moments spent on Yimo's back, she felt a sense of embarrassment now that she had fully recovered and chose to walk on her own. In the ensuing days, Yimo imparted various techniques and skills to Feng Wei, later joined by Guiqi and Lu Lin. His teachings were straightforward and practical, even including basic breathing techniques that, while not yielding true energy, could cultivate inner strength over time. Sister Qi, why not join us in learning? One evening, after they had set up their temporary abode, Guiqi called out to Qi Wanqing, who had remained aloof. Lu Lin playfully tapped Feng Wei's head, Wanqing will receive private instruction from Yimo. What are you fussing about? Wanqing, blushing from the attention while playing with Xiaolang, glanced at Yimo but refrained from retorting. With a subtle smile, Yimo did not contest Lu Lin's statement, nor did he intend to offer private lessons to Wanqing. Had he had paper and pen, he might have written down some techniques for her, yet without them, he let it be. He held a favorable impression of Wanqing for her willingness to risk her life for him. Despite her military background, she seemed to harbor a special attachment to him. Yimo was acutely aware that a romantic relationship with Wanqing was implausible. His heart was already entwined with Luoying, and no other woman could take root within him. Thus, he gifted her the Zhuang as a token of gratitude for her bravery. On the 11th day, they encountered their teammates sent to rescue them, and Yimo prepared to bid farewell to Guiqi and the others. Brother Yi, should you find the time, please do assist my friends in Luotsong, Wanqing implored, her reluctance palpable as she felt a sense of loss at Yimo's departure. Yet, she had no justification to keep him and could only wish for him to visit her mother's company. Perhaps if he did, she might find a way to leave the military. Yimo, witnessing her hopeful gaze, felt a pang of compassion and nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, he knew that parting from her would likely lead to a prolonged separation, as cultivating the silver heart herb would demand years of dedication. As he faded into the jungle, Wanqing was overwhelmed by an acute sense of loss, her spirits plummeting once more. Chapter 64. Yimo's fury. When Yimo returned alone, he moved with remarkable speed. Even after taking 3 days to gather some medicinal herbs along the way, he arrived back at the place where he lived, only to be met with a sight that ignited his fury. In a mere 20 days, his residence had been reduced to ruins, with crumbled walls and shattered structures scattered about. Yet, the most distressing aspect was that the plot of land he had cultivated for the silver heart herb was now utterly devastated. With a swift kick, Yimo struck a stone the size of a millstone, shattering it upon impact through the flow of his internal energy. The only valuable possession he had was that precious silver heart herb, which he had planted with 19 seeds. To see the area designated for its growth in such disarray was unbearable. What had Fong Nan been doing? Just as Yimo prepared to confront Fong Nan at the Laish, a figure rushed toward him. Upon seeing Yimo standing before the dilapidated temple, the young man hurried over and respectfully said, "Brother Yi, Brother Nan asked me to wait for you here. You have finally returned." The young man, in his 20s, was someone Yimo recognized. He was the one standing behind Fong Nan when they first met. Yimo suppressed his inner turmoil, for the silver heart herb held unparalleled significance for him. With half of it destroyed, it was impossible for him to remain calm. Yet, he chose to restrain his anger. He was not one to lash out without understanding the situation. Once he grasped the full context, he would ensure that those responsible for the damage would pay dearly. Sensing Yimo's grim expression, the young man hastily continued, "Brother Yi, after you left, a conflict arose between Brother Nan and the Vietnam gang over the interests left by the 13 protectors. Although Brother Nan typically would not fear the Vietnam gang, they allied with the Philippine gang to launch a surprise attack on our Pu Dao Association. Brother Nan was severely injured and taken here by his brothers for treatment. But he was still besieged by the Vietnam gang and Philippine gang. Only a few brothers managed to break through with him. Brother Nan instructed me to wait for you and apologize for the situation." Yimo's face turned ashen as he absorbed the young man's words, remaining silent for a moment. He understood that if Fong Nan had not come to this temple, perhaps his silver heart herb would not have met such a fate. Fong Nan should not have resorted to such tactics to solicit Yimo's assistance. If he had indeed orchestrated this to incite Yimo against the Vietnam gang and subsequently provoke him into annihilating them, Yimo would not hesitate to eradicate the Pu Dao Association alongside them. Entering the courtyard, Yimo found his plot of land trampled beyond recognition, yet he managed to locate a few seeds. Discovering the seeds calmed his agitation. He realized that even without this incident, the area was unsuitable for cultivating the silver heart herb, as the seeds he found were all rotten, showing no signs of germination. It appeared that the silver heart herb required a specific environment for growth. He wondered why the little courtyard he once inhabited was capable of nurturing it. "Take me to see Fong Nan," Yimo instructed the young man, his countenance now fully restored to tranquility. Fong Nan was currently in a dire state, hiding in a secluded cave nearby, accompanied only by 6 individuals, including the young man. Upon Yimo's entrance, Fong Nan struggled to rise, his face a mask of shame. He was acutely aware of the importance of Yimo's plot of land as emphasized in their previous discussions. Not only had he failed to protect it, but he had also destroyed it due to his own actions. Given a second chance, Fong Nan would never allow his subordinates to take him there for shelter again. Seeing Fong Nan struggle to get up, Yemo observed the genuine remorse on his face and waved his hand, saying, "This is not your fault. Let me tend to your wounds first." Fong Nan had sustained gunshot wounds. Although he had been hit twice, it posed no challenge for Yemo. In less than half an hour, he had treated all of Fong Nan's injuries. "I must go to Laish to find out who has destroyed my belongings. You stay here and rest. You can return to Laish tonight," Yemo stated, his words cold as he prepared to leave. Fong Nan immediately interjected, "Brother Yi, this matter was instigated by me. Even if it costs me my life, I cannot let you confront them while I remain here." Yemo smiled faintly. "In that case, you shall accompany me." To him, the gang of desperate outlaws held little significance, and Fong Nan's presence would not pose any issue. At Laish, the half-moon-shaped stone house that once belonged to Fong Nan was now occupied by members of the Vietnam gang. In addition to them, individuals from the Philippine gang, who had long been a scourge along the border, were also present. I have long harbored disdain for that Fong Nan of the Pu Dao Association. Though I did not eliminate him, driving him out of Laish brings me considerable satisfaction. This was all thanks to Boss Pu. "Here, I raise a glass on behalf of the Vietnam gang," proclaimed the leader of the Vietnam gang, speaking fluent Mandarin. "Indeed, however, we too seek to make a living in Laish. So we hope Chairman Wong will look after us," replied the leader of the Philippine gang, a genuinely black man whose Mandarin was somewhat halting. He knew well that speaking anything other than Mandarin in Laish would be unwise. The man referred to as Chairman Wong chuckled heartily. "No problem. Fong Nan's territory and business will be split between us, as previously agreed." Chairman Wong, the leader of the Vietnam gang, preferred to be called chairman rather than boss. As cups clinked, the atmosphere in the stone house grew increasingly lively. Suddenly, two discordant thuds interrupted the revelry as two corpses fell onto the table where Chairman Wong and the leader of the Philippine gang were drinking. These were the bodies of two Vietnamese guards stationed outside. In that instant, the entire room fell silent, but it was not long before the dozens of individuals inside reacted, hastily arming themselves for battle. "Who are you? Why have you killed my men without cause?" Chairman Wong of the Vietnam gang had already placed his hand on his gun, determined to avenge his fallen comrades. Yemo coldly smiled, surveying the room filled with 40 to 50 individuals, including a dozen black men and 2 white men. He then asked, "Was it you who destroyed the temple where I resided?" After all this commotion, it was over a mere temple. And Chairman Wong's expression darkened as he drew his gun. "Brothers, charge. Take down this scoundrel." Chapter 65. What truly is ruthlessness with a series of 4 thunderous thuds? The 4 men who had rushed towards Yemo were sent flying, their trajectories indistinguishable, reduced to mere fleeting shadows of legs for the keen-eyed observers. The remaining assailants, caught in the collision with these 4, fell like a domino chain, collapsing to the ground. The 4 men crashed against the stone wall, their breaths shallow and labored as they fell. A moment of stunned silence enveloped the onlookers. What kind of prowess was this? The destructive force was staggering. A young man, positioned behind the leader of the Vietnam gang, reacted quickly, drawing a firearm with the intention of shooting Yemo. However, before his finger could even graze the trigger, a sudden gust of wind heralded his demise as a gaping hole appeared in his forehead, and he collapsed, eyes wide open in shock. An eerie stillness descended. No one dared to move. In mere moments, this individual had dispatched 5 men, not counting the 2 he had already eliminated at the entrance, all without a visible motion. Yet, the leader of the Vietnam gang regained his composure swiftly, recognizing that this young man was formidable, an undeniable master. He hastily proclaimed, "Friend, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Although we did disturb that temple, we were completely unaware that it belonged to you. I, Wang Xian, am willing to compensate you double for your losses." Yemo let out a cold laugh, raising his hand once more. 2 black men from the Philippine gang, poised to fire their weapons, suddenly found blood seeping from their foreheads before crashing to the ground, their firearms clattering away from their lifeless hands. Wang Xian observed this time. The young man had simply raised his hand, yet in that singular motion, 2 lives were extinguished. What he unleashed seemed swifter than a bullet, a display of extraordinary prowess. "Compensate for my losses? Can you truly afford it? Moreover, you have injured my friend Fong Nan and killed his companions. Even if you could compensate me, I will ensure that you return whence you came," Yemo retorted, dismissing further dialogue and unleashing a barrage of iron nails that flew forth like a hailstorm. In the midst of chaos, with numerous adversaries converging upon him, Yimo recognized the necessity of thinning their ranks first, as his current level of awareness could not encompass all the threats. "Brothers, let us fight him together," was the rallying cry that echoed, and in a fleeting moment, another 10 lives were claimed before Wang Xian realized the urgency of retreating. His eyes zeroed in on a window. He intended to escape through it. Once enamored with the grandeur of the stone house, Wang Xian now loathed it, cursing its lack of an exit. The windows were fortified, resisting his frantic attempts to pry them open. Amidst the splattering of blood, the cacophony of gunfire and the clash of blades spiraled into chaos. Yet, Yimo stood firm at the entrance, ensuring that not a single soul could escape. His awareness and speed allowed him to prioritize eliminating those wielding firearms, deftly evading knives. However, the sheer number of attackers overwhelmed him momentarily, resulting in a bullet grazing his leg. In a swift retribution, he avenged himself on the shooter. Although the gunshot wound was minor, it ignited a fury within him, hastening the flight of his iron nails. Minutes later, the tumult within the stone house subsided, leaving only Wang Xian, who continued futilely to wrestle the window, and the leader of the Philippine gang, who had also succumbed to Yimo's wrath. The interior was strewn with bodies, a testament to the efficiency of Yimo's lethal precision. After extracting the bullet from his leg and tending to his wound, Yimo fixed a cold gaze upon Wang Xian, still struggling with the window. "You might as well stop your futile attempts. Do you truly believe you can escape now?" Wang Xian, hearing Yimo's voice, turned abruptly, a chill coursing through him. What sort of individual had he offended? Over 40 men lay dead, with him as the sole survivor. "Please, great brother, spare my life. I am willing to relinquish all my possessions and serve as your subordinate," he pleaded, realizing the gravity of his predicament for the first time. "Fong Nan, this matter is yours to handle. Deal with him as you see fit," Yimo declared, turning to leave. Fong Nan, standing outside with a few subordinates, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him when he heard Yimo call. They quickly carried him inside. Upon entering, Fong Nan was rendered speechless by the grim scene. The room was a graveyard, with the only living soul trembling being Wang Xian. A chill crept down Fong Nan's spine as he grasped the true essence of ruthlessness. He had taken many lives himself, yet had never witnessed such a complete annihilation. Yimo's demeanor remained unervingly calm, as if slaughtering was as natural as breathing. It was no wonder that even Wang Xian, a man known for his mercilessness, quaked in fear. Fong Nan's previous violent encounters paled in comparison to this. Yimo had exhibited a chilling nonchalance, as if extinguishing lives was no more significant than dispatching chickens. The thought of what could have transpired had he acted with even a hint of defiance against Yimo sent fresh beads of cold sweat cascading down his back. "President Fong, spare me. I, Wang Xian, am willing to hand over all my assets. Just grant me my life." Wang Xian's desperate pleas broke Fong Nan's reverie. "Immediately eliminate this scoundrel and dispose of the bodies," Fong Nan commanded. "Sure too, come with me to see Brother Yi." He entrusted the grim task to his subordinates, while he himself sought out Yimo Brother Yi. Fong Nan addressed respectfully, being carried by 2 subordinates, his tone laden with reverence. Where Yimo had once been merely an admirable figure in Fong Nan's eyes, he now embodied a presence that inspired both admiration and trepidation. "Fong Nan," Yimo acknowledged, seemingly lost in thought. "Here I am," Fong Nan responded promptly. After a moment of contemplation, Yimo spoke. "I had intended to stay here for a while, but it appears that matters do not unfold as one wishes, so I must take my leave." "Brother Yi, you're leaving? I can have a place prepared for you immediately," Fong Nan offered, misunderstanding Yimo's intent. Yimo waved his hand. "Fong Nan, the region of Laish is now under your dominion. I am aware of your means of livelihood, but I advise you to refrain from excessive actions. As for robbery and extortion, I urge you to steer clear of such paths. The border trade is lucrative, but I hope you avoid engaging in the drug trade. It harms both others and oneself. This is all I wish to convey. Perhaps I may return one day." With that, Yimo turned and departed without a trace of longing. He had no desire to remain in a place that could not nurture Silverheart grass, even to evade the Song family. He would not compromise his cultivation. Fong Nan was a decent fellow, and he had aided him considerably. If he could not maintain control over Laish now, he had no right to linger any longer. As Yimo walked a considerable distance away, Fong Nan suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly called out, "Brother Yi, I will certainly follow your instructions." Yimo did not permit him to arrange for anyone to send him off, as Fong Nan dared not take such liberties. Chapter 66. Whereabouts unknown. Ning Qingxue had acquired the small courtyard where Yimo once resided in Ninghai. Lingering in Yuzhou had become an ordeal for her, and she felt compelled to seek out Yimo, yet his whereabouts remained elusive. Unable to endure Yuzhou any longer, Ning Qingxue returned to Ninghai. Although she found herself back in the same courtyard, the person she sought was absent. Su Wei, unaware that Ning Qingxue had purchased the house, continued to occupy her former room. However, she had recently been subjected to persistent inquiries and investigations, culminating in the removal of the surveillance computer. Su Wei sensed that these events were connected to Yi Mo, reflecting on her interactions with Yi Mo, including their months of cohabitation. She realized that she was ignorant of his profession. As Su Wei opened the courtyard gate, intending to purchase groceries, she encountered Ning Qingxue standing alone at the entrance. After a moment of astonishment, she instinctively asked, "What are you doing here?" Ning Qingxue recognized Su Wei's animosity towards her, but she did not fault her. In her opinion, Su Wei possessed a greater understanding of Yi Mo than she did. "I reside here, as the lease has not yet expired," Ning Qingxue replied, concealing the fact that she had already purchased the house. She feared that Su Wei would immediately vacate the premises if she revealed the truth. She longed for everything to remain unchanged, but she knew that was impossible. Even if everything else remained the same, Yi Mo was no longer present. Su Wei felt inclined to reprimand Ning Qingxue, but she was uncertain of the nature of Ning Qingxue's relationship with Yi Mo. Furthermore, Yi Mo had indeed paid a year's rent in advance. Consequently, she hesitated and remained silent. Without further ado, she left the courtyard to purchase groceries. Ning Qingxue returned to the room, a wave of inexplicable melancholy washing over her as she surveyed the familiar surroundings. On that bed, she and Yi Mo had posed for a photograph together. At that time, she had even begun to blur the lines between reality and pretense, a fact that Li Mumei had pointed out. Could it be that those feelings were her true sentiments? After sitting on the bed for a while, Ning Qingxue cleaned the room, returning everything to its original position. However, Yimo's small medical kit remained in her luggage. To her, it represented perhaps the last vestige of Yi Mo. Once again, Ning Qingxue opened Yimo's medical kit and finally retrieved the letter he had written. She had resisted the urge to open it, but now, alone in Ninghai, in the place where she had shared a life with Yi Mo, she could no longer resist. A beautiful and forceful script met her gaze. Ning Qingxue had not expected Yi Mo's handwriting to be so powerful, as if it were about to leap off the page. "Xiao, I am leaving you a letter before I depart. There were some things I wanted to give you, but you haven't been to school lately. Arriving here, I was a solitary individual, and you are my only friend. I was expelled from my family, and my former father-in-law publicly annulled our engagement. You are the only friend who has not abandoned me. Therefore, you are my true friend. I am most grateful for the day you awakened me. If it weren't for you, I might never have awakened. Alas, I have no place to reside these days, and writing is inconvenient. I will write more when I have a place to stay. Farewell for now." The letter ended abruptly, but Ning Qingxue knew that Yi Mo was homeless because of her arrival, which made her even more despondent. He was a solitary individual, and she had hurt him. Now, she was also a solitary individual. Ning Qingxue put the letter away and left the house. Su Wei had returned and was washing vegetables alone, without speaking to Ning Qingxue. Ning Qingxue walked to the flower bed in the courtyard where Yi Mo had cultivated flowers. She intended to tidy it up and plant some flowers. A tender sprout caught Ning Qingxue's attention. It had grown in the exact spot where the silver grass had once been. Ning Qingxue remembered that the grass had silver leaves and that Yi Mo had cherished it. She also recalled that Yi Mo had left shortly after the grass disappeared. Could this sprout be the same grass that once grew there? Ning Qingxue carefully surrounded the sprout with a fence, replicating the one Yi Mo had made. Regardless of whether or not this sprout was the same grass that Yi Mo had planted, Ning Qingxue resolved to cultivate it carefully, as its location was the same as that of the silver leaf grass. Su Wei had prepared the meal. Seeing Ning Qingxue still carefully tending to the flower bed, she felt a sense of curiosity. Could it be that she and Yi Mo had an extraordinary relationship? Otherwise, how could they share such similar hobbies? "I've prepared the meal. Would you like to join me?" Su Wei asked, looking at Ning Qingxue tending to the flowers. "Thank you, but I'm not very hungry," Ning Qingxue replied. After a moment, she asked, "Su Wei, did Yi Mo often eat here?" "Yi Mo?" Su Wei wondered why Ning Qingxue was asking, but she replied, "He only ate here once, and even said he would treat me, but he never did. He just left without saying goodbye. By the way, Ning Qingxue, what is your relationship with Yi Mo?" Ning Qingxue was stunned. What was her relationship with Yi Mo? The engagement had been annulled. The marriage was a sham, and she no longer had any connection to Yimo. Why was she staying here? Over the course of a week, Su Wei was astonished to discover that Ning Qingshua's lifestyle was strikingly similar to Yimo's. Both were homebodies who rarely ventured out. Another common trait was their love of gardening. Ning Qingxue would spend entire days tending to the flower bed, never tiring of it. The only difference was that no one had ever visited Yimo when he lived there, but since Ning Qingxue had arrived. The woman named Li Mumei had visited several times, and a woman named Su Jingwen had also come. Su Jingwen's beauty was a bit of a blow to Su Wei. She was surprised by the sudden appearance of so many beautiful women. In a private residence belonging to the Song family in Yinjing, Shanghai, the family's foreign affairs representative was intently studying a map. Several days prior, he had received intelligence that a young man resembling Yimo had entered Fengtang town a little over a month ago and had taken a private bus to Qishir. According to information obtained from the driver, the man had disembarked before reaching Qishir, in the area of the Guixiang Mountains. However, the trail had gone cold there. Shanghai was now scrutinizing a map of the Guixiang Mountains, which were covered in forests and mountains. If Yimo was indeed hiding there, finding him would be difficult. Ring, ring. Songhai's phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. Songhai frowned. He had been working tirelessly to find Yimo, the perpetrator, and the call was unwelcome. What is it? Songhai answered the phone impatiently. Mr. Hai, Ning Qingxue of the Ning family has arrived in Ninghai and moved into the place where Yimo once lived. What should we do now? Please advise, said a voice on the other end of the line. The caller was one of his men stationed in Ninghai to monitor Yimo, but instead, they had monitored Ning Qingxue. Songhai rubbed his head and said after a long pause, keep an eye on her, but don't take any action. If there's no news after a few days, find some thugs and have them take her away under some pretext. Yes, Mr. Hai, the voice replied crisply. Songhai hung up the phone and snorted coldly. I won't touch the Ning family for now, but I can certainly deal with you, Ning Qingxue. Let us take a moment to reap some interest for the little literature. A gentle reminder for recommendations, do not overlook this. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to 11. BB30756 and LJN for their generous donations. My sincere thanks to SS for the 5 supportive votes. And I am also thankful to LJIN and for their continued support and updates. Thank you. Chapter 67. Injury. Ning Qingsno rose slightly later than Su Wei each day. Yet today, as she began her morning routine, she discovered Su Wei absent from work. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, Su Wei, are you not working today? I'm on a day off. Don't you find it tedious gazing at these flowers and plants each day? With a week of living together, Su Wei and Ning Qingsno had grown more familiar, their initial coldness dissipating. Ning Qingsno shook her head, responding, not at all. I find great comfort in watching them grow every day. Su Wei paused, struggling to comprehend Ning Qingsno's enthusiasm. Even Yimo, who once had a fondness for plants, never exhibited such an obsession. He merely devoted a brief amount of time to tending to them while engaging in other pursuits. Just as she was about to speak, Su Wei was startled by the sudden opening of the courtyard gate, causing the basin in her hands to crash to the ground. 2 menacing figures stormed in. Momentarily surprised to see Su Wei, who was clearly startled by their presence. They had not anticipated that someone living with Ning Qingsno would be absent from work. But their astonishment quickly faded, and they disregarded Su Wei's presence. You deceitful wretch, you tricked me out of my money and now hide here. Come, return with me. One of the men lunged toward Ning Qingsno. Ning Qingsno instinctively sought to evade him, but the assailant, noticing the flower bed she had been tending to, seized a nearby stick and struck it, shouting, You think you can deceive me while secretly planting flowers here? I'll smash your wretched plants. Stop, Ning Qingsno cried, witnessing the stick aimed at her cherished flower bed. Fearing for the flower's destruction, she threw herself in front of the bed without a second thought. The stick struck her back with a resounding thud. Ning Qingsno gasped, spitting blood onto the flower bed before collapsing unconscious. Su Wei let out a piercing scream, quickly reaching for her phone to call for help. The 2 men, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, had intended to seize the woman, but they hadn't anticipated her willingness to protect the flower bed at such a cost. Let us go, they exchanged glances, realizing the situation had spiraled beyond their control, and promptly fled the scene. When the police, along with Li Mumei and Su Jingwen, arrived, Ning Qingsno remained unresponsive. The best hospital in Ninghai City concluded after examinations that she had suffered a fractured spine, 60% rib fractures, and severe damage to her heart and lungs. Even with intensive treatment, they estimated she could only survive 3 more years, confined to a bed. Without treatment, her lifespan would be reduced to merely a month. I will exhaust all my resources to bring the culprits to justice, Ning Zhongfei declared, fury coursing through him. Ning Qingsno was his only daughter, and he had even risked estrangement from his father and brother for her sake. Yet now, she lay in such a dire state. A woman, appearing to be in her 30s, wept bitterly as she clutched Ning Qingsno's hand. She was Ning Qingsno's mother, Lan Yu. Qingsno, I will not allow your suffering to be in vain. After a moment of sobbing, Lan Yu stood up, rubbing her swollen eyes, and turned to her husband, saying, I will seek Su Su's assistance to avenge Qingno. No matter how powerful the Song family is, I will not let this go unpunished. Previously, whenever Lan Yu mentioned Su Su, Ning Zhongfei would caution against her involvement, citing her as a person from the hidden world unfit for such matters. However, this time, Ning Zhongfei surprisingly did not protest. His face hardened as he nodded. I will spare no expense to ensure Qingsno is not left to suffer in vain. Mom. Ning Qingsno finally opened her eyes, only to find herself in a stark white hospital room, every inch of her body aflame with pain. Qingsno, you're awake? Lan Yu rushed to her side, grasping her hand tightly. I hurt so much. Ning Qingno murmured, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Lan Yu's heart ached. Her daughter's pain resonated within her. In that moment, she wished she could take her daughter's place on the hospital bed, but could only offer comfort. Qingsno, do not fear. I will ensure you receive the best care. Ning Qingsno shook her head weakly. I want to go home, Mom. Please take me back to that courtyard. I understand myself. I do not wish for treatment. Ning Qingsno's mind was clear as glass. Given her injuries, even with treatment, the best outcome would be a life spent bedridden. She felt a desire to leave this world, lamenting that before her demise, she would not be able to see Yimo to apologize. Qingsno, please don't be impulsive. Listen to me. Stay in the hospital. The doctors will ensure you are treated, Lan Yu pleaded, her heart breaking as she recognized her daughter's wishes. Ning Qingsno wanted to shake her head, yet the pain surged anew, prompting her to grit her teeth and declare, Mom, do you want me to die without peace? I only wish to return to that little courtyard. Please take me back. Taking a breath, Ning Qingsno continued, Mom, please bring me my little box. With those words, she closed her eyes, the agony overwhelming her once more as she slipped into unconsciousness. Lan Yu stood up, wiping the tears from her eyes, and turned to Ning Zhongfei. Why does Qingsno insist on staying in that courtyard after returning? What transpired between her and Yimo? Ning Zhongfei shook his head, taking a moment before responding. If that is her wish, and since staying in the hospital cannot guarantee her survival, let us return her to the courtyard. We will continue searching for doctors who can treat her across the nation. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I refuse to give up. Place that box by her bedside. I want her to see it when she awakens. Lan Yu nodded in agreement with her husband's sentiments. Yimo did not head directly to the Luotsang introduced by Qi Wanqing. He intended to seek employment on his own. Should his search prove fruitless, he would consider working at Wanqing's cousin's company. However, before that, he needed to return to Ninghai to retrieve some soil from the flower bed in his courtyard and his small box. His purpose for the soil was to conduct tests. He sought to determine what elements within it could revive the silver heart grass and why the seeds could not sprout in the vicinity of the flowing serpent. Upon returning to Ninghai, Yimo surmised that Su Wei should be at work by now, allowing him to sneak into the courtyard unnoticed. Yet, as he approached the flower bed, the shocking sight of a large pool of dried blood startled him. Though the blood had congealed, it was evident that it had not been there for long. Why was there so much blood in the flower bed? Chapter 68. Yimo returns. Yimo, you have returned? A voice interrupted Yimo's reverie, as he had been staring blankly at the bloodstains, unaware that Su Wei had entered the room. Su Wei, aren't you working today? Yimo inquired, puzzled, for it was typically around this time that she would be heading to her job. Su Wei appeared somewhat fatigued as she shook her head and replied, yesterday morning, Ning Qingxue was injured by someone. She is currently in the hospital and has not yet stabilized. I just returned from visiting her. Why didn't I see you there? Yimo was taken aback. Ning Qingxue had been attacked? How did that come to pass? Moreover, how did Su Wei know about it? He pondered this and asked, how did you find out that Ning Qingxue was hurt? You don't know? Su Wei looked at Yimo in astonishment. She had assumed he returned precisely because of Ning Qingxue's injury, and was surprised to learn he was unaware of the incident. Yimo replied, somewhat perplexed, she was injured. Why should I necessarily know? Is her condition severe? Although he did not harbor much fondness for Ning Qingxue, her troubled demeanor reminded him of Luo Ying, prompting a degree of concern for her well-being. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to her earlier request for assistance. Qingxue has been living here. How could you not know? Su Wei insisted, realizing that Yimo was genuinely unaware of Ning Qingxue's situation. Yimo furrowed his brow. Ning Qingxue lives here? I have already departed. I have played my part. How could she still be residing here? With her family's resources, surely she must have somewhere else to go? Noticing Yimo's confusion, Su Wei continued, since Qingxue arrived, she has been staying in the room you once occupied. She rarely goes out, spending her days tending to the flowers, often gazing at the flower bed from dawn till dusk. Ning Qingxue enjoys flowers? Yimo was taken aback, glancing at the flower bed. His fondness for flowers stemmed from planting a silver heart grass here. But why would Ning Qingxue have an affinity for gardening? If she truly cherished it, why had she never approached the flower bed in the more than 20 days they had spent together? A small blade of grass, stained with blood, caught Yimo's attention. Though it had only just sprouted, he recognized it immediately as silver heart grass. Upon seeing it, a surge of excitement coursed through him. The soil here not only nurtured silver heart grass but also allowed the seeds to germinate. Yimo soon speculated on why Ning Qingxue would choose to cultivate this particular grass. Could she also be a practitioner of the mystical arts? However, he quickly realized that this sprouting silver heart grass must have been a seed that fell before he collected the others. Unexpectedly, it had taken root. But how did Ning Qingxue know it was silver heart grass? Why did she place such significance on it? As Yimo remained in his state of bewilderment, Su Wei explained, Qingxue seems quite attached to that little sprout in the flower bed. She even shielded it with something. She tends to it daily, and sometimes merely observes it for an entire day without growing bored. Just yesterday morning, she was, as usual, standing before the flower bed, captivated by the sprout, when suddenly two men burst into the yard, appearing quite menacing. Observing that Yimo was still intently listening, Su Wei continued. One of the men barged in, accusing Qingxue of deceiving him out of money and hiding here to tend to flowers. He picked up a wooden stick and aimed to smash the flowers in the bed. I cannot comprehend what Qingxue was thinking at that moment. She actually placed herself in front of that stick. Although it did not strike the flower bed, it landed squarely on her back. She coughed up blood and collapsed right there. Yimo's expression darkened, turning a shade of iron gray. While he was unaware of why Ning Qingxue cherished the silver heart grass, he felt a surge of fury towards those who would dare to destroy his flower bed. Have you discovered who those men were? Yimo inquired, his voice calm but laced with intensity. Su Wei shook her head. No, we couldn't identify them. However, Yimo, you should exercise caution. After you left, many came asking about you, and they even took away one of the surveillance computers from here. I suspect those individuals are not well-intentioned. Be vigilant when you come and go. At this point, Yimo grasped the gravity of the situation. It seemed the Song family was aware of his involvement in Song Shaowen's demise and were actively searching for him. He had not realized there was a surveillance computer here. But given that his spiritual awareness had only extended about 5 meters at the time, it was understandable he had missed the camera, since the Song family had already deduced that he was responsible for Song Shaowen's death. Those who had come to take Ning Qingxue away were undoubtedly sent by them to monitor him. He hadn't anticipated that Ning Qingxue would move in here. They likely waited to see if he would meet with her. When they saw he did not appear, they attempted to take her away, resulting in her injury while defending the silver heart grass. Yimo had pieced together the events with near certainty, concluding that it was the Song family that had harmed Ning Qingxue. Yet, what perplexed him was why she would risk her life to protect this sprout of silver heart grass. The only plausible explanation was that Ning Qingxue knew he required this grass and had nurtured it with utmost care, even at great personal risk. While this explanation made the most sense, Yimo found it utterly incomprehensible. After all, it was merely a plant he needed, and he could not fathom why she would go to such lengths for him. Song family, if you wish to contend, let us engage in battle, he thought. If I, Yimo, fear a mere Song family, I might as well abandon my cultivation and resign myself to the cycle of reincarnation. Regardless of whether Ning Qingxue acted out of concern for him or not, she had saved the silver heart grass, and since her injury was tied to him, he felt compelled to stand up for her. Su Wei, I shall visit Qingxue, but please do not inform her of my presence, Yimo said as he took his leave, heading straight for the hospital. Though Su Wei did not understand Yimo's reasoning for wanting to keep his visit a secret from Qingxue, she acquiesced to his request, knowing that Qingxue did not have much time left. As Yimo approached the hospital entrance, he encountered several doctors wheeling Ning Qingxue, who was lying on a stretcher, into an ambulance. He paused, wondering if she was being transferred to another facility. However, when he sensed Ning Qingxue's condition, He quickly realized her injuries were far more severe than he had imagined. A wave of murderous intent surged within him. He would not let the perpetrator who had harmed Ning Qingxue go unpunished, especially in his own courtyard. All for the sake of protecting the silver heart grass. In Ning Qingxue's arms was the very box he had intended to take with him. Yet, he was soon taken aback when his spiritual awareness revealed 3 beads he had crafted for bracelets inside the box. He had given these to Su Jingwen. How could they be in Ning Qingxue's possession? And why were there only 3? He lamented internally that had Ning Qingxue worn those 3 beads instead of placing them in the box, perhaps she could have avoided this catastrophe. As he contemplated following the ambulance discreetly, he overheard 2 nurses discussing the situation just as the vehicle pulled away. This girl must come from a prominent family. Look, even the director is personally attending to her. Indeed, I heard she has only a month left to live. She refuses treatment and insists on going home. While I cannot comprehend her reasoning, it seems there is little difference between living for a month or spending years bedridden. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to those who have generously supported me, including the esteemed individuals from the Southern Barbarians, LJN, Jimingzi, and Wang Zhifengya, for their unwavering encouragement and contributions. Thank you. Chapter 69. An adept of internal arts had dawned upon Yimo that Ning Qingxue had taken the initiative to return. What could be her motive? Since it was her wish, he felt no urgency. He resolved to secretly assist her once more under the cloak of night, prioritizing the healing of her injuries. The matter of whether to take the silver heart grass required further contemplation. Having learned that Ning Qingxue was transported by ambulance, Yimo ceased his pursuit. Instead, he pondered the whereabouts of the assailant who had brought her to the brink of death. He was certain of the Song family's involvement, yet he remained ignorant of their foothold in Ninghai. Yimo sought out a reasonably clean restaurant for a meal. As he exited, he noticed 3 figures emerging from a nearby upscale hotel, 2 men and a woman. Yimo recognized one of the men as Wang Peng. However, his attention was primarily drawn to Wang Peng's companion, a man in his 40s, of average build, with a long face, a buzz cut, and subtly bulging temples. Yimo immediately identified him as a formidable martial artist. As if sensing Yimo's observation, the man glanced in his direction. Yimo, impressed, surmised that this individual surpassed Wendong in skill. Though perhaps not his equal, he was certainly not far off. This was Yimo's first encounter with such a master. He instantly understood that this man had healed Wang Peng's hand. The woman, tall and seemingly demure, trailed behind Wang Peng. Yimo dismissed her as an ordinary person after a cursory glance. The group approached a black Audi and engaged in conversation. Yimo feigned nonchalance as he drew closer, hoping to eavesdrop with his extended spiritual sense, now reaching approximately 8 meters. He sought refuge behind a newsstand, from which he could monitor them. I am deeply indebted to Brother Hu. Otherwise, my hand would still be immobile. I regret that your visit is so brief, and I am unable to express my gratitude adequately, Wang Peng's voice conveyed. Yimo deduced that the man had indeed healed Wang Peng's hand, confirming his status as an adept of internal arts. It was Yimo's first encounter with such a master on earth. Even Wendong only excelled in assassination and combat techniques, lacking the cultivation of internal energy. The middle-aged man waved dismissively. Young Master Peng, you are too courteous. Your father is affiliated with young Master Tan's circle. Assisting you is of little consequence. However, I advise you to avoid provoking street peddlers of dubious remedies in the future. Some among them possess hidden talents. Indeed, Brother Hu's counsel is etched in my mind. Please convey my regards to young Master Tan on behalf of my father and me. It is currently inconvenient for me to visit. Thank you, Brother Hu, Wang Ping responded with deference. The middle-aged man gestured, entered the Audi, and drove away swiftly. Yimo disregarded Wang Peng, focusing his attention on the man known as Brother Hu, a true martial arts master. He decided to follow the car. 20 minutes later, under the cover of darkness, the Audi entered a private villa. Yimo scanned the perimeter with his spiritual sense, noting the ubiquitous surveillance cameras, making entry impossible. After deliberation, Yimo resolved to return at night, disabling the cameras and locating Brother Hu. He sought to understand the martial arts hierarchy of this place, determining the level of cultivation required to ensure his safety. If necessary, he would extract the information by force, preempting any future encounters with superior opponents. However, the timing was not opportune, as night had only just fallen. He still intended to heal Ning Qingxue's injuries, but that, too, was ill-timed. Given the likelihood of her being surrounded by others, he would wait until the dead of night before attempting to treat her, returning to the villa afterward. He entertained the idea of visiting Shirxiu at Ninghai University, but he reconsidered, fearing that the Song family might discover their connection and endanger Shirxiu. Yimo departed from Brother Hu's villa, intending to buy supplies in Ninghai. With the remaining funds, he planned to treat Ning Qingxue and then travel to Luotsong in search of employment, perhaps at his cousin Qi Wanqing's company. His intention was to secure a stable base, analyze the soil, and plant more silver heartgrass seeds. Given the plant's long growth cycle, he also planned a trip to the Taklamakan Desert. He did not wish to delay the journey until the silver heart grass matured, deeming it a waste of time. In this spiritually barren environment, such delays were unacceptable. He was unsure when he could reach his desired level of cultivation. Though his efforts might not yield immediate results, they offered a glimmer of hope, unlike inaction. Ning Qingxue had also cultivated a silver heart grass. She had risked her life for it. Yimo, for reasons he could not fully explain, hesitated to uproot her plant. "Oh, it's you. I've finally found you." A voice interrupted Yimo's thoughts. Yimo turned to see a familiar face, a man named Fong Weiqing. They had met at Qingdu Lake Park when Yimo was practicing martial arts. Fong Weiqing had challenged him, only to be defeated with a single move. "It's you, Fong Weiqing," Yimo acknowledged. He found Fong Weiqing to be a straightforward individual. Fong Weiqing, pleased that Yimo remembered his name, exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to remember me. I've been waiting for you at Qingdu Lake Park ever since that day, but I haven't seen you. I'm so fortunate to encounter you here." Yimo smiled faintly. "Is there something you need?" Fong Weiqing wrung his hands nervously, aware of Yimo's superior skills. Even multiple Fong Weiqings could not match him. "I was wondering if you could spare some time to talk," he said, his eyes filled with anticipation. Yimo, with time to spare, saw no harm in hearing Fong Weiqing out. He nodded, "All right." Overjoyed, Fong Weiqing led Yimo to a secluded Western restaurant, ordering several dishes without inquiring whether Yimo had eaten. Though unfamiliar with Western cuisine, Yimo found it palatable. After a few bites, he asked, "What is it you wanted to discuss?" "If it's about becoming my disciple, I will decline without hesitation. I have no time to teach." Fong Weiqing clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and asked, "May I inquire as to your esteemed name?" "I am Serene," Yimo replied. He preferred to conceal his true identity in Ninghai. Moreover, the name Serene held multiple meanings. It honored his master, Luo Ying, and served as a homophone for Sying, meaning to miss one's master. Fong Weiqing paused at the name, but quickly recovered. He found the name somewhat feminine, but he refrained from expressing his thoughts, as he was there to seek Yimo's assistance. Chapter 70, Arrogance Senior Master. Fong Weiqing struggled to find an appropriate form of address, resorting to the conventional term used in martial arts circles. Before he could utter more than a few syllables, Yimo interjected, "Brother Fong, just use my name. I am not anyone's senior." Seeing Yimo's nonchalant attitude, Fong Weiqing proceeded, "In that case, I shall dispense with formalities. Yimo, I have come to implore your assistance in a matter. I must apologize for broaching the subject so abruptly, especially considering that this is only our second encounter." Yimo furrowed his brow, thinking, does he even realize how presumptuous he's being? He and Fong Weiqing were virtual strangers, having met only twice. For a stranger to immediately ask for help was, to say the least, audacious. Observing Yimo's expression, Fong Weiqing hastened to explain, "You know that I work as a driver. My employer's son, though still a university student, is an affable and generous young man, and we have a cordial relationship. He is a senior at Ninghai University of Science and Technology and also serves as the president of the university's Martial Arts Association. However, a month ago, he suffered severe injuries during a martial arts contest and is currently hospitalized." Yimo interrupted, "Are you suggesting that I avenge him?" Fong Weiqing nodded, about to speak. But Yimo cut him off again. "I have no interest in such trivial matters. Let's put an end to this conversation." Fong Weiqing's lips twisted into a bitter smile. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Brother Yi, please allow me to finish my explanation. If you still have no interest afterward, I shall not press the matter." In his urgency, Fong Weiqing had switched to a more familiar form of address. Yimo sighed and nodded. "Very well, please be concise. I have other commitments this evening." My employer, being a veteran himself, has instilled in his son a love for martial arts. This was never a problem. However, a month ago, a Korean Taekwondo dojo called Hanfeng opened near the university. While Ninghai has numerous Taekwondo schools, this one is different. It brazenly proclaims, all martial arts originate from Korea, Taekwondo reigns supreme. Furthermore, prospective students are required to acknowledge that Chinese martial arts are largely Korean in origin before being admitted. Initially, Everyone assumed that such blatant chauvinism would deter enrollment. But to everyone's surprise, many people have signed up. I simply cannot fathom their reasoning. Qi Weidong, my employer's son, was also baffled and decided to challenge the dojo's instructors. Fang Weiqing paused, sighing deeply. Although he didn't explicitly state it, Yimo surmised that Qi Weidong was likely Fang Weiqing's employer's son. Yimo himself harbored a deep-seated antipathy toward Koreans, whom he considered shameless for claiming ownership of everything, from traditional Chinese medicine to Zhuge Liang's nationality. They even dared to assert that China's traditional festivals were of Korean origin. Fang Weiqing continued, when Qi Weidong challenged the dojo master. The master welcomed the challenge and insisted on a hold harmless agreement. I know Qi Weidong's capabilities. He has been practicing martial arts since the age of 8 and has over a decade of experience. Yet, he was no match for the Korean deputy master and suffered severe injuries. Due to the pre-existing agreement, there was no recourse to hold them accountable. Following Qi Weidong's defeat, many of Ninghai's martial arts experts attempted to challenge the dojo, but all were defeated and seriously injured. The Korean deputy master is indeed formidable. For the past month, no one in Ninghai has been able to defeat him. Furthermore, the dojo has been organizing challenges on university campuses to enhance their influence. As a result, their Taekwondo dojo has not only survived, but has also flourished, with enrollment increasing. I cannot comprehend the mentality of my compatriots. Fang Weiqing concluded, his voice filled with indignation. Yimo chuckled inwardly. He knew that despite years of calls to boycott Japanese goods, many people continued to purchase them, effectively funding Japan's military buildup. While the world was not without its conflicts, most people living in peacetime were oblivious to the larger implications. Their patriotism was often superficial, expressed in fleeting outbursts of anger that quickly faded. Compared to the older generation who had experienced war firsthand, they lacked a certain depth. They were more concerned with brand names and aesthetics than with the origins of the products they purchased. This was not necessarily a sign of unpatriotism, but rather a lack of awareness. Yimo understood Fang Weiqing's frustration. While not a radical nationalist, he was nonetheless annoyed by the Koreans' tendency to claim everything as their own. As a Chinese man, he knew that Chinese history was rich and ancient, and that Taekwondo was undoubtedly derived from Chinese martial arts. Yet, the Koreans were now claiming the opposite. Deciding that this was a cause worth pursuing, Yimo asked, "Brother Fang, what time is it?" Fang Weiqing glanced at his watch, 7:30. Yimo nodded, "I have 3.5 hours. If you can arrange a match between me and them within that time, I am willing to help." Fang Weiqing leaped to his feet, ecstatic, "Brother Yi, I will make it happen." The Koreans are eager for challenges and have been staging them on university campuses to boost their visibility. He immediately grabbed his phone and began making calls. Ninghai University of Science and Technology. The martial arts gymnasium, which could accommodate 3,000 people, was now packed with an estimated 4,000 to 5,000 spectators. The arena was brightly lit, as a match was underway between Li Bangqi, the president of the Ninghai University Martial Arts Association, and Park Dongheng, the deputy master of the Hanfeng Taekwondo Dojo. The dojo master had stipulated that any challenger must first defeat the deputy master before facing him. However, in the months since the dojo's establishment, no one had managed to defeat Park Dongheng, with many challengers suffering broken limbs. Li Bangqi, despite being only a University Martial Arts Association president, had represented Ninghai in the National Youth Martial Arts Competition and had won a third-place prize. As such, his match against Park Dongheng had attracted the attention of students from all over Ninghai. However, the gymnasium was too small to accommodate everyone, and many people were forced to watch the match on a large screen outside. The match between Li Bangqi and Park Dongheng was not a conventional, round-based affair. Instead, it was a continuous exchange of blows, with no restrictions on techniques or tactics, aside from the use of weapons. The crowd roared with encouragement for Li Bangqi, as the two combatants fought fiercely. However, everyone knew that the critical moment was approaching. In previous matches, Park Dongheng had consistently defeated his opponents within approximately 20 minutes, and that time was nearly up. Li Bangqi had initially dismissed the Korean deputy master as just another foreigner, despite his previous victories. However, as the fight progressed, he realized that Park Dongheng was not only agile, but also proficient in Chinese martial arts. It was infuriating that the Koreans were claiming it as their own. Li Bangqi grew increasingly apprehensive. He had already absorbed several blows from Park Dongheng, while his strength and resilience had allowed him to withstand the initial onslaught. He knew that he had only managed to land a single kick on Park Dongheng, without causing any significant damage. Chapter 71. What constitutes madness? Li Bangqi felt a surge of trepidation. For his master had once imparted to him that the pinnacle of martial arts mastery resides within the realm of the celestial level. Despite dedicating over a decade to his training, he had yet to attain even the most rudimentary yellow level. At best, he had merely grazed the periphery of advanced martial arts. Legend spoke of few who had genuinely reached the celestial tier, and it was said that no one had ever witnessed such a feat. Even his master had only managed to barely touch the threshold of the yellow level, unable to advance further. True martial arts masters typically hailed from ancient martial families or hidden sects, and these families often shunned the limelight, pursuing martial excellence in solitude, making them elusive to the common populace. If ever someone could withstand his tempest fist, it would signify that the individual had indeed brushed the threshold of the yellow level, rendering Li Bangqi utterly outmatched. Presently, having unleashed his tempest fist, he found his opponent still standing resolutely, and his master's words echoed ominously in his mind, prompting a swift retreat. However, at that very moment, Park Dongheng suddenly split into two, and in a fleeting breath of hesitation, he delivered a kick directly to Li Bangqi's chest. The agonizing pain of his fractured ribs caused him to momentarily forget that he had already been hurled from the competition stage. Yet reality soon dawned upon him. He had lost, defeated by a mere deputy director, with the main director failing to even show up. As the searing pain radiated from his ribs, he cast aside his physical discomfort, consumed instead by a profound sense of humiliation. The Koreans had usurped the legacy of his ancestors and ultimately triumphed over him. The once boisterous venue fell into a hushed silence. Li Bangqi represented the apex of Ninghai martial arts, yet he could not even surpass a deputy director. What a disgrace for the thousands present. The reason Li Bangqi had only engaged in combat today was that he had just returned from Yanjing yesterday, and he never anticipated suffering such a defeat upon his return. Chen Weilin, the vice president of the Ninghai Martial Arts Association and the chairman of the student union at Ninghai University, spoke with a somber expression. Quickly, take Bangqi to the hospital. We concede this match. Discontented murmurs filled the hall, and many began to exit in disappointment. Suddenly, Chen Weilin's phone rang. Upon answering, he listened intently, and after a moment, exclaimed joyfully, "What? You found it? Excellent. I will handle it from here." Director Park, we have another member of the Martial Arts Association who wishes to challenge your director tonight, and this will be the final challenge. If we cannot defeat you this time, I, representing the Ninghai Martial Arts Association, will no longer challenge your esteemed organization. Chen Weilin's declaration incited a chorus of jeers from the audience. To refrain from challenging the opponent signified an acknowledgement of their supremacy, and many deemed Chen Weilin to be out of his mind. Haha, we welcome the challenge. Our Hanhuan is not afraid of challenges, we fear the absence of them. I wondered why there had only been one challenge against Park Dongheng for several days. Park Dongheng chuckled arrogantly, relishing the prospect of more challenges. The more they faced, the louder their Han Win Taekwondo school would resonate. What? More challengers? Stay and support. Let this Korean understand the true essence of Huaxia martial arts. Indeed, stay and continue cheering for our people. To remain is futile. I have had enough of this torment. I am leaving. Yes, let's go. Why linger only to cheer for the Koreans? As the discourse continued, half the audience departed, and the once crowded venue swiftly emptied. Yet outside, those who had not entered the venue, upon hearing of more challenges, remained. Soon, new challengers flooded into the hall, filling the previously vacated space once more. Who is this person? Why do they still wish to challenge? Even if he loses, I will support him. At least he is no coward. Of course, we shall support him, unlike some who lose heart when our people falter. It is no wonder the Koreans are so arrogant. It is said that Chen Weilin received a call and arranged for this. The Koreans surely hope for as many challengers as possible, enhancing their notoriety. Notoriety? Perhaps not. The challenge has yet to commence, and the Koreans already believe they will win. When Yi Mo arrived at Ninghai University, he was taken aback by the sheer number of attendees within the venue. The throngs of people were indeed overwhelming. Although Yi Mo was a reclusive practitioner, somewhat aloof, he still felt a ripple of resonance amidst the fervor of the spirited students and citizens of Ninghai. Unbeknownst to him, this was already a scene where half the crowd had departed. Following Fong Weicheng, Yi Mo entered the hall through a rear passage, and no one approached him, as he appeared utterly ordinary, akin to any quiet student. Brother Fong, has that senior arrived? Where is he? Chen Weilin inquired eagerly upon spotting Fong Weicheng, bombarding him with questions. This is him. Fong Weicheng gestured towards Yi Mo Master Shadow, a venerable figure in the martial arts realm. Ah, Chen Weilin was momentarily taken aback. How could such a serene young man be the one? Yet he quickly recognized the impropriety of his reaction, extending his hand with courtesy. Greetings, master. I am Chen Weilin, vice president of the Ningheim Martial Arts Association. It is a pleasure to meet you. However, Park Dongheng is exceptionally formidable. Perhaps I should show you some footage of his matches? Yemo waved his hand dismissively. I have limited time. Let's skip the footage. The sooner the match, the better. Chen Weilin opened his mouth, thinking, how audacious. It was truly remarkable. All who faced Park Dongheng had meticulously analyzed his match footage, often studying it repeatedly. Yet no one had managed to endure even 20 minutes against him. Who exactly is this Master Shadow? Could Wei Qing have made a mistake? If he were to be thrown out in a single round, it would be a minor injury for him. But the loss of face for the Ningheim martial arts community would be significant. Contemplating this, Chen Weilin glanced at Fong Weiqing, seeking his thoughts. Seeing Chen Weilin's gaze, Fong Weiqing waved his hand. President Chen, arrange according to Master Shadow's wishes. His time is indeed constrained. It would be best to summon both the director and deputy director of Han Win for a match within 3 hours. I believe after this bout, Han Win Taekwondo will retreat in disgrace. Fong Weiqing held great admiration for Yemo's abilities. He doubted that the director of Han Win could evict him in less than a round. But he believed that Master Shadow could do so with ease. With Fong Weiqing's endorsement, Chen Weilin felt compelled to comply, glancing at Yemo before turning to make arrangements. Wait, Yemo called out to Chen Weilin. Is there anything else you require? I will ensure everything is arranged properly. Although Chen Weilin felt uncertain, he recognized that Yemo was brought by Fong Weiqing. Please inform the Taekwondo individuals that it would be best for them to come together to avoid wasting time. Also, let me know where Park Dongheng prefers to strike, Yemo instructed Chen Weilin. What? Chen Weilin was genuinely astonished. Just moments ago, he thought Master Shadow was already audacious for refusing to watch footage. Now he realized what true audacity entailed. Chapter 72, Backward Glance. What? Although Park Donghyung spoke fluent Mandarin, he was still somewhat thrown off by the challenge proposed by Chen Weilin. For an entire month, no one in Ninghai had been able to match him, and now, there was someone daring enough to challenge the entire dojo all at once. With a face ashen as iron, Park Donghyung replied, Fine, but first you must defeat me. Perhaps after our match, you will reconsider your words, or perhaps you will be left speechless. I apologize, President Chen. But I must ask you to inform him that in the heat of battle, fists and feet show no mercy. While we at Han Feng welcome challenges, we are not a dojo to be trifled with by just anyone. This is my final word. If you wish to continue, then do so swiftly. With that, he turned away, closing his eyes in meditation, disregarding Chen Weilin entirely. What? The challenger tonight intends to take on the entire Han Feng Taekwondo dojo alone? Is this for real? Incredible. Who is this person, so audacious? Even if he were to lose, I would still support him. The crowd erupted with excitement upon hearing this news, which spread like wildfire throughout the venue. This revelation transformed the supporters, who had previously clung to a glimmer of hope, into a fervent throng, their enthusiasm impossible to contain. It wasn't long before Chen Weilin approached Yemo, accompanied by another individual. The person behind Chen presented a contract for Yemo to sign and fingerprint. Once the individual departed, Chen Weilin stated that Korean insists that you must defeat him before you can discuss any further matches with the rest of the dojo. He is currently waiting on stage. The previously raucous crowd fell into a hushed silence as Yemo entered. They had envisioned a boisterous challenger, perhaps someone robust and imposing. But Yemo's unassuming demeanor revealed him to be merely a student. Many could no longer bear to witness the spectacle, quietly retreating, thinking that even if one could not compete, such a pathetic display was beneath dignity. Li Bangxi appeared to have a height advantage of nearly 2 meters. Yet the figure before them seemed neither imposing nor like a martial arts expert. Park Donghyung was equally taken aback. To be honest, he had held some expectations for this brash young man. However, he never anticipated that the person challenging him would be so youthful, making the current figure the least remarkable he had faced in the past month. Are you truly the one who dares to challenge our entire dojo? Park Donghyung pointed at Yemo, perplexed. Yet, Yemo did not respond to him. Instead, he coldly replied, If we are to fight, let us proceed quickly. I have matters to attend to, and no time to play with you. Yemo could discern Park Donghyung's strength at a glance. He was slightly stronger than Wendong. However, in a life-and-death struggle, Yemo was uncertain if he could best Wendong. Compared to the formidable brother who he had encountered earlier that evening, Park Donghyung appeared to be lacking. Was this truly someone worthy of being called a master? Martian? Park Dong-hyung echoed, quickly realizing he had been called Na-vi. He retorted, I will make you understand what regret feels like. With that, Park Dong-hyung launched a combination kick, believing that Yemo would surely be unable to evade it. He intended to lift Yemo off the ground with his first strike and then deliver a spinning kick to break Yemo's leg as he fell. Furthermore, in the final phase of his plan, he aimed to deliver a downward strike to ensure Yemo bore the marks of battle, ideally breaking his nose in the process. The cheers from the audience momentarily halted. Many in attendance had witnessed several of Park Dong-hyung's matches, and this was the first time he had initiated with a combination kick. Executed with even greater speed than usual, indicating he had been holding back in previous contests. Timid girls averted their eyes, closing them in fear of witnessing Yemo's downfall. Yemo, however, merely scoffed. From Park Dong-hyung's approach, it was evident that he would never progress beyond this point. His actions were too petty. Although Yemo did not practice traditional Chinese martial arts, he understood that an opponent who sought to incapacitate their adversary with their very first move was not a formidable foe, unless they possessed a skill far superior to their opponents. Park Dong-hyung overestimated himself, believing he could defeat Yemo with his initial attack. Yemo remained motionless, coldly observing Park Dong-hyung's flying kick approach. It's over. All who watched Yemo lamented, unable to believe he wouldn't even attempt to evade. Chen Weilin had lost his mind, bringing in someone like this to be humiliated. Park Dong-hyung's strategy was sound and flawless in his own eyes. For the opponents he had previously faced, executing such a plan would have been far from difficult. Even if it failed, he had backup plans that would not impact him adversely. Unfortunately, he had encountered Yemo. Yemo's first action was to grab Park Dong-hyung's ankle. His second move saw him hoisting Park Dong-hyung into the air, followed by two swift kicks to his knees. Before Park Dong-hyung could utter a cry, Yemo delivered several rapid kicks to his chest, culminating in a final strike that landed squarely on his nose. As the searing pain overwhelmed him, Park Dong-hyung's final words were, "Allow me to send you off with a backward glance, like the falling geese." Upon hearing this, he felt as though he had plunged into a cylindrical void, his face buried in a deluge of refuse. Seconds had passed since Yemo descended from the stage when an eruption of thunderous applause broke out, astonished at how effortlessly he had sent this arrogant challenger flying. See, you flaunt your prowess in China, but is Taekwondo not merely an art that our Tang dynasty ancestors brought to the Korean peninsula long ago? Now, you dare claim it as your own? Indeed, when encountering the techniques of our forebears, one must always look backward. The venue erupted into chaos as countless phone calls were exchanged. Come quick. It's true. He has been defeated with just one move. Incredible. There are more to come. Hurry. Laughable. Who told you to leave? Thank goodness I didn't listen to you. What a spectacle. One move. What? How can that one move even be described? Just think of it as a swift strike from a master. Indeed, go and regret it. I have no time to chat. I must go see my idol. I can't take it anymore. I am utterly enamored with Yemo. I want to marry him. Stop daydreaming. With your looks, that's a tall order. Miao Yuan, are you trying to get yourself killed? What? He actually won? With just one move? Damn it. How is my luck so wretched? I watched for an entire month, only to miss the final match. No way. I need to rush over. This is too exhilarating. A young man dining at a roadside stall hung up the phone and prepared to leave. Hey, you haven't paid for your meal yet, the owner shouted. But by then, the young man was already long gone. Chapter 73. Renowned that figure of the master bears a striking resemblance to someone from our school. What could be the reason? Immediately, students from Ninghai University recognized the resemblance between the master and Yemo, yet they were evidently hesitant to believe it. Who is Yemo? He is well known throughout Ninghai University. How could he possibly have transformed into the master? Uft, you must be dreaming. That person belongs to your school. And your most formidable contender, Li Bangqi, has already been defeated. The student who spoke earlier felt similarly, realizing that there are too many lookalikes, and chose to remain silent thereafter. Senior Master, I never expected you to be so formidable. Inviting you here was indeed the right choice, Chen Weilin exclaimed, his excitement rendering him somewhat speechless. He had not anticipated that this master would surpass Fong Weiqing's descriptions by such a wide margin. The arrogant Park Dong-hyung seemed to be on an entirely different level. Though Fong Weiqing was certain that Yemo would ultimately triumph, he was astonished by the decisiveness of the victory. A tall girl rushed in, and upon seeing Yemo, her eyes sparkled with hope. Nonetheless, she turned to Chen Weilin and said, "President, some journalists want to interview Master." Chen Weilin, of course, was eager for the press to cover this event. The more prominent the coverage, the better for him. However, he felt obliged to consult Yemo first. Yemo, having overheard the girl's words, waved his hand and said, "No need for an interview. Please arrange for that hall master to compete with me. My time is quite limited." "All right, of course, we'll prioritize your matters, master. I'll arrange it immediately." Chun Weilin hurriedly instructed Yaru to politely decline the journalists, informing them that the master needed to rest. After speaking, he dashed out, his steps noticeably lighter than before. Once Chun Weilin left, Yaru suddenly produced a small notebook and a pen, hesitantly approaching Yemo master. "Could you please give me your autograph?" she asked in a whisper. Yemo smiled gently and replied, "Of course." He took the notebook and pen but, having grown accustomed to signing his name as Yemo, accidentally wrote the character for Yi first. After a brief moment of hesitation, he continued to write master. Blushing, Yaru accepted the notebook with a murmured thank you and hurried out, needing to inform the journalists about the rejection of the interview request. However, she felt exhilarated to have obtained the master's autograph first. The thought of her dormitory mate's envious gazes made her smile involuntarily. Why wouldn't he master accept an interview? The female journalist outside was taken aback upon hearing Yaru mention Yemo's refusal. Although they were merely a local media outlet in Ninghai, who wouldn't he want to gain fame? To pass up an opportunity for notoriety was perplexing. Yaru, sensing the journalist's displeasure, quickly explained. "Senior master might have another competition to attend. You could ask our student council president, Chun, about it. I cannot decide on this matter." "Very well. I'll speak directly to your vice president. If that fails, I'll approach the president of the Ninghai Martial Arts Association," the journalist replied, visibly irritated. She felt disgruntled by the apparent arrogance of Ninghai University. As Yemo grew increasingly impatient, Chun Weilin rushed back in, his face alight with excitement. "What is the outcome?" Fong Weicheng, who had been accompanying Yemo, inquired, knowing how pressed for time Yemo was. "The Koreans have conceded. The Han Feng Taekwondo Club will vacate immediately. And they will no longer use that name," Chun Weilin proclaimed, beaming with pride as if he himself had achieved the victory over Park Dongheng. Fong Weicheng furrowed his brow. How could the Koreans concede? Their president is incredibly powerful. I've seen him in action. His strength far surpasses that of Park Dongheng. This seems implausible. Indeed, they made their position clear and even signed a document. Their president came to assess Park Dongheng's injuries and reviewed the footage before declaring the concession. However, he did mention that this surrender is only temporary. A year from now, he intends to challenge Master again at the same venue. Yemo frowned. He had no intention of competing a year later. Nevertheless, since they had conceded, he could not pursue the matter further. Noticing Yemo's expression, Chun Weilin quickly added, "I did not agree to his terms, but he stated it was unnecessary. He will return here in a year, and if Master does not show up for the competition, he will not hold it against him. He merely suggested that if our side fails to attend, it would be clear who the victor is. To concede yet maintain such arrogance, these Koreans truly have no shame," Fong Weicheng thought, feeling a surge of indignation. Yemo gestured dismissively. "We shall discuss the matters of a year hence when the time comes. I must take my leave." With that, he stood and prepared to exit. As Yemo moved to leave, Chun Weilin hurriedly said, "Senior Master, today is a momentous occasion. Why not allow me to treat you to a meal at Ruwei Tower? Also, there are a few journalists waiting for you outside." Yemo smiled slightly and replied, "I must decline the meal. I have other matters to attend to. Instead, I shall exit through the window." With that, he opened the window and leaped out. "Ah, that's the third floor," Chun Weilin exclaimed as Yemo had already vanished from sight. Both he and Fong Weicheng rushed to the window, but there was no trace of Yemo below. Though Yemo had departed, the atmosphere within the venue grew increasingly chaotic, with the scent of beer and champagne permeating the air amid the cacophony of cheers and shrieks. The cause of this commotion stemmed from the unexpected surrender of the Han Feng Taekwondo Club, which had enjoyed a month-long streak of victories. It was a formidable challenge to compel them to concede openly. In no time, the name Master resonated throughout Ninghai University, spreading rapidly as many became aware of the emergence of such a masterful figure from Ninghai. The most jubilant were those who witnessed the confrontation between Yemo and Park Dongheng, while the least pleased were the journalists who had waited fruitlessly for Yemo's appearance. Yet, the most frustrated group consisted of those who had left prematurely. Their feelings were beyond description. Regret was a mere understatement, akin to a devoted supporter of a national football team, though it remains uncertain if such support exists today. watching the World Cup final between the national team and Brazil. As the match drew to a close, the score remained 0-4 in favor of Brazil. Although the referee added 3 minutes of stoppage time, disheartened fans began to leave, only to learn outside that their team had miraculously scored 5 goals in those 3 minutes, winning the match 5-4 and lifting the trophy. To have missed witnessing such an astonishing comeback was indeed a source of profound disappointment. By around 11 o'clock that evening, Yi Mo hastily departed from Ninghai University, his next task being to assist Ning Qingno with her injuries. At this hour, the individuals accompanying her should have fallen asleep by now. Chapter 74. A moment of bewilderment when Yi Mo arrived at the small courtyard. He discovered a woman in her 30s seated by Ning Qingshue's bedside, bearing a striking resemblance to her. She was presumably her mother. However, Ning Qingshue's mother appeared surprisingly youthful. It was likely that had it not been for Ning Qingshue's predicament, she would have looked even younger. With her mother present, Yi Mo hesitated about whether to enter the room. Just as he contemplated, the woman at the bedside spoke softly. "Qingxue, put down the box and rest. Mom, you should go to sleep. I want to be alone for a while." Her voice was barely audible. Had it not been for Yi Mo's heightened awareness, he might not have caught it. The woman sighed and after a moment added, "I'll be sleeping outside with the nurse. If you need anything, just press the bell. If you're in pain, let me know, and I'll call the nurse to help numb it." Yi Mo observed as the woman exited the room, wiping her eyes. Outside, the area had indeed been transformed into a makeshift medical facility, with 2 young nurses dozing by the bedside. After a brief wait, Yi Mo discreetly approached and pressed several acupoints to ensure no one would interrupt him while he treated Ning Qingxue. Once he completed these preparations, he entered Ning Qingshue's room. This space had once been his own, but he had relinquished it to her upon her arrival. Stepping inside, he felt a strange blend of familiarity and estrangement. Looking at Ning Qingxue, who was still clutching the box, he realized her injuries were more severe than he had anticipated. He pondered whether to inform her of his intent to treat her or to wait until she fell asleep. Just then, he heard her soft murmurs. He caught sight of her red phone, and it dawned on him. She was recording a message, perhaps to bid farewell. "Yi Mo, I'm sorry. I have to go. I hurt you, and I truly regret it. I just wish to see you one last time and apologize. After everything I've been through, I understand my own immaturity and how vast your heart is. I don't regret standing up for that little grass. I only regret how I treated you. Reading your letter made me realize how lonely you are, having never had a friend. Yet I continued to harm you like a wicked woman, using the money you earned from selling blood to buy expensive wine. I never considered your feelings, acting on my whims. And now, when I finally understand this truth, I have to leave." Ning Qingxue coughed a few times, her complexion growing paler. Nevertheless, she brought the phone closer and continued, "Yi Mo, I'm unsure if I love you, but if there were a chance to be betrothed to you, I would never again use you as a shield. I would willingly marry you. Perhaps it's not about love, but I fear you would deem me unworthy. The marriage certificate has remained with me. I've never sought a divorce. I will never pursue one, for you are my only husband in this life, whether you know or acknowledge it. I, Ning Qingxue, wish to be your wife, and I already am your wife. Yi Mo, I must apologize once more. I have not fulfilled the duties of a wife for even a day, but instead, I've brought you trouble. I was like an ignorant child, believing I knew everything." After a long pause, "Yi Mo, I will watch over you from above. You must live well. But it's a pity I cannot leave you a child. In the future, seek a girl who will cherish you. Do not let it be like me." At this point, Ning Qingxue took a few ragged breaths, gently caressing the medicine box in her hands before speaking again. "Yi Mo, in my life, I have never called anyone husband. I wish I could, but the words escape me. In the courtyard, there is a patch of grass that I care for daily, reminiscent of how I once saw you tending to a similar one. I wonder if it would mean something to you. If it does, when it grows, please take it with you. Perhaps it's the only thing I can leave behind for you. Yi Mo." "Husband, are you well?" Ning Qingshue's voice gradually faded. Yi Mo felt a pang of sorrow and guilt wash over him. To be honest, when he first helped Ning Qingxue, he did not possess the magnanimity she attributed to him. He was merely drawn to her melancholic demeanor, reminiscent of his master, Luoying, and wished to extend his aid. He hoped that when his master faced difficulties, she too would find someone to assist her. Moreover, his decision to sell blood was not solely for her sake. Had he not been financially burdened, he would have done so regardless, as he found wastefulness to be shameful. Yet, Ning Qingxue believed his actions were solely to support her, and she carried the guilt of that assumption. It was evident that Ning Qingxue was a kind-hearted girl, albeit her upbringing fostered a certain aloofness toward strangers. Perhaps a form of self-admiration. If one were to peel away the layers of her self-imposed cocoon, they would discover a compassionate yet somewhat pitiable individual. Regrettably, she had conflated love, gratitude, and guilt. Perhaps one day she would come to understand. With a sigh, Yemo resolved to save Ning Qingxue. For now, he would refrain from disclosing his true abilities, fearing it might alarm her. Just as Yemo thought Ning Qingxue had drifted off to sleep and prepared to seal her acupoints for treatment, she suddenly picked up her phone once more, murmuring, "Dad. Mom, I'm leaving. Your daughter has been unfilial. I have married Yemo. That box is my dowry from him. Please do not let it be separated from me. There's a patch of grass I left for Yemo. If he comes, give him this phone too. If he doesn't come," pausing for a long time, "then so be it. I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused my family." Leaving without a word, Ning Qingshue's voice trailed off, and just as Yemo contemplated revealing his presence, she suddenly drew a dagger from the box and aimed it at her throat. Startled, Yemo rushed forward, disregarding everything else. The distance was too great to grasp the dagger in time, so he could only shield her throat with his arm. The dagger pierced his arm but halted due to his true energy, preventing it from sinking deeper. Ning Qingxue, however, had exerted herself too much and fainted again. Yemo withdrew the dagger. Though it hadn't penetrated deeply, it still drew blood. He staunched the wound, noticing Ning Qingxue had succumbed to unconsciousness. He then sealed several of her acupoints to ensure she wouldn't awaken immediately before attempting to retrieve the box from her grasp. To his dismay, he found Ning Qingxue holding the box tightly, her fingers clenching it even in her unconscious state. Unless he resorted to force, he could not pry it away. With a resigned shake of his head, Yemo opened the box while it remained in her hands. Inside lay everything intact. He extracted a bottle of pills and a pack of silver needles. He placed 2 heart-protecting pills into Ning Qingshue's mouth, and with his true energy in motion, the pills dissolved and absorbed within her body. Yemo then took up 108 silver needles, purging them of toxins with his energy. He turned Ning Qingxue onto her side and removed her upper garments. "Thank you to the generous supporters. Buze, Shang, Feng Hanxian, I desire no emotion. Southern Barbarians, Fruit Juice, Penetration Snow, Long Xiao LL1, Xiao Feng Feng for their kind donations, and gratitude to those who aspire to be the River East Lion, Southern Barbarians. Fruit Juice, Should One Forget Everything, The Soul's Promise, LJN, CC 55121, and the update supported by the Genius Big Winner. Chapter 75, Healing Today, as the clock strikes 3. Old Fifth humbly requests everyone to lend a hand by casting a free vote for the Sanjiang. It's not too much to ask, especially since voting for Sanjiang also garners experience points. Yesterday, there were barely 300 votes. I sincerely ask for your assistance in casting a vote for Old Fifth. With such exquisite beauty as Ning Qingshuo, although Yemo had not seen her back, he could easily imagine it to be fair and smooth. However, now her back was marred with dark, bruised patches, a testament to the force used by her assailants. Upon witnessing the injuries on Ning Qingshuo's back, Yemo's murderous intent surged anew. He would not let the Song family escape justice. Yemo unfastened Ning Qingshuo's bra, and with a deft motion, the 108 silver needles in his hand transformed into fleeting shadows, penetrating her back. Simultaneously, his palms pressed and kneaded her body, his vital energy gradually seeping into her form, slowly mending her shattered meridians, internal organs, and fractured spine. Fortunately, Yemo had some medicinal pills on hand. Otherwise, given the severity of Ning Qingshuo's injuries, it would have been exceedingly challenging to heal her overnight. As Ning Qingshuo's damaged meridians and internal organs began to mend under Yemo's vital essence, his complexion grew increasingly pale. Initially, he had anticipated that he could restore her injuries in just over an hour, yet 2 hours had passed, and he had only completed about half of the task. Beads of sweat dripped onto Ning Qingshuo's back, but Yemo dared not cease his efforts. Halting would not only undo his progress, but complicate her healing further. If only he had a spirit stone or a restorative elixir, even the most rudimentary one would suffice. As his vital energy began to wane, he could only fantasize about possessing such a precious pill. Another hour slipped by, and Yemo's hands, still kneading Ning Qingshuo's back, began to tremble. Though he felt his vital energy was on the brink of exhaustion, he had no choice but to persevere. He had overestimated his own capabilities while underestimating Ning Qingshuo's injuries. Despite Yemo's increasingly grim expression, Ning Qingshuo's skin gradually returned to a healthy pallor. The bruises on her back seemed to peel away like a layer of fabric as her complexion became rosier, the tension in her pained muscles easing. Although her meridians were sealed and she remained unconscious, her furrowed brow indicated she sensed something amiss. Yemo bit into his own tongue, forcing the last remnants of his vital energy into her. As he continued to work on her meridians, another half-hour passed, and at last, he completed the final repairs to her injuries. Unable to hold on any longer, he collapsed onto her back. The moment Yemo's face touched Ning Kingsnow's smooth skin, a faint, enchanting fragrance wafted into his senses, startling him and evoking thoughts of Luo Ying. He hastily rose, fastening her bra and dressing her before gently turning her over. Poor Yemo, having never dealt with such garments, fumbled with the two delicate straps, nearly breaking a sweat in the process, before finally securing them. Now utterly fatigued, he briefly rested before unsealing her meridians, allowing her to drift into slumber. Before departing, he tidied up and glanced at Ning Kingsnow's tightly grasped hands around a small box. Sighing deeply, ultimately, he chose to leave the box behind, not taking anything with him. Exiting the small courtyard, Yemo estimated it was nearly 3 o'clock. He sought a secluded spot to rest for an hour, and by around 4, he had regained about 70% of his strength. However, due to the previous exertion and healing Ning Kingsnow, his vital energy remained somewhat unstable. Nonetheless, he deemed this sufficient and proceeded to the residence where Wang Peng had referred to as Brother Hu. Upon his arrival, he found a guard at the villa's entrance dozing at his post. Yemo swiftly incapacitated him and entered the house, shutting down the surveillance computer. He understood that this machine was undoubtedly connected to others, but by disabling the one with the capture card, the remaining computers would be rendered ineffective for monitoring, though he was unsure if other surveillance remained. To Yemo's surprise, upon entering the villa, he noticed that one room still had its lights on. As he cautiously approached, his consciousness scanned the interior, revealing several individuals engaged in hushed discussions, clearly still awake at this late hour. Among them was the man surnamed Hu, and curiously, a young man in his 20s bore a striking resemblance to Song Shaoan. Two burly men stood at the entrance, and as Yemo stealthily approached, he dispatched them with a mere 2 strikes. Brother Hu, the young man spoke, today's plan with Wang Peng went well, with those 2 girls accompanying him for the night. Qian Shiping should not be too difficult to persuade. I refuse to believe that with Qian Shiping's assistance, this ye fellow can escape us. The man referred to as Brother Hu nodded in agreement. Indeed, what Tan Xiao says is correct. Although Qian Shiping is not remarkable, the influence of his backing can often surpass that of official pursuits. The only concern lies with the objections from his father's old associates. Objections? Qian Longtu is Qian Shiping's only son. If he desires the moon, it shall be plucked for him. With Qian Longtu's vast power, he can surely devise more methods to locate Yemo than we can imagine. Although my Song family is one of the 5 great clans, there are some matters better handled discreetly. Entrusting it to Qian Longtu is the wisest course. Tan Xiao held Qian Longtu in high regard, but clearly looked down upon Qian Shiping. After a brief pause, he continued, Tianji has become increasingly reckless, sending those 2 inept individuals to capture Ning Kingsnow, only to return empty-handed and covered in mud. With Ning Kingsnow here, she would have been far more capable than those 2 students. Besides, I wish to savor the allure of the most beautiful woman in the capital. Those incompetent fools do more harm than good. He huffed disdainfully. As for Tianji and his 2 subordinates, I will deal with them. They are presently reflecting in the basement. However, judging by Ning Kingsnow's demeanor, she seems to harbor some feelings for that useless Yemo. Perhaps we can use this to corner him in Ninghai. The middle-aged man known as Brother Hu responded, You may underestimate Yemo. From my recent investigations, he appears to be a classic case of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Not only is he extraordinarily skilled, but he is also quite cunning. If he were not, I would not have felt the need to involve someone like Qian Longtu. After all, such news would not bode well for my Song family. Yemo realized the gravity of the situation. Tan Xiao was indeed affiliated with the Song family and had come specifically to capture him. By a twist of fate, Ning Kingsnow had been injured in the process. Extending his consciousness, Yemo soon detected 3 men kneeling in the basement. In a nearby bedroom, 2 girls lay on the bed, disheveled and naked, accompanied by a young man. Both girls were covered in wounds, and he could not discern whether they had fallen asleep or were unconscious. It appeared these 2 young women were the students Tan Xiao had mentioned. It is getting late. Brother Hu, you should rest. I too require some rest, Tan Xiao declared as he rose to his feet. Before Hu Ge had the chance to utter a word, the door was forcefully kicked open, and a chilling voice declared, "There is no need for rest from this day forward. You shall have ample time to rest at your leisure." Chapter 76. The Master. It was you, Yemo. The man who called Hugu immediately recognized Yemo, having seen his photo countless times before. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung a punch, the force of which remained contained. Yemo quickly discerned that Hugu was indeed as formidable as he had anticipated. Curious to test Huji's strength, Yemo retaliated with a punch of his own. A distinct crack echoed as bones splintered. Yemo staggered back 2 steps, returning to the doorway, while Hugu also stumbled back, colliding with Tan Xiao. In their clash, both fighters suffered bone fractures. Yemo's expression hardened. His skills, it seemed, were not particularly remarkable in this setting. Although he had only regained 70% of his strength, there were certainly many stronger than Hugu present. Late-stage Huang level. Hu Ji's eyes widened in astonishment as he uttered these words. However, after sustaining his injury, he refrained from continuing the fight, for he lacked Yemo's ability to mend broken bones with true essence. Despite having cultivated internal energy, healing a fracture would still take him about a month. Tan Xiao, witnessing Yemo's parity with Hugu, exhibited a flicker of fear in his eyes. Clearly, he had not expected Yemo to be so powerful. Truth be told, he had never encountered anyone stronger than Hugu, who was reputed to be a disciple of ancient martial arts. The fact that Yemo could withstand Hu Ji's assault left him utterly astounded. Though Tan Xiao did not comprehend the significance of late-stage Huang level, he surmised it must denote a martial arts rank within this realm. Realizing Yemo's prowess, Tan Xiao hastily pulled out his phone to make a call. Yemo had already deduced that this fellow was associated with the Song family and had come to capture him. He harbored no intentions of showing mercy. With a flick of his wrist, he launched an iron nail. Before Tan Xiao could even dial a number, an iron nail struck him in the forehead. "You actually killed Song Xiaotan?" Hugu exclaimed, his eyes reflecting a mixture of shock and fury upon witnessing Yemo's lethal action. Yemo smirked lightly. "I also killed Song Xiaowan. What of it? Do you have any objections?" Hu Ji's gaze immediately shifted to one of caution. Indeed, Yemo had already slain Song Xiaowan. Killing another, Song Xiaotan, posed no threat to him. "If you are willing to answer a few of my questions, I might allow you to live," Yemo said, his cold stare fixed on Hugu. "Haha, spare my life, Huqiu. How much advantage did you just gain? Since you've come today, you shall not leave," Huqiu retorted, producing a whip from seemingly nowhere and leaping into action. The whip transforming into a flurry of strikes directed at Yemo. So swift, Yemo observed the overlapping whip strikes, hesitating to engage directly. Had it been before he assisted Ning Qingxue with her injuries, he might have boldly seized the whip, but now, despite recovering nearly 70%, he still lacked sufficient energy. Aware of his precarious situation, Yemo swiftly evaded. However, the confines of the room allowed the whip to graze his back, unleashing a wave of searing pain. Yemo realized that this strike had at least stripped away a layer of skin, leaving a deep gash. Emboldened by his initial success, Huqiu pressed the attack, swiftly turning and unleashing another barrage of whip strikes. Yemo couldn't help but admire Huqiu's mastery over the whip. He understood that in this cramped space, his only option was to dodge, placing him at a disadvantage. Determined to change the tide, Yemo focused his true essence and simultaneously launched 3 iron nails, aiming to seize the tail end of the whip. Huqiu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that someone would dare to grasp his whip amidst such a flurry of strikes. Seeking death, Huqiu grunted, intensifying the urgency of his whip strikes, which became increasingly chaotic and indistinguishable. As the 3 nails flew, Huqiu realized Yemo intended for them to collide, forcing him to either withdraw the whip or risk being struck himself. With a disdainful snort, Huqiu opted not to retract the whip, merely shifting his body. 1 nail narrowly missed, while the other 2 struck true, embedding themselves in Huqiu's left side. Incredibly, Huqiu endured the 2 strikes without withdrawing his whip. Aware of Yemo's prowess, he braved the pain of the nails to deliver a devastating blow. His whip, imbued with tremendous force and speed, was certain to inflict grievous harm upon Yemo, far beyond what the non-vital strikes could achieve. Yet, Huqiu was not a cultivator and was unaware of the existence of spiritual awareness. By the time he registered the situation, Yemo had successfully grasped the end of the whip. A surge of power coursed through Yemo, causing his chest to churn. He understood the gravity of the moment. Although he had seized the whip, the fatigue from healing Ning Qingxue had begun to take its toll, and he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Knowing he was nearing his limits, Yemo wasted no time. In the brief moment, Huaxia was stunned. He concentrated his remaining true essence and delivered a kick to Huaxia's chest. At that moment, Huaxia fully grasped the situation. Yemo had managed to locate the true form of his elusive whip and had seized it. Could it be that he was a master of the Xian level? You are. Xian level. Huaxia stammered, pointing at Yemo before spewing a mouthful of blood and collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Yemo exhaled deeply, realizing how perilous the day's events had been. He had nearly lost his life. The notion of capturing Huaxia to extract information now seemed overly ambitious. Truly, exceptional talents were ubiquitous in this world. He simply had not encountered them until now. From Huaxia's final words, he gleaned that there existed an even higher level known as Xian level. Feeling a wave of dizziness, Yemo leaned against the wall and exited, spotting a room not far off. The young man responsible for the suffering of the two girls must be Qian Shiping, the son of Qian Longtu. Yemo kicked open the door and dragged Qian Shiping out. Who are you? How dare you? Qian Shiping exclaimed, abruptly awakened from his slumber, momentarily stunned by Yemo's weakened state. As he recalled his predicament, he prepared to unleash his wrath. The one who will kill you, Yemo gasped, still recovering from the effort of kicking the door. Kill me? Ha ha ha, do you know who I am? If you kill me, there will be no place for you to hide, even if you traverse the entire nation. You think? Qian Shiping continued to bluster. But an iron nail had already pierced his forehead. Even in death, he could not fathom that this individual would actually dare to kill him. Considering his father was Qian Longtu, yet his consciousness began to fade. Yemo dared not linger. He sensed his strength waning. He proceeded to the basement, where 3 individuals were kneeling in remorse. Without hesitation, he launched 3 iron nails, and they fell lifelessly without any reaction. As for the 2 in another room, he paid them no mind, assuming they were merely Qian Shiping's lackeys. Must leave quickly, was Yemo's sole thought. Today had been far too reckless. He had not anticipated Huaxia's formidable abilities, which exceeded his expectations. Had Huaxia not been overly confident in his whip, it remained uncertain whether Yemo would have made it out alive. Chapter 77. Hesitant Yunbing rubbed her weary eyes, lost in thought. Ever since the incident 8 years ago, she had been reluctant to return to Yanjing. Her boyfriend had parted ways with her due to that event, and the one who had wronged her continued to roam freely in Yanjing, even managing to forcefully take away her 7-year-old daughter, Ting Ting. The reason she had been unable to sleep all night was that her former boyfriend, Feng Rong, had returned from America. After the incident 8 years ago, Feng Rong had vanished from her life, and it was only later that she learned he had gone to the United States. She had felt profound sadness back then, as he left without a word when she needed him most. Yet today, he had returned and implored her to come back to Yanjing. An open email on her computer screen was from Feng Rong. He explained that he had been unaware of her situation at the time, for the day after the incident. His family had inexplicably sent him to America. After that, he had lost contact with her. Now that he was back, his first intention was to find her, and he had only learned her email address after returning to Yanjing. He expressed that regardless of what had transpired, he still loved Yunbing. Upon reading Feng Rong's letter, Yunbing's initial reaction was to delete it. However, as she discerned the affection woven through his words, along with her own innocent feelings for her first love, she hesitated. She feared that if Feng Rong truly loved her, he could take her to America, allowing her to escape the tormenting memories. Had it not been for the misunderstanding regarding Yemo, she might have already gone to Yanjing. Feeling a twinge of guilt for Yemo's rescue, she had longed to thank him in person, yet fate had not granted her that opportunity. Even though Su Jingwen had informed her that Yemo had offended a powerful figure and could not be seen, Yunbing still fantasized about encountering him in Ninghai. Otherwise, leaving Ninghai would leave her with an unsettling feeling. Another reason for her reluctance to depart was a lingering, unacknowledged fear of Yanjing. Now that Feng Rong had returned, should she go back or not? Despite her resentment towards him from years past, the fact that he claimed ignorance and sought her out upon his return stirred a sense of being remembered within her. For many years, she had felt like a forgotten soul. Her icy demeanor had shielded her from much trouble. Yet each return home to her desolate house filled her with a sense of loneliness, making her reminisce about the trivial joys of her first love. But had Feng Rong truly been unaware of what had happened? Even if he hadn't known, why hadn't his family informed him? And why had he not reached out to her for 8 long years? Yunbing suddenly found herself unwilling to ponder these questions. After contemplating for some time, she sighed and resolved to return to Yanjing to see Ting Ting. Despite her fear of that person, Sometimes, avoidance was not necessarily the best solution. She opened a document, intending to write a letter for Su Jingwen to deliver to Yimo. Just as she began, a pop-up of the latest news caught her attention. She was about to dismiss it when a familiar image drew her in. Although unclear, the photograph seemed vaguely recognizable, prompting her to click on the news article. Ning Hai's master Serene defeats Han Feng Taekwondo coach in seconds, read the striking headline, accompanied by an image that left Yun Bing in a daze. The figure bore a resemblance to Yimo, though the face was not distinctly visible. The name above it was not Yimo, but Serene. Yun Bing, though generally indifferent to school affairs, had heard of the Han Feng Taekwondo events. Having outgrown her rebellious phase, she had merely glanced at the news, only to discover the emergence of Serene in Ning Hai, who had reportedly defeated Park Donghyun in a single move. Initially, Yun Bing considered moving on after reading the news, but the resemblance between Serene and Yimo compelled her to log into the Ning Hai University BBS. There she realized what true excitement felt like. It was already past 4 in the morning, yet the BBS was bustling with activity. The top post had garnered over 1 million clicks, with thousands of replies flooding in. The post's title was eye-catching, Serene, our handsome guy, and the responses multiplied with each refresh. I've claimed the sofa. Okay, I admit I'm utterly enamored with Serene. I swear I'm not a bro. Entering the cafeteria with a dung bucket. I'm certain brother Serene is Ning Hai's top master. A bench would be nice too. Sitting atop a grave. Smoking in solitude. Wow, I even have a floor. Just so you know, I have Ying's autograph. You must be so envious. A pool of clear water. I'm just happy to have a place to stand. Serene, I've truly fallen for you. What am I to do moving forward? Who is altering my tombstone inscription? Who filmed that video? How could they portray our handsome Serene in such a manner? Strongly opposed. Prancing around in briefs. The responses were overwhelming, numbering in the thousands. Instead of reading each one, Yun Bing directly clicked on the pinned video. The scene of Yimo's match against Park Donghyun unfolded, captured in high definition. Park Donghyun's image was crystal clear, yet Yimo's face remained obscured. The fight was brief. After just a few exchanges, Park Donghyun was sent flying. Yun Bing stared at the video, feeling an uncanny certainty that the fighter was Yimo. Yet why was his face so blurry in the same footage while everything else was so vividly clear? Checking the time, it was already 4:40 a.m. And she could no longer remain seated. What if it truly was Yimo, and she missed him? With that thought, she hurriedly descended the stairs and drove directly to Ning Hai University. In the early hours, although there were still a few cars on the road, they were sparse. Yun Bing took a shortcut, encountering not a single soul along the way, allowing her to drive swiftly. Suddenly, a stumbling figure nearly collided with her vehicle. In the rearview mirror, she saw the figure fall to the ground just after her car passed. Though she was certain her car hadn't hit him, Yun Bing felt compelled to reverse, rolling down her window to ask, "Are you all right?" The person on the ground remained silent. As the dim streetlight illuminated him, she noticed bloodstains on his clothing, sending a jolt of alarm through her. Had she truly struck him? Fearing the worst, Yun Bing quickly exited her car and helped the fallen individual up. However, when the light revealed his face, she gasped in shock. The person cradled in her arms was Yimo. How had he ended up in such a state? His shirt was torn, revealing a long, deep gash that exposed bone, and his complexion was ashen. Yimo lay unconscious, his eyes closed. Panic gripped Yun Bing. Though she did not understand how Yimo had come to this, she recognized the severity of his condition. She hurriedly placed him in her car, her instinct urging her to take him to the hospital. Yet, Su Jingwen's warning echoed in her mind. Yimo had offended a powerful figure, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Only the option to escape Ning Hai. If she took him to the hospital, would that powerful person find out? Chapter 78. Whose blood Yun Bing, exhausted and drenched in sweat, finally managed to carry Yimo into the room. Fortunately, it was around 5 o'clock, the darkest hour before dawn. And the community was still devoid of early risers, preventing anyone from noticing her actions. Though she was unaware of the significant figure Yimo had offended. As mentioned by Su Jingwen, she decided to park the car in the garage to avoid arousing suspicion. After carefully closing the door, she parked the vehicle and returned to help Yimo onto the bed. She reached out to check his nose, feeling a faint warmth, which eased her worries. He seemed to have merely fainted. Yun Bing prepared a basin of warm water, intending to cleanse Yimo thoroughly. Once she had removed all his clothes, she hesitated at the last moment before his shorts, too shy to assist him further. Even the thought of looking made her uneasy. So she draped a towel over his shorts and began to wash his body. The scars on Yimo's back were horrifying to behold, and Yun Bing could hardly fathom what kind of person could inflict such deep wounds. Yet, despite the severity of his injuries, his muscles were exceptionally well defined. Had she not seen them with her own eyes, she would not have believed that the seemingly gentle Yimo possessed such a muscular physique, which appeared remarkably symmetrical and athletic. Yun Bing felt a blush creep onto her face as her hands trembled while tending to him. She had never encountered a man's bare torso before. Even 8 years ago, when she was assaulted, she had been drugged and unconscious. Her family had feared the power of the perpetrator's family. With just a word from them, her family had been too intimidated to allow her to terminate the pregnancy. She did not blame her family, as they could not afford to provoke that family. Even now, the memory sent shivers down her spine. She truly feared that person. Thus, she had always hidden in Ninghai, even refusing to return to Yanjing during the Spring Festival. In the fleeting moment of unconsciousness, Yimo sensed that something was amiss. Summoning his indomitable will, he forced himself to awaken. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Yun Bing. Although he held no particular fondness for her, being with Yun Bing was infinitely preferable to falling into the hands of the Song family. Relieved, Yimo closed his eyes once more and slipped back into unconsciousness. But within him, his true essence began to circulate slowly, working to restore his severely exhausted and fundamentally injured body. "You're awake?" Yun Bing exclaimed in delight as she stared at Yimo, who had opened his eyes. However, she quickly realized he had slipped back into unconsciousness. Hastily, she took the water away and returned to the room to cover him with a blanket, finally exhaling in relief. Since he had awakened once, it indicated that he should be relatively fine. Exhausted from a sleepless night, Yun Bing leaned against Yimo's bedside and fell asleep. When Ning Qingxue opened her eyes, she found that the sun was already shining brightly. She lay still, wondering if she had ascended to heaven. There was no pain in her body, only an overwhelming sense of comfort. With a sigh of relief, she realized she had finally escaped the agony of the endless abyss. Though she wondered how Yimo was faring. However, it wasn't long before Ning Qingxue sensed something was off. She discovered she was still lying in Yimo's bed, and the room appeared unchanged, with everything in its original place. What was happening? She bit her tongue, the pain confirming her reality. She and T died. Panic surged within her as she sat up abruptly, and to her astonishment, she realized her injuries had miraculously healed. She felt no discomfort, only an invigorating vitality coursing through her. Grabbing her small box, Ning Qingxue found all its contents intact. Wait a minute, something was amiss. She distinctly remembered grasping a dagger last night in a moment of despair. How could it still be in the box? Could her memory have failed her? That was inconceivable. Upon inspecting the box more closely, she noticed that 2 heart-protecting pills were missing from a vial. A sudden fear gripped her. How could she have healed overnight from such severe injuries? Moreover, she vividly recalled taking the dagger in preparation for suicide, yet now she felt completely unscathed, without even a single wound. And why did she still feel pain, as if she had not died at all? Turning to examine her bedsheets, she indeed found a few drops of blood, yet there were no wounds on her body. From where had this blood come? "Mom!" Ning Qingxue began to call out when the door swung open, and her mother, Lan Yu, hurried into the room. "Qingxue, are you all right?" Lan Yu's voice reached her before she fully entered. She had no idea how she had fallen asleep last night, and only woke up around 7 or 8 in the morning, a mistake she could hardly forgive herself for. "Ah, Qingxue, how come you're sitting up? Your complexion looks so healthy. You're all better," Lan Yu exclaimed, completely forgetting the severity of her daughter's injuries. In her eyes, it was only natural for her daughter to recover. The details of the process were conveniently ignored. Seeing her mother, Ning Qingxue finally understood that she was neither dreaming nor dead. She had genuinely recovered. However, the mystery of her healing eluded her. After saying this, when Lan Yu grasped Ning Qingxue's hand, she suddenly realized it was incomprehensible for her daughter to recover without reason. Her injuries had been grave. Remembering this, she immediately inquired, "Qingxue, what is going on? How did you recover without any explanation?" Ning Qingxue shook her head, equally perplexed. She vaguely recalled feeling someone treating her last night. But who could possess the ability to heal her so effectively in a single night? "Mom, I need some time alone to think about what happened," Ning Qingxue suddenly said. Lan Yu felt an overwhelming wave of excitement. Although it was bizarre for her daughter to have healed, she preferred to believe it was a blessing from their ancestors rather than entertain the impossible. Seeing her daughter in such a state, she carefully examined her back and, after ensuring everything was fine, said, "I'll go make you some porridge. You should rest a bit longer and avoid moving around." Once her mother left, Ning Qingxue resumed her deep contemplation, furrowing her brow. Unlike her mother, she was not so optimistic. Her injuries had certainly been treated by someone. But who possessed such remarkable abilities? Someone had healed her wounds while she was asleep, and it was known that even the Hongrue hospital could not address such severe injuries. Suddenly, an alarming thought struck her. If someone had assisted her in healing, did that mean they had removed her clothing? Ning Qingxue quickly undid her top and checked. Indeed. Her face paled. Her shirt had been unfastened, and even her bra was misbuttoned. If that person had seen her back, it implied they had also glimpsed her front. Who could that be? Ning Qingxue felt a tremor coursing through her body. She would rather die than endure the thought of her body being seen by someone unknown to her. Her gaze fell upon the drops of blood on the bed. Those were not her own. Whose blood could it be? Could it belong to the one who had come to aid her last night? Many friends have generously contributed their support, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all. Chapter 79. Is it Yemo? Qingxue, are you all right? A voice filled with surprise echoed at the door as Li Mumei and Kei entered, followed closely by the still excited Lan Yu. Even Su Jingwen had come, accompanied by two nurses who looked incredulously at Ning Qingxue. Come in. Ning Qingxue steadied her breath, her complexion returning somewhat to normal, though her mind was troubled. She resolved to set aside her concerns for the moment. What happened, Qingxue? I want to see your back. Li Mumei had witnessed Ning Qingxue's injuries firsthand. Although she struggled to comprehend how Ning Qingxue had suddenly recovered, her delight was evident. Ning Qingxue shook her head, saying, "There's no need to check. I can feel it myself. I'm truly healed. I don't know how it happened, but yesterday." She almost mentioned that someone might have helped her heal last night, but the words caught in her throat. Despite having already examined her, Lan Yu, still unconvinced, stepped behind Ning Qingxue and cautiously lifted her shirt. Indeed, the sight that greeted her was that of smooth, flawless skin, devoid of any blemish. At that moment, she dared to believe that her daughter was genuinely healed. Overcome with emotion, she felt tears welling up. Thank heavens, her daughter had miraculously recovered overnight. The two nurses excitedly assisted in a brief examination of Ning Qingxue, confirming her astonishing recovery. While others were unaware of the severity of her injuries, these nurses, who had been caring for her, were well aware of just how serious her condition had been. They had not anticipated such a profound turnaround. Upon learning that the hospital's doctors were coming for further checks, Ning Qingxue promptly declined. She understood her condition better than anyone and was 100% certain of her recovery. She did not want the matter to become public knowledge. Ning Zhongfei arrived in Ninghai that day, elated by his daughter's sudden healing. As her only child, she was his treasure. However, Ning Qingxue still refused her family's pleas to leave Ninghai. She wanted to remain. Reflecting on the person who had aided her last night, Ning Qingxue spent a considerable time in thought, struggling to grasp the hazy memories. She recalled recording her last words, intending to take her own life. But her dagger had seemingly not pierced her throat. Instead, it had struck another's arm before she lost consciousness. Could that person have been Yemo? Or was she merely projecting her thoughts onto him due to her fixation? When had Yemo acquired such healing abilities? She suddenly remembered him practicing medicine on the pedestrian street. Could it truly be him? Did he possess genuine medical knowledge? If so, the blood on the sheets must have belonged to him. Seeing her mother and the others leave, Ning Qingxue called out to Li Mumei. Though she was now able to rise and felt well, she wished to avoid drawing too much attention to herself. Mumei, could you take this bloodstained cloth for testing? Ning Qingxue had cut the bloodstain from the sheet and handed it to Li Mumei. She wanted to determine if the blood matched Yemo's. While blood type alone could not definitively confirm its origin, it would at least provide a lead. If it were indeed Yemo's blood, it would reassure her that he was the one who had treated her. Li Mumei took the cloth without inquiry. She understood that if Ning Qingxue chose not to speak, no amount of questioning would elicit a response. For Ning Qingxue's parents, her sudden recovery was the most significant event of the day. However, for the universities in Ninghai and the spirited youth there, the defeat of Serene by Pu Dongheng was of paramount importance. Yet, overshadowing these events was a murder case that sent shockwaves through the Ninghai political arena. The victims included two prominent figures, Song Xiaodan, the heir of one of the 5 great families of Huaxia, and a more fearsome individual known as Qian Shiping. Qian Shiping's notoriety stemmed from his father, nicknamed Qian Longtu, a man whose mere stomping could cause the ground to tremble. If the Yamaguchi-gumi in Japan and the mafia in the West wield significant influence, then the term Nanku represented the leadership of all gangs in the East. Qian Longtu was the head of Nanku, and Qian Shiping was his only son. a lone offspring born when he was 40. Originally named Qianbaihe, Qian Longtu hailed from Tanda province. He joined the underworld at 11 and has since established a formidable presence globally, even commanding a private army, albeit one that functioned as mercenaries stationed in Africa. He resided in an opulent estate there, rarely intervening in the affairs of Nanku, leaving such matters to his subordinates, who would simply present reports. Ordinary individuals, let alone small nations, dared not provoke Qian Longtu. Yet today, his only son had been murdered in Ninghai, a calamity of seismic proportions. The deaths of Qian Shiping and Song Xiaodin were burdens too great for local officials to bear. Yunbing was jolted awake by a phone call. Already past 9 in the morning. She glanced at Yimo, still deep in slumber, but the pallor of his face had taken on a hint of health. Reassured, she answered the call from her colleague Wang Yu, who inquired about her absence from school. Yunbing hastily requested Wang Yu to excuse her, then used a towel to gently wipe Yimo's face before preparing some porridge, hoping he might awaken and have something to eat. Since being rescued by her last night, Yimo had remained in a coma, only briefly opening his eyes before falling back into unconsciousness. She hesitated to take him to the hospital, uncertain of what to do. Uncertain whether the figure from last night was indeed Yimo, she opened her computer to check the Ninghai University BBS site again. A news headline nearly caused her to drop her mouse. Last night, 6 people were murdered in a private villa. Had Yimo not been injured last night? Did he have a hand in this? She recalled how he had previously incapacitated Zheng Wenxiao and her senior, and it seemed increasingly likely that he was involved. How could he be so violent? Yunbing cast a complex glance at Yimo before searching for more news about the murder. She soon discovered the truth on some unofficial websites. The murder had occurred after 2 young masters from prominent families forcibly took 2 girls to the villa, leading to a brutal confrontation that resulted in 6 deaths, while the 2 victims were spared. Yunbing sighed, convinced that Yimo was indeed responsible. He had a penchant for defending the oppressed, as demonstrated before, though he had not killed then. This time, however, he had crossed a line. Did he possess violent tendencies? Regardless of his tendencies, he was the one who had saved her life, preserving not just her existence, but also her reputation. Last night, she had sided with him, yet he should not have resorted to murder. Such acts were utterly preposterous in society. She felt a wave of relief wash over her for not having taken Yimo to the hospital. Had she done so, he would likely have been exposed. Thank you for the generous contributions from the esteemed individuals mentioned. Your support and endorsements are sincerely appreciated. Cloud Ice remained indoors all day, not even venturing out for groceries. Consumed by concern for Yimo's awakening, she reheated a pot of porridge repeatedly, yet he showed no signs of consciousness. Had his breathing not been steady, she might have feared the worst. She had never witnessed anyone remain unconscious for such an extended duration, even without leaving her residence. Cloud Ice was cognizant of the gravity of Yimo's transgression, observing the increased police presence patrolling the streets from her window. She struggled to comprehend the identity of the person Yimo had slain to provoke such a widespread investigation. Within Ning Qingshua's courtyard, only her parents and Su Jingwen remained, the other visitors having departed. After rising and freshening up, Ning Qingxue stood before the silver heart grass when Li Mumei rushed in. "Qingxue, you're up already?" Li Mumei exclaimed, her surprise genuine. Seeing Ning Qingxue admiring the plant, she voiced her delight. "Yes, I'm much better." "Mumei, what's happened?" Ning Qingxue inquired, noting Li Mumei's haste. Li Mumei remembered her purpose and quickly stated, "Qingxue, I heard that Song Xiaodin was murdered in Ninghai last night. Besides him, 5 others were killed, one of whom was apparently even more influential than Song Xiaodin. The identity of this person is still unknown." Ning Qingshue's interest was piqued. "Mumei, do you know who the others were?" she asked. Li Mumei shook her head. "I don't. Apart from Song Xiaodin, no information about the other victims has been released. I learned this from a friend. The incident has attracted significant attention, with many reporters arriving in Ninghai. I know several reporters from Yanjing. I'll inquire tomorrow. Why did Song Xiaodin come to Ninghai? Was he the one who ordered my assault? And who dared to kill him?" Ning Qingshue's thoughts turned to Yimo Mumei. "Have you received the blood test results?" she inquired. "Yes, I have." Li Mumei handed the results to Ning Qingxue, whose face lit up with excitement upon examining them. "What's wrong, Qingxue?" Li Mumei asked, concerned. Ning Qingxue shook her head. "Nothing. I'll go inside for a while and come out later." She then went inside. Li Mumei assumed Ning Qingxue was still weak from her injuries and thought nothing more of it. Ning Qingxue was elated to discover that the blood type on Li Mumei's report matched Yimo's. B. While a blood type alone was insufficient to definitively identify the blood as Yimo's, given the prevalence of B-type blood, Ning Qingxue was convinced it was his. She felt as though Yimo had arrived, that only he knew the contents of her luggage, and that the coincidence was too great to ignore. The blood type confirmation only solidified her belief that Yimo had come. If it was Yimo, was he involved in the deaths of Song Xiaodan and the others? Who else would dare to harm the Song family? Yimo had already killed Song Xiaodan, so he was capable of killing Song Xiaodan, and he had the motive. Relief washed over her at the possibility that Yimo had rescued her. After all, she had acknowledged him as her husband, so it wouldn't matter if he saw her body. Suddenly, anxiety seized Ning Qingxue. Now that Yimo had come to Ninghai and allegedly killed Song Xiaodan, was he not in grave danger? What if he was still trapped in Ninghai? She became apprehensive, even wishing that Yimo had not been the one who came to her aid. If Yimo was responsible, the Song family's influence would make his escape from Ninghai impossible. Unable to remain still, Ning Qingxue rushed out of the house, colliding with Su Wei, who had just returned. "Qingxue, you're well?" Su Wei asked in surprise, having visited Ning Qingxue in the hospital and knowing the severity of her injuries. The hospital had even issued a final prognosis. Yet, Ning Qingxue stood before her, seemingly unharmed. "Yes, I'm fine. The hospital may have misdiagnosed me. It seems my injuries weren't that serious," Ning Qingxue replied with a nod. Su Wei was skeptical. The hospital Ning Qingxue had visited, Hongrui Hospital, was the best in Ninghai and renowned throughout the country. How could such a significant misdiagnosis occur? She had witnessed the blow to Ning Qingxue's back firsthand. Noticing Su Wei's disbelief, Ning Qingxue quickly changed the subject. "Why aren't you at work today?" You two asked the same questions. "Yesterday, Yi." Su Wei stopped abruptly, remembering Yimo's request not to reveal his return to Ning Qingxue. She had forgotten. Although Su Wei had stopped herself, Ning Qingxue had already heard enough. "Yesterday what? Did Yimo come back?" she asked, grabbing Su Wei's hand. Su Wei, seeing Ning Qingxue's grip on her hand, realized she had revealed too much. With a sigh, she said, "Yes, Yimo came back yesterday. He stood by the flower bed for a long time, then asked me about you before leaving. I assume he went to see you at the hospital. Didn't you see him?" Ning Qingxue released Su Wei's hand and murmured, "It was him. He's all right. He came back, then left, without staying. Qingxue, you should rest. Don't move around too much after recovering. Su Wei, let's eat together later. My aunt and I are preparing the meal," Li Mumei said, approaching them. "Qingxue, your face is flushed. Do you have a fever?" Li Mumei asked, noticing the redness in Ning Qingxue's cheeks. Ning Qingxue was preoccupied with Yimo's visit, wondering if he had overheard her words. The nickname she had used was embarrassing. She hoped he hadn't heard it. Now that she was certain Yimo had come, she felt relieved and a little bit happy. When Li Mumei spoke, Ning Qingxue realized that if Yimo had come, he must have killed Song Xiaodan to avenge her. The thought of the previous night made Ning Qingxue anxious about Yimo's fugitive status. "Qingxue," Li Mumei said, noticing the rapid changes in Ning Qingxue's expression and growing more concerned. Ning Qingxue shook her head. "I'm fine. Mumei, you said you know many reporters in Yanjing. Could you arrange for one to meet us tonight?" Ning Qingxue wanted to use the reporters to inquire about the case from the previous night and indirectly gather information about Yimo's situation. "Qingxue, you want to meet reporters? Don't you hate them?" Li Mumei asked, but seeing Ning Qingxue's hesitation, she added, "All right, I'll ask around tonight. If all goes well, I should be able to find one or two." Chapter 81, Awakening. This is the third update. Your support is greatly appreciated. Yimo stirred from his slumber well past midnight, a foreign sensation piquing his awareness. He realized a figure was nestled beside him, though darkness veiled the room. His divine sense readily identified the occupant as Yun Bing. Before succumbing to unconsciousness, or rather, before entering a state of deliberate meditative repose, Yimo recalled being in Yun Bing's abode. He had consciously shut down his senses to expedite the restoration of his cultivation, understanding that neglecting this would lead to severe repercussions, potentially hindering his advancement to the third level of qi training. Upon discovering Yun Bing's presence, he was immediately concerned. He hadn't the capacity to utter even a single word, and instead prioritized entering a meditative state for recovery. He was unaware of the duration of this sensory deprivation, but was surprised to find Yun Bing asleep in his embrace upon awakening. It soon dawned on Yimo that Yun Bing had likely intended to rest briefly on the bed, only to drift off to sleep. With the night air growing chilly, she had instinctively sought warmth beneath the covers. The fact that she was still fully clothed suggested she had been deprived of proper rest in recent nights. Yimo knew Yun Bing had rescued him the previous day, yet he couldn't fathom how she had managed to locate him in the early hours of the morning. Their relationship had been strained, with Yun Bing even harboring some animosity towards him. Why, then, would she come to his aid? Yimo gently draped the quilt over Yun Bing and carefully disengaged her hand, preparing to leave. Regardless of whether Yun Bing's actions stemmed from recognizing him, he couldn't linger. Should she awaken and seek to cause him trouble, he feared he would be unable to respond, given her act of saving him. Had she not brought him back, his discovery by another would have undoubtedly led to dire consequences. His underestimation of his adversaries this time had been a grave miscalculation. While he was aware that his skills might not be the pinnacle in this place, he was taken aback by the true strength of his opponents. A stark contrast to the realm of cultivation. As Yimo attempted to rise, he noticed Yun Bing clutching his shirt. He examined his injuries, noting that the fractures in his hand had been self-healed. The wound on his back had been treated with some kind of salve, courtesy of Yun Bing, and coupled with his own healing true qi, had largely recovered. Upon closer inspection of the shirt he was wearing, he noticed its unusual style, wondering if it belonged to Yun Bing. Too preoccupied to pry Yun Bing's hand open, he awkwardly removed the shirt. He suddenly remembered his backpack, wondering if Yun Bing had retrieved it. It contained all of his belongings. His money, clothes, identification, and even various medicinal herbs were all inside. However, the most crucial item was the remaining seeds of the silver heartgrass, his most prized possession. The loss of these seeds would be devastating, not to mention the purple heart vine fragment. With this thought, Yimo swiftly scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, his heart sinking as he failed to locate the backpack within the room. This meant Yun Bing hadn't brought it back. Now, without clothes, without his bag, and without a single coin, he was stranded. The absence of the bag ignited an immediate urge to search for it, given the importance of its contents. However, he first needed to inquire with Yun Bing. No longer caring that Yun Bing was still asleep, he promptly shook her awake. "Ah!" Yun Bing exclaimed, startled, before realizing it was Yimo. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand, only to discover she was clutching a shirt, the very one she had helped Yimo put on. Her face flushed. Yun Bing awkwardly sat up, saying, "You're awake?" Yimo nodded. "Yes. Thank you for saving me. I wanted to know if you brought back a bag of mine." "A bag?" Yun Bing frowned. She recalled that when she pulled Yimo into the car the previous night, he seemed to be holding something. She didn't examine it closely, simply tossing it into the car. It might have been the bag Yimo was referring to, since Yimo's first question upon waking was about the bag. It must be important to him. Yun Bing immediately switched on the bedside lamp, looking at Yimo, who was sitting beside her with a furrowed brow. She suddenly felt a strange flutter in her heart. The two of them, sitting side by side on the bed in the middle of the night, with Yimo shirtless and looking concerned, resembled a married couple. She suddenly recalled a passage from an essay, the author of which she couldn't remember. It described a similar scene. The husband sat up in the middle of the night, lit a cigarette, and took a puff. His brow furrowed even more. "I knew he was worried about the children's school fees for tomorrow." Children? Yun Bing suddenly thought of Tingting. Those people were too cruel. It had been years since they had allowed her to see Tingting's face. "What's wrong?" Yimo asked, noticing the shifting expressions on Yun Bing's face. Before Yun Bing could answer, he asked, "Do you remember where the bag might be?" "Ah." Yun Bing suddenly snapped back to reality, surprised that she had been daydreaming. She quickly said, "I remember throwing something into the car. I don't know if it was your bag. I was in a hurry at the time and forgot about it. I'll go check the car now." She was about to get out of bed. Yimo quickly said, "Wait, let me go? Just tell me where the car is." Yun Bing shook her head. "Don't go out there. You're wanted everywhere. Going out now would be like asking to be arrested." "You know what I did?" Yimo asked, surprised. He wondered how she knew he had killed Song Xiaotan. Yun Bing rolled her eyes at Yimo. "Yesterday morning, 6 people were killed in a villa in Ninghai. Don't tell me you don't know anything about it. I happened to be out looking for you and ran into you on the way." "Yimo, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but you're an adult. Is killing people something you can just do? Why didn't you think it through? Impulsiveness is a demon. I don't know what will happen to you in the future, but I know you'll be living as a fugitive." Yun Bing shook her head. Although she admired Yimo's act of saving people, she still found it unbelievable that he had impulsively killed 6 people. Yimo ignored Yun Bing's words and asked, "How do you know I killed those people? Why were you looking for me? What did you want from me? And how did you know where I was?" Hearing Yimo's words, Yun Bing looked guilty. "Yimo, I'm sorry. I was looking for you to apologize. I realized you were trying to save me that day after I found the card in the digital camera. The reason I went to look for you yesterday was because I saw someone on the Ninghai University of Science and Technology BBS who looked a lot like you. I was going to Ninghai University of Science and Technology when I ran into you on the way. Looked like me? Yemo thought to himself that he had used true chi to cover his face at the time, so a clear image shouldn't have been captured. How did Yunbing know? I saw that the person's outline looked a bit like you, so I want to take a look. Tell me, are you sure? Yunbing seemed to have forgotten everything else at this point. Yemo nodded, admitting that he was sure. He now understood why Yunbing had saved him and hadn't caused him any trouble. It was because of that card. Since you know I'm a murderer, aren't you afraid? Do you always remain this calm and normal when you meet murderers? Yemo suddenly asked. Yunbing was stunned. She really wasn't afraid at all. She was only worried about Yemo. She hadn't even thought about being afraid. Was she really that brave? However, she felt no fear in the company of Yemo. When he inquired, she instinctively shook her head and replied, I am merely a bit concerned for you, not afraid. Perhaps you have saved me, or perhaps those you have slain were indeed deserving of their fate. Chapter 82. The sigh of Yunbing after listening to Yunbing's words. Yemo remained silent for a while, lost in thought. He had overestimated his own capabilities regarding yesterday's events. Initially, he had gone to find Huaxia, not anticipating that Song Xiaotan would also be present. Furthermore, the injury sustained by Ning Shui was inflicted by Song Xiaotan's subordinates, which compelled him to kill Song Xiaotan. This action had deviated significantly from his original plan. Although eliminating Song Xiaotan itself was inconsequential, he could have left Ninghai swiftly. Additionally, he had not anticipated Huaxia's formidable skills, which left him severely injured. Had it not been for Yunbing bringing him back, he might have already found himself within the Song family's South Grand Estate. Now, he was merely a solitary figure. Even if he possessed a distinguished background, once he entered the Song family's premises, his chances of escape would be utterly non-existent. What was he to do now? Yemo suddenly realized that he found himself devoid of any viable options. Ninghai had surely been sealed off. If he had already reached the third level of Qi training, perhaps escaping would have been effortless. However, he was still at the latter stage of the second level. Noticing Yemo's silence, Yunbing assumed he had taken her words to heart and was about to leave to check if his bag was in the car. Unexpectedly, Yemo grasped her arm, prompting her to turn back in confusion. Yemo shook his head and said, Do not go down. The reason Yemo advised against her descent was that he had discovered his spiritual sense had extended to a range of 12 to 15 meters following his injury. As he scanned the surroundings, he noticed two individuals resembling plainclothes officers monitoring the comings and goings below. Though he was uncertain if they had any connection to him, he deemed it prudent to exercise caution. Yunbing, unaware of the surveillance downstairs, found it puzzling that Yemo, who had been anxious about his bag moments ago, suddenly seemed indifferent. Yemo could not disclose his spiritual sense, so he simply stated, Going to the garage at this late hour is unsafe and may raise suspicions. After contemplating Yemo's reasoning, Yunbing conceded and refrained from insisting on going down. Yemo surmised that since Yunbing had deduced the perpetrator of the crime was him, the Song family would certainly uncover the truth as well. It seemed imperative for him to leave Ninghai as soon as possible. Given the events that had transpired, he could no longer afford to visit Luotsang. With a sigh, Yemo mused that plans often fall short in the face of unforeseen changes. He had initially intended to find a place to settle down and cultivate the silver heartgrass before embarking on a solitary journey into the desert. Yet that was no longer feasible. Go to sleep, Yemo instructed Yunbing as he turned to her. Aren't you going to sleep? Yunbing pondered, aware that there was only one bed at home, and if she occupied it, Yemo would have nowhere to rest. Yemo shook his head. I am not tired. You should rest first. He genuinely felt no fatigue. At that moment, sleep was far from his mind. With his plans disrupted, he needed to formulate a new strategy. After a moment's hesitation, Yunbing remarked, There are still several hours until dawn, and the bed is large enough for us to occupy it separately. Yemo looked at her with surprise, not expecting such an open suggestion from Yunbing, who did not seem the type to express such sentiments. Concerned that Yunbing might misunderstand, he nodded. All right, you sleep well. I will just lean against the bed for a while. He intended to sit on the bed and meditate, as a few hours would pass swiftly for him. Currently, he was still recovering from his injuries and could not afford to be careless. Yemo quickly entered a meditative state, while Yunbing, despite her seeming tranquility, was restless in her sleep, betraying none of the icy demeanor she often projected. She turned over and instinctively wrapped her arms around one of Yemo's legs. Although engrossed in his cultivation, Yimo could still feel Yun Bing's warmth and the softness of her body pressing against him, despite feeling a stir of emotions. He cast those thoughts aside, focusing on his practice. Hours slipped by in an instant, and Yimo remained absorbed in his cultivation. Yun Bing, on the other hand, slept soundly, a slight smile gracing her lips, perhaps lost in dreams. Following an event from years past, she had never experienced such restful slumber. It felt as though she had found a genuine support, a stark contrast to the emptiness she often felt. As Yimo completed a full cycle of cultivation, he opened his eyes to find the dawn yet to break. Glancing at Yun Bing, who had nearly buried her head in the covers, he felt a warmth rise within him. He contemplated gently prying her arms away, but she clung tightly. Seeing her peacefully asleep, Yimo sighed and chose not to disturb her, resuming his next cycle of meditation, anticipating that she would awaken by the time he finished. When Yimo began his next cycle, Yun Bing stirred awake. Realizing she had been clutching Yimo's leg, she quickly released her hold, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Although dawn had yet to arrive, she felt an intense heat radiating from her face. She recalled Yimo and wondered if he had sat there all night. Seeing him still with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, grateful that he had not seen her in such a vulnerable position. Reflecting on the tranquility she had felt while embracing Yimo, she found it comforting, devoid of worry or fear. His scent was pleasant, stirring a sense of transcendence within her. Yun Bing gazed at Yimo's youthful face, unconsciously touching her own, now 30, yet still smooth and youthful. However, a bittersweet feeling welled up within her. The thought of returning to Yanjing to meet Feng Rong suddenly felt daunting. There were some memories she dared not confront, yet they lingered nonetheless. Was Feng Rong still the same man from years ago? She was no longer the Yun Bing of her past. Her desire to confront Feng Rong was perhaps merely to seek answers about his sudden departure years ago and why he had never reached out to her. But now, she perceived these inquiries as superfluous. Whether he remembered her or not was inconsequential. What if he vanished again? Such a man was hardly dependable. Even if he had taken her to America, what of it? Perhaps she was simply longing for Ting Ting. Yet, even if she went to Yanjing, would she truly have the chance to see Ting Ting? Yimo remained in slumber, and Yun Bing lowered her gaze to her alluring figure. Recalling the moment when Yimo had seen her bare, a sudden heat surged from within, causing her to tremble, as if ensnared by temptation. Hastily, she exited the room and poured herself a glass of cold water, which gradually calmed her racing heart. Upon returning to the room, however, she could not bring herself to remain on the bed. She quietly observed Yimo for some time before letting out a barely audible sigh. She had never imagined she would develop feelings for Yimo. Yet, she retained her rationality. Their lives were like two parallel lines, destined never to intersect, neither now nor in the future. Despite the persistent urging from Ning Zhongfei and Lan Yu, Ning Qingshui remained resolute in her decision not to leave the small courtyard. Helpless, Ning Zhongfei and Lan Yu acquiesced, leaving Li Mu Mei to accompany Ning Qingshui temporarily as they returned to Yuzhou. Mu Mei, how is it? Ning Qingshui remained preoccupied with the matter of arranging a meeting with a reporter, eager to learn about the case's developments and Yimo's current situation. I inquired. After the press conference at the Ninghai City Police Department tonight, one of Jing Wen's friends will come by. We can go together tomorrow. Qingshui, I truly believe this incident could be beneficial for us, but meeting the reporter may not be necessary. Li Mumei remarked. Ning Qingshui, of course, understood what she wished to inquire about, yet she found herself unable to elucidate her concerns to Li Mumei, so she simply stated, after all, it may pertain to me. We should go and take a look. The deceased was a member of the Song family, a fact that Li Mumei was well aware of. Since Ning Qingshui had expressed her thoughts so clearly, Li Mumei felt it inappropriate to dissuade her. Chapter 83. Retention. As Yimo completed another cycle of cultivation, it was already midday. He sensed that the injuries within him had dissipated, leaving him brimming with vitality. His cultivation had even progressed slightly. He was on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of the second layer of qi training. Although he had not yet attained that peak, he recognized that such subtle advancement in this area devoid of spiritual energy was commendable, and he felt no disappointment. Observing his surroundings, he noted that Yun Bing had risen and was no longer in the room, suggesting she had stepped outside. Yimo got up and noticed the toothbrush and toothpaste Yun Bing had prepared in the bathroom, and he took a moment to wash his face. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Yimo's consciousness immediately scanned the area. To his surprise, the person at the door was not Yun Bing but a girl in her 20s. While she appeared to be of a similar age to Yun Bing, she lacked her beauty, though she was remarkably voluptuous. In Yi Mo's recollection, the most curvaceous woman he knew was Wen Dong, yet this girl before him possessed even more pronounced attributes. Had she not appeared youthful, he might have assumed she was a married woman. However, his lack of experience with women made any misjudgment quite understandable. A stranger visiting Yun Bing's home posed a dilemma. Even if Yun Bing were present, Yi Mo would advise against opening the door, especially given his current fugitive status. After waiting a moment outside, the girl murmured to herself, Bing Jisnt at school or home, where could she possibly be? Upon seeing her turn away, Yi Mo finally exhaled in relief, not wishing for her to enter. However, his relief was short-lived as he soon spotted Yun Bing returning, her arms laden with numerous items, including a bag that was not his. Ah, Bingjia, where have you been? I searched for you at school and finally found you here, the girl exclaimed upon seeing Yun Bing, her face lighting up with delight. Healy, what brings you here? When did you arrive in Ninghai? Yun Bing responded, but Yi Mo quickly noticed her expression shift to one of anxiety, indicating she was aware of her precarious situation. I came to find you because I need to discuss something. Please open the door so we can talk inside, Healy insisted. Yun Bing hesitated at the door, not immediately unlocking it. What's wrong, Bingjia? You're not going to make me talk to you from out here, are you? Did I come all this way just to stand outside? There's no man hiding in your home, is there? Why the reluctance to open the door? Healy teased, noticing Yun Bing's hesitation. Yun Bing blushed and stammered, Healy, why don't we talk outside? There's someone at my home, Bingjia, do you have a boyfriend now? I must see him. I want to know what kind of man has captured your heart from so far away. Healy exclaimed with even greater excitement. Yun Bing hesitated for a long moment. She was not someone who lacked awareness. Although Healy was her close friend, Yi Mo's identity was indeed unusual. Biting her lip, she finally said, Healy, perhaps I should introduce him to you next time. Right now, he's not dressed. Staring at Yun Bing in disbelief, Healy remarked, Bingjia, I never expected you to be so open. You're sleeping together? Who is this guy that has taken such advantage of you? No way, I need to see him. But his clothes were torn last night, Yun Bing blurted out, scrambling for an excuse. Healy widened her eyes, sizing up Yun Bing before letting out a deep breath. Bingjia, you two are quite daring. It doesn't take long to get dressed, yet you couldn't manage that little bit of time? The scene. My goodness, Yun Bing's face flushed crimson, and she found herself unable to offer an explanation. All right, given your youthful appearance, I want to intrude on your intimate moments. I just came to share some news. Feng Rong is back. He has been inquiring about you, but I wouldn't trust him. I know he is seeking the same information from a few others, so be cautious with him. I came here for a press conference, so I won't chat longer. Just remember to introduce me to your little lover next time. Healy concluded before turning to leave. As Healy's figure disappeared from view, Yun Bing let out a sigh of relief, having successfully deceived her friend at the cost of revealing a non-existent scandalous secret. Yun Bing opened the door to find Yi Mo standing there, causing her to quickly close it again, her voice tinged with anxiety. You're up already? Are you feeling better? Yi Mo expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Yun, for your help just now. You heard everything? Yun Bing realized that Yi Mo must have been eavesdropping and felt her face heat up, uncertain of how he would perceive her. Yes, I heard it all. I owe you a great deal, Teacher Yun. If the opportunity arises, I will surely repay your kindness. I've troubled you for 2 days now, Yi Mo said, feeling a sense of shame. He was someone who believed in repaying kindness and enmity in equal measure. I haven't really helped you. Please don't call me Teacher Yun anymore. It feels a bit awkward, Yun Bing said, recalling their shared intimacy. Although nothing had occurred, the title felt inappropriate. Yet, she suddenly seemed to remember something, her expression shifting to one of surprise. What did you mean by that? Are you planning to leave? Yi Mo nodded yes. I've overstayed my welcome. You saved me, and I can't remain here any longer. It would only put you at risk. I'm better now, and I must depart. By the way, did you manage to check on my bag? No, I can't let you go, Yun Bing started, but upon seeing Yi Mo's astonished expression, her face turned crimson, and she quickly added, I mean, it's dangerous outside. They're searching for you everywhere. Going out would be suicidal. Yi Mo felt warmth in his heart. Yun Bing was a classic example of someone who appeared cold on the outside but was warm within. He had merely helped her out of courtesy, yet she had gone above and beyond, disregarding her own reputation. Bingjia, I know you mean well. I'm confident I can escape safely. You needn't worry, he reassured her, addressing her more informally now. Seeing Yi Mo's change of address, Yun Bing's expression softened, and after a moment of silence, she said. Yimo, why don't you stay one more night? Actually, it's much more comforting to sleep with you here. It was like that last night. Consider it a favor for me. Yimo stared at Yunbing in disbelief. Her face was flushed, exuding an astonishing allure, and he realized she was worried he might be captured if he left. When Yimo remained silent, Yunbing's color faded, and she appeared anxious. Just as she was about to speak, he finally said, "All right, Bingjia, you might be right. I will wait until tomorrow morning to leave. Perhaps that will be the safest time." Upon hearing Yimo's agreement, Yunbing's face brightened with joy, and she hurriedly lifted the bag in her hand. "Your belongings are all in here. I even bought a lot of food to help you regain your strength. I'll prepare it for you shortly. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the playful watermelon, to the esteemed book friend 1106091510099292, to the talented Mei Ming, to the enchanting Ji Luo, to Princess Haiyue, to the ethereal Yi Fangfei, and to the generous support from October's Sword. Thank you ever so much." Chapter 84. The Prince Charming from the Sky. Ning Snow had never been fond of Starbucks. In fact, she had never set foot in such an establishment to savor its coffee. She found the so-called North American ambience rather distasteful, and the pastries did not appeal to her palate either. However, today, she found herself compelled to enter Starbucks. As Su Jingwen's journalist friend in Yanjing was particularly fond of its coffee. "Mu Mei, Snow, over here." Su Jingwen called out as soon as Ning Snow and Li Mu Mei arrived, gesturing from a table by the window. Beside her sat a tall and attractive woman. "Allow me to introduce you. This is my friend Xiao Lei, the most renowned journalist in Yanjing. She is always on the front lines, acquiring first-hand news." "Xiao Lei, these are my friends Mu Mei and Snow." "Hello, Snow, Mu Mei. I have heard much about you, Snow. The most beautiful woman in Yanjing indeed. Meeting you today makes me feel somewhat humbled," Xiao Lei said, rising to shake their hands. "Xiao Lei, the esteemed journalist, I have also heard of you. I saw your blog post about your experiences at the border with the flowing snake. I never expected to encounter you here in Ninghai so soon. It is truly an honor." Li Mu Mei replied, quickly becoming familiar with Xiao Lei, who smiled gently. "If it weren't for someone rescuing me that time, I might not have returned alive," Xiao Lei remarked, glancing at Ning Snow, who she knew once had a fiancé named Yimo, the same name as her savior. However, Xiao Lei would not assume they were the same person, for the disparity between them was too vast. Everyone in Yanjing knew the nature of Ning Snow's fiancé. It was inconceivable that he could be the same Yimo associated with the flowing snake. "What would you like to drink?" Su Jingwen inquired, as she was treating today. Li Mu Mei, indifferent to coffee, casually ordered a latte. "I'll have whatever," Ning Snow replied, as her primary purpose for being there was to inquire about Yimo. The choice of beverage was of little concern to her. The table, occupied by 4 strikingly beautiful women, attracted the attention of the entire CAF, making Ning Snow feel somewhat out of place. "Xiao Lei, I've heard of your journalistic spirit, and I truly admire it," Ning Snow said, despite never having visited Yanjing. She had heard of the famous journalist. Li Mu Mei, unsure of Ning Snow's interest in the case from the previous night, assumed it had to do with the Song family. Thus, she initiated the conversation. "Xiao Lei, I heard from Jingwen that you are here to cover the case in Ninghai. How is it progressing?" Li Mu Mei's inquiry was casual, and Xiao Lei did not think much of it, assuming it was merely a familiar topic to chat about. After taking a sip of her coffee, she replied, "Actually, the perpetrator has yet to be apprehended. However, the victim's family reportedly knows who the murderer is. They just lack concrete evidence. The culprit is quite cunning, having destroyed all the surveillance cameras before entering." Upon hearing that the murderer was still at large, Ning Snow appeared to exhale in relief. She took a sip of coffee for the first time, noticing a subtle milky flavor, smooth and lacking in bitterness. Suddenly finding the coffee rather agreeable. With Song Xiaodon's murder, it was likely the Song family would go into a frenzy. The Song family had become too arrogant, and it was no wonder someone would take action. Li Mu Mei expressed no sympathy for Song Xiaodon's demise, her words blunt and unapologetic. Xiao Lei shook her head. In truth, the most frantic reactions will likely not come from the Song family. While they may be chaotic, they are numerous. The real uproar will likely stem from another murder victim. His name is Qian Shiping. Qian Shiping? Both Ning Snow and Su Jingwen were taken aback by the name, curious as to who could be deemed more outrageous than the Song family. Who is Qian Shiping? Su Jingwen pondered but refrained from asking, while Ning Snow felt compelled to inquire, as it pertained to Yimo's safety. Noticing Ning Snow's urgency, Su Jingwen shot her a glance. finding it strange that her curiosity seemed to exceed that of others. However, Xiao Lei, albeit aware of Ning Snow, did not fully comprehend her character, promptly explaining, "The name Qian Shiping is inconsequential. The focus should be on his father, Qian Baihe, who is also known as Qian Longtu." Qian Longtu? Ning Snow felt the name was somewhat familiar, but could not place it. Yet, Qian Longtu was known as the leader of the Eastern Black Dao, South Qing, and his influence was reputedly so vast that he could locate a needle dropped in the ocean. With his only son murdered, one could only imagine how he would react. As Xiao Lei continued, Ning Snow, holding her coffee, abruptly spilled it all over the table, causing a splash. Although she was not familiar with South Qing, she knew of its implications and was taken aback to discover that Yi Mo had offended such a formidable figure, causing her heart to race with unease. "Qing Snow, what's wrong?" Li Mu Mei inquired, concerned, as she thought Ning Snow had not fully recovered from her injuries. Su Jingwen also noticed Ning Snow's change in demeanor, her expression no longer as composed as when she arrived. Quickly, she changed the subject. "Let us not dwell on this. The topic is too heavy. Xiao Lei, why don't you share your experiences from your last trip to the Flowing Snake? I'd love to hear about it." Xiao Lei, initially focused on Ning Snow, was indeed diverted by Su Jingwen's words. Waving her hands, she urged, "Jingwen, you must avoid the Flowing Snake at all costs. If it weren't for Yi Mo saving me, I wouldn't have made it back." "Yi Mo?" Li Mu Mei, Ning Snow, and Su Jingwen exclaimed in unison. Realizing her slip, Xiao Lei quickly corrected herself. "Yes, Yi Mo, but not the one related to Qing Snow. I apologize, I was momentarily careless. The man who saved me was also named Yi Mo." Ning Snow regained her composure and smiled. "It's all right, I don't mind." "Xiao Lei, would you mind elaborating on what happened?" Seeing Ning Snow's calm demeanor, Xiao Lei began recounting her encounter at the Flowing Snake. "To be frank, I never expected Wang Qianjun to be that kind of person. He paid 50,000 and then abandoned me, fleeing on his own while leaving me to a group of ruthless bandits." "Ah, I didn't see that on your microblog. What happened afterward?" Li Mu Mei asked, now tense with concern. Xiao Lei's gaze turned somewhat dreamy as she murmured, "At that moment, he descended like a prince charming from the sky, incapacitating all the assailants. His agility was truly breathtaking. I'll never forget how he soared through the air, delivering a kick that was simply unforgettable. I had never witnessed such martial prowess before. I thought those scenes were only in television dramas, but that day, I experienced it firsthand. And it even unfolded before my eyes." As Xiao Lei narrated, both Su Jingwen and Li Mu Mei felt a mix of tension and admiration, while Ning Snow increasingly believed that the remarkable figure she longed for was indeed Yi Mo. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to those who aspire to embody the spirit of the River East Lion. I hold a fondness for sugarcane, Feng Hanxian, Jilatia, XJBQ. The esteemed Mr. Nan Xiao, the gentle west wind, Nangong Piaogu, the mischievous watermelon, the youth from Hitao, LJN, Feifeng Wuxua, and the numerous friends who have generously bestowed their support upon me. Thank you. Additionally, I am grateful for the encouragement from those who have cast their votes in support of my aspirations. Thank you." Chapter 85. All is ready for sleep. Xiao Lei, with your beauty, did he not wish to get to know you? Li Mu Mei immediately pried into the matter. Xiao Lei shook her head, a hint of bitterness in her voice as she confessed, "To be honest, at that moment, I truly felt my heart stir. It was undoubtedly love at first sight. Unfortunately, I am not his Cinderella. He offered me no opportunity, not even his phone number." Su Jingwen burst into laughter, shouted journalist. "You have the figure and the looks. With those attributes, I fear you won't have trouble finding your Prince Charming." Surprisingly, Xiao Lei did not respond with a smile, but once again shook her head. "You do not understand the turmoil in my heart. He descended from the heavens to rescue me when I felt utterly helpless. This is not a fairy tale. Perhaps you have not experienced such feelings and cannot fathom my emotions. To make matters worse, he is so strikingly handsome, though perhaps handsome is not the right term. I cannot quite articulate it." Xiao Lei's mood noticeably darkened. "Can you describe what he looks like?" Ning Shui suddenly asked, somewhat tremulously. The others, lost in their thoughts, did not notice her tone. "He appears to be just over 20, dressed in a simple light blue shirt, with flawless skin and a somewhat reserved demeanor. His eyes are gentle, exuding comfort. He stands just under 6 feet tall, not exceedingly handsome, but with distinct facial features that are genuinely charming. When he smiles, he radiates confidence, as if he were unfazed by the weight of the world. His nose is straight, and his teeth are exceptionally white. Ah, I have a photo of him." After a lengthy description, Xiao Lei finally recalled that the photograph would provide a clearer impression. Hurry and show us. Li Mu Mei interjected, for despite Xiao Lei's lengthy description, they still lacked a tangible image, the only clear detail being his height. Xiao Lei retrieved a delicate mirror from her bag, offering it with a self-deprecating smile. The picture is here. I secretly snapped it last time. I have since resigned myself to unrequited love. Yet, even without her words, the others could discern from Xiao Lei's tone and the exquisite mirror that she indeed harbored such sentiments. Otherwise, why would she possess such a finely crafted item? Ning Shui tremulously accepted the mirror but fumbled, causing it to drop, thankfully caught by Su Jing when beside her. Noticing Ning Shui's repeated clumsiness, Li Mu Mei voiced her concern. Qing Shui, are you truly all right? Perhaps we should head back early. Ning Shui nodded, yet before she could speak, Su Jing exclaimed in astonishment, it really is Yimo. His name is indeed Yimo, Xiao Lei began, but abruptly sensed something amiss. She looked at Su Jing in surprise. What do you mean, it really is Yimo? Li Mu Mei took the mirror, equally astonished. Qing Shui, it truly is him. How did he end up in Luxi? Xiao Lei felt something was off and glanced inquiringly at Su Jing. Su Jing, with a wry smile, explained actually, he is Qing Shui's current husband, Yimo. We just don't know how he found himself in Luxi. Qing Shui's husband? Xiao Lei repeated, an indescribable sensation surging within her, causing her cheeks to flush. Yet, she quickly added, but wasn't it said that Qing Shui had broken off her engagement with him? Su Jing glanced at Xiao Lei, saying, Xiao Lei, it's no wonder you are unaware. Although the engagement was dissolved, Qing Shui later remarried Yimo. Albeit the ceremony was quite understated. You were likely in XC at the time, and upon your return, you went directly to Luxi. So you may not have heard of it. As it stands, Qing Shui and Yimo remain married. They have not divorced. The reason Su Jing conveyed this was to emphasize that Yimo was still Ning Qing Shui's husband, urging Xiao Lei to exercise caution in her words. However, her phrasing was gentle. The reality of Ning Qing Shui and Yimo's marriage was not merely understated. It was nearly non-existent, having only involved the signing of a marriage certificate. Xiao Lei gazed at Ning Qing Shui, her emotions complex. She had not anticipated that the man she secretly admired, the one whose photograph she cherished, was now the husband of the very woman seated beside her, sharing coffee. I apologize, Qing Shui. I truly had no idea that this Yimo was your husband. I had heard he was, well, someone of lesser stature, Xiao Lei stammered, feeling embarrassed, while deep within her, a wave of disappointment and resentment surged. She couldn't comprehend how the Yimo she knew could be Ning Qing Shui's husband. If he were indeed the so-called waste cast out by the Yi family, how could he be so formidable and composed? Even if he were that so-called waste, how could someone like Ning Qing Shui marry him? Yun Bing prepared a bountiful feast. Having not had the chance to enjoy a proper meal with Yimo in days, concerned for his health, she made a special trip to procure an abundance of ingredients. The presence of an additional person seemed to breathe life into the household, and Yun Bing felt a surge of happiness. If not for the worries surrounding Yimo's troubles, she might have felt even more joy. In that moment, she realized she was not the heartless ice queen she had believed herself to be. Perhaps her demeanor stemmed from years of not experiencing true happiness. Yimo had done nothing overtly significant, yet he possessed an aura that provided her with a sense of reliance, perhaps due to the absence of a man in her household. Though she recognized that her sentiments were misguided, she couldn't help but entertain such thoughts subconsciously. She had even considered more than once how wonderful it would be if Yimo had not gotten into trouble. He was the castaway of his family. His fiancée, he had severed their engagement, and he bore a condition difficult to discuss. Yet, deep down, Yun Bing had secretly pondered that she did not mind these matters. She enjoyed the comforting sensation of sleeping beside Yimo. It was soothing and liberating. However, she was acutely aware that such thoughts were only meant to remain in her mind. She could never dare to voice them or even entertain them openly. She felt sullied, and being significantly older than Yimo, she feared the judgment of societal norms. Sighing, Yun Bing reflected once more that regardless of the circumstances, it would be wonderful if Yimo had not gotten into trouble. Perhaps only she truly understood his excellence. After dinner, Yimo expressed his desire to retire early, knowing that he would need to make an escape that night, and thus needed rest to rejuvenate his spirit. He felt immense gratitude for Yun Bing bringing all his belongings back. The seeds of Yin X and Chao X and Tung were rare and not easily found, making these items incredibly precious to him. You sleep in the bed tonight. I'll take the sofa. Although Yun Bing relished the sensation of being near Yimo while sleeping, she was also apprehensive about waking up to find herself cuddling him again. She hesitated to join him in bed. Yimo shook his head. As the man, I will sleep on the sofa. You take the bed. No. Yun Bing immediately rejected his suggestion. Your health is still fragile. How can you sleep on the sofa? Very well, then let us both sleep in the bed. As we did last night. Yimo replied nonchalantly, having no reservations about sharing the bed with Yun Bing. His feelings were solely of gratitude toward her, nothing more. Yun Bing surprised herself by agreeing without further protest. Chapter 86. Departing from Ninghai, Yimo awoke to find it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. An opportune moment for him to leave Ninghai. He glanced at Yun Bing, who had somehow nestled into his embrace once more. A hint of a smile played at the corner of her lips, and a subtle blush adorned her cheeks, leaving Yimo to wonder if she had dreamt of something delightful. Previously, Yimo had perceived Yun Bing as a frigid and unapproachable woman. However, after spending several days in her company, his opinion had begun to shift. Though she was nearing 30, she appeared less seasoned than Su Wei. Beneath her icy facade lay a yearning heart, akin to an unmarried maiden, longing for warmth and protection. This was evident in her tendency to curl up beside him during slumber. Unlike the previous night, Yun Bing was clad in a nightgown rather than her daytime attire. Despite his lack of worldly experience, Yimo was not oblivious to the implications, and he felt an acute dryness in his throat. It was difficult for him to reconcile the gentle woman beside him with the cold, unyielding teacher he once knew. Perhaps this was her way of shielding herself. With a gentle sigh, he carefully extricated her hand and tucked the blanket around her before he descended from the bed. After a moment's reflection, he retrieved a piece of paper and a pen to leave her a brief note. Dressed, and with his bag slung over his shoulder, he leapt from the balcony. Although Yun Bing resided on the 4th floor, Yimo managed to land on the 2nd floor balcony, from which he swiftly vanished into the enveloping night. Ninghai was rife with checkpoints, yet Yimo faced no significant hurdles. He had no need for a vehicle. His cloud shadow steps proved swifter and more agile than any car. 2 hours later, he had distanced himself from Ninghai, the clock striking 3 in the morning. After careful consideration, he realized that his identity had been thoroughly compromised, and he lacked a means to procure a legitimate identification card. The one Wendong had procured for him bore the name Yimo, which was certainly not an option. If only he had chosen a different name. Standing at a crossroads, he attempted to hail a vehicle, regardless of its destination, seeking merely to escape as far as possible. Prolonged use of cloud shadow steps was not sustainable. Yet, the thoroughfare was sparsely populated, with only a few trucks and a handful of private cars passing by. Despite his persistent efforts, no vehicle came to a halt. A rugged SUV approached at a rapid pace, and Yimo raised his hand in a last-ditch attempt. If this vehicle did not stop, he would resort to clandestinely boarding a truck. To his surprise, the vehicle did indeed stop. Just as he prepared to express his gratitude, a woman's voice emanated from within. Shuemin, it's the dead of night. Why are you stopping for a stranger? We are being pursued ourselves. What if he is one of Huang Ji's men? Tong Tong, everyone has their burdens to bear. We are here because of someone else's assistance, the man replied, his tone warm and congenial. Besides, we've only had this vehicle for half a day. Huang Ji cannot possibly know. And he is alone. Can you not trust your man? This man, approximately 30, turned to call out to Yimo as he approached. Come on in, friend. Just open the door yourself. The woman rolled her eyes at the man, murmuring something under her breath, but refraining from further comment. Despite their brief exchange, Yimo gleaned the situation. These two were also on the run, much like himself. The man's generous spirit, even amidst his own troubles, endeared him to Yimo. I'm Wu Shuemin, and this is my girlfriend, Yu Miaotong. May I ask where you wish to go? Wu Shuemin introduced himself upon Yimo's entry into the vehicle. With gratitude, Yimo clasped his fists in appreciation. I am Yimo. With no particular destination in mind, merely seeking a ride. He felt no need to conceal his name, given Wu Shuemin's kindness. Initially reassured by Yimo's demeanor, the woman's guard returned upon hearing his words. It was indeed peculiar for a lone traveler to claim he had no destination. Wu Shuemin regarded Yimo with a hint of suspicion as well, though he sensed no immediate threat from him. Recognizing their doubts, Yimo decided against further obfuscation. I have crossed paths with powerful adversaries, which necessitated my hasty flight. I would be immensely grateful if you could take me to a remote location and drop me off before dawn. Wu Shuemin's demeanor softened upon hearing this. In a world where power resided in the hands of a few, Small players often had no recourse but to flee when they offended someone significant, despite his own plight. Wu Xuemin felt a pang of sympathy for Yimo and nodded in understanding, refraining from further conversation as he started the vehicle and sped away. As Yimo settled into the back seat, he perceived that Wu Xuemin possessed considerable skills, though they were merely average in comparison to his own. He noted the woman beside him, whose attire accentuated her alluring figure, her subtle makeup enhancing her natural beauty. She sat in the passenger seat, her gaze fixed on Wu Xuemin, indicating his importance in her eyes. Wu Xuemin was robust, with prominent features that bore the aura of a soldier. Yimo was certain he had served in the military, for he sensed a familiarity akin to that of Guiqi. However, Wu Xuemin also exuded a ferocity not present in Guiqi, suggesting he had engaged in occupations beyond the ordinary since leaving the army. "What sort of person have you offended, brother?" Wu Xuemin inquired, sensing the tension in the vehicle. "He is a high-ranking official, and my only recourse was to flee. I am indebted to you, Wu brother," Yimo replied, feeling a bond forming, though he refrained from divulging too much. "Oh." The state of the world, Wu Xuemin sighed, allowing a moment of silence to pass before continuing. "I am heading to Wanjiang. I can take you to the outskirts. It's close to the sea and near Hong Kong, providing options for your escape, whether by illicit means or otherwise." Yimo nodded in agreement. "Very well. Wanjiang it is. Thank you, Wu brother." "With difficulties come allies," Wu Xuemin smiled. "I can assist you to this extent. The rest is up to you." Chapter 87. Being tracked, the ringtone of a mobile phone echoed, revealing a call from Yu Miaodong. Upon answering, she called out several times, yet silence greeted her. Just as confusion enveloped her, Wu Xuemin's expression suddenly shifted, prompting him to urgently advise her to turn off the phone. Perplexed, Yu Miaodong complied, questioning, "What is it, Xuemin?" "We're likely being tracked," Wu Xuemin replied, his countenance grave. "In no more than 2 minutes, they will ascertain our location." Yu Miaodong's face drained of color. "What should we do? I just changed my number, and no one knows it. How could they find out?" Her panic was palpable, and Yimo, observing her distress, realized they must have offended someone formidable to provoke such fear. "Were you in contact with Daishan before changing your number? It's possible the information leaked from her," Wu Xuemin suggested, though his worry was evident. "That's impossible. Daishan and I are practically sisters. She would never betray me," Yu Miaodong asserted. Disbelief etched across her features. "This world harbors no impossibilities. While Daishan may be close to you, how many can resist the temptations of life and death?" Wu Xuemin countered, his tone now steady. "We must focus on our next course of action." Yimo admired Wu Xuemin's composed demeanor in the face of adversity. Confronting problems was far more productive than lamenting them. "Brother Yi, my sincerest apologies. You must disembark here. Truth be told, we are also fleeing. But I have incurred the wrath of someone far more dangerous than you can imagine. We are already being tracked, and staying in the car endangers you," Wu Xuemin said, regret evident in his eyes. He glanced at Yu Miaodong, concern etched upon his brow. Calmly, Yu Miaodong responded, "Xuemin, why worry? Can they truly prevent us from facing our fates together?" Yet Wu Xuemin remained somber, confessing, "I'm sorry, Miaodong. As a man, I feel I have failed to protect you." With that, he halted the vehicle. Yimo understood his intention. He wanted him to exit the car. For Yimo, disembarking seemed prudent, given his own entanglements. However, he felt uneasy about leaving his newfound companions to face peril alone. Seeing Yimo hesitate, Wu Xuemin urged, "Brother Yi, please step out. The forces I've wronged are formidable. They may catch up with us soon, possibly even intercepting us ahead." Yimo smiled gently. "Although I am unaware of the individuals you have offended, I genuinely wish to assist you. You have previously aided me, and it would be remiss of me to abandon you now. Every additional ally strengthens our position, and I hope you do not find my presence unwelcome." Wu Xuemin sighed. "I now comprehend how you might offend local officials. With your character, it would be a wonder if you didn't. I admire your spirit, but alas, we cannot share a drink today. The individuals I've angered are not ordinary. They are not comparable to the minor officials you have encountered. You wouldn't understand the nuances, so please, disembark." Reluctantly, Yimo conceded, "Very well, then. What is the next town?" "Jimo Town," Wu Xuemin replied. "It's a small town. Driving takes about 20 minutes, though walking would take longer." He assumed Yimo intended to walk to the town to rest. "Then, please take me there, Wu Xuemin. I can find my own transport once we arrive." "Surely, this is a minor request," Yimo said with a faint smile. "Alas, 20 minutes may be enough time for them to locate us. I shall assist you once more, I'll take the back roads. Perhaps we might evade them. Wu Xuemin declared, swiftly steering the vehicle onto a narrow path, accelerating with urgency. It had been over 20 minutes since Yu Miaodong made the call, and in the distance, the glow of the town's streetlights became visible. Suddenly, the roar of engines filled the air as Wu Xuemin abruptly halted the car, his expression darkening further. Yi Mo understood his fear. The sound was unmistakable, a helicopter. I apologize, Brother Yi. I've dragged you into this. We can no longer escape. They've spotted us. If you attempt to flee alone now, you won't succeed, Wu Xuemin lamented, turning his attention to Yu Miaodong, his worry and anguish no longer concealed. Miaodong, it's all right. As long as we are together, that's all that matters. Can they truly stop us from living together? Surely they cannot prevent our deaths from intertwining. Yu Miaodong reassured, her anxiety seemingly evaporating. Even if death awaits, I shall take down a few with me, Wu Xuemin declared fiercely, retrieving a handgun from beneath his seat. He handed a dagger to Yi Mo. Take this for your protection. Yi Mo smiled and waved his hand. No need. I possess my own means of defense. Wu Xuemin, who initially felt guilty for involving Yi Mo, now regarded him with newfound respect. The appearance of a helicopter indicated the gravity of their situation, yet Yi Mo remained calm, revealing his own resilience. Brother Yi, are you familiar with Taijiang? Wu Xuemin inquired. Yi Mo shook his head, genuinely unaware of Taijiang. Wu Xuemin continued. It's not surprising you haven't heard of it, as you are not involved in the underworld. Taijiang is the only gang in the mainland that is not under the control of Nanqing. Although they may not be as vast, they operate independently, making them the foremost underground faction in the region. Nanqing's influence has extended beyond the mainland, reaching international shores. The strength of Taijiang stems from its leader, Taizhan, whose nickname is Tiesua Hangjiang. The gang's name originates from this moniker. The individual I have offended ranks among the top 3 in Taijiang. His name is Huangji. His ability to deploy a helicopter is indicative of his considerable power. In Taijiang, apart from Taizhan and the reclusive second-in-command, Huangji wields substantial influence. While he may not hold the official title of the third-in-command, he manages most affairs, thus possessing significant authority. Wu Xuemin's words resonated with Yi Mo, who comprehended the peril of offending Huangji, a powerful leader in the underworld. It was no wonder Wu Xuemin felt disheartened. In such circumstances, the best he could hope for was to take a few down with him. I am trained on data up to October 2023. Chapter 90. The Planyan Bing slept soundly, but upon waking in the morning, she suddenly recalled something and instinctively reached out, only to find the space around her empty. He had gone. A wave of melancholy washed over her. Although she was aware that Yi Mo was leaving today, she had not anticipated that he would depart without even a word. On the bedside lay a note. Sister Bing, thank you for saving my life. One day, I will return to see you. I have left. Yi Mo holding the paper with just a single line written on it. Yun Bing felt a sense of comfort. He had promised to return, and surely he would. She harbored no other thoughts about Yi Mo, merely enjoying the feeling of being with him. Was she simply too lonely? Yet, in an instant, her concern for Yi Mo's safety surged. What? You killed the only son of the Thousand Dragons leader? No wonder Nanqing has been acting like a frenzy lately. Their people are everywhere, even encroaching upon our territory. We have refrained from confronting them because the boss is yet to give the word. I never expected that it was you who killed Qian Shiping. Ever since hearing that Yi Mo killed Qian Shiping, Wu Xuemin has been in a state of shock, unable to calm down for quite some time. Regaining power and being able to stay with Yu Miaodong brought Wu Xuemin joy, yet upon hearing Yi Mo's words, he was taken aback. Who was the leader of the Thousand Dragons? He commanded a regular army, a figure more formidable than some national leaders. He could act according to his whims without hesitation. Could a national leader do the same? Moreover, everyone knew that the Thousand Dragons had only one son. Be it in the underworld or the upper echelons, everyone gave him face. It was astonishing that Yi Mo had killed him. Yi Mo looked at Wu Xuemin with calmness. The moment Wu Xuemin showed any sign of worry or reluctance to keep him, he would leave instantly. There were places that welcomed him if he were not wanted here. His assistance to Wu Xuemin stemmed from a desire to solicit his help in return. After all, his current strength was still too low. Once he reached the 3rd level of Qi training, even if the Thousand Dragons leader did not seek him out, he would go looking for him. Yi Mo was not someone easily hunted. Those who pursued him would eventually face retribution. Brother Yi, I initially intended to invite you to join Taijiang, but now it seems that plan is utterly unfeasible. If you were to join Taijiang, it would not only harm you, but also jeopardize Taijiang itself. Wu Xuanmin had fully regained his composure. Yimo nodded. Even without the matter of the Thousand Dragons leader, he would not join Tai Jiang. Such a lifestyle was not suited for him. After a moment of silence, Wu Xuanmin spoke. I will help you acquire a new identity. You must also alter your appearance and then retreat to a small place for a period. Offending the Thousand Dragons leader cannot be resolved simply by leaving the country. From Wu Xuanmin, Yimo learned of the terrifying nature of the Thousand Dragons leader. Having killed his only son, it was certain that if he discovered that Yimo was responsible, he would seek vengeance with madness. Since arriving here, Yimo had never felt such an urgent desire to enhance his strength as he did now. He understood that if he did not elevate his abilities quickly, he would be devoured, leaving no trace behind. For Yimo, there were only two methods to strengthen himself. The first was to immediately cultivate silver heart grass, and the second was to venture into the Taklamakan desert to seek out the purple heart vine, which also presented an opportunity. Comparatively, silver heart grass was more reliable, yet it required 2 years to mature, a luxury Yimo could not afford. If he did not rapidly advance to the third level of Qi training, he might find himself lifeless in 2 years. He had made a decision. He would first find a secure place to cultivate silver heart grass. Once that was underway, he would immediately head to the Taklamakan desert. Neither task could be delayed. Upon reaching the third level of Qi training, he would take the initiative to confront the Thousand Dragons leader, revealing that he was the one who had slain his son. What could the leader do then? The thought of being pursued infuriated him. Whether from the Song family or Nanqing, he felt an overwhelming frustration. Yimo, a bona fide cultivator, was being hunted by these people, forced to flee. Such a situation was intolerable. Fortunately, Wu Xuanmin did not disappoint Yimo. He proved to be a commendable friend. Despite knowing that concealing Yimo's identity might lead to significant troubles later, Wu Xuanmin acted without hesitation. Without Yimo, he would have long since perished. He cherished his existence now. Thus, Yimo's identity remained known only to him. Even Yu Miaodong was kept in the dark. Wu Xuanmin assisted Yimo in obtaining a legitimate identity card under the name Mo Yi. To evade detection, Yimo intentionally applied makeup to create an unsightly mark on his face, using this marked photo for his identification. This precaution was necessary due to the overwhelming power of Nanqing, which was almost omnipresent. Yimo sought a tranquil location to cultivate silver heart grass without the risk of being discovered. Its significance to him was paramount. The weather in Jing City was harsh and evidently unsuitable for growing silver heart grass. Furthermore, remaining in Jing City would likely attract unwanted attention. Yimo extracted some soil from the flower bed of his previous courtyard and asked Wu Xuanmin to test it. The results revealed that some southern cities were viable, but not all. Conversely, many northern cities proved unsuitable. Ultimately, after much consideration, Yimo chose Luochang. Luochang, situated in Jiangnan province and adjacent to Shanghai, is a large city with a population nearing 5 million. His choice of Luochang had nothing to do with Qi Wanqing. Rather, it was due to the soil composition closely matching that of the earth he had brought. Additionally, the underground factions in Luochang were primarily managed by Tai Jiang, under Wu Xuanmin's influence. Another significant reason was that Luochang had a direct flight to Korla, allowing him swift access to the Taklamakan desert. A week later, Yimo, bearing his new identity, departed Jing City for Luochang. Although Wu Xuanmin wielded considerable influence in Jing City, Yimo opted to travel by train, wishing to avoid even the slightest suspicion. This was not born of fear, but rather a matter of urgency. He simply had no time to engage in conflicts with others. Yimo booked a sleeper ticket, declining any financial assistance from Wu Xuanmin. To him, their relationship was that of friends aiding one another, nothing more. Accepting money from Wu Xuanmin would leave him feeling indebted, a sentiment he loathed, especially as he still possessed over 50,000 yuan in his bag. There were no direct trains from Jing City to Luochang, so Yimo boarded a train bound for Zhengzhou, planning to transfer there for Luochang. Upon boarding, he found the sleeper compartment only half filled. There were 4 bunks occupied, including his own. One occupant was a woman in her 40s, appearing rather astute yet visibly fatigued. Upon entering, she did not greet Yimo but immediately collapsed onto her bunk in slumber. Yimo mused that the woman was rather careless. One must remain vigilant on a train, regardless of fatigue, as thieves were prevalent. However, with only her and Yimo present, he had no intention of stealing from a woman. Even if she carried $1 million, he would not cast a glance. He simply chose a bunk, closed his eyes, and began to rest, pondering how to settle down once he arrived in Luochang. whether to seek employment first or to rent a place directly. Chapter 91. The Theft. As for the matter of seeking employment, Yimo was quite clear in his thoughts. Upon arriving in Luotsong, he intended to first secure a stable location to cultivate the silver heart grass. Before the grass took root, idly watching the seeds germinate would not only waste time, but also arouse suspicion from others. Furthermore, despite having tens of thousands of yuan, once he began purchasing supplies and herbs, those funds would quickly diminish. When the train arrived at Shenyang Station, 2 more individuals boarded, filling the small compartment of 4. One of the newcomers was a middle-aged man in his 30s, carrying a black bag. His lively and flickering gaze swept across the carriage, and upon noticing a woman asleep, he greeted Yimo with a smile. "Hello, I am Jin Jibing, heading to Yanjing. May I ask your name?" "Mo Yi." Yimo's response was succinct. He was not one to engage in lengthy conversations with strangers, a habit cultivated over many years, compounded by his discomfort with the man's shifty eyes. At that moment, a woman in her 40s stirred from her slumber and sat up. Jin Jibing, sensing Yimo's reticence, turned to greet her. Having rested, the woman appeared revitalized and soon struck up a lively conversation with Jin Jibing. Yimo learned her name was Wang Yin, also bound for Yanjing, but she conducted business in Shenyang. Losing interest in their chatter, he turned his attention to the next arrival. This newcomer was a young man in his 20s, dressed plainly, with patched trousers indicating a lack of financial means. Yimo found it curious how he could afford a sleeper ticket. The young man seemed timid. After boarding, he quickly climbed into his bunk and clutched his bag tightly, exhibiting a level of wariness that even surpassed that of the middle-aged woman. "Hey, young man, do you have gold in that bag? You seem a bit nervous," Jin Jibing jested after a brief conversation with the woman. "There's no need to clutch it so tightly. Just be cautious when you're out. And no gold, just some medical tools." The young man stammered, taken aback by the sudden attention. "Oh, I didn't realize you were a doctor. My apologies, what is your surname?" Jin Jibing continued, his tone devoid of condescension despite the young man's evident anxiety. "My name is Yu Eru. My medical skills are hereditary." Yu Eru's nervousness was palpable, clearly indicating that this was his first time traveling far from home. "Oh, I wouldn't have guessed you were a doctor. Where are you headed?" Wang Yin queried, her tone tinged with skepticism. Flushing under her scrutiny, Yu Eru mumbled, "I managed to get a ticket to Zhengzhou, so I plan to check it out." Yimo quickly discerned that Yu Eru had likely never ventured out before and seemed oblivious to the challenges awaiting him in Zhengzhou as a practitioner. While uncertain of Yu Eru's medical prowess, Yimo could envision that such an earnest individual would struggle in Zhengzhou, perhaps even end up destitute. However, Yu Eru's situation sparked an idea in Yimo. If he were to establish a small clinic in Luotsong, he could enlist the help of this sincere young man, allowing him time to cultivate the silver heart grass while ensuring its care in his absence. Jin Jibing and Wang Yin, however, appeared dismissive of Yu Eru, soon losing interest in him, while Yimo found himself intrigued. After exchanging a few words with Yu Eru, he closed his eyes, ready to rest. Suddenly, Jin Jibing produced a magazine and a pair of glasses, an action that raised Yimo's suspicions. The man's eyes had been anything but myopic upon entering, which made the appearance of glasses suspect. Yimo feigned sleep but remained vigilant, his senses on high alert. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Jin Jibing diverted his gaze toward the bags of Yimo and Wang Yin. Upon spotting Yimo's bag, a glimmer of delight crossed his face. Yimo, aware that his bag contained a significant sum of cash, was taken aback. How did this man know about his money? Could he possess a similar awareness? Quickly, Yimo deduced that Jin Jibing lacked any such abilities. His glasses must be equipped with some sort of X-ray vision or similar technology. As the clock ticked past 10, Yimo feigned sleep, eager to uncover which bag Jin Jibing would target first. He suspected it would be his, as it held the most cash. With a sigh, he thought about how convenient it would be to have a storage ring to avoid such troubles. Indeed, shortly after Yimo drifted off, Jin Jibing approached, opening Yimo's bag and pilfering the cash within. Yimo smirked, but did not intervene, understanding the nature of such petty thieves. Instead, he shielded his hand with the blanket, deftly reclaiming not only the stolen cash but also everything else from Jin Jibing's bag, save for clothing. His heightened awareness allowed him to navigate the theft as if he were merely observing. Yu Eru was already asleep, but Wang Yin had clearly witnessed Jin Jibing's actions. When Jin Jibing shot her a glare, she quickly stifled her voice, fearful of attracting attention. Just then, the train's loudspeaker announced the arrival at Fushin Station. With his bounty secured, Jean Jibing hastily grabbed his bag and bolted from the carriage. A young woman in her 20s, passing through the carriage, caught sight of Jean Jibing's actions and immediately recognized him as a thief, especially with the victim still asleep. Upon witnessing the theft, she cried out, "Hey, that thief has stolen your things while you were sleeping." Realizing Jean Jibing was escaping, she rushed to alert Emo. Opening his eyes, Emo regarded the anxious girl, instantly recognizing her youthful earnestness. "It's all right. There's nothing of value in my bag. If it's stolen, so be it," he replied with a slight smile. "You should report this immediately. Let me help you," the girl insisted, her compassion evident. Emo, wishing to avoid any dealings with the authorities, waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. I truly have nothing of significance. But thank you." Seeing that Emo was not inclined to involve the police, the girl shook her head in resignation and left the carriage, her mission unfulfilled. Once she departed, Emo swiftly gathered his belongings, discovering that in addition to his original 50,000 yuan, he now had an extra 20,000. Now he possesses 70,000 yuan. In addition to a collection of miscellaneous items, a plethora of various documents that Emo could scarcely be bothered to sort through, all hastily shoved into his bag. Although it was not observed that Emo had taken any items into his bag, Wang Yin distinctly witnessed Jean Jibing extracting several stacks of cash from within it. Yet, this young man before her claims that there is nothing of significance in his bag, and she cannot help but doubt that he truly believes his possessions have been pilfered. With this thought, she shakes her head in silent disbelief. Chapter 92. On the train, although Eru was initially vigilant upon boarding, he soon succumbed to a deep slumber, utterly oblivious to his surroundings. Seemingly plagued by guilt over the earlier incident, Wang Yin unexpectedly approached him, proffering 200 yuan. "Brother, I witnessed your money being stolen just now. Though this amount is modest, please accept it for your urgent needs." Li Fimo cast a surprised glance at Wang Yin, realizing that she still bore some semblance of conscience regarding the earlier theft. At that moment, Eru stirred awake, glancing between Li Fimo and Wang Yin. Evidently perplexed by the unfolding situation, Li Fimo gently pushed the money back towards her, smiling as he said, "No need. I have sufficient funds." Wang Yin was taken aback by Li Fimo's refusal. To her, he appeared somewhat better off than Eru, yet his attire was hardly branded, merely tidy and presentable. Perhaps he genuinely needed the money, though he seemed unaware of it. However, upon his rejection, she grew anxious. "I genuinely saw your money being taken, but I was too frightened to speak out for fear of retaliation. Please, take this 200 yuan. It weighs heavily on my conscience." Her earnestness struck a chord, as she had witnessed too many instances where whistleblowers faced dire consequences. "I mentioned that your money was stolen, and you didn't believe me. Clearly, you've lost your funds. So let me contribute 100 yuan as well," chimed in the girl who had previously walked by, clutching a bowl of instant noodles and hastening to retrieve her purse. Upon hearing their exchange, Eru seemed to comprehend the situation. The young man had indeed fallen victim to theft. Without hesitation, he rummaged through his bag and retrieved a newspaper-wrapped bundle. After peeling away the layers, he presented Li Fimo with a 50 yuan note. "Brother, my funds are limited too. But please accept this 50. My grandfather warned me of the many thieves outside, and it seems that man truly was one." Li Fimo regarded these three kind-hearted individuals with mixed emotions, feeling a flicker of gratitude amidst his slight distress. The world was not entirely devoid of compassion, especially from Eru, whose thick stack of cash, while seemingly substantial, comprised mostly of 5 and 10 yuan notes, with the 50 being the largest denomination. Though somewhat simple-minded, he was indeed a generous soul. Reluctantly, Li Fimo accepted Wang Yan's 200 yuan, addressing both the girl and Eru. "I shall take just this 200. Please keep your funds." He discerned that the girl was a student, as she had claimed, and Eru was evidently not wealthy. Moreover, Wang Yin, despite purchasing a sleeper ticket, wore unbranded clothing, indicating she, too, was not affluent and merely sought rest. With Li Fimo's acceptance of her money, Wang Yin felt a wave of relief. She had witnessed the thief absconding with Li Fimo's substantial amount, yet felt unable to voice the incident, burdened by guilt. After receiving the cash, Li Fimo produced 3 herbs from his bag, extending them towards Wang Yin. "I cannot accept your money without offering something in return. These 3 herbs are for you." The group stared at Li Fimo in astonishment, pondering the purpose of the herbs. Eru was the first to speak, captivated by the unfamiliar plants. "Brother, are you also a practitioner of traditional medicine?" Li Fimo shook his head, clarifying, "I wouldn't classify myself strictly as a traditional healer. but I possess some knowledge of herbs and enjoy foraging for them. Realizing the futility of her request, Wang Yin promptly pushed the herbs back. Brother, I have no use for these. Please keep them. With a gentle smile, Leaf Mo insisted. While these herbs may seem useless to others, they will be beneficial for you. Why is that? Inquired the girl, her curiosity piqued by Leaf Mo's assertion. Wang Yin, now silent, awaited Leaf Mo's response, eager for an explanation. Given your current circumstances, devoid of children, these herbs should be taken in 3 doses. Remember, do not add anything else, just these 3 herbs. And it is best if you consume the dregs as well, Leaf Mo advised, having discerned that Wang Yin harbored some underlying health issues, affecting her fertility and potentially limiting her lifespan. These herbs were sourced from the Vietnam border, and he had more in his possession. Most people were unaware of their properties. For optimal effect, all 3 should be taken simultaneously, although one vital herb for nurturing vitality was lacking. Yet, Leaf Mo noted Wang Yan's robust constitution, believing she could endure the treatment without severe repercussions. Before that, however, he intended to channel his energy to help her clear 2 meridians. Ah, you truly can see that I have, Wang Yin exclaimed, her hands trembling as she clutched the herbs, overwhelmed with emotion. She bowed deeply to Leaf Mo, unable to articulate her gratitude. Married for over a decade without conceiving, she had faced disdain from her in-laws and neighbors alike, who ridiculed her husband for marrying a barren woman. Despite spending considerable sums seeking remedies, she had found no solution. Although her husband still loved her, she felt a deep-seated anguish. Pouring herself into her business endeavors, she toiled ceaselessly. The prospect of a simple cure thrilled her beyond measure. Her silence was merely a reflection of her astonishment. At 39, time was running out for her. Regaining her composure, she fished a card from her bag and handed it to Leaf Mo. This is a bank card, though it doesn't hold much. Please accept it as a token of my gratitude. Leaf Mo chuckled at the absurdity of the gesture, saying, you should keep the card. I have sufficient means. And how can you be sure I am not a fraud? With that, he swiftly grasped Wang Yan's wrist, facilitating the flow of her energy through 2 meridians. Wang Yan, momentarily unaware of his actions, withdrew the card, suddenly pondering the possibility of him being a scam artist. Yet, she quickly rationalized that a fraud would not have offered such insights. Still, the prevalence of deceit in the world made her wary. After some contemplation, she decided to keep the card, proposing, brother, perhaps you could share your phone number with me? If you truly can cure my ailment, I must repay you. Leaf Mo waved his hand dismissively. I possess no phone, and there is no need for repayment. Besides, you have already compensated me for these herbs. Brother, your medical skills are remarkable. You diagnosed Sister Wang's condition without even taking her pulse. My grandfather never exhibited such prowess, Yu Eru exclaimed. Leaf Mo turned to Yu Eru, saying, Eru, you are a practitioner of traditional medicine. I see promise in you. Would you care to join me in Luochang? I plan to open a clinic, and your assistance would be invaluable. Without hesitation, Yu Eru accepted the invitation, having no clear path ahead. Wang Yan, now composed, glanced between Leaf Mo and Yu Eru, uncertain of Leaf Mo's integrity. However, given his prior assistance, she hesitated to voice her doubts about the herb's authenticity. The girl, impressed to learn Leaf Mo was a doctor, chimed in, I am also headed to Luochang. Let us travel together. I will fetch my belongings. Excellent. The more the merrier, Leaf Mo replied. Yi Mo certainly did not mind sharing the ride with the girl. Although she was not exceptionally beautiful, she possessed a kind heart, and her appearance was quite decent. Moreover, she had just offered to assist Yi Mo. I'll help you carry it, she had said. Yu Eru, being quite warm-hearted, had casually tossed his bag onto the bunk and intended to join the girl in moving her belongings. Just moments ago, he had mentioned that his grandfather had warned him about the prevalence of thieves outside, yet after a few exchanges, he seemed to place considerable trust in Yi Mo. Yi Mo nodded and replied, It's all right. You go ahead. I'll keep an eye on your things. Meanwhile, Wang Yin cast a complex glance at the trio before returning to her bed. Silent, but preoccupied with thoughts of whether to prepare the herbal medicine Yi Mo had given her. Before long, the girl returned with her belongings, a suitcase, and a bag. She was quite talkative, engaging in cheerful conversation with Yi Mo and Yu Eru about various topics. In contrast, Wang Yin spoke little, appearing lost in her own thoughts. Through their conversation, Yi Mo learned that the girl, named Yang Yi, was studying at Jiangnan Medical University in Luotsang, currently in her 3rd year, and remarkably, her major was also clinical medicine. The 3 of them enjoyed each other's company, and soon the train arrived in Yanjing. Wang Yin exchanged brief greetings with them before hastily disembarking. Upon reaching Zhengzhou, the trio descended from the train to catch a connecting service to Luotsang. Believing that Yimo had been robbed, Yang Yi insisted on purchasing his ticket. Eventually, Yimo had no choice but to reveal a stack of 10,000 yuan bills, assuring her that his money had not been stolen, which finally convinced her to relent. The ticket from Zhengzhou to Luotsang posed no issues, and within half an hour, they boarded the train heading to Luotsang. This time, they had soft seats instead of sleeper berths. Yu Eru insisted on covering his own ticket, and Yimo did not intervene. Brother Imo, I heard that practicing medicine in large cities requires a medical qualification certificate. Now that we're heading to Luotsang to open a clinic, will there be inspections? Yu Eru appeared to possess some knowledge, suggesting he had been informed about such matters before leaving. Of course, a qualification certificate is necessary. Otherwise, one could be regarded as a quack and arrested. Yang Yi interjected before Yimo could respond. Yimo was well aware of the necessity of such credentials, yet at present, his primary concern was securing funds. Confident that money could resolve most issues, including acquiring the required certifications. Brother Imo and Eru, you both lack phones. How will I contact you in the future? Although Yang Yi found camaraderie with Yimo and Yu Eru, she was the only one with a phone, and she sensed that Yimo was not the type to initiate calls. I will call you as soon as Brother Imo and I find a place to stay. Yu Eru replied, appearing to hold a favorable view of Yang Yi. All right, Eru, please remember to call me. I have no acquaintances in Luotsang, and knowing you and Brother Imo would make it easier to seek help if needed, Yang Yi said, half jokingly and half seriously. For her, despite Imo's somewhat unattractive appearance, there was a comforting ease in their interactions. As their conversation continued, the trio grew increasingly familiar with one another. Hours later, the train arrived at Luotsang Station. Yimo arranged to meet up with Yu Eru and Yang Yi later before they parted ways directly at the station.